A calamitous aviation disaster unfolds. Lacking a lighter, a knife, or any substantial supplies, he is left with only a backpack filled with useless items. Relying on a hardcore survival system, he learns to create fire by friction, extract water from mud pits, craft stone axes, and even tear apart venomous snakes with his bare hands. After overcoming the initial challenges, he begins to produce stone tools, ceramics, smelt metals, raise livestock, and cultivate plants. In the midst of his busy endeavors, he takes time to personally teach the young women some practical life skills. Chapter 1. Stranded on a deserted island after a disaster. Splash, splash. The waves lapped at his pant legs, the scorching sun bore down, and Elzich's eyelids appeared a vivid crimson. Shielding his eyes from the blinding light with an outstretched hand, he gradually adjusted to the brightness and struggled to sit up. In the distance, a cerulean sky and billowy clouds loomed above a vast, endless ocean. Turning his head, he spotted a dense expanse of untouched jungle not far behind him. The beach was searing hot. He fought to rise, staggering towards the shade of a broadleaf plant. At last, he found a slight reprieve from the heat. How did I end up here? He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, vaguely recalling something. Indeed, he should be aboard a plane, traveling with representatives from the humanities class of LNGCHNG Middle School to Australia for a week-long academic summer camp in celebration of graduation. Why? Suddenly, his face drained of color, as if struck by a pallor of death. The final images before his unconsciousness flashed through his mind. The plane encountered turbulence, plummeting rapidly, jolting violently, and then colliding with an unknown object. Following this, a gaping hole tore open before his seat. Papers flew wildly within the cabin, and numerous items were violently ejected into the void by the immense negative pressure. Even now, the howling winds and the screams of passengers echoed in his ears. An aviation disaster. He had encountered an aviation disaster and found himself cast away on a deserted island. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. He was still alive. I wonder how the other students are faring. With this thought, he let out a self-deprecating smile. If he could barely survive, how could he concern himself with others? It was at this moment that a sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the survival system for deserted islands. In its initial stages, the system will provide optimal solutions based on current circumstances. Once the host attains a certain level of survival capability, for every source of fresh water, protein, carbohydrate, or tool and living item crafted, a potential reward will be granted. Ah, the system. Lu Zh felt a sense of relief wash over him. With the system's companionship, he no longer felt so lonely. But how to use it? He was still unfamiliar with it. He licked his cracked lips, feeling an intense thirst. Where could he find a coconut or something similar? He glanced around and sighed in disappointment. There wasn't even a single coconut tree nearby, let alone coconuts. Furthermore, even if there were coconuts, he lacked the strength to open one. In his despair, another sound echoed in his mind. New task. There will be some drifting water bottles on the beach. Find the remaining fresh water in the bottles. Reward, 1 potential point. Water bottles. Water bottles on a deserted island typically drift from human habitation. If there are empty bottles, there could also be discarded ones that weren't emptied, and if luck is on his side, he might find a half-full bottle to quench his thirst. However, with the sun blazing down, returning to the beach would require immense courage. Yet if he didn't go, he would only die of thirst here. Gritting his teeth, he tore off a leaf from a tree to shield his head and proceeded in the direction indicated by the system. In what felt like a marathon, he traversed the mere 100 meters, taking a full 5 minutes to accomplish the task. Indeed, he discovered several stranded bottles behind a few rocks. They are all obscure foreign brands. He picked them up one by one and shook them, discovering that 2 of the bottles actually contained water. One of the mineral water bottles was filled with more than half a bottle of clear water. He eagerly twisted the cap open, but paused before drinking, cautiously licking it with his tongue. Ah, salt water. Thankfully, he had tried it first. Had he swallowed that mouthful, it would have been a salty disaster. He sighed in resignation and opened another mineral water bottle that contained water. Sniffing it, it bore no odor. A thought flickered in his mind. He cautiously took a sip. It was pure and had a hint of sweetness. Freshwater. Indeed, it was freshwater. In that moment, he felt as if he had stepped into paradise. There was probably around 150 liters of freshwater inside. Forget about 150 liters, even if it were 1,500 liters, he could gulp it all down in one go. Yet, at this moment, he desperately reminded himself that to survive, he must exercise restraint. He carefully drank a third of it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your fluid ratio has been restored by 1. Reward, 1 potential point. Then, several shimmering options appeared. Strength, speed, stamina. Would you like to invest in one of these? Just then, he noticed something lying on the beach not far away. Initially, he was startled. Then, shielding his eyes from the light, he squinted and looked carefully. It appeared to be a person. The thought that it might be a classmate he had spent countless days with filled LZH with a wave of sorrow. Go over and take a look, she might still be alive. He twisted the cap of the water bottle and tucked it into his pocket, then walked over. As he approached, he noticed the khaki vest, the plaid long skirt, the black knee-high socks, and the brown leather shoes. This JK outfit seemed somewhat familiar. He then noticed the deep chestnut hair adorned with a crystal kitty cat hairpin. His heart sank with a thud, plummeting to the depths of despair. Ellen Chin. It was none other than his classmate, the study committee member, Ellen Chin. Chapter 2, A Peculiar System Task. It can't be. Has she already passed away? He suppressed the urge to retch and approached, turning her body over. A dirty, beautiful face still clung to seaweed, devoid of color, striking enough to break one's heart. As fellow members of the class committee, they had a good relationship. Seeing Ellen Chin like this left Elzich feeling quite distressed. He used his sleeve to wipe away the seaweed and dirt from her face. Ellen Chin. Hey, wake up. Chin. No response. He touched her nose, feeling no breath. His heart chilled. Gritting his teeth, he restrained the sorrow within. Clinging to the last hope, he hesitated briefly before placing his hand on her chest. There, he sensed a faint heartbeat. A surge of ecstasy washed over him, lifting his spirits. The presence of a heartbeat indicated she was still alive. Perhaps there was still a chance. If he could save her, at least he wouldn't be alone on this deserted island. If fortune smiles upon them, the rescue team will arrive swiftly, and the two will be saved together. If luck runs a little low, they can still survive on the island, accompanied by a beautiful woman, ensuring that life will not be too bleak. Chin, don't die. He gritted his teeth, determined to lift Ellen Chin. Ellen Chin is relatively light. Although LZH appears somewhat slender and fragile, he is the physical education representative of the liberal arts class, adept at long-distance running and football. Carrying a girl is also within his capabilities. Yet now, even walking is a struggle. How could he possibly lift Ellen Chin? At that moment, he suddenly remembered, right? Hadn't he just acquired a potential point? What's there to hesitate about? He directly adds to his strength, raising it to 11 points. Instantly, LZH felt as though he had received a shot of glucose, invigorated with newfound strength. He managed to lift Ellen Chin. Though it was difficult nonetheless, he succeeded. He stumbled back to the edge of the forest, laying her flat in the shade. But what to do next? Ding. New task. Please perform artificial respiration and CPR on your companion for emergency aid. Reward, 1 potential point. Now, the situation is urgent. There's no time to ponder. First, clear the airway. He loosened the collar and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a light pink cartoon bra underneath. Goodness, this scene is simply too captivating. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances, but immediately shook his head. This is not the time for distractions. Saving a life is paramount. He pressed down firmly on her chest. The soft sensation beneath his hands was a true test of will. 5 consecutive times. Next, manual resuscitation. I wonder, are all girls' lips this sweet? After 3 sets, a faint breath finally emerged from Ellen Chin's throat. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've completed companion rescue, gaining 1 potential point. Detected companion's fluid level is below 60. Please replenish fluids promptly, or there may be a risk to life. LZH pulled out a half bottle of mineral water he had just found from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, but it was just a fleeting moment. He made his decision. Although it was the only freshwater resource available, if it could save Ellen Chin, it would be worth it no matter what. He took a small sip, then carefully pried open Ellen Chin's mouth and gently poured the water in. A glug-glug sound echoed from her throat. LZH knew she was instinctively drinking the water. Without hesitation, he poured the remaining fresh water into her. However, just as he was giving her the last sip, Ellen Chin choked. The water failed to go down and came back up. Seeing it spill from the corner of her mouth, LZH felt a pang of regret. Now, every drop of water was a precious resource, not to be wasted. Without hesitation, he leaned in and drank the water that overflowed from Chin's lips. Just then, he heard voices not far away. LZH, Chin. The familiar voices filled LZH's heart with joy. He raised his head and saw 2 astonished girls not far away. One of them wore a dirty white sailor suit, a brown skirt, white cotton socks, and tennis shoes, and carried a backpack. With a tall ponytail, delicate features, and an upright posture, she exuded a hint of a little mature lady's charm. It is indeed the class monitor, Ning Sh. Another girl is clad in a black little dress, black stockings, and high-heeled leather shoes. The dress and stockings are torn, her slightly wavy long hair is somewhat disheveled, and her fair face is as dirty as a kitten just awakened from slumber, yet Elzich still recognizes her. It is none other than the artistic committee member, TNG Xiaogu. I have heard from others that this TNG Xiaogu seems to harbor some affection for me. However, Elzich has never paid much attention, thinking it was merely a jest at his expense. Class monitor, TNG Xiaogu. LZH did not expect to encounter a living classmate here, and naturally greeted her with delight. Yet, the reaction from the other party is somewhat surprising. TNG Xiaogu angrily strides over. LZH, what you just did was utterly lewd. Huh. Ning SH glanced at the crime scene, sighed, and said, alas, LZH, you should explain yourself. LZH looked at the open shirt and pink bra of LN Chin Chin in his arms, coupled with the bizarre act of slurping water from LN Renji's mouth. Who would believe it was not a lewd scene? What to do now? An explanation must be given. You misunderstand. Misunderstand. Tina Xiaogu exclaimed indignantly. You have loosened her clothing, kissed her, and you still dare to speak of misunderstandings? LZH, I truly did not expect that the usually decent you could commit such a vile act. Chapter 3. An unhealthy mind sees nothing properly. Tang Xiaohua, filled with indignation, approached with the intention of assisting Lin Qianqian. However, Lu Zhi unceremoniously seized her wrist. Tang Xiaohua struggled, exclaiming, Lu Zhi, you're hurting me. Let go. Lu Zhi's tone suddenly turned grave. You misunderstand me. That is of little consequence. But Qianqian has just regained her breath, and it is imperative to keep her airway unobstructed. With that, he released his grip. Tang Xiaohua, who had been pulling back, found herself abruptly seated on the ground. Anger welled up within her, tears brimming in her eyes as she pouted. Qianqian, all you see is Lin Qianqian. I assenti it? With that, she sulked off to a nearby spot on the beach, brooding alone. Lu Zhi furrowed his brow, perplexed. Have you taken leave of your senses? Ning Shu chuckled wryly and shook her head. Ah, emotions are an intricate matter, difficult to articulate in a moment. One must savor the experience gradually. Lu Zhi, preoccupied with the urgency of the situation, inquired. What is paramount is how you descended. Ning Shu pondered momentarily before responding. I was roused by Gua's cries for help. When I regained consciousness, I found myself beneath a large banana tree. I suppose the banana leaves cushioned my fall, allowing me to survive. She glanced at Tang Xiaohua. And her? Lu Zhi gestured toward her. She was hanging from a tree. Did she encounter Yao Yao or anyone else? Ning Shu shook her head. After I rescued we made our way toward the beach and soon stumbled upon you both. I see, Lu Zhi nodded, recounting his own experience in locating Lin Qianqian in detail. So, you indeed saved Lin Qianqian? Of course, Ning Su murmured. But sucking the water from a girl's mouth still feels rather inappropriate. Lu Zhi dismissed the notion, stating, an unhealthy mind sees everything as improper. Lu Zhi, do you miss our class monitor's fingers? Ning Shu teased, extending her hand to pinch Lu Zhi. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhi sighed dramatically. Go ahead and pinch me. But do it with some force. Perhaps it will awaken me. Then we won't have to endure this torment here. At his words, Ning Shu fell silent, fully aware of the predicament they faced. Instead, she gently grasped Lu Zhi's arm, saying, Lu Zhi, where are we? In that faint, delicate moment, both Lu Zhi and Ning Shu suddenly realized something and turned to see Lin Qianqian, propped up on her hands, struggling to elevate herself, weakly gazing at them. She had awakened. Though frail, it was a cause for exhilaration. Wonderful. Qianqian, you're awake. Ning Shu hastily rushed over to support Lin Qianqian's shoulders. Tang Xiaogu, hearing the commotion, wiped her tears and hurried over as well. Qianqian. Lin Qianqian surveyed her surroundings, asking class monitor, Lu Zhi, where are we? Lu Zhi sighed. We encountered a mishap mid-flight. Regrettably, we fell, but fortunately, we are all still alive. Lin Qianqian recalled the harrowing images of the plane crash, her eyes reflecting sheer terror and helplessness, as if the nightmare perpetually lingered in her mind. Lu Zhi thought it prudent to change the subject. He noticed Ning Shu carrying a backpack. Surely there was something inside. Let us hasten to extract it and replenish our energy first. With a wry smile, Ning Shu unfastened her bag and began to remove its contents one by one. To his astonishment, a novel titled Master of Husbandry, a bottle of 100-gram Vaseline hand cream, a bundle of premium hair ties, a pencil case, a diary, 2 packs of tissues, a set of keys, a whistle, and an unopened pack of sanitary napkins. As for food, not entirely absent, a can of sugar-free gum and 5 bags of spicy strips. Luja picked up a bag of spicy strips. The gum is one thing, but what on earth are you doing with this? Ning Su Kit. They don't allow chili sauce on the plane. I was worried I might not adapt to the in-flight meal, so I brought some spicy strips. How she must love spicy food. Luja was parched beyond measure, utterly unable to stomach such fare. After a struggle, he found a large cup of water, only to pour out a mere 2 drops. I say, there's no water. Ning Shu shrugged. There was some before, but we were so thirsty that and I drank it all. The water is gone. All we have are a backpack full of useless items. Splendid. We can joyfully perish here. Lin Qianqian weakly remarked. Everyone, let us not lose heart. Perhaps rescue will come before long. All right. Luja suddenly recalled something and rummaged through his pockets. Everyone, check for your phones. They all began to search for their devices, but Luja's phone was lost. His pockets emptier than his face. Tang Xiao's phone was also gone. Lin Qianqian, however, still had hers. She rummaged through her clothing and produced her new Apple model. But the steady stream of water pouring from the charging port confirmed that the device was undoubtedly ruined. She tried to power it on. Indeed, it was futile. Ning Shu proudly waved her phone screen. See? In critical moments, one must rely on the class monitor. Enough chatter, quick. Who do we call? Of course, 110. Will there be a signal on this island? Luja replied, it's better to try our luck than to do nothing at all. Besides, 110 has a dedicated maritime police channel. If we're near the continental shelf, we might just receive a signal. Ning Shu hastily unlocked her phone, only for a terrifying notification to appear on the screen. Warning, battery depleted. The phone will shut down in 30 seconds. Chapter 4. The 4th victim among the maidens. The 4 exclaimed in unison. No way. Yet Luja, quick of hand and eye, snatched the phone, accessed the dial pad, and pressed 110. But at that very moment, the screen abruptly went black, offering no further response. Damn it! Luja cast aside the phone and sighed heavenward. Ning Shu gently tapped her phone and remarked, it hasn't even been 30 seconds. Why did it shut off? Luja sighed in exasperation. If the phone's battery is too low, making a call will drain the power even faster, causing it to shut down sooner. Tan xiao guo lamentet. Why do we always encounter such unfortunate events? Class monitor. Why didn't you charge it fully? Ning Shu muttered. I thought we couldn't use our phones on the plane, so I played with it a bit before boarding. Who knew this would happen? Tang Xiaoguo pouted. What are we going to do? Luja calmly contemplated. Before the rescue team arrives, we must do everything possible to survive here. Ning Shu nodded. Do you have any ideas? First, we need to find fresh water. Luja replied thoughtfully. Humans can survive over 20 days without food, but only a few days without water. If we want to last until the rescue team arrives, we must find fresh water at all costs. Tang Xiaoguo looked around. Easier said than done. Where are we supposed to find it? Other islands have coconut trees, but we don't even have a single one. Luja recalled the leftover mineral water found by the seaside. Although it was not much, it solved a significant problem. We can search along the beach. Some bottles may still contain remnants of fresh water. Even if we can't find any, we can collect some bottles and plastic bags. The sunlight is abundant now, which would be utilized to distill seawater. Ning Shu nodded. Yes, that's a good idea. The pressing question was. Luja asked Lin Qianqian, can you walk? I'll give it a try. Lin Qianqian managed to stand with Ning Shu's support, albeit unsteadily. She was still quite weak and needed assistance to walk. Luja intended to support her from the other side, but Tang Xiaoguo interjected. No need for you. I can support her. The 4 of them scavenged along the beach, collecting 2 intact plastic bags and 11 clean plastic bottles. Fortunately, they also found a bottle of Nongfu Spring and a bottle of Powerade. The discovery of domestically produced beverage bottles suggested that this island might not be too far from their homeland. However, it was unfortunate that none of the bottles contained drinkable water. Lin Qianqian, feeling exhausted, contemplated giving up, but at that moment, she spotted a dark object lying on the beach ahead. Look over there. Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. Could it be a stranded dolphin? Luja squinted. What kind of eyes do you have? It's clearly not. Lin Qianqian furrowed her brow. It looks a bit like our classmate, Jiang Yao. Ning Shu rubbed her eyes. It really is her. Let's go check. Tang Xiaogua expressed her concern. She can't be dead, right? Shut up. Lu Zhi retorted brusquely and quickly hastened his pace towards the fifth victim. She was clad in a black sailor suit, adorned with lace princess socks and small leather shoes. Her complexion was very fair, with slightly chubby cheeks, and her long, pale legs had turned a bit red from the sun. It was indeed Jiang Yao, Lu Zhi's deskmate and life committee member. Upon recognizing his deskmate, Lu Zhi rushed over and gently lifted Jiang Yao's neck, calling out, "Hey Jiang Yao, Yao Yao." After attempting to breathe, her condition remained dire. She was fully exposed to the scorching sun, her bodily fluids dwindling below the critical threshold. Lu Zhi augmented his strength with the additional potential he had acquired, making it significantly easier to lift Jiang Yao this time. Tang Xiao muttered, expressing her eagerness to embrace the girl, while Ning Shu advised her to refrain from chatter and assist promptly. As Lu Zhi held Jiang Yao, the contact revealed her excessively high body temperature. "Let's find a shaded area," he declared, carrying her towards a broadleaf tree. A new task emerged. Excessive clothing hinders heat dissipation. Assist your companion in removing her garments and devise a method to lower her temperature. Reward: 1 potential point. The suggestion to remove clothing would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings from Tang Xiaohua. Yet, time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. He began to unfasten Jiang Yao's clothes, adopting a serious tone. "Jiang Yao has too many layers. It is detrimental to her breathing and heat dissipation." Tang Hua pouted, frowning. You lecher. Your intentions are not pure." Lu Zhi retorted coldly, "No time for nonsense. Her temperature is alarmingly high. If we do not act swiftly to cool her down, she may soon perish from dehydration." Ning Shu questioned, "Is it that severe? Feel for yourself," she urged. Both Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua touched Jiang Yao's arm, recoiling at its heat. "Heavens, it's scalding." Lin Qianqian assisted in removing Jiang Yao's shoes, gently squeezing her delicate feet, and whispered, "Lu Zhi is correct. We must hasten to cool Yao Yao down. Quickly, let us remove her clothing." Chapter 5. Using knee-high socks as a handkerchief, all right. Ning Shu nodded. Come help." Tang Xiaohua wanted to tell Lu Zhi to turn away, not to peek, but found he had already averted his gaze to check Jiang Yao's phone. As expected, it was waterlogged and completely inoperable. With Tang Xiaohua's assistance, Ning Shu removed Jiang Yao's sailor uniform and skirt, laying them beneath her and loosening the buttons, leaving them draped across her chest. The next step was to find a way to cool her down. Ning Shu suggested it would be best to use a towel soaked in cool water on her forehead. Lin Qianqian looked towards the sea and quietly analyzed. The seawater, due to continuous evaporation, absorbs heat during this process, resulting in a lower temperature than the air. "We can use seawater instead." Lu Zhi interjected, "but it must be wrung out. Otherwise, the salt will adhere to her skin and osmotically draw moisture from her body." Ning Shu nodded and inquired, "Who has a towel?" A handkerchief would suffice. The three exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Lu Zhi's system then issued a new prompt. New task. Use a companion's long socks as a towel. Reward: 1 potential point. Long socks. What a peculiar notion. Yet, it seemed feasible. Thus, Lu Zhi concluded, the material of the socks is akin to that of a handkerchief. They can indeed serve as a substitute. Socks as a handkerchief? Upon hearing the proposal, the three girls furrowed their brows. Tang Xiaohua disdainfully shook her head, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a perverse notion from a perverse man, utterly inappropriate." Lu Zhi scoffed, "Can you think of a better solution?" Tang Xiaohua was momentarily speechless. Indeed, apart from this method, she could not conceive of an alternative. Lin Qianqian expressed her concerns, but Yao Yao would surely lose her mind if she knew someone placed a sock on her forehead. Lu Zhi inquired, "Reflect honestly. If it were to save you, and someone placed a sock on your forehead, would you lose your sanity?" Ning Shu shrugged. "I find it inconsequential. Life is priceless." Lin Qianqian pondered, her face reddening. "If it were a girl, I could probably accept it." Tang Xiaohua added, "I could reluctantly accept it too, but Yao Yao might not. She has a bit of a cleanliness obsession." Lu Zhi asserted, "As her deskmate, I am more aware of this than you." Tang Xiaohua frowned, letting out an unhappy hum. Subsequently, Lu Zhi spoke with earnest gravity. "If we do not proceed this way, she might perish. When it comes to life and death, anyone would make the right choice at such a moment." Ning Shu affirmed. Lu Zhe is right. In comparison to death, nothing else holds significance. Tang Xiao nodded. All right. The next question is, whose sock shall we use? Among the four girls, Jiang Yao wore lace princess socks, Tang Gua donned black stockings, Ning Shu sported athletic cotton socks, leaving only Lin Qianqian's knee-high socks as the most suitable option. Qianqian, this depends on your resolve. Lin Qianqian, blushing, softly replied, I suppose that could work. But I hope Yao Yao does not disdain me. Lu Zhe advised, don't overthink it. If we delay any longer, Yao Yao might not hold on. Lin Qianqian nodded, removed her shoes, and then took off one sock, revealing a delicate, fair foot, shyly hiding behind her other leg. Such a lovely little foot would surely stir admiration. Even among girls, who could possibly harbor disdain? Ning Shu hurried to wash in the seawater, wrung it dry, and after drying her body, folded the sock into a small square and placed it upon Jiang Yao's forehead. Tang Xiao picked a leaf to fan her, while Lin Qianqian rubbed her palms and soles. As a result, Jiang Yao's body temperature did indeed show a slight decrease. At that moment, Jiang Yao's cracked lips moved slightly. Yao Yao's lips moved, did you see that? We saw. Yao Yao, can you hear us? Jiang Yao, Jiang Yao. She softly uttered a single word from her throat. Water. Lu Zhe checked her hydration levels, which had fallen below the critical point. He expressed his concern. Merely cooling her down is insufficient. She still needs fresh water. She has been exposed to the sun for too long, and her body is in a state of extreme dehydration. To save her, we must provide her with water immediately. In a moment of quiet sorrow, Shui Lin lamented, but we have journeyed so far without finding even a drop of water. Ning Shu, filled with frustration, replied, what shall we do? We consumed all the water we had, and had I known this would happen, I would have surely saved some. Lu Zhe sighed, acknowledging the futility of their current lamentations. It is no use discussing this now. We must devise an alternative solution. Yet, despite his words, Lu Zhe felt utterly powerless. Fresh water was a scarce resource on this island, and given their current physical state, swiftly locating a source to replenish Jiang Yao's bodily fluids seemed an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. New task. Utilize the bodily fluids of companions with high fluid rates as a substitute for fresh water to replenish the deficiency in a fellow companion's hydration. Reward. 1 potential point. Bodily fluids? A substitute for fresh water? Lu Zhe was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. He recalled watching Bear Grylls survival series, where he learned that in extreme conditions of water scarcity, one could survive by consuming their own urine. Was this situation not extreme? Indeed, it was. Hence, it appeared that this was the course of action they must take. Although the idea was repugnant, it could indeed save Jiang Yao. But the question remained, whose fluids would they use? Currently, both he and Lin Qianqian had low fluid rates and high salt concentrations, rendering their fluids unsuitable for consumption. Conversely, Ning Shu and Tang Xiao had recently consumed a substantial amount of fresh water, making them potential candidates. I have another idea, Lu Zhe declared, prompting the three girls to urge him, quickly, tell us. He rummaged through the bottle he had collected and retrieved a 600 milliliter sports drink bottle, along with Ning Shu's space cup, which provided 2 wide-mouthed containers. He handed them to Ning Shu and Tang Xiaogua, saying, use these, the openings are larger. The 2 girls stared at him in confusion. What do you mean? Lu Zhe explained, among us, only the 2 of you recently drank a significant amount of water, so your fluid rates are normal, and your urine will not contain excessive salt. Thus, it falls upon you to save Jiang Yao. What? The 3 girls were left speechless. Tang Xiaowen nearly fainted, exclaiming, that is utterly grotesque. This is truly despicable. Ning Shu trembled. Lu Zhe, you must be joking. Sighing, Lu Zhe recognized that proposing such an idea had irrevocably tarnished his reputation. Yet, at this juncture, were there any alternatives? If you do not take this action now, Jiang Yao will be beyond rescue. Though the proposition was difficult to accept, Lu Zhe's serious and heavy tone left no room for doubt. In the short term, we cannot find a single drop of fresh water, and without it, Jiang Yao can only endure for another half hour at most, perhaps in less than 10 minutes. She will succumb to dehydration. Ning Shu was taken aback. From Lu Zhe's grave demeanor, she comprehended the dire nature of their situation. At that moment, Lin Qianqian spoke up. I believe Lu Zhe's method is worth a try. Although it may initially sound difficult to accept, it is indeed the most viable rescue plan we have at present. Ning Shu contemplated for a moment, exhaled deeply, and nodded. As the class leader, I will not allow Yao Yao to perish like this. After saying that, she took the space cup and resolutely declared, even if I am to be hated by Jiang Yao for a lifetime, I will save her. Tang Xiaoguo was taken aback. Class leader, are you really going to do this? Ning Shu nodded and replied to Tang Xiaoguo. Lu Zhi's reasoning is sound. For us, nothing is more important than survival. Tang Xiaoguo expressed her concern. But are you sure Yao Yao won't resort to suicide if she finds out? Lin Qianqian quietly offered a suggestion. How about this? You save her without revealing how she was saved. Hearing Lin Qianqian's words, Tang Xiaoguo let out a resigned sigh, struggled with her thoughts for half a minute, and then took the pulsating bottle. All right, I concede, but you must not tell Yao Yao, nor mention this to anyone else, and absolutely do not mock me for this. It's a promise. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaoguo exchanged glances, affirming one another with a nod, and both ventured into the woods with their containers. Shortly thereafter, the two female students returned, their cheeks flushed, each holding a pulsating bottle. Golden and warm, Ning Shu filled hers with approximately 600 milliliters, while Tang Xiaoguo had a bit less, around 500 milliliters. Excellent. Lu Zhi noted that Ning Shu's liquid was a lighter hue. Qianqian, help me pry open Jiang Yao's mouth. Class leader, you should feed her first. All right. Lin Qianqian leaned in, assisting to open her mouth. With a flush on her cheeks, Ning Shu gently poured the liquid from the space cup into Jiang Yao's mouth, the fluid gurgling down her throat. The system detected that Jiang Yao's fluid levels were gradually rising. After emptying the entire bottle, Jiang Yao exhibited a rejection response, beginning to slightly overflow. At that moment, her fluid levels finally surpassed the critical point. Lu Zhi noted that her body temperature was dropping, yet various health indicators began to recover slowly. That's enough. Let her rest for a while. Ning Shu laid her down gently. So I don't need to use this bottle, right? Tang Xiaoguo clutched her pulsating bottle, her cheeks reddening. Just then, Lin Qianqian looked at the pulsating liquid and, with a weak yet gentle voice laced with a hint of yearning, said, "Go if you don't mind. Could I have a sip?" Chapter 7. Everyone, let's verify the supplies. Tang Xiaoguo was horrified. Qianqian, what are you planning to do? Lin Qianqian, her voice frail yet tender, conveyed a sense of desperation. To be honest, I am nearing my limit too. If you don't mind, please allow me just a little. Tang Xiaoguo, clutching her bottle in shock, exclaimed, "But you're the school belle. How could a lovely literary girl like you drink something so repulsive?" Lin Qianqian gazed at Tang Xiaoguo, who held the beverage, and weakly remarked, "I'm truly on the brink of dying of thirst." Tang Xiaoguo was taken aback. She finally comprehended that Lin Qianqian's dehydration had far exceeded her imagination. Otherwise, anyone capable of enduring would never make such a request. Tang Xiaoguo opened her mouth, intent on saying something, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Ultimately, trembling, she extended her bottle. Lin Qianqian accepted the bottle, observing the still warm beverage within, and let out a sigh of relief. She then closed her eyes and took a sip, furrowing her brows. She held the liquid in her mouth for a few seconds before swallowing with a pronounced gulp, which was soon followed by a fit of coughing. Tang Xiaoguo felt an unsettling sensation wash over her, and with a flushed face she inquired, "Is it truly that unpleasant?" Lin Qianqian steadied herself, gently replying, "It's a peculiar blend of sour and salty. At first, the taste is rather strange, but knowing it comes from you makes it much more palatable." "What?" Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed, her face reddening as she frowned. Lin Qianqian hurriedly clarified, "Perhaps it is merely my overwhelming thirst." She then took several more sips, effortlessly consuming half the bottle. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gasped for breath. "Lu Zhi, have you not had any water either?" "I just had a little while ago. I am managing for now," he replied, unwilling to drink until absolutely necessary, regardless of the circumstances. Ning Shu offered a piece of gum, and Lin Qianqian accepted one as well, seeking to alleviate the taste lingering in her mouth. After replenishing some fresh water, they rested briefly under the shade of a tree. Jiang Yao's physical condition had notably improved, and they awaited her awakening. Lu Zhi felt it was unwise to remain idle, and resolved to find something productive to do. After pondering for a moment, he declared, "I would like to verify our supplies and assess what useful tools and resources we possess to better survive on this island while we await rescue." This time, everyone cooperated willingly. Ning Shu emptied her bag, stating, "You have seen these items: a novel, hand cream, hair ties, tissues, a space cup, a pencil case, a diary, a whistle, keys, and a pack of sanitary products, the purpose of which you need not concern yourself with. There are also consumables, a can of Hello Panda gum, and several packets of spicy strips. Additionally, I possess a dead mobile phone." Luja opened the pencil case, revealing 3 water-based pens, a mechanical pencil, 2 boxes of pencil leads, an eraser, and a plastic ruler. The notebook had only utilized 3 pages. The rest remained blank and fairly thick. The pen and diary could be employed to document significant locations, species of flora and fauna, tidal timings, and other vital information. They could also be used to create messages in bottles, sketch coordinates, and maps. Several girls nodded in agreement. Luja then picked up a packet of spicy strips. Spicy strips, a soy product, can provide a modest amount of protein. However, due to their excessive saltiness and spiciness, they can induce thirst. Therefore, it is advisable for everyone to refrain from consuming them. The 3 individuals nodded in agreement. Ning Shu inquired about gum. "It's quite acceptable, though it would be preferable if it were purely sugar, as it would serve a greater purpose than xylitol at this moment." Then, he picked up a whistle and blew it twice, producing a resounding sound. "Class leader, what prompted you to bring this along?" Ning Shu asked. "I was concerned that my classmates might get lost at the airport, so I specifically purchased it." Luja nodded in acknowledgement. The whistle can serve as a means of communication for close-range operations. He then retrieved a keychain, 2 large keys, 3 small ones, and a magnetic door card, none of which seemed particularly useful. The only application Luja could think of was using the keys to open clams. Fortunately, the keychain also contained a nail clipper, alleviating everyone's worries about nail grooming. "Qian Qian, what about you?" Lin Qian rummaged through her pockets and produced 3 items: a waterlogged mobile phone, a pair of glasses for nearsightedness, and a card holder containing 11 plastic cards, including a bank card, student ID, and supermarket membership cards, along with some coins. Aside from that, nothing else, she concluded. Luja nodded thoughtfully. The cards can be used to scrape off the seawater from one's body after each swim, reducing the amount of salt adhering to the skin. "Guo, what do you have?" Tang Xiaoguo blushed, still reminiscing about the moment when Qian drank her pulse. Upon hearing Luja call her, she hurriedly responded, removing her possessions: a Swarovski necklace, earrings, and a wristwatch adorned with a bracelet. Fortunately, the watch was unscathed and still ticking. While the necklace and earrings had uncertain utility, the watch was vital for keeping track of time. Luja had emptied his pockets, leaving them cleaner than his face, yet he wore a Casio sports watch on his wrist, which remained intact. It not only recorded time, but also the date and could set alarms. The display indicated that it was June 10th, and the time was 1:30 in the afternoon. Lastly, they turned their attention to Jiang Yao, who, aside from her black sailor suit, lace-trimmed socks, and small leather shoes, possessed a non-functional mobile phone, leaving her with nothing else. Luja sighed in relief. "This is all our supplies. Next, we must utilize these items to survive on this island until rescuers arrive." Chapter 8. Establishing a temporary camp while the task at hand sounded straightforward. Luja recognized that most of their supplies appear to hold little value. One might even argue that in the wilderness, all these items combined could not compare to the usefulness of a lighter or machete. Moreover, with 4 not-so-robust young women accompanying him, this beginning was undoubtedly more challenging than starting with nothing at all. At that moment, the system notification in Luja's mind chimed again. New mission. Find a location to set up a temporary camp and establish a relatively comfortable and cool space. Reward: 1 potential point. This task aligns perfectly with Luja's current thoughts. However, where should they establish their campsite? Considering Jiang Yao remains in a state of unconsciousness and Lin Qian is quite feeble, it would be imprudent to trek to a distant location. An idea struck Luja. They currently find themselves at the juncture of the beach and the jungle. Ahead lies a beach teeming with marine resources, while behind them stands the primal jungle, offering refuge from a scorching sun. Rather than embarking on a long journey, it would be far more sensible to transform this area into a cooler campsite. With this thought in mind, Luja proclaimed, "Let us designate this place as our temporary campsite. We shall make some simple arrangements to cool the surroundings." Ning Shu inquired, "Do you know how to proceed?" Luja replied confidently, "Ido." Ning Shu patted Luja on the shoulder, stating, "Very well, I hereby declare, in my capacity as class monitor, that I appoint sports committee member Lu Zhe as the overall coordinator. All students are to follow his lead. Lin Qianqian asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Lu Zhe shook his head. "No, you are too weak. Resting will be your greatest contribution." Tang Xiaohua chimed in, "What about me?" Lu Zhe nodded. You and the monitor will need to work a bit harder and help me gather leaves." Ning Shu asked, "Where shall we start?" Lu Zhe surveyed the area. The light is obstructed by the trees, but sitting directly on the sand would be uncomfortable. "Let us gather some broad leaves to lay on the ground first. Then we'll head to the beach to fill bottles with seawater." What is the purpose of filling bottles with seawater? We can't drink it, can we? Who said it was for drinking? Lu Zhe explained earnestly. Seawater serves three primary purposes. Firstly, seawater continually evaporates, remaining cooler than the air temperature. Placing the bottles on our bodies will provide immediate cooling. Secondly, we can sprinkle seawater around the campsite. As it evaporates, it absorbs heat, contributing to a cooler environment. Lastly, we can position two bottles opposite each other to create a distillation apparatus. With the sun blazing, we might procure some fresh water by nightfall. His thoughts were clear, and his objectives were well-defined. Tang Xiaohua nodded, somewhat understanding. Ning Shu praised. "It seems my judgment is quite astute. I did not err in choosing the leader." Without further ado, the three began clearing a space and commenced gathering broadleaves. With Lu Zhe responsible for tearing them, while Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua neatly arranged them on ground. Given the abundance of various broadleaf trees, the task was straightforward. Within 20 minutes, they had assembled a 4-square-meter leaf mat beneath the shade. Lin Qianqian sat on the cool leaves, gently wiping Jiang Yao's face. "It feels much cooler now." Surely, Yao Yao can sense it, but they were not finished yet. Subsequently, the trio ventured to the shoreline to gather water, first sprinkling a circle around the campsite. Dirty bottles were filled with water and placed at their feet and beside them, serving purely as cooling vessels. Clean bottles, with smaller openings, were filled halfway with seawater and partially buried in the scorching sand, while larger bottles were shaped and angled to fit over the smaller ones, propped up with branches. The heat emanating from the beach, combined with the direct sunlight, causes water to evaporate, and the resulting water vapor condenses into droplets that gather in low-lying areas. This is the fresh water that can be consumed directly. Unfortunately, there are only 3 bottles available to contain it, and Lu Zhe lacks the tools to cut the bottles. Otherwise, he could have fashioned 10 or 8 distillers. Nevertheless, it can be said that they have made some progress toward survival, alleviating their dire predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian was also industrious, skillfully crafting 3 headbands from branches and leaves. Although simplistic and lacking in appealing colors, they effectively shielded her from the scorching sun, proving quite functional. Once all these tasks were completed, the temperature within the campsite showed a noticeable decline. A few girls sat beneath the verdant shade atop grassy mats, and surprisingly felt a sense of comfort and happiness. However, Lu Zhe was acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. To ensure their survival, it was imperative to locate more essential resources. Lu Zhe resolved to venture into the forest, believing that only by finding a sustainable water source and food could they truly escape the clutches of death. Chapter 9. The first exploration of the jungle. With the class leader having made his decision, he stood up. "You 3 stay here and watch over Jiang Yao. I will venture into the forest to see if I can find some more fresh water and food." Ning Shu expressed concern. "No, it's too dangerous. You cannot go alone." Lu Zhe replied. "Having more people would only complicate matters. I won't stray too far. If anything happens, you can blow the whistle." "That won't do," Ning Shu insisted firmly. "It took us a great deal to gather as a group. Allowing you to go alone into the forest at this time is too perilous. If something were to happen, how would we explain it to your parents? But if we don't go, we might all perish here." Tang Xiaohua added anxiously. "Even if you are a bit reckless, you are still our classmate. I cannot allow you to take risks alone. If you must go, then I shall reluctantly accompany you." Lu Zhe scoffed. "Tang Xiaohua, who are you calling reckless?" Tang Xiaohua sheepishly stuck out her tongue. "It's better if I go with Lu Zhe." Ning Shu stood up. "Look at you, you were wearing high heels. You experienced the difficulties of walking in the forest just now, didn't you?" Tang Xiaohua recalled the awkward moments of struggling in high heels and nodded helplessly. "You stay at the camp and take care of Qianqian and Yao. If any danger arises, just blow the whistle." Tang Xiaohua reluctantly nodded. "Just be careful." Lu Zhe also felt that having a sensible companion like Ning Shu might prove helpful. So we nodded in agreement. All right, let us set off. Where do we enter? Luge pointed to a relatively flat area in the southwest. It's easier to enter the forest from here. Our primary targets for searching are small rivers, streams, berries, or tubers. Ning Shu frowned. Rodents? Surely. You don't mean rats? It is indeed sweet potato and cassava, and of course, it would be even better to catch a mouse. As it is a splendid source of protein, Ning Shu shuddered in disdain, exclaiming, ugh, I absolutely detest mice. No worries. When the time comes, you can call for me, and I shall handle it. You must keep your word. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu donned the simple hats knitted by Lin Qianqian, shielding themselves from the scorching sunlight. As they ventured into the jungle with a plastic bag containing 2 collected empty bottles, the terrain in the jungle was somewhat elevated and overrun with weeds, riddled with pits and unevenness. Traversing such a place was exceedingly exhausting. After searching among the grass for a while, Lu Zhe noticed that Ning Shu was beginning to struggle with her steps. Class leader, shall we take a break? Ning Shu, hands on her knees and panting, nodded. I have not been exercising much lately. It's all right. I too was just thinking of resting. Ning Su hesitated momentarily. What troubles you? I had water earlier, and I feel I shouldn't voice this, but truth be told, I am rather parched. She wiped the sweat from her brow. Lu Zhe realized that more than 2 hours had elapsed since they first met, during which they had been busy cooling Jiang Yao with a towel and setting up camp, leaving Ning Shu no time to rest. Even though she had consumed a considerable amount of fresh water earlier, the increased perspiration along this journey had begun to deplete her bodily fluids. Lu Zhe handed her a bottle of sports drink, gesturing, is there any left? Ning Shu, blushing, retorted, none at all. It seems most of my fluids have been expelled through sweat. Perhaps I should escort you back to the campsite? Ning Shu shook her head. I'm fine. I can still manage, though my throat feels somewhat parched. Perhaps a brief rest will suffice. All right. Sit for a moment while I explore the vicinity. Hey, don't wander too far. I will remain within 20 meters within your line of sight. If I stray too far, just call for me. Okay. Lu Zhe began to search nearby, but after a thorough look, he found nothing. Approaching a thicket, he heard the system's notification, ding. Wet soil detected. Wet soil? What purpose does that serve? Lu Zhe brushed aside the wild grass and indeed uncovered a small patch of damp earth. This area appeared to be lower-lying, and Lu Zhe surmised that it must be rainwater that had pooled here, its evaporation delayed by the dense vegetation obstructing it. He dipped his finger into the mud, rubbed it, and then tasted it with his tongue. There was no salty flavor, indicating that the water within the mud was fresh water. Class leader, come take a look. Have you discovered something remarkable? Ning Shu leaned in with curiosity. Lu Zhe brought the damp soil close to her nose. Ning Shu frowned. What is this? Wet soil. And the water contained within is fresh water. You can't be serious. Are you telling me this is drinkable? Perhaps if we filter it. But how do we filter it? We have neither filter paper nor measuring cups. There was no alternative, Lu Zhe pondered. When the system sent another notification, new task. Use cotton socks for filtration to obtain fresh water. Action reward. 1 potential point. Lu Zhe felt helpless. I ask you, system, could you not provide me with more reasonable suggestions? Chapter 10. Extracting fresh water from cotton socks despite his complaints. Upon deeper reflection, this was indeed the only option available. Thus, Lu Zhe stated, although I lack specialized filtration equipment, given the current circumstances, filtration is still feasible. What shall we use for filtration? Socks. Ah, socks again? Ning Shu widened her eyes. Whose are they? I've been submerged in seawater, and my shoes and socks have absorbed far too much salinity. Using my socks for filtration seems impossible. Ning Shu exclaimed in irritation. Who wants to use yours? Lu Zhe nodded thoughtfully. But you fell in the jungle and Haven Tea traverse seawater, so the salinity in your socks should be minimal, making them suitable for filtration. Lu Zhe, why do you always come up with such peculiar ideas? It's already excessive to place socks on your forehead. Can the filtered water even be consumed? Of course. Lu Zhe explained, pure cotton socks can effectively catch sediment, allowing water to seep through the tiny pores. While it may be psychologically challenging to accept, it indeed could be a lifesaver. Where did you acquire such bizarre survival knowledge? Survival experts Bear Grylls and Ed Stafford have employed similar methods. Are you certain this isn't a jest at my expense? Absolutely not. I am quite serious. If possible, I would like to borrow one from you. Ning Shu blushed. No way. The thought of giving a boy my sock for water is just too strange. Luja lay back on the grass, nodding. Then you may drink it yourself. Just remember, if I perish from thirst, please bury me, so I one have to rise on the seventh day to search for you. How can you say such things? Ning Shu found herself at a loss with him. Yet, amidst her complaints, she understood that Luja had done so much for their classmates and had expended considerable energy. It was only right that she contributed a little as well. Moreover, she had watched survival shows and recalled that Bear Grylls had indeed utilized this technique. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed, "I feel utterly insane for agreeing to this." With that, she removed her shoes and socks, hesitating briefly before handing one of her small white cotton socks to Luja. "Here, don't complain." Luja accepted it, inspecting the sock. After traversing the jungle for so long, the bottom remained pristine white. He sniffed it. It didn't smell foul, merely a hint of sweat. "Don't smell it." Ning Shu angrily punched him lightly. "I only wanted to see if I could tolerate it. It appears that you, class monitor, also possess the constitution of a goddess, capable of enduring it." "Indeed." Then, Luja picked up a piece of tree bark and scooped some damp soil into the small white sock. He tightened the opening and began to squeeze gently, and indeed, clear droplets of water began to coalesce. Ning Shu's initial confusion transformed into astonishment. It actually worked. Luja raised it above his head, tilting his chin up to catch the dripping fresh water with his mouth. It truly quenched his thirst. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, then followed suit, and indeed, she also managed to drink the water. "How does it taste?" "Not bad. Quite refreshing. But didn't you mention it was fresh water? Why does it still have a hint of saltiness?" "That's the sweat from your socks." Ning Shu felt a wave of nausea. Luja teased, "Haha, even you disdain yourself? It doesn't matter whose it is. Everyone would find it repulsive. Imagine yourself as a little fairy." "Well, that's what I am." The two of them sat back to back on the grass, bantering while sipping the sock-filtered water. The afternoon sun cast its warm rays upon them, creating a scene that was unexpectedly sweet and romantic. After changing the damp soil 3 times, they could no longer extract a single drop of water. Yet their intense thirst had been alleviated. Ding! A new freshwater source acquired. Potential point 1. Luja nodded. "Let us go. Continue searching." He shook the dirt off his socks and tucked them away. Luja pulled her up, and together they scoured the bushes once more, but found no tuberous plants. At that moment, Luja discovered a cluster of shrubs bearing small yellowish-green fruits, roughly the size of jujubes. Unsure if they were edible, he plucked one, and information about it flashed in his mind. Ning Shu leaned closer. "What is this, a small jujube?" Luja shook his head. "This is called a wild persimmon, scientifically known as Diospyros lotus, a type of wild fruit. When ripe, it is edible, but it's not yet ripe, too sour and a potential cause for diarrhea. We should remember this location and return when they are ripe." Ning Shu had already snatched a branch adorned with a dozen wild persimmons upon hearing that they could be eaten when ripe. Luja sighed in exasperation. "Please, Ning class monitor, could you wait to hear the full statement next time?" Ning Shu sheepishly stuck out her tongue. "I was just too anxious." Just then, a distant scream pierced the air, followed by a series of urgent whistles. Both Luja and Ning Shu were startled. "Oh no, something has happened at the camp." Chapter 11. Tang Xiaohua has been bitten by a snake. Without a moment's hesitation, Luja grabbed Ning Shu and sprinted towards the camp. Upon arrival, they found Lin Qianqian cradling the unconscious Jiang Yao in a corner, while Tang Xiaohua sat in front of them, terrified and crying. A 2-meter-long black snake lay just a meter away, raising its head and flattening its hood, hissing threateningly. Its distinct features unmistakably indicated that it was a cobra. Upon seeing Luja approach, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, "Luja, Guo has been bitten." Luja's heart jolted, and he fought to remain calm. First, he allocated all remaining potential points to speed. "Everyone, stay still." He recalled a method his grandfather used for catching snakes as a child. He removed his long pants, tied the legs together, and aimed at the snake, lunging forward decisively. The snake, adept at attacking yet lacking in evasive maneuvers, found itself ensnared. It yearned to strike, but was unable to find a suitable target within the confines of the trousers. Luja swiftly gathered the fabric of the pants, cinching it tightly with his belt to create a makeshift pouch. Success. Ding. A source of protein acquired. Potential point gained. He then hung the pouch from a tree and dashed toward Tang Xiaohua. "Where were you bitten?" Tang Xiaohua, biting her lip in pain, replied, "My foot, my toe." Luja grasped her right foot and discovered two tiny puncture wounds on the pad of her big toe. It turned out that just 2 minutes prior, a foraging snake had slithered past, heading toward Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian. Frightened, Tang Xiaohua had attempted to shoo the snake away, but in a moment of panic, she had kicked at it, resulting in the snake biting her on the bare toe, having removed her high heels during her rest. Ning Shu expressed her concern. That snake must be venomous. Indeed, Lu Zhi nodded gravely. He understood that not only was the snake venomous, but its potency was severe. Improper handling could lead to fatal consequences. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. He quickly peeled off Tang Xiaohua's stockings and pinched the base of her big toe to impede blood circulation. With deliberate care, he pressed forward to expel as much venom as possible from the wound. His grip was somewhat firm, causing Tang Xiaohua to exclaim, "Ouch, you're hurting me." Lu Zhi remained unfazed, his mind racing with thoughts of an antidote. The most effective remedy for snake venom was to restrict blood flow and rush to the hospital for serum injection. However, under the current circumstances, such options were unattainable. His only course of action was to minimize the amount of venom entering her system. Merely squeezing would not suffice. He needed to extract it through negative pressure. Lacking a suction device, he dismissed the common but dangerous method of sucking out venom with his mouth, as it would risk poisoning both himself and Tang Xiaohua. What to do? Was there truly no solution? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. New task. Chew tannic acid substances in your mouth. Then extract venom from the bite site. Action reward. 1 potential point. Tannic acid? Yes. That substance could neutralize snake venom proteins and was regarded as a superior antidote in nature. But where could he find it? Suddenly, Lu Zhi recalled something. He knew that aside from certain tea leaves, all astringent fruits contained tannic acid. Looking back, he noticed Ning Shu holding a branch of wild persimmons. Thus, it appeared that Ning Shu's impulsive action might have saved Tang Xiaohua's life. He snatched the wild persimmon from her and bit into one, then began to chew. The astringency was so intense that Lu Zhi questioned his own existence, feeling as though he might perish from the taste. Yet, the greater the astringency, the more tannic acid it contained, and he had to persevere. After thoroughly masticating the wild persimmon, the next step was to extract the venom. Fortunately, Guogua's petite feet are approximately size 34, with fair skin and an aesthetically pleasing shape. Well, I suppose I shall endure it. He took the bite from a snake into his mouth and sucked hard. A tingling sensation surged through, causing Tang Xiaohua to let out a soft whimper. Lu Zhi inhaled deeply, then expelled the wild persimmons along with the snake venom. This time, Tang Xiaohua refrained from retorting, blushing and emitting a meek sound. He then consumed another wild persimmon and continued to suck. After using 7 in total, he had successfully extracted most of the snake venom. Any further suction would involve fresh blood. Lu Zhi instructed, "Bring me an elastic band." Ning Shu rummaged through her backpack. But Lin Qianqian pulled down a hair tie. "Use mine." Lu Zhi accepted it and tightened it around Tang Xiaohua's toes, trying to inhibit blood flow as much as possible. How do you feel?" "Tingly and surprisingly comfortable." Lu Zhi, feeling exasperated, clarified, "I meant, is your body numb? Do you feel any difficulty in breathing?" "No." Lu Zhi nodded. "Certainly, some venom has entered your bloodstream, but due to the small dosage, it hasn't compromised your sensory or respiratory systems. You should survive this." Chapter 12. This snake will be our dinner tonight. With Tang Xiaohua's crisis averted, Lin Qianqian remained concerned. "I've heard that snake venom can enter the body through the mucous membranes of the mouth. Your actions are rather reckless. Aren't you afraid of poisoning?" Lu Zhi calmly replied, "Allow me to enlighten you. Wild persimmons contain a large amount of tannic acid, which can neutralize snake venom. Thus, chewing and sucking greatly reduces the risk." Ning Shu expressed her surprise. "What an odd piece of knowledge. Did Elder Da or Elder Bei teach you this?" Lu Zhi certainly wouldn't disclose his system to them, recalling having learned something similar from the book 100,000 Whys during his childhood. He replied, "This is from 100,000 Whys." At that moment, the system sent another notification. New task. A poisoned individual should consume 5 raw junkianzi to neutralize the toxins in their body, albeit at the risk of diarrhea. Reward. 1 potential point. In the wilderness, diarrhea is also a perilous issue, but in comparison to snake venom, it could be considered the lesser of 2 evils. Guoya, I suggest you eat 5 wild persimmons to neutralize the toxins that have entered your body. Tang Xiaohua nodded, took one in her mouth, and chewed a bit, only to find it so astringent that she nearly leapt off the ground. She immediately spat it out. Wow, so sour and astringent, until she tasted it. She hadn't realized the extent of its flavor, yet she felt deeply moved. She couldn't believe that Luja had chewed such a bitter food to save her. It was unimaginable how he had endured it. However, he had accomplished it. So how could she cower? With that thought, Tang Xiaowu gritted her teeth and consumed 5 wild persimmons. The crisis was finally averted for the time being, another potential point gained, along with enhanced physical abilities. However, there were now 3 weakened girls in the camp. Only Ning Shu remains capable of work. It seems that the forthcoming survival challenge will be even more daunting. Lin Qianqian inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" Lu Zhe gestured backward with his thumb. "We didn't find much, but encountering this snake has resolved our dinner situation." Lin Qianqian expressed her concern, but wild snakes can harbor parasites. Consuming them could lead to illness. There is no need for alarm. Lu Zhe reassured her. The snake species on this island are relatively isolated, so the likelihood of them being infected with parasites is low. However, just to be safe, we should cook it thoroughly. The 3 ladies exchanged glances, each harboring a profound apprehension towards consuming such a slippery creature. Lin Qianqian remarked, "Are we really going to eat it?" Ning Su replied, "Lu Zhe means that if we can't find other food, we will have no choice but to eat it." Tang Xiaowu exclaimed, "Divine beings, may we find alternative sustenance." Lin Qianqian expressed her hopes. Catching a tuna would be ideal. I could also settle for a coconut crab. Ning Shu added, "How could we be so fortunate? I'm not asking for much. Catching a wild rabbit to roast would be splendid." Tang Xiaowu grew anxious, but rabbits are so adorable. How could we eat them? Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, although his casual pants were now used to carry the snake, was fortunately still wearing regular sports shorts underneath, thus not overly exposed. He checked the surrounding woods once more, ensuring there were no other snakes before he felt at ease. Just as he was surveying the campsite, Tang Xiaowu clutched her stomach. Her brows furrowed. The ominous feeling brought on by the wild persimmons was upon her. Ning Shu noticed the abnormality. What is wrong? Mifine. Forced a shy smile and whispered, "Class leader, do you happen to have any paper?" Ning Shu immediately understood. The young lady was in need of a restroom. Lu Zhe had already discerned Tang Xiaowu's intentions, and to spare her embarrassment, he said, "I'll go for a stroll by the sea and see if I can find any seafood." He then headed towards the shore alone. At that moment, it was high tide. The beach yielded nothing but a few hermit crabs the size of fingernails. Lu Zhe picked one up for inspection. While larger specimens might be decent, these tiny shells offered little flesh, providing insufficient calories to warrant digestion. He sought a sharp stone or an oyster shell to fashion into a tool, but found nothing suitable after much searching. Indeed, genuine survival was far from the ease portrayed by the so-called survival experts on platforms like TikTok. However, he ultimately stumbled upon a valuable resource. A large mass of seaweed had drifted ashore, rich in vitamins and carbohydrates. It could be consumed, though this particular seaweed was quite tough and could burden the stomach if eaten raw. Still, something was better than nothing. He rolled up the seaweed and placed it into a plastic bag. The system prompted him, indicating he had obtained a source of carbohydrates and earned a potential point. Returning to the campsite, he did not arrive empty-handed. Tang Xiaowu seemed to have accomplished her inaugural bathroom endeavor. Yet her furrowed brow and indescribable expression suggested that the task was far from seamless. Chapter 13. Discovering strawberry seeds among strange objects. Indeed, with a foot injury and the sting of a snakebite causing considerable discomfort, the absence of a proper toilet made squatting nearly impossible. Simply managing to relieve herself was a feat in itself. "How are you, Guil?" he inquired. "I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable. I'll be all right soon," she replied. At that moment, a notification from the system in Lu Zhe's mind suddenly chimed. Ding! Important resource detected. Strawberry seeds. Lu Zhe's heart leaped with joy. Strawberries were among his most beloved fruits. He understood that if strawberries existed on this island, their quality of life would be elevated significantly. Following the direction provided by the system, he ventured forth. After traversing approximately 40 meters, he stumbled upon a broad leaf on the ground. The seeds were indicated to be beneath that very leaf. With a hint of confusion, he approached and lifted the leaf. Shocked and dismayed, he felt utterly lost. At that moment, he nearly succumbed to despair. What on earth had he done to deserve this? There, amidst the foliage, lay remnants of a few pristine tissues. Without a doubt, he recognized this as the handiwork of Tang Xiaohua. Lu Zhi suppressed a dry heave, quickly coming to a realization. It was likely that Gui had recently consumed strawberries, thus inadvertently bringing the seeds to the island within her digestive tract. Given that strawberry seeds resist digestive enzymes, they might have been expelled during her visit to the restroom. Now, the pressing question arose, what should Lu Zhi do? Should he abandon the quest entirely, or muster the courage to seek out those seeds and find a suitable place for their cultivation? Initially, he considered giving up, hoping that the rescue team would arrive swiftly. However, after a moment of rational contemplation, he shook his head. What if the rescue team failed to arrive on time? They might need to endure a prolonged stay on this island. The days with strawberries would be a world apart from those without. Resolute, he steeled himself. Thankfully, the odor was not overpowering. Pinching his nose made it bearable. Gathering his courage, he took a wooden stick and plunged it into the still warm substance. The experience was beyond comparison. Soon, he extracted a tiny object resembling a sesame seed. A cursory examination confirmed it to be a strawberry seed. He used a clean section of a nearby tissue to wipe away the remaining waste. Ding! Acquired one viable strawberry seed. In that moment, he felt as though he had triumphed against insurmountable odds, finally grasping the emblematic ring of sovereignty. What an arduous journey it had been. And it was not merely a solitary seed. Continuing his search, Lu Zhi soon uncovered over 20 strawberry seeds. Gazing at the collection in his palm, still tainted with remnants, he felt a surge of hope as he envisioned a near future filled with the sweet taste of strawberries on the island. Lu Zhi couldn't help but display a faint smile of triumph. Yet, this very smile shattered his carefully crafted persona. Lu Zhi, is this amusing to you? He heard the astonished voices of Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian as they stood a few meters away, supporting each other, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Lu Zhi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Thus, the most disastrous social failure in history was born. He sighed, I suppose you won't be inclined to hear my explanation, will you? Ning Shu shook her head in dismay. Lu Zhi, what further explanation could there be? I pondered countless reasons and cannot fathom why a morally sound young man would engage in such behavior. It seems Gui was right. You truly possess some peculiar attributes. Lin Qianqian, equally perplexed, urged Lu Zhi at least offer us some justification, even if fabricated. Otherwise, this image will haunt us. Lu Zhi could only smile wryly. This unfortunate system task had forced a well-rounded young man into a bizarre predicament. At this point, he felt honesty was his only recourse, accepting whatever fate awaited him. With a serious tone, he declared, I did this for everyone's sake. Ning Shu immediately retorted, do we ask you to play with the excrement of female classmates? You seem so cheerful normally. How's your mind so bizarre? Lu Zhi shook his head. Indeed, it was not your suggestion. However, within Gui Er's excrement lies a crucial survival resource. What resource? He extended his hand, revealing a seed. Look at this. The two girls gasped, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, their eyes regarding Lu Zhi as if he were a terrorist brandishing explosives. Chapter 14. Discovering new freshwater resources. Open your eyes wide, for this is a valuable asset. Ning Shu stammered, What is this? Seeds, strawberry seeds. Seeds? Precisely. Lu Zhi explained calmly. As castaways on this deserted island, we must gather every usable resource available. Before boarding the plane, we consumed various fruits, and the seeds from those fruits found their way into our stomachs. Carried onto the island, these seeds contain antioxidants, preventing complete digestion. With these seeds, we can cultivate land and grow fruits. Even if we are rescued later, we won't have to endure a dire existence. Upon hearing this, the two girls exchanged glances, beginning to see the sense in his argument. I understand the reasoning, Lin Qianqian hesitantly inquired. But how did such a peculiar thought lead you to search for seeds in a female classmate's excrement? Ning Shu chimed in, by the way. Have Bear and ever engaged in such bizarre behavior? Lu Zhi shrugged. When hunger reaches its peak, De Gu will roast and consume the undigested bean from his own excrement, while Bei Gu will extract water from elephant dung. Compared to that, our situation seems rather trivial. Doesn't it? Ning Shu felt a wave of nausea. That is still quite perverse. Lu Zhi then pondered a crucial question. By the way, what did you two eat before boarding the plane? Was there any fruit? Lin Qianqian frowned in refusal. I don't want to tell you. Ning Shu, hands on her hips, added, you want to find out. Luja chuckled. It's fine if you don't want to share, but if we don't receive rescue, a month from now, we may either gnaw on tree bark and consume seaweed or feast on various fruits. You can choose. The two girls, upon hearing this, were somewhat swayed. Ning Shu whispered to Lin Qianqian. Well, he does have a point. Lin Qianqian blushed. But we can't let the boys search for that stuff for us. That would be mortifying. Just then, not far away, Tang Xiao called weakly. Class leader, Qianqian, Luja, where have you gone? Coming. The matter of excrement had to be set aside for the moment. Upon returning to the camp, they found Tang Xiao's face pale, her body heated, and her breathing labored. Luja realized that a small amount of snake venom had indeed invaded Tang Xiao's heart and lungs. Without an antidote, the immature wild persimmons she had consumed were also toxic and could not be eaten in excess. All she could do now was drink plenty of water to accelerate fluid metabolism and expel the toxins. He hurried to check the distiller. After more than 4 hours, the 3 distillers had each produced around 10 liters of fresh water, totaling about 30 liters, barely enough for a sip. Ding. Acquired distilled water, potential point 1. He quickly administered it to Tang Xiaohua. As for the girl's misunderstanding regarding the excrement, he would let time gently fade that away. Looking at his watch, he noted it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Darkness would soon envelop the land. He understood that mere distillation would not suffice for survival. He needed to procure more fresh water before nightfall. He decided to venture back into the woods. This time, he instructed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to care for Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao while he entered the forest alone. Venturing forth alone, he climbed into the northern woods from a relatively steep area. This locale was evidently denser than the southern region, surrounded by the sounds of unknown insects. He searched meticulously. By sheer luck, beneath a tree, he discovered a plant known as fish mint, acquired a new source of carbohydrates, and earned another potential point. This plant has a distinctive flavor, rich nutritional value, and can provide vitamins and carbohydrates, making it a superb wild vegetable resource. More importantly, it possesses detoxifying properties. Albeit not very potent, finding one indicates the species exists on this island, and with careful searching, there should be more. He continued to search the vicinity. Indeed, beneath a withered tree, another discovery awaited. Just a few steps ahead, among the shrubs, he soon gathered a small handful. His spirits soared with joy. However, the nearby fish mint had also been nearly depleted. At that moment, a prompt echoed in his mind. At the 3 o'clock position, significant resource detected. A waterhole. A surge of excitement coursed through Luja as he hurriedly followed the system's guidance. Before long, he arrived at a gentle slope where a modest waterhole lay. With an estimated capacity of around 2 liters. It appeared to be a collection of runoff from the mountain pooling into this small basin. Dipping a finger in to taste, he found it devoid of flavor. Freshwater indeed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a new freshwater source. Potential point awarded. 1. Luja felt elated at finding this muddy source of freshwater, though its murkiness posed a challenge. A more efficient filtering method was required. At that moment, a new task was issued. New mission. Please filter using a sponge-like material. Reward, potential point 1. Chapter 15. Misunderstood again. A sponge-like material? Where could he procure such an item? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Of course a bra. Don't girls wear those? While the idea was sound, the execution presented considerable difficulty. Should he dare to borrow one? The 2 girls already suspected him of having peculiar tendencies. Borrowing such an item might cement that notion. Whether they would even be willing to lend it was uncertain, and the stigma of his odd reputation might never fade. However, upon further reflection, he realized that without this action, clean fresh water would remain unattainable. The absence of fresh water posed a grave threat not only to Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao, but also to himself, Lin Qianqian, and Ning Shu. All might perish here. There was no room for hesitation. For the sake of survival, he resolved to steel himself and proceed. Returning to the campsite, he discovered that only 2 of the 4 girls remained. Glancing up, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian gathering sticks to construct a snake-proof barrier around the camp. Inside, Zhang Yao was still asleep, while Tang Xiao lay dozing as well, perhaps too fatigued from their ordeal. Luja silently acknowledged this as a fortunate turn of events, benefiting himself as well as them. As Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian busied themselves, he quietly approached Jiang Yao. Gently, he brushed his fingers against her forehead. Her temperature had cooled, and her breathing was steady and strong, indicating she would awaken soon. Her clothing lay beneath her. The straps of her bra loosened, but resting modestly across her chest. If he hurried, perhaps he could complete his task before they awoke. With care, he removed the item. A radiant light emanated from it, and he quickly shook his head to dispel any unwelcome thoughts. With this, he could filter the fresh water. If time allowed, he might return it discreetly without them ever knowing. He nodded slightly and hurriedly departed, running towards the puddle. He crouched down, stacking 2 bowls together, and used leaves to scoop up the murky water, pouring it over them. The filthy liquid gradually seeped through the 2 layers of cotton padding, slowly emerging clearer from the bottom. How remarkably useful this was. He swiftly filled his bottle with it. A few minutes later, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian returned, only to be greeted by a bizarre sight. Ning Shu's expression changed as she pointed at the reclining Jiang Yao, exclaiming, "Heavens, where has Jiang Yao's bra gone?" Lin Qianqian, equally distressed, exclaimed, "Could it be that there are thieves on this deserted island?" After a moment's contemplation, she wondered, could it be a squirrel? What would a squirrel want with such things? I do not know, but we should cover her up quickly. It's too embarrassing to leave her like this. Indeed, how mortifying. Qian, lend me a hand. All right. The 2 girls carefully pulled Jiang Yao's sailor outfit from beneath her and draped it over her. How peculiar. What is so strange? At that moment, Tang Xiaogua awoke with a yawn. Ning Shu quickly inquired, "Gua, did you see anyone take Jiang Yao's bra?" "What?" Tang Xiaogua's eyes widened in shock. "The bra's missing?" Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian nodded in affirmation. Tang Xiaogua promptly lifted her collar to check her own, exhaling in relief. "Ah, mine is still here." After pondering for a moment, she voiced her concern. "Could be Luja?" Ning Shu shook her head, saying, "Although Luja's recent behavior has been somewhat peculiar, it stems from a survival perspective. I doubt he would engage in such a base act." Tang Xiaogua pouted, "He is the only boy here. Who else could it be?" Ning Shu hesitated. "No, I must confront him directly. By the way, where did Luja go?" Lin Qianqian recalled. "He mentioned he would just be wandering nearby. He shouldn't be far." Ning Shu imagined Luja's escapades and shuddered involuntarily. "He hasn't gone off to play with that kind of thing again, has he?" Tang Xiaogua looked puzzled. "What kind of thing?" Ning Shu was certain that if she revealed, "Luja is playing with the excrement you produced," Tang Xiaogua would surely faint on the spot. Instead, she casually replied, "Just insects or something." Tang Xiaogua frowned. "Do boys really enjoy playing with such things?" Ning Shu, growing anxious, stamped her foot. "Why is he so worry-inducing?" "Class monitor, don't fret." Lin Qianqian reassured her. "Luja is usually quite reliable. He shouldn't have wandered far. Let us patiently wait a while. In this unfamiliar deserted island, how can we not be anxious?" At that moment, Tang Xiaogua seemed to hear something. "Hey, do you hear that? It sounds like someone is whistling, and the tune seems rather inappropriate." Upon listening closely, Tang Xiaogua exclaimed, "It's Zhu Beiji carries his wife." Ning Shu straightened up. I'll go take a look." Meanwhile, Luja had filtered 4 bottles of fresh water by the side of the puddle. Feeling jubilant, I could not help but whistle a cheerful tune. I filled my pockets with water, carrying them back, and, in my blissful state, I could not refrain from praising. The familiar aroma of milk. It appears my partner is indeed genuine. If I were to borrow Gur's words, I would likely need an additional hour. Yet before reaching the camp, I suddenly spotted Ning Shu emerging from behind a tree, hands on her hips, eyes narrowed in dismay, shaking her head in distress. Her gaze was reminiscent of a weary mother, who, upon discovering her son surreptitiously downloading illicit films, is overcome with disappointment. My heart tightened, instinctively concealing the items I was holding behind me. 3 minutes later, 3 girls sat across from me. Ning Shu was enraged. Qian looked perplexed, while Gua appeared on the verge of tears. Jiang Yao's bra lay before them like a piece of damning evidence. "Is this truly necessary?" I exclaimed. "Tan xia Google lamenté." Ever since we arrived on this island, Luja has transformed from a good student into a pervert, even going so far as to steal girls' clothing. Who knows what he might do next? Luja sighed in exasperation. How many times must I say it? I used this to collect fresh water from the puddle. He shook his water bottle. "Look, the proof is right before your eyes." Tang Xiaogua continued, "Fine, I can understand your need for fresh water. But you could at least discuss it with us first." Taking it secretly is no different from being a pervert. Now that everything was laid bare, Lu Zhi stood his ground. If I were to be honest with you, would you have agreed? Ask yourselves, who among you would lend me anything? Lin Xianqian and Ning Shu exchanged glances, both conveying a clear refusal. See, I am being wrongfully accused of being a lecher and a pervert for the sake of saving everyone. And what about you? In this critical moment, you wouldn't even part with a bra, yet you blame me. Who said that? Tang Xiaowu pouted. If you had just asked me nicely, perhaps I would have lent it to you. This unexpected response prompted Lu Zhi to casually reply, your cup is too small. Even if I used yours, it would take another hour to finish. Tang Xiaowu glanced down at her not-so-prominent chest. Overwhelmed by a strong sense of inferiority, a surge of anger welled up inside her, and she raised her head defiantly. Lu Zhi, what do you mean by that? Lu Zhi looked up to see Tang Xiaowu's expression about to explode. I will strangle you. Chapter 16. Jiang Yao awakens to help you overcome your obsessive compulsions. Then, the little girl lunged at me, straddling my body, her small hands gripping my neck. She looked adorably fierce. I exaggeratedly cried for help. This made Tang Xiaowu burst into laughter, pinching me playfully. You silly Lu Zhi. I wasn't using any strength. But just then, a muffled call echoed. Lu Zhi. Everyone froze, for it was Jiang Yao's voice. We all rushed over, believing she had awakened, only to find her eyes closed, her lips trembling slightly. Lu Zhi. Yao Yao. We all called out in unison. Yet Jiang Yao remained unresponsive, repeatedly murmuring Lu Zhi's name in a vague manner. Tang Xiaowu, filled with irritation, exclaimed, Lu Zhi, why does Yao Yao keep calling your name? How would I know? Lu Zhi replied, equally perplexed. He and Jiang Yao were partners in the Latin dance club, and while their relationship was amicable, it hardly warranted dreams filled with his name. Do you two have something going on? Tang Xia Google Punda Alao. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhi hesitated and thought, perhaps, maybe there is. Tang Xia Google, shaking her small fist, retorted, stop messing around. Lu Zhi grasped Tang Xiao's tiny hand, insisting, and even if there is, what business is it of yours? With a fierce glare, Tang Xiaowu shot back. I refuse to let you deceive an innocent girl. Ning Shu interjected, quiet down and listen carefully. At that moment, Jiang Yao's indistinct voice floated through the air. Lu Zhi, wash your hands before you touch me. Lu Zhi let out a sigh of relief. This was merely a routine exchange between Jiang Yao and him. As dance partners, hand-holding and waist-grabbing were inevitable. Yet Jiang Yao insisted he wash his hands multiple times. She often remarked, I love cleanliness. My dance partner must be immaculate as well. With the misunderstanding resolved, it was time to focus on saving her. Lu Zhi offered her a bottle of water, saying, use this. All right. Ning Shu took it, twisting off the cap and attempting to pour it into Jiang Yao's mouth. However, she miscalibrated, causing Jiang Yao to choke. Lin Xianqian then said, let me handle it. She carefully poured some water into the cap, and subsequently into Jiang Yao's mouth. Before long, Jiang Yao slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by her disheveled classmates. She gasped in shock, nearly fainting again. The others quickly fanned her, offered her water, and pressed on her acupoint. After a while, Jiang Yao finally regained consciousness. What kind of water is this? She asked. Tang Xia Google Balut. It's just water from a muddy puddle. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao began to retch uncontrollably. Indeed, after waking up on a deserted island, the first thing she did was vomit, having only consumed milk-flavored muddy water. Had she known she ingested her companion's bodily fluids, one could hardly fathom the consequences. This is revolting. Jiang Yao shrieked in distress. What should we do? In that moment, Lin Xianqian and Tang Xiaowu found themselves at a loss, and Ning Shu too was without a plan. However, Lu Zhi remained remarkably clear-headed. While in ordinary circumstances, they could accommodate her obsession with cleanliness, given their dire wilderness situation with harsh conditions and scarce resources. They could not allow her to indulge in such whims. Just then, a notification echoed in Lu Zhi's mind. New task. Help Jiang Yao overcome her obsession with cleanliness, enabling her to adapt to life on the deserted island. Reward. 1 potential point. Lu Zhi understood that she needed to confront her germophobia, but how? Should he present rational arguments or gently persuade her? Both approaches seemed futile, perhaps since it wasn't an extreme case of obsessive cleanliness. A reverse psychology tactic might provoke her into action. Upon contemplation, Lu Zhi rose to his feet and solemnly declared, "Everyone, please step aside. Allow me to speak with her." Ning Shu hesitated, questioning, "Are you certain you can do this?" With unwavering confidence, Lu Zhi replied, "Rest assured, class monitor, I understand her better than anyone." Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiao was stepped aside. "Jiang Yao, keep your distance from me," Lu Zhi retorted with a cold smile, forcibly turning her body and seizing her arm, lifting her up. Jiang Yao, bewildered, wondered how her partner, who typically lacked such strength, seemed suddenly empowered. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Zhi, assertively thrusting her against a tree, pinned her shoulders down and spoke gravely, "What I am about to tell you is the absolute truth. Though it may seem implausible, it is precisely these events that have saved your life." Jiang Yao had never witnessed Lu Zhi in such a manner. She curled her arms, her face flushed, her large, watery eyes reflecting helplessness as she nodded with uncertainty. "Indeed, we fed you muddy water. Moreover, I must confess that the bottle we used was also scavenged." What? Jiang Yao's face turned crimson, nausea washing over her, as if she might vomit. Lu Zhi let out a sardonic laugh, covering her mouth with one hand to prevent her from expelling her stomach's contents. She struggled fiercely, but she was no match for Lu Zhi's strength. The other three girls stood aghast, unsure whether to intervene. Yet, even the muddy water seemed trivial in comparison. Lu Zhi spoke calmly, "To help cool you down, we soaked our socks in seawater and applied them to your forehead." "Socks on my forehead?" Despair etched itself across Jiang Yao's expression. This stirred a twinge of compassion within him. However, he recognized that yielding to sympathy at this moment would only jeopardize her. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "You may find this unbearable, but I must inform you of something even more outrageous." Ning Shu interjected, "Perhaps we should refrain from discussing that." Ignoring her, Lu Zhi pressed on. "When we first encountered you, you were critically dehydrated on the brink of death. We resorted to administering urine to save you. Thus, your stomach now contains the urine of your companions." Crack! It was as though a bolt of lightning had struck Jiang Yao's consciousness, leaving her dazed and disoriented. The other three girls stood frozen, unable to fathom the impending consequences. Jiang Yao clutched Lu Zhi's wrist desperately, speech failing her, only able to emit muffled whimpers. Yet Lu Zhi was not finished. Even the hand that covers your mouth just moments ago sifted through feces to find over 20 strawberry seeds. The revelation struck Jiang Yao with the force of a nuclear bomb. "I must convey that during your unconsciousness, we encountered numerous challenges, all of which we overcame. Qianqian tended to your body. The class monitor searched for fresh water and food, and Guer sustained injuries to her toes from snake bites while protecting you. Everyone is striving to survive, exerting every ounce of strength to seek out scarce resources in order to endure the challenging days ahead. I ask you, what right do you have to be sentimental, and what entitlement do you have to squander?" These pointed questions left Jiang Yao blushing, and the urge to vomit diminished. Lu Zhi understood that his approach had proven effective. "Moving forward, I shall release my grip. I permit you to vomit. However, I must convey this. Whatever you expel will be returned to you later. Remember, this is not a mere game. This is true survival in the wild." Chapter 17. The first retreat of the tide. Having uttered these words, Lu Zhi slowly lowered his hand that had been covering her mouth. Jiang Yao stood there, her pupils trembling, once again feeling queasy, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, ultimately managing to suppress her nausea. Jiang Yao had never witnessed Lu Zhi behave this way towards her. In her eyes, he had always been the easygoing, carefree boy who wouldn't hold grudges, even when girls bullied her. Yet today, she glimpsed another facet of Lu Zhi. For a moment, she was bewildered. Is this truly the Lu Zhi I know? She thought she ought to despise his rudeness, but in truth, she felt not a shred of revulsion, but rather an inexplicable sensation. "Xiao Zhi," she murmured, her face slightly flushed. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lu Zhi replied with a faint smile, his tone softened compared to before. "I understand that it is unrealistic to expect you to change completely in such a short span of time, but you must learn to adapt in order to survive. Do you comprehend?" Jiang Yao nodded. "I will strive to do my best." Ning Shu rose, extending a friendly hand. "Welcome, Jiang Yao, to officially become a member of the survival team at Longqing Yizhong." Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment before reaching out to shake Ning Shu's hand. "Thank you, class leader." She then turned to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua. Thank you both as well. Lin Qianqian grinned. The environment is a bit harsh. I hope our esteemed living committee member does not mind. Jiang Yao glanced around. Well, it is indeed a bit dirty, but that is all right. This is everyone's effort. Suddenly, she lowered her head, feeling as though something was amiss. Where's my Tingmei? This question was somewhat difficult to address. Lu Zhi scratched his head and pointed to the beach. Ah, it seems something is over there. I'll go take a look. He then decisively slipped away. Seeing Lu Zhi depart, Ning Shu let out a helpless sigh and handed over a bra. I removed this as it was affecting your breathing. Jiang Yao took it, glanced at it, and suddenly gasped in shock. Why is it so filthy inside? It's covered in mud. I can't wear this. Ning Shu chuckled wryly. To be honest, these few bottles of water were filtered using it. Whose idea was that? To avoid unnecessary embarrassment between the boys and girls. Ning Shu gritted her teeth, deciding to take the blame for Lu Zhi. It was me. Jiang Yao was initially taken aback. Class leader, you? Initially, I anticipated that Jiang Yao would erupt in fury, yet she exhibited a remarkable composure, subtly savoring the moment with a hint of disappointment. So it was the monitor who used it. I had thought it was that fellow Lu Zhi. Yao, you don't hold it against me, do you? Of course not. The monitor's approach is quite commendable. I believe myself to be utterly useless. But it seems even in my fainted state, I contributed to the team. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest. Tang Xiaohua glanced at her impressive figure and, with a tinge of envy, remarked, Hey, don't be so ostentatious. A girl should maintain a sense of modesty. Let us not forget there's a boy present. Are you referring to my Xiaozhi? Jiang Yao replied, gazing at Lu Zhi's silhouette in the distance, shrugging nonchalantly. But what can I do? I can't very well blindfold Xiaozhi, can I? Jiang Yao's affectionate references to Xiaozhi irked Tang Xiaohua slightly. By the way, I heard a snake bit your foot. How is it now? Upon hearing Jiang Yao's inquiry, Tang Xiaohua extended her petite foot, revealing the wound, and lamented. The snake's venom was quite potent, but fortunately, classmate Xiaozhi promptly sucked out the poison with his mouth. I'm feeling much better now. He sucked out the snake venom with his mouth? Jiang Yao exclaimed, astonished. Tang Xiaohua, with a hint of mischief, replied, It was quite embarrassing, but there was no other choice. The situation was dire. Had he not acted, I might not have survived. I wonder if his future girlfriend will be put off by the fact that he has sucked out the venom from another girl's toe. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment, then smiled softly. She wouldn't mind. He did it to save a life. If she is as understanding as I am, she would not only comprehend his actions, but also take pride in them. Tang Xiaohua, slightly vexed, retorted, Why does it sound as if you're already his girlfriend? Just a hypothetical. But even as his dance partner, I find his actions quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? This left Tang Xiaohua momentarily speechless, furrowing her brow as she realized that since their arrival on the deserted island, she had encountered a genuine crisis. She internally compared herself to Jiang Yao. Aside from being a tad shorter and possessing a smaller bust, her looks were certainly not inferior. In terms of adorableness, she might even hold a slight edge. Moreover, she was well versed in the arts, exuding an elegant demeanor. There was no reason for her to be overshadowed by this neat freak. Sigh. She wondered what on earth Lu Zhi was thinking. As for Lu Zhi, he was lost in thought, wandering alone to the beach, meticulously observing the sand and the waves. Soon, he discerned a crucial piece of information. The waves had recently reached their zenith and were no longer lapping at that point. This indicated that the tide was beginning to recede. Look, the tide is going out. Several girls turned toward the sound. At this moment, the sun hung lower in the sky, inching closer to the horizon, and the air had finally turned refreshingly cool. Seagulls and terns began to appear, soaring along the coastline in search of food. It's true, the girls exclaimed in delight. Lu Zhi returned, glanced at his watch, and addressed the four girls. My friends, it is now 4:30 in the afternoon, which marks the time of low tide on this island. Lin Qianqian promptly took out her notebook to jot it down. Lu Zhi continued his analysis. The tide will begin to recede at 4:30, and based on the bi-daily tide cycle, it will reach its lowest point at 10:30 tonight before beginning to rise again. The second low tide will occur around 4 to 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, followed by another rise at 10. Ning Shu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming impressive. Tang Xiaohua cheerfully remarked, with the tide going out, Doesn't that mean we can go beachcombing for treasures? Just like those Douyin beachcombers who return with baskets full of seafood. Luja nodded. Indeed, we can. But let us not get our hopes too high. Much of what you see on Douyin is fabricated. Real beachcombing is not so effortless. Oh, perhaps we might get lucky, Tang Xiao was said enthusiastically. If we find a king crab, we want to have to eat that wretched snake. King crab? Ning Shu replied in surprise. What's wrong? We can't. Tang Xia Google Intozet. Luja, with a serious expression, stated, I can assure you that the likelihood of finding a king crab on this beach is akin to finding a box of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Why is that? Lin Qianqian timidly inquired. If memory serves me right, king crabs live in the cold depths of the ocean, don't they? Chapter 18. The misunderstanding of fire by friction. Tang Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly perked up again. If we can't find a king crab, finding a mitten crab would still be delightful. Finding mitten crabs on the beach? Jiang Yao expressed her astonishment. Tang Xiao confidently replied, I have indeed found them before. Ning Shu chuckled. Are you certain it was a mitten crab and not a blue crab? Tang Xiao pondered for a moment. What's the difference? Aren't all crabs the same? Lin Qianqian explained, not at all. Some are marine crabs, while others are freshwater crabs. Luja, wishing to avoid further debate about the feasibility of finding mitten crabs on the beach, interjected, the question is, can your feet walk? Let me try. She attempted to waddle on her small feet, resembling a little penguin as she took 2 steps. See, it's fine, right? However, after just 2 steps, the sand kicked up by her 3rd step accidentally brushed against her injury, causing her to cry out in pain. I think it's best if you stay at the camp. No, I want to go, Lin Qianqian suggested. How about we take turns supporting wherever it's fun, we can let her sit for a while, okay? The other girls unanimously raised their hands in agreement. Jiang Yao, with a playful wink, invited, Luja, you should join us too. To be frank, searching for resources by the seaside was indeed a delightful endeavor. Yet Luja was acutely aware that he had more pressing matters to attend to. No, you all go enjoy yourselves. Just remember not to separate too far and stay close to the camp. If you encounter any danger, blow the whistle. Jiang Yao pouted in disappointment and cautioned. You must be careful. Tang Xiao was sulked. Yao Yao, come help me. Luja smiled and gestured with his hand as he observed the joyful figures of the 4 girls. Luja felt a surge of happiness. Ding! A new task. Companions may acquire food, and well-cooked food not only tastes better, but is also safer. The host is required to create a campfire using available resources, earning 1 potential point as a reward. Indeed, starting a fire is of utmost importance in survival. However, he does not smoke and possesses no lighter. Even if he did, such items are forbidden on airplanes. What methods exist for igniting a fire outdoors? One could search for flint and create fire by friction. Alternatively, one might employ the principle of a convex lens to focus light. The most commonly used method, however, is the bow drill. At present, he has no idea where to find flint and lacks any lens-like apparatus. Thus, the only viable option remains the bow drill. There are several variations of the bow drill technique. One could use a hand drill, the Iroquois-style press-fire device, a bow drill apparatus, or the hand drill method. Luja meticulously weighed his options in his mind. Clearly, the hand drill was not feasible. That would result in calloused hands, and one must possess the right technique. Otherwise, in less than 10 minutes, his hands would be adorned with several shiny blisters. Or the Iroquois-style press-fire device. That too was unfeasible. The apparatus is quite complex, requiring a drill bit, and currently, he has neither a drill nor a knife, rendering it impossible to accomplish. The hand drill method? This is the technique famously employed by Tom Hanks during his survival ordeal, but it is far too inefficient. In truth, the most suitable method for him to create fire is indeed utilizing the bow drill. This technique is frequently employed by the esteemed Dagu. The construction of this device is relatively simple. He must find a flexible piece of wood and a string to fashion a bow. Then procure a small stick, wrapping the string around it and pressing it against a piece of wood. As he draws and releases the bow, the small stick will spin rapidly. Yes, the bow drill it shall be. With a plan in mind, he set about to execute it. First, he sought a sheltered location to prevent the newly kindled flame from being extinguished by the wind. He decided to set the fire pit beneath a tree, 40 meters away from the campsite. Once the fire was stable, he would then move it to the camp. Next, he needed to find suitable branches, which proved to be no challenge. Within 5 minutes, he discovered a 30-centimeter long branch. After bending it slightly, he found its flexibility and elasticity to be just right. As for the string, he would utilize his shoelaces. Tying one insecurely, he bent the wooden stick and tied the other in tightly. In less than 3 minutes, a compact and simple bow drill was completed. Preparing the tinder was equally straightforward. He gathered 2 dry leaves, rubbing them together in his palms until they were ready. Then, he procured a dry stick approximately 15 centimeters long and a thicker piece of wood. He rounded both ends of the stick against the stone, wrapping the shoelace around it twice. With his left hand pressing down on the shell and his right hand drawing and releasing, the stick began to spin with remarkable speed. The results were quite satisfactory. It was a strain on the arms. Luja had only been at it for a short while when his shoulders began to ache. It appeared that mere strength was insufficient. His stamina needed fortification. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different stance. Gripping the end of the bow with his right hand, he began to swing it up and down, allowing his arms to exert force only in the backward motion. Surprisingly, this adjustment made him feel much more accustomed to the task. Before long, a small pit had emerged in the coarse wood. However, this was merely the beginning. Igniting a true fire would demand enduring patience and perseverance. An hour later, Luja had produced a considerable amount of wood shavings, and their color had deepened, indicating that the tip of the drill was growing warm. At this juncture, he could not afford to slacken his efforts. He needed to persist. Meanwhile, several girls had stumbled upon an abundance of treasures. A small bottle was filled with hermit crabs of various sizes, and a plastic bag contained a vibrant assortment of seashells. Perhaps to them, the protein and caloric content was of little consequence. Aesthetics reigned supreme. Having gathered such a bounty, Luja could no longer underestimate their capabilities. Regrettably, they had not discovered any large crabs. However, they had unearthed a plethora of small ones. Those must be tiny sea crabs. They were so diminutive that one might mistake them for a 1-cent coin if not examined closely. By the way, do you know how to eat hermit crabs? No. Perhaps Luja knows the secret. Let us go see what he is up to. The 4 girls supported each other as they made their way back to the camp. Yet Luja was nowhere in sight. Ningshu tiptoed and scanned the surroundings, spotting Luja sitting on the grass nearby, seemingly engaged in some activity. Over there. Let us go. As they approached, however, the 4 girls inexplicably halted about 30 meters away from Luja. Huh? What is he doing? Not far off. Luja sat on a rock, facing away from them, vigorously swinging his right arm up and down, lost in his task. The girls exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Xiaohua asked, "Who knows what he is up to?" Lin Xianxian, in her innocence, shook her head. "Why not just go ask him?" "No way." Ningshu suddenly seemed to grasp something, her expression turning grave. She furrowed her brow, her complexion pale, yet tinged with a hint of red. Jiang Yao, perplexed, inquired, "What is wrong, class monitor?" Ningshu bit her lip and, with a pained expression, lamented, "I can't believe he is actually doing that infamous thing." Chapter 19. The first rescue plan for Lu Zhu. What is this infamous thing? The 3 girls were utterly bewildered. Lin Xianxian, filled with curiosity, pressed, "What exactly is it?" Tang Xiaohua followed with, "Yes, class monitor, could you clarify?" Ning Shu, flustered and frustrated, stamped her foot. "Oh, I can't bring myself to say it." Jiang Yao shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, since the class monitor won T tell us, why don't we just go and see for ourselves?" Tang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we might discover something quite entertaining." Ning Shu immediately dashed ahead, standing before them. "I have said it, you cannot go, even if what Lu Zhe is doing is inappropriate. We must afford him at least a modicum of respect." Lin Xianxian gently replied, "But class monitor, the more you say that, the more curious we become. What on earth is going on?" "Fine, I will tell you, but we must first return to the camp." Ning Shu led everyone back to the camp. Retrieving a book titled Mastering the Art of Man, she opened to a particular page. "Ignorant young ladies, take a look at this page." Lin Xianxian, with a hint of skepticism, picked up the book and began to read aloud in her clear voice. At the age of 14, Shimin Xiang discovered a mysterious act under the cover of night. From then on, his understanding of the word tremor was evidently different from that of his peers, leading him closer to Goethe's intent. The late German sage once remarked, "Fear and trembling are the utmost virtues of humanity." The 3 girls exchanged glances. Tang Xiaohua blinked in confusion, asking, Can someone explain what this is about? Jiang Yao, bewildered, remarked, "It sounds grand, but I can't comprehend it at all." Lin Qianqian sighed. "If the exam included such reading comprehension, I would surely flunk. What is there to misunderstand?" Ning Shu flipped to the annotations, clearly stating, "Look here. That refers to a rather mundane, perverse, and vulgar behavior commonly known as playing with oneself." Upon hearing this term, all three girls were taken aback. Jiang Yao sighed. "I had always thought that was merely a legend. I never imagined it to be real." Lin Qianqian suddenly recalled, "By the way, do you remember the high school health textbook? It had some descriptions of such behavior." Jiang Yao pondered. "I remember now. The book mentioned that 75 of boys in puberty engage in this behavior." Lin Qianqian interjected. "I recall it being 90. Tang Xiaohua added, "But he is already 18. Isn't he considered an adult?" "That is irrelevant," Ning Shu stated with seriousness and concern. "The book says that such actions can lead to an inability to concentrate, memory deterioration, loss of patience, weakened willpower, and even affect learning." Lin Qianqian exclaimed in horror. "Heavens, what severe consequences!" Tang Xiaohua nodded anxiously. "Though he has been acting a bit off lately, he is still our classmate. We cannot allow him to descend into such depravity." Can he still engage in such behavior with us around?" Jiang Yao clenched her small fists. "Yes, we must put a stop to it." Ning Shu declared gravely, "Sisters, I announce that the Save Luge initiative is now officially underway. Qianqian, document the action plan." Lin Qianqian took out her notebook and asked, "Where do we start?" Ning Shu contemplated, her gaze reflecting the wisdom of a detective. "To find the right remedy, we must first understand the cause." "The cause?" Jiang Yao thought for a moment. "I recall the health textbook stating that boys in puberty tend to harbor certain fantasies about girls, which triggers such behavior." Lin Qianqian gasped in horror. "So, when he engages in that act, he is fantasizing about a girl." Jiang Yao nodded. "That girl, whom he has likely imagined, could very well be one of us." Ning Shu sighed. "We can essentially eliminate the phrase 'very likely' from this statement." Tang Xiaohua, feeling rather pleased with herself, remarked, "Indeed. The most adorable and beautiful girls in the entire school are us. He has no reason to fantasize about anyone else." Ning Shu gazed slowly at Tang Xiaohua. "Is this truly something to celebrate?" Then the pressing question arose. Jiang Yao, her expression grave, stated, "Who among us could he be envisioning?" With this inquiry, the atmosphere abruptly turned solemn. After a moment, Tang Xiaohua flicked her hair, elegantly positioning her slender legs, and blushingly declared, "Though it is rather troubling, I believe it is quite possible that Lu Zhe is imagining me." Ning Shu, intrigued, asked, "How do you know?" Lin Qianqian voiced her concern. "Has he done anything to you?" "No, it's just a gut feeling." Tang Xiaohua replied with conviction. Jiang Yao inquired, "Lu Zhe has not exhibited such behavior before." "I had noticed." Jiang Yao straightened her posture, feigning distress. "Then it seems he also has suspicions regarding me." "How could it possibly be you?" Tang Xiaohua retorted in annoyance. "We are dance partners. After all, we have more opportunities to interact. That would only cause a loss of novelty." As Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao began to bicker over this matter, Ning Shu quickly intervened. "I say, are you two losing your minds? Why are you arguing over such a trivial issue?" After pondering for a moment, she added, "Perhaps he hasn't just imagined one person." Tang Xiaohua queried, "What do you mean?" Lin Qianqian speculated, "Are you suggesting that Lu Zhe could be envisioning all four of us?" Ning Shu contemplated. "Indeed, drinking from Qianqian's water, tasting s vitality, and utilizing Yao's garments to filter fresh water." Tang Xiaohua was momentarily bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Yao remarked, "It seems Lu Zhe has not done anything peculiar to you, class leader." Ning Shu produced her already soiled white socks. "Would using these to drink water count?" Tang Xiaohua gasped in horror. "That's outrageous. No, we must ensure he stops this behavior. Otherwise, he will venture further down the wrong path." Ning Shu pondered once more. "I once read in a book that the most effective way to break such habits is to divert attention." Lin Qianqian paused. "How do we divert it?" One suggestion was to engage in more outdoor activities. Would wilderness survival count? That certainly qualifies as extreme outdoor activities. But that won't deter him. What other activities could we employ to stop him? This is so difficult. While the girls animatedly discussed methods to help Lu Zhe abandon his undesirable habits, a thin wisp of black smoke finally emerged from the ash on Lu Zhe's side. He was overjoyed, disregarding his sore and tired arms, and hurriedly poured the ash onto the finely prepared dry leaves, blowing on it with great excitement. Moments later, a flame surged forth, igniting the dry leaves. Ah, perseverance has borne fruit. I have finally kindled a fire. Chapter 20. The collective scene of social mortification. In that instant, another potential point reward was bestowed. Luja promptly allocated it to his physical constitution. The constitution encompasses not merely the fundamental qualities of the body, but also includes endurance, bone density, muscular resilience, recovery from injuries, disease resistance, and the unique quality of genetic vitality. Genetic vitality? Such an academic term, perplexing. Yet, this is of little consequence. Although each attribute was enhanced only slightly, Luja immediately felt a reduction in his soreness. He cautiously stoked the fire, intending to grow it a tad more robust before relocating the bonfire closer to the campsite. I wonder how elated those girls will be upon seeing the fire I've ignited. Observing that the fire was stabilizing, he planned to inform the girls to gather more stones and timber to construct a proper bonfire near their camp, enabling him to transfer the flames. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he made his way back, only to find several girls seemingly engaged in hushed discussion. Luja felt a pang of curiosity. What could these girls possibly be deliberating? So mysteriously, he approached them cautiously, only to be discovered. Tang Xiao exclaimed in alarm. "Ah, Luja is here." The four girls instantly clustered together in a state of tension. Luja, puzzled, inquired, "Hey, what's going on with you all?" Lin Qianqian, flustered, dropped her notebook, which Luja deftly caught. The four girls simultaneously cried out, "Don't look!" Luja was taken aback. Could it be that they were concealing photographs of themselves? Why the secrecy? Was it a matter of privacy? No, that's not it. Luja discerned that these girls were hiding something from him. Driven by intense curiosity, he stole a glance at the notebook. The faces of the four girls blanched. Elegantly inscribed was, "Plan to help Luja overcome bad habits." The line signified a movement. Adjacent to this illustration were various methods for cessation. The situation was all too clear. Luja instantly petrified into a statue. Oh my! Realizing that their secret was out, Ning Shu adopted a serious tone. "Everything we do is for your own good, Luja. Tan siaguo lamentet, Luze. This is not right. You must overcome this." Jiang Yao expressed concern. "Xiaozhe, while it's quite embarrassing for such matters to be known by others, especially by girls, we believe it's for your benefit." Lin Qianqian timidly added, "We implore you, Luja, to prioritize your studies and refrain from harmful habits." Luja felt tears welling in his eyes. The sensation of being suspected of harboring bad habits by girls was utterly disheartening. What was worse was that these girls were united in their efforts to assist and save him. He was at a loss whether to be enraged or touched. Just wait. 3 minutes later, Luja relocated the fire to the campsite. He articulated each word with precision. "Ladies, have you all comprehended? I was merely attempting to create fire by friction." The four young women sat side by side before the flames, utterly astonished by the sight. A fire? No. It resembled a site for a collective social execution. We thought, "Oh dear, let us not speak of it further. It's mortifying. It's all the squad leader's fault for leading our thoughts astray." How could you blame me? In such a scenario, anyone would misinterpret it. Perhaps only you would. We certainly would not. How shall we face others now? Luja found the situation both amusing and exasperating. However, witnessing four school beauties awkwardly digging their toes into the ground was indeed a rare spectacle. What to do now? Should he graciously forgive them? Impossible. This was the perfect opportunity to rectify their survival mindset. Luja deliberately adopted a serious tone and cleared his throat. "In my tireless efforts to ensure our survival through the arduous task of fire-making, I am left exhausted. Yet, you misconstrue my intentions? Pray tell, whose thoughts are so impure?" The three girls pointed their fingers at Ning Shu. Squad leader, Ning Shu chuckled sheepishly. "I'll reflect on this. But Luja, you must understand my position. As the squad leader, I must care for the physical and mental well-being of every student. Look at all you've endured recently. As a male, it must be quite challenging to maintain your composure." Luja queried, "What do you mean by maintaining composure? Do you truly understand boys?" Ning Shu sighed. "Well, not entirely, but I've read a few online novels aimed at women, and they detail certain matters quite thoroughly." Tang Xiao rolled her eyes. "What do you mean by a few?" Squad leader, If memory serves, you spend most of your free time reading novels. Jiang Yao nodded, grinning. During the last sports meet, I inadvertently glimpsed a rather risky scene. Lin Qianqian blushed. I saw it too. Ning Shu, exasperated, retorted. Come on, it's just occasionally. I appreciate the captivating plots, exquisite prose, and grand romances. I'm not reading for those kind of scenes. Jiang Yao mused. Who can say for certain? Ning Shu, irritated, continued to argue. Hey, I say you all enough. Lu Zhi realized that if he did not intervene, the conversation would veer off course. Let us set aside literary appreciation for now. Perhaps we should discuss how you four intend to resolve the misunderstanding from today. How to resolve it? What more can we do? Ning Shu, looking conflicted, replied. Lu Zhi, isn't an apology sufficient? Jiang Yao playfully twisted her body, blinking her innocent eyes. Yes, classmate, we are but ignorant girls misled by tedious books. Do you truly have the heart to punish us? Tang Xiao wore an expression of self-evident certainty, declaring, even if we are at fault, being a boy, you should exhibit a bit more magnanimity. Lin Qianqian murmured, during physical education class, you were always very considerate towards us girls. Lu Zhi pretended to clutch his chest in anguish, lamenting, I was wrong then, but now I am truly aggrieved. My spirit has suffered a tremendous blow. Her tone tinged with pride. Is punishment the only remedy for your wounded soul? Lu Zhi nodded emphatically, precisely. If that is the case. At that moment, Ning Shu stood up, her demeanor exuding responsibility as she patted her chest. As the class monitor, I am the mastermind behind this incident. They are merely accomplices and should not bear the brunt of the consequences. If punishment is absolutely necessary, let be solely upon me. Chapter 21. The punishment of the class monitor Ning Shu's sense of responsibility evoked admiration and gratitude from the other three girls. Yet, Ning Shu understood the situation clearly. What could Lu Zhi possibly impose as punishment? Most likely, it would entail additional chores or taking care of their companions. What else could it be? Given her current physical condition, she would still have to work even without punishment. So it was wiser to shoulder the burden willingly and accumulate some goodwill. Lu Zhi raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, truly commendable, class monitor. You embody responsibility. Ning Su, with a graceful fist salute, responded, you flatter me. Lu Zhi nodded. I initially intended to punish 4 individuals, but since the class monitor has taken it upon herself, I shall only penalize her. Ning Shu resolutely inquired, what shall the punishment be? What indeed? Lu Zhi pondered for a moment, considering the most urgent task at hand. Cooking? Constructing a shelter? Both seemed pressing, yet neither posed the greatest challenge. The most daunting task was undoubtedly that particular one. Lu Zhi nodded. Very well. Let the class monitor find seeds for everyone. Not a problem. Ning Shu replied nonchalantly, but almost immediately felt something amiss. What seeds? Lu Zhi elucidated before boarding the plane. Everyone likely had fruit. If someone consumed watermelon or cantaloupe, they might have inadvertently swallowed seeds, bringing them to the island. Ning Shu suddenly envisioned Lu Zhi searching for seeds amidst Tang Xiaoguo's excrement, her complexion turning pale. You can't possibly mean for me to search in feces. Lu Zhi praised her with an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, is it any wonder you are the class monitor? You grasped the situation immediately. Indeed, we require you to locate undigested fruit seeds within your classmates' waste. Ning Shu was rendered speechless. In that moment, a gentle breeze tousled her hair, leaving it in disarray. She glanced at her delicate and fair hands, as if devoid of bones. Could these hands, suitable for modeling, truly be tasked with touching such things? No, not merely touching. Instead, one must twist and delve with a keen sense of touch into the viscous substance to seek out the hard objects concealed within. The ominous yellow material might indeed embed itself beneath one's nails. Is this truly a burden that a delicate maiden such as myself should bear? Ning Shu could not suppress a retch. Lu Zhi, perhaps before we can cultivate any fruits, the rescue team will arrive. Thus, there is no need to exert ourselves further in this endeavor. Lu Zhi replied bluntly. It would be ideal if the rescue team could come. But what if they do not? Ning Shu pondered. Isn't there a black box? Lu Zhi responded. Was the black box near us? After plummeting from the plane, do we know how far it skidded? He continued, even if we assume the black box is right beside us, can we be certain the rescue team will locate it? Ning Shu interjected. The black box has a locator, does it not? At that moment, Lin Qianqian spoke up. In theory, yes, but in the face of nature, all matters are subject to unpredictable variables. She paused, sorrowfully adding, and the area where our plane crashed likely saw the black box descend into the Mariana Trench. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohua burst into tears. My parents and Lu Xiaojia must think I am dead. Lu Jia frowned. Who is Lu Xiaojia? Our family be shown. He retorted irritably. Tang Xiaohua, your name is rather excessive. By mere coincidence. Jiang Yao sighed with a hint of melancholy. Now, no one can prevent my parents. They can comfortably pursue a second child. Lu Jia spoke earnestly. I say, my friends, we need not be blindly optimistic. Yet we shouldn't be entirely pessimistic either. After all, we are still alive, and as long as we breathe, there is hope. His voice may have been soft, yet it emanated an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Ning Shu nodded in realization. Classmates, I shall undertake that task. But Lu Jia, she raised her head, posing a rather pragmatic inquiry. I want to have to sift through your offerings, will I? Lu Jia was not inclined to let Ning Shu rummage through his refuse. Moreover, he had only consumed bananas, mangoes, and durians in the past week, all of which either lacked seeds or had seeds too large to swallow. He candidly stated, I apologize, but I haven't eaten any easily transportable fruits this past week. If you intend to search through my excrement, I fear you may be disappointed. Ning Shu exclaimed. Who will be disappointed? I am immensely relieved. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Since Lu Jia had not consumed easily transportable fruits, if the other companions had also abstained, perhaps this task could be rendered unnecessary? What fruits have you three eaten? Lin Qianqian, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaohua all shook their heads like rattling drums. None. Lu Jia replied incredulously. It's one thing for Jiang Yao and Qianqian to claim they haven't eaten any, but Tang Xiaohua, you are mistaken. Tang Xiaohua pouted. I haven't eaten either. Lu Jia extracted a small plastic bag, inquiring, what is this? Tang Xiaohua feigned innocence, replying, what? How would I know what it is? Who knows where you got it from? Are you not aware that these strawberry seeds were discovered amidst your excrement? That's not true. You must have found them elsewhere and deliberately claimed they are mine. I am a fairy. How could I be like Lu Jia, defecating indiscriminately? Tang Xiaohua, stop with the fairy talk and be human. No way, that's too embarrassing. Lu Jia sighed. It seems everyone has already resigned themselves to the notion of subsisting on tree bark for carbohydrates in 4 months' time. At that moment, Lin Qianqian remarked, I believe what Lu Jia said holds merit. Life on a deserted island is utterly different with or without fruit. Moreover, planting and nurturing can instill a sense of anticipation and hope. Lu Jia nodded approvingly. See, our class representative possesses insight. Now, Lin Qianqian, what did you consume before boarding the plane? I had pineapple, peach, and passion fruit. The seed from the passion fruit might still be intact. Lu Jia nodded excitedly. With strawberries included, we now have 2 kinds of seeds to plant. Jiang Yao, what about you? Jiang Yao, blushing, pondered for some time before finally admitting starfruit, sweet orange. And watermelon, do they count? Absolutely. The seeds from the watermelon are likely to remain intact. That's 3 types. Class monitor, how about you? Unable to escape the inquiry. Ning Shu sighed, banana, cherry tomato, pineapple, and cantaloupe. Cantaloupe? Didn't you discard the seeds? Ning Shu shook her head. In truth, I quite enjoy the seeds of cantaloupe. So, why the sigh? This is a good thing. Class monitor, are you prepared for this? She gazed at her delicate hands, shivering slightly. Does this mean I must search through the excrement of all the surviving female classmates for seeds? Chapter 22. Tang Xiaohua had an upset stomach seeing the class monitor's expression. Lin Qianqian sighed. Why not? Let us not burden the class monitor alone. We can all accept the punishment and seek our own. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. I concur. The thought of having someone else find my seeds feels sinful. I'd rather search myself. Lu Jia nodded. That's acceptable, but we must be meticulous. Not a single seed can be overlooked. Tang Xiaohua raised her hands. Since you've already searched through mine, does that mean I no longer need to look? Lu Jia waved his finger. Not at all. We must acquire as many seeds as possible. So, if you need to relieve yourself again, you must continue searching. Rest assured, I've completely emptied my bowels. Just as those words left her lips, Tang Xiaohua's stomach grumbled, and that overwhelming sensation returned. Blushing, she lamented inwardly. Damn those wild persimmons. They've caused me great distress. Ning Shu inquired curiously, Gora, are you about to go again? Tang Xiaohua, feeling disheartened, realized that just as she claimed to be emptied, the urge had struck her once more. How utterly humiliating. I cannot concede, no matter what. At least hold on for a while, until we send Luja away. She flushed with indignation and shook her head. How could that be? I told you I've cleared my stomach. I'm just a little hungry, that's all. Luja paid no mind and remarked, speaking of which, we're all quite famished, aren't we? The other 3 girls nodded in agreement. Luja glanced at his watch. It was 6:30 in the evening. The sun had just dipped below the horizon. He noted the date and the time of the sunset in his notebook before closing it. Now, let's prepare dinner. Hooray! I can hardly wait. What shall we eat? Snakes. With that, Luja pulled out a pouch containing a snake. Having witnessed his grandfather handle snakes in his youth, he now possessed swifter reflexes, yet he still felt uncertain about dealing with this creature. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared. New task. Allow the snake to emerge by creating a small opening, using fabric as bait to ensure the snake bites through, thereby severing its venomous fangs. Reward: 1 potential point. Luja understood that although cobras were formidable, they would lose their offensive capability without their fangs. He considered it a sound strategy. It seemed the system's tasks were not always so absurd. However, with the snake secured in his trousers, what fabric could he use? Perhaps he could use his own shirt. After all, being a boy, he was unperturbed by the prospect of exposure. With this thought, he removed his shirt. Luja was not particularly tall, standing at 174 centimeters, and he possessed a delicate appearance. As the sole boy in a class predominantly filled with art students, he had been thrust into the role of sports committee member due to his athletic prowess. While others believed he was not much stronger than the other arts boys, few realized that beneath his shirt lay a lean yet solid musculature, which surprised the girls around him. He then loosened his belt just enough to allow the snake to slither out. Indeed, the cobra, drawn to the light, began to inch its way outward. He gently wiggled the shirt, and the snake, reacting to the movement, instinctively lunged forward and bit down. The pure cotton fabric, though thin, was remarkably strong, and the fangs penetrated the material, getting caught. Realizing something was amiss, the snake opened its mouth wide, twisting its body in an attempt to retract its fangs. Luja would not grant it that opportunity. He held the shirt in one hand and grasped the snake with the other, wrapping it around his wrist. With a firm pull, he severed the 2 fangs, which remained attached to the shirt. Enraged, the snake retaliated, sinking its teeth into Luja's arm. However, without its fangs, the cobra posed no real threat and failed to break the skin. In a fit of anger, Luja thought, "Let me show you a more furious side." He confidently seized the snake by its neck and pressed it against the tree trunk, then picked up a rock and struck the snake's head with force. In a matter of moments, the snake's head was crushed, yet its body continued to writhe and struggle. He pressed the serpent against the stone, grasping another rock to incessantly grind at its neck with a jagged edge, swiftly severing its head. To be prudent, he dug a pit and buried the head along with its venomous fangs. The headless serpent continued to writhe incessantly. Luja remained utterly indifferent. He seized the snake's skin, pulling with great force until it was stripped off entirely, akin to peeling off a sausage casing. The entire procedure was executed with such precision and swiftness, rivaling that of a professional snake butcher. Tang Xiaowu watched in horror, her heart racing, yet she could not afford to be frightened at this moment. She desperately sought an opportunity to send Luja away, hoping to persuade the class monitor to escort her to the restroom. "Luja, please take the snake elsewhere. It's both cruel and disgusting to do it here." Before Luja could respond, Jiang Yao countered, "It's almost dark. Where do you expect and take it?" Though she spoke, her gaze remained fixated on Luja's figure. "Yao Yao, do you revel in such brutality?" Ning Su remarket. "Gwr, cease your antics. Luja's actions are for everyone's benefit. Class monitor, you are biased." In truth, Tang Xiaohua had no intention of opposing Luja. Her stomach was increasingly tumultuous. She furrowed her brows, striving to endure. However, she was on the verge of losing control. It was imperative to find a resolution. If not addressed soon, it would erupt forth. Suddenly, Tang Xiao would devise a pretext. "Class monitor, I cannot bear to witness this cruel scene. Please take me away." As she spoke, she glanced at Ning Shu, only to find her equally transfixed by Luja. "Class monitor, how can you be like this too?" Ning Shu shrugged. "It's already done. Why are you so anxious, Gua?" She blushed, attempting to explain, but in her fluster, an embarrassing sound erupted. A collective pause ensued, and all eyes turned to Tang Xiaohua. With disheveled hair, a pale visage, and eyes filled with despair, even the most heartless would feel a twinge of compassion. Lin Qianqian expressed sympathy. Ning Shu interjected, "Was that a release?" Following this, an unpleasant odor began to waft through the air. The three girls squealed, covering their noses. Tang Xiaohua felt as if her life had reached an irretrievable low. She pouted and burst into tears. Lu Zhe, having released his grip on the snake, frowned at Guo. "I thought you had emptied yourself?" Tang Xiaohua cried out in a state of confusion. "Don't talk to me. Don't pay attention to me. I can't bear to face anyone. Just let me die." The other girls were at a loss for how to respond, and Lu Zhe was equally bewildered. Should he toss her into the sea for a wash? That would mean the expelled matter would also be swept away. How could she possibly endure holding on to that? It was too inhumane. At that moment, Lu Zhe's system sent a new notification. New task. Use a bottle to collect clean seawater to wash the companion. Reward: 1 potential point. Chapter 23. Extract the strawberry seeds yourself. Washing with seawater? In the present circumstances, the only viable solution is to cleanse her with seawater. Transporting her to the shore would inevitably result in the seeds from the excrement being cast into the ocean, making retrieval quite challenging. However, if we collect seawater in bottles to wash her near the campsite, this dilemma can be elegantly resolved. This task is feasible and not overly complex. Ning Su, in a state of confusion, asked, "What should we do?" Lu Zhe responded with gravity. "Class monitor, gather a few clean bottles and fill them with seawater." He then turned to Jiang Yao and instructed, "Yao Yao, find some large broadleaves, the whole ones." Finally, he directed Lin Qianqian, choose a bottle made of soft material and poke a hole in each with a pen tip. There is no time for extensive explanations. Everyone needs to act promptly. The three girls, recognizing Lu Zhe's seriousness, understood the import of the situation and hastened to comply. Tang Xiaohua lamented, "What should I do?" Lu Zhe pointed to her abdomen and asked, "Is there more?" Tang Xiaohua nodded, feeling aggrieved. "Can you still squat?" he inquired. She pouted and shook her head. At that moment, Jiang Yao returned with the broadleaves. Lu Zhe spread the leaves on the sand, saying, "Step on them and remove everything that clings." "How do I do that?" Tang Xiaohua fretted, stamping her feet in distress. Recognizing her plight, Lu Zhe turned his back. "Is it okay now?" "It can be," she replied. But the once self-proclaimed fairy, Tang Xiaohua, found herself in utter disarray, wishing she could transform into a hermit crab and burrow into the sand, never to emerge. Yet she had no choice. The overwhelming sensation from her stomach compelled her to comply. After a few minutes, she accomplished this monumental task. Subsequently, Ning Shu and Qianqian prepared the seawater in bottles, filling the punctured containers and applying pressure to cleanse Tang Xiaohua. "Oh good." Ning Shu promptly followed suit, but halfway through, she questioned, "Why don't we just let her wash in the ocean?" Lin Qianqian, realizing the crucial point, whispered, "I think it's probably to avoid washing away the seeds." As the seawater gushed from the bottle, it washed away the yellow remnants, which settled onto the leaves. A gentle sea breeze dispersed the unpleasant odor, alleviating the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe washed his hands in the sea and continued processing the snake meat. He hung the snake skin on a branch and extracted the entrails, placing them in a tattered plastic bag. He then retrieved the kelp he had gathered earlier, wrapping the succulent, pale snake meat within the kelp and binding it with the snake skin, securing it in sections to create a kelp snake meat roll. Finally, he encircled the fire pit with the kelp snake, allowing the heat to evenly permeate both the kelp and the snake meat, releasing an enticing aroma shortly thereafter. Tang Xiaohua diligently washed herself multiple times at the shore. While she was clean, her clothes had become soiled. Xiaoxia kindly lent her a khaki vest. However, her outfit was obstructed, and Tang Xiaohua incessantly tugged at the hem of her tank top, rendering the scene awkward to behold. Several girls exchanged glances, equally unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a pair of shorts was tossed her way. "If you don't mind, you can wear mine." Tang Xiaohua, taken aback, picked it up only to realize it was Lu Zhe's athletic shorts. "Wait, if he has given me his shorts, what will he wear?" She glanced back at Lu Zhe, who had surprisingly donned a pair of casual pants adorned with snakes. It turned out he had worn 2 pairs of shorts before boarding the plane. The outer layer was the athletic shorts, and underneath, he had on a snug pair of boxer briefs. The airplane's air conditioning was rather cool. prompting him to layer a pair of casual pants over the shorts for a nap. Little did he know, they would come in handy here. Tang Xiaohua looked up at Lu Zhe, a wave of indescribable gratitude swelling within her. Despite witnessing her many embarrassing moments, he still did not disdain her. Amidst all the girls, she felt she was the most significant to him. She smiled slightly, her heart filled with sweetness. Before long, she had slipped into Lu Zhe's shorts, tightening the drawstring around her waist. Though the tank top and shorts were somewhat loose, they were far more comfortable than a formal dress. Feeling refreshed, her spirits lifted as well. "Thank you, Lu Zhe." Tang Xiaohua sincerely expressed her gratitude. However, Lu Zhe's retort was, "Now, you can pick out the seeds from your feces by yourself, right?" Tang Xiaohua, a genuine expression of thanks, was ideally met with a magnanimous understanding, leading to reconciliation and the blossoming of an unbreakable friendship. Subsequently, without the girls being averse to wearing the boy shorts, it would surely ignite feelings that transcended mere friendship, culminating in a passionate romance. Such delightful love stories are often penned this way. Following that, they would escape together, graduate together, and pursue further studies together. With the blessings of their classmates, they would step into the sacred halls of matrimony. The bridesmaids would undoubtedly be the class monitor, Qian Qian, and Zhang Yao. After all, there is a bond of revolutionary friendship here. Upon marrying, they would not rush to have children, instead using 3 years to travel the world, and in the 4th year, they would welcome a son and a daughter. The son, stronger than Lu Zhe, would be named Xingzhe, and the daughter, adorably akin to her, would be named Aigua. Indeed, in that fleeting moment when Tang Xiao would don Lu Zhe's shorts, she had even envisioned names for their future children. Yet, Lu Zhe's words abruptly yanked her romantic fantasies back to reality. Searching for seeds among the refuse ultimately meant bearing the burdens of her age. Oh well, let it be a sacrifice made in the name of love. She returned to the nearby broadleaf, where a layer of yellowish sludge coated the leaves. Floating atop were small black, sesame-like seeds. Could these be strawberry seeds? With her eyes closed, she took a moment to gather her thoughts before crouching down to pick up a small stick, with one hand pinching her nose and the other wielding a small stick. Tang Xiaohua meticulously picked each sesame seed, placing them one by one onto a tissue until not a single floating black seed remained. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "At last, it's done." She then found another stick and dug a small pit in the sand, burying the broadleaf along with the dirty water. An innocent little hermit crab was inadvertently buried in the process, prompting her to apologize. "I'm sorry, little hermit crab." To her surprise, the hermit crab did not flee upon touching the yellow object. Instead, it extended its tiny pincers and began to eat joyfully. Tang Xiaohua felt utterly flustered, believing something was amiss, and immediately developed a psychological aversion to the crab. Nevertheless, the most arduous task had been accomplished. She approached Lu Zhe, bashfully handing him the small packet of seeds. "I've completed my task." Lu Zhe accepted it, opened it to inspect, and found approximately 30 seeds, each one impeccably cleaned. He nodded in satisfaction. You did well." Ning Shu teased. Indeed, only a sweet little fairy like could preserve such delightful strawberry seeds. "Enough already. Class monitor." Tang Xiaohua pouted. "I truly wish I could never eat anything with seeds again." At that moment, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the moon had made its appearance. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, and the campfire became the brightest source of light, bringing warmth and solace to everyone's hearts. It was hard to fathom what kind of night they would face without the fire. Meanwhile, the snake meat had reached the perfect roasting point, emanating an enticing aroma. "Dinner is ready. Let us eat," Lu Zhe proclaimed, his anticipation palpable. If only it weren't snake meat, he used a stick to lift the kelp-wrapped snake, placing it on a clean stone. The kelp had crisped to perfection, its saltiness permeating the snake meat. The fragrance was irresistible. Lu Zhe peeled back a piece of roasted kelp, popped it into his mouth, and the satisfying crunch echoed. "So delicious. It seems I have a knack for being a chef. Would you care to try?" The 4 girls exchanged glances, each taking a small piece to taste. Soon, astonished exclamations erupted. "Wow, this is incredibly tasty. And this is just the kelp. You haven't even tried the snake meat yet. But it's a venomous snake." One protested. "Haven't you heard? The more venomous the snake, the more exquisite its flavor. This cobra is a true delicacy among serpents." "Oh, Lin Qianqian quickly jotted this down in her notebook. Luja revealed the kelp, and inside lay the tender snake meat, perfectly cooked and steaming, white and fluffy. He tore off a piece, feeling its warmth, and blew on it before taking a bite alongside a spicy strip and some fish mint. The flavor was simply unparalleled. A few girls initially harbored a slight aversion toward snake meat. Yet they found themselves unable to resist the allure of Luja's tasting experience and the tantalizing aroma emanating from the snake itself. With great trepidation, they each took a small bite, and at that moment, joyous exclamations filled the air. A snake, a piece of seaweed, a handful of fish mint, a bag of spicy snacks, and 1,500 milliliters of fresh water became the inaugural dinner for 5 stranded souls on a deserted island. The delectable food and the comforting warmth of the fire transformed the experience into what felt more like a delightful camping trip among friends, imbued with a touch of happiness. However, Luja understood that this was merely the beginning. Should the rescue team fail to arrive, they would soon confront far graver challenges for survival. After consuming the snake and seaweed, a modicum of satiety enveloped them. Lin Qianqian inquired, "Luja, can we eat the hermit crabs?" Luja picked up a small hermit crab and, recalling information about them, proceeded to enlighten them. The meat of the hermit crab's abdomen is edible, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor. Moreover, the ones you've caught are too small to provide sufficient energy for digestion, so I would advise against consuming them. Jiang Yao curiously sniffed a hermit crab, grimacing as she tossed it aside, exclaiming, "It truly is quite foul, reminiscent of a toilet." Tang Xiaohua, recalling the image of hermit crabs consuming waste, stifled a gag. Ning Shu, intrigued, asked, "Luja, how do you possess such peculiar knowledge?" Luja, of course, could not divulge that it was acquired from his system, so he casually replied, "As a child, I often perused the 100,000 Whys, and as I grew older, I watched survival shows, thus naturally acquiring more knowledge." Tang Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Just like our class monitor, who constantly reads fanfiction, even knowing the odd preferences of boys. Ning Shu retorted, "It's purely literary. I'm not a fan of that genre. Besides, Qianqian also reads novels." "By the way, what do you read, Qianqian?" Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment and casually mentioned a few titles. "I read Heavy Sleep, Dreams Have Their Orders, and those heartwarming stories like Thump for You." Ning Shu was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, those seem to be Yuri stories." Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua echoed their surprise. "Yuri stories?" Lin Qianqian, slightly flustered, quietly defended herself. Reading a particular genre doesn't necessarily reflect the reader's identity. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. "True, I occasionally read them as well." She then turned to Luja and asked, "Luja, what are you currently most concerned about?" Luja pondered briefly before articulating 2 words, "temperature." As fate would have it, no sooner had he spoken those words than Ning Shu unexpectedly sneezed. Was it an omen? No. The other 3 girls also felt it. The temperature had begun to drop. Jiang Yao hugged her shoulders. "I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Why has it suddenly become so cold?" Luja shook his head. "It's simply the significant temperature disparity between day and night on the island." Ning Su guipet. "But aren't we in a tropical region? Even with a large temperature difference, it shouldn't be this cold." Luja, uncertain of the exact cause, speculated on a possible explanation. Perhaps the island is caught between cold and warm currents. Lin Qianqian gazed at the fire, tousled by the wind, and added, "The convergence of varying temperatures can accelerate air circulation, hence the stronger winds at night." Jiang Yao exclaimed, "What shall we do?" Tang Xiao will huddle closer. "We will surely catch a cold by tomorrow." Luja glanced at his watch. It was already 8 in the evening. He spoke solemnly. At this hour, everyone would typically be lounging on the sofa, engrossed in their phones, or poring over their notes. But now we must unite and confront the chill of the night. "How do we confront it?" Ning Shu inquired. "Shall we construct a shelter now?" "There is no time." Luja shook his head. "Even if we had the time, we have already expended a significant amount of energy today in search of food, fresh water, and fire, making it difficult to muster the strength to build a shelter. We can only implement basic measures. You decide, Luja." Luja contemplated gathering some firewood to enlarge the fire for additional warmth. However, upon surveying the seemingly endless jungle, he reconsidered. Venturing into the forest alone at midnight posed too great a risk, and bringing a girl along would only hinder progress. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the idea. Just then, The system sent a new task. Create effective insulation to survive the cold night. Reward. 1 potential point. Of course I know that. He thought, exasperated. But at this late hour, the prompt continued. You can utilize sand and pebbles. Suddenly, Luge's eyes brightened. I've got it. Ning Shu asked, what is the plan? The surface sand is cool, but the sand near the fire is warm. Jiang Yao remarked, but we can't stay too close to the fire, can we? Tang Xiao added, even if we remain beside the fire, it only warms our hands and feet. Our bodies still feel cold. All right, let me explain further. Luge continued. This task consists of 3 steps, each of which is not particularly difficult, but I need everyone's unwavering cooperation. The first step is to dig a sand pit where we can lie down, surrounding it with broad leaves to shield us from the sea breeze. Ning Su noted it. Digging a pit in the sand isn't too challenging. Placing broad leaves is simple. What's next? The pebbles we dig up can be heated in the fire. Dan si agugo questin. Heating stones? Are we the ones who are cold? Exactly, but we need to use the stones for warmth. Lin Qianqian nodded in understanding. Is the third step to layer heated stones in the sandpit? This way, the temperature within the pit will be higher than outside. Luge shook his head, no. If left scattered, the heat will dissipate quickly. Jiang Yao asked, then how should we proceed? We can use discarded soda cans filled with seawater and place the heated pebbles inside to warm the water. Chapter 25. Everyone sleeps, and I will keep watch. Ning Shu nodded, I understand, but why not use plastic bottles? Lin Qianqian replied, the stones will surely damage the bottles. Luge nodded and said, by utilizing this method, we can heat the seawater to around 60 or 70 degrees, and once poured into plastic bottles, it will not damage them. Once contained in the bottles, we will have our very own free warmers. With 20 bottles, it's as if we possess 20 warmers. These should help us endure the cold night. Lin Qianqian exclaimed. What a brilliant idea. Jiang Yao praised, simple, direct, highly effective, and most importantly, easy to execute. Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. Luge, you truly are impressive. Tang Xiaohua expressed admiration. Why didn't I think of this? With the plan set, they commenced its execution. The beach was quite soft and easy to dig. Luge and Ning Shu took charge of the excavation, while Tang Xiaohua collected stones, and Lin Qianqian was responsible for placing the stones into the fire to heat them. Jiang Yao gathered seawater and used branches to transfer the heated stones into cans. As the hot stones were placed into the cans, the seawater emitted a boiling sound. But after a gentle shake, it mixed into warm water at around 60 or 70 degrees. Although still somewhat hot to the touch, pouring it into the bottles would not damage them. In just half an hour, Jiang Yao had produced over 10 hot water bottles. To retain warmth, they buried them in the sand. Simultaneously, Luge and Ning Shu fashioned a square sand pit measuring 2 meters by 2 meters using branches to dry it by the fire. They then erected broad leaves at an angle around the perimeter to shield the entire pit. The hot water bottles within the pit radiated warmth, similar to a heating system, warding off the biting cold of the night. Tang Xiaohua lay in the sand pit, joyfully exclaiming, ah, this is warm and blissful. Jiang Yao joined her, imagining, it feels as if we were sleeping in a grave. Do you think a native might spring out in the middle of the night and bury us all? Tang Xiaohua shrieked in fright, ah. Ning Shu shivered. Yao Yao, could you refrain from sharing horror stories at this hour? Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue. It's just so thrilling. Tang Xiaohua retorted, thrilling my foot. You nearly scare me to death. At that moment, Ning Shu identified a new issue. A 2-meter-wide sand pit could barely accommodate 4 people. Luge would definitely not fit. Lin Qianqian blushed and remarked, moreover, it's fine for us girls to sleep together, but having a boy here complicates matters. Jiang Yao, lying at the edge, pushed aside the broad leaves and scooted over. Classmate, you can sleep next to me. Tang Xiaohua, feeling a bit cramped, said, Yao Yao, don't push me. Jiang Yao, unfazed, replied, I'm just concerned about my classmate and want to ensure he can fit. Can't you be a bit accommodating? Dan si agugo hoop fet. So you're the only one who cares, huh? Jiang Yao chuckled, of course. Unlike you, who only finds ways to trouble your classmate. Yao Yao, by the way. Luge, why didn't you dig a bigger pit? Because it's unnecessary, Luge replied nonchalantly. Why? As the evening descended, it became apparent that among the 5 of us, not everyone could succumb to slumber. One must remain vigilant through the night. Upon hearing the term night watch, the 4 young women exclaimed in unison, what? We need to keep watch? We are utterly exhausted. Who can manage that? I am so sleepy. I wish to sleep until the mountains crumble and the heavens fall. Only Ning Shu spoke with gravity. Is it truly necessary to keep watch? Lu Zhi nodded in affirmation. This is our first night stranded on this deserted island. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the dead of night, we must be prepared to respond. Additionally, someone must tend to the fire, replenish the wood, and provide warm water for our companions. Therefore, it is imperative that someone stays awake. However, the fatigue was palpable. Let us draw lots, or take turns. If no one is willing, then I shall take the watch. Ning Shu pondered briefly and resolutely declared, Lu Zhi, you have worked the hardest today. How can we ask you to keep watch? If it must be done, then I, as the class leader, shall take the responsibility. Ning Shu's sense of duty moved everyone. Lin Qianqian contemplated for a moment before adding, Class leader, you too are weary. I have not done much since waking. Allow me to keep watch instead. Tang Xiaohua, equally touched, chimed in truth, I am not that fatigued. I can certainly take the night watch. Leave it to me. Seeing this, Jiang Yao also declared, let us not quarrel. I awoke the latest and have contributed the least. If someone must keep watch, it is only fitting that I do so. Lu Zhi understood that, although these young women often chattered and giggled, they were remarkably considerate and sensible when it mattered most. As for himself, endowed with the system's enhancements, his stamina and physical condition had greatly exceeded his former self. Given this, he decided not to impose the burden of watchkeeping on them. Stretching lazily, Lu Zhi quipped, I just realized that if a prehistoric python or Godzilla were to emerge in the dead of night, you would be at a loss for how to respond. Therefore, I shall personally take the watch for the first night. Tang Xiaohua pouted, you're just trying to scare us. Jiang Yao expressed her concern. But we can't go an entire night without sleep. Lin Qianqian echoed her worry. It could be detrimental to our health. Lu Zhi chuckled, when the sun rises, I shall catch up on sleep, and then you can take over. Ning Shu contemplated and replied, there's no need to wait until then. I will rise in 4 hours to relieve you for the latter half of your watch. The rest of you can sleep soundly during this time. Lu Zhi agreed, all right, let us all retire early to rejuvenate for the challenges that await us tomorrow. Thank you for your sacrifices, class leader and fitness monitor. Now let us sleep. Good night. Qianqian, you're hugging me too tightly. Apologies exchanged. The 4 young women nestled closely together in the sandpit, and soon sweet snores filled the air. They were utterly exhausted, falling asleep the moment they lay down. Lu Zhi, seated by the fire, warmed his hands while gazing at the 4 exquisite young ladies before him, a sense of protectiveness and responsibility welling up within him. First, let me add some wood to the fire, he thought, as he broke several twigs and tossed them into the flames. He then picked up a warm sand bottle and tucked it into his clothing, feeling a comforting heat spread across his chest. Yet, it was destined to be a challenging night. Seizing the moment, he decided to access the system and examine the current data. The metrics revealed body temperature, fluid levels, salt content, protein, fat, and carbohydrates, while not excessively high, were all above safe thresholds. Next, he turned his attention to his abilities. Strength, 15, speed, 12, constitution, 13, stamina, 11, perception, 10, precision, 10, swimming skill, 10. A score of 10 represented foundational capabilities, which could be enhanced using potential points. To acquire potential points, there were multiple avenues beyond merely completing tasks, as described in great detail. Each new source of fresh water earned 1 potential point. Crafting a new practical tool granted 1 potential point. Obtaining a new flavoring element also yielded 1 potential point. Creating a distress signal or landmark provided 1 potential point. Gaining a new source of animal protein earned 1 potential point. Discovering a new carbohydrate granted 1 potential point. Cultivating a new plant or domesticating an animal could also yield additional potential points. No wonder he received potential points for distilling water, crafting a bow drill, and discovering fish mint, among others. Presently, he had 4 potential points remaining. Reviewing the attributes, it appeared that strength and stamina could be infinitely enhanced, while speed and perception had limits, yet could reach the peak of carbon-based life forms. On this deserted island, he needed to contend with hunger, serpents, and other dangers, while also battling the cold, viruses, and parasites. This place was far from home, where he could rely on ibuprofen and aspirin, and in dire situations, even intravenous fluids. Here, he had nothing. A mere common cold could prove fatal. Thus, enhancing his constitution at the outset seemed prudent. Resolutely, He allocated all 4 remaining potential points to his constitution. Instantly, he felt the air around him grow less frigid, and the stamina he had just depleted seemed to return in abundance. Even the blisters on his hands from kindling a fire felt considerably less painful. He then began contemplating the tasks for the following day. Continuing the search for fresh water and food was undoubtedly paramount. Whether to seek a more suitable campsite was still a matter for consideration. Upon finding a campsite, he would need to contemplate constructing a proper shelter. Gathering firewood was essential. Collecting sticks and breaking branches was cumbersome, so if possible, he would craft a stone axe for lumberjacking. Additionally, he aimed to catch the low tide by 10 a.m. the next morning. Gathering as many items as possible washed ashore, water bottles, plastic bags, cans, and various forms of refuse, ensuring he collected as much as he could. He also needed to find a location with an unobstructed view to set up a distress signal, facilitating immediate visibility for rescuers in helicopters or speedboats. Indeed, there's a need to further explore the island, to circumnavigate it along the coastline, and to discover the highest point in order to chart the island's topography. It is of no concern to refrain from pondering. However, once contemplation begins, one realizes the multitude of pressing and significant matters at hand. It appears that surviving on this resource-scarce desolate isle until the rescue team arrives is far more complex than initially imagined. Perhaps it is best to focus on the tasks at hand. He prepared to retrieve several bottles that had grown cold, intending to refill them with warm seawater. As he reached his hand through the foliage into the sandpit, he unexpectedly encountered a delicate foot. Warm, slender, and fit to grasp, it sent his heart racing. It must belong to Yao Yao, he surmised. Apologies, it was not an intentional caress of a female classmate's foot, but merely an act to collect the sand bottle. He extracted the bottle from beneath her foot and replaced it with a warm one. Upon touching a second bottle, Luja felt a jolt within him. That foot felt as cold as ice. As he continued to explore upwards, he noticed her calf was still trembling slightly. He gently patted her calf. "Is that Yugua?" There was no response, but beside him, Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes and sat up. Pouting, she said with a hint of acidity, "Xiaozhe, if you wish to touch. You could at least do so discreetly. I would pretend not to see. Why call out to Guer?" He replied, "Are you not awake?" She chuckled softly, lifting her foot to brush against Luja's arm. "At least you just woke me up." Sighing, she added, "How come I never noticed before that you have a penchant for touching girls' feet?" Luja sighed in exasperation. "This is indeed a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" "Did you not touch mine before moving on Agua?" Jiang Yao teased. Luja's head throbbed. "I only noticed Gur's cold foot while retrieving the sand bottles." "Is that so?" Jiang Yao remarked, poking Tang Xiao's foot, only to retract her own in shock. "Wow, it's so cold." Her exclamation stirred Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian, who also sat up, rubbing their sleepy eyes. "What is going on? Gur seems unwell. Wake her up." Tang Xiao lay nestled between Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao, both calling out to her. She continued to shiver, mumbling indistinctly. "Oh no, she is having a fit. Wait, that is not a fit." He reached his hand to Tang Xiao's forehead, and within his mind came the realization. A small amount of snake venom has infiltrated the patient's immune system, causing severe chills, leading to a cold. So that is it. This is not a fit, but a cold triggered by a compromised immune system. A cold? Jiang Yao sighed in relief. "Thank goodness it's just an ordinary cold." Ning Shu shook her head. "We lack medicine and antibiotics. Even a common cold can pose risks. Moreover, this is not merely an ordinary cold." Luja's expression turned grave. "This is a complication induced by snake venom. Although the current amount of venom in Gur's system is insufficient to cause direct harm, it has breached her immune defenses." Lin Qianqian added, "This means that until her immune system recovers, any slight disturbance could render her ill." Indeed, Ning Shu expressed her concerns. "What shall we do now?" Luja pondered for a moment. Without medication, it is imperative to maintain her body temperature. "Everyone, gather the warm sand bottles." Several girls hurriedly brought over the remaining warm sand bottles, arranging them around Tang Xiaohua. Yet she remained with her eyes tightly shut, mumbling incessantly, her body trembling uncontrollably. The sea breeze swept in, and the chilling air was palpable, causing the girls to instinctively huddle closer together. Lin Qianqian weakly suggested, "Rubbing our hands together can generate warmth. We could use this method to keep Guir warm." Ning Shu nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. The group joined hands, warming their palms before placing them on Tang Xiaogua. However, despite their efforts, it felt like a mere drop in the ocean, and her condition seemed to worsen. What are we to do? Lin Qianqian lamented, her heart aching as she observed Tang Xiaogua's delirious state. Lu Zhi reached into the sand pit and was suddenly alarmed. He realized that the temperature of the sand pit had dropped compared to before. It dawned on him that although they had surrounded Tang Xiaogua with the sand bottles to provide warmth, the other three girls had shifted positions, unwittingly removing themselves as stable sources of heat, allowing warmth to escape significantly. Just then, a new task flashed in his mind. New task. Use body heat to warm your companion and safely survive the night. Reward. 1 potential point. Should he have them lie back down? How much could that resolve? Lu Zhi recalled scenes often depicted in dramas. A woman falling into icy water, with a man using his body to keep her warm. Chapter 27. 2 girls providing warmth through body heat. While it may be kitsch, it was undoubtedly an effective method. If he were to voice this, he would surely be met with skepticism. But that was irrelevant. There were still 3 girls available. Saving a life was paramount. I need you all to huddle together and provide warmth to Guai. Ning Shu contemplated, that could work. I'll go first. Lin Qianqian blushed as she said, please, monitor, allow me to go first. If I can bring warmth to Guai, it would bring me immense happiness. Ning Shu stared in surprise. What a peculiar statement. Lu Zhi added, ideally, it should be 2 people, 1 in front and 1 behind, to maximize the retention of her body heat. No need to argue then. Qianqian, you take the front, and I'll take the back. Lin Qianqian said with anticipation. Helping Guai alongside the monitor makes me feel even happier. Ning Shu frowned. Qianqian, I sense something is off with you. Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu embraced Tang Xiaogua, providing warmth through their body heat. Indeed, it seemed that Tang Xiaogua's condition had shown some signs of improvement. Jiang Yao inquired, what should I do then? Lu Zhi, while changing the water and sand, replied, Yao Yao, you may continue to rest. If I need your assistance, I will call for you. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yao settled beside Lu Zhi, saying, perhaps I slept too much during the day, and now I find it difficult to sleep. Allow me to help you. Without waiting for Lu Zhi to respond, she began to assist him. With her help, Lu Zhi's pace in preparing the hot stones and filling the bottles noticeably quickened. Before long, another round of hot water bottles was completed. Lu Zhi handed the last 2 hot sand bottles to Jiang Yao, saying, thank you for your hard work. You should rest now. Hey, Xiao Zhi, you need not be so formal with me, she exclaimed, placing the 2 bottles at Tang Xiaogua's feet before sitting beside Lu Zhi. Honestly, Xiao Zhi, I find you quite warm. Would you mind if I leaned against you for a while? Lu Zhi understood that his improved physique, enhanced by the system, allowed him to emit a steady warmth even on this frigid night. Thus, he thought nothing of her seeking warmth. We are partners, after all. I certainly don't mind. Come here. Lu Zhi generously patted his shoulder. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly, linking her arm through Lu Zhi's and resting her head gently on his shoulder, resembling a young couple. They sat before the fire in comfortable silence. However, after a while, Lu Zhi noticed that Jiang Yao had begun to sob quietly. Hey, what's wrong? He asked. It's nothing, she replied softly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. I was just moved by seeing everyone working together to save Guai. I imagined that while I was asleep, everyone must have been desperately trying to save me too. Lu Zhi recognized that despite their frequent banter, Jiang Yao and Guai genuinely cared for one another. Indeed, when we found you, you had been exposed to the sun for an unknown duration, and your skin was scorching. Had we been delayed by another 10 minutes, you would have been in serious trouble. How rude. Jiang Yao playfully pinched him before continuing, and then their escort. When she encountered the snake, most girls would instinctively flee, yet she chose to kick it away to protect me. Her gaze turned towards Tang Xiaogua, filled with gratitude. Guai, despite her sometimes mischievous and willful nature, is truly a wonderful girl. This was the first time Lu Zhi had witnessed Jiang Yao display such sentimentality, but it was understandable. In the face of tremendous adversity, one's psyche is bound to shift. Lu Zhi, do you think the other passengers on the plane will all perish? Lu Zhi sighed. To be candid, since awakening, he had not genuinely contemplated this question. It wasn't due to laziness, but rather a fear of confronting the painful truths that could threaten his will to survive. Yet now, with Jiang Yao's inquiry, he could only shake his head, replying honestly, I do not know either. Amidst the multitude of passengers aboard the aircraft, Why did only a select few of us survive? Indeed, it seems peculiar that merely our group remains. At this moment, Luge suddenly came to a profound realization. He pondered, "It is rather strange, by all accounts. We should have encountered a variety of passengers, some of whom must have survived while others perished." Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, expressing her deepest concern. "I often fear that while strolling along the beach one day, I might unexpectedly come across the decaying corpses of others. Yet, it is truly odd that only a few of us are alive. Could it be simply because we were seated in first class?" What initially seemed an absurd notion sparked a thought in Lu Jia. He turned to Jiang Yao, saying, "That might actually be a possibility. It is worth noting that the summer camp organized by the school has a history spanning 7 years. 16 universities in the Asia-Pacific region, all friendly institutions, host an international academic summer camp every graduation season. Each school sends forth a delegation of several students to compete in various intellectual and athletic contests. As representatives from the prestigious Jiaotong University in Shanghai, 5 exemplary students from each graduating class were selected to participate. However, due to flight complications, there are 5 vacant seats, leading the other 50 students from different classes to board a plane to Australia on June 9th, while the 5 students from the finance class could only board a single flight. At that moment, the charming flight attendant announced, to compensate for the flight error, "We are pleased to upgrade you 5 to first class at no charge." Initially, the students envisioned a journey of luxury, reclining on leather seats, sipping coffee, and leisurely arriving at their destination. Little did they anticipate that this very cabin would suffer a catastrophic breach mid-flight. Lu Jia nodded thoughtfully, "Thus, it is conceivable that only we were ejected from the aircraft, while the others may have remained intact." Jiang Yao contemplated this further, inquiring, "But if only the first-class section was compromised, would the remaining passengers continue to their destination?" Lu Jia reflected for a moment before shaking his head. Setting aside the question of whether the plane could regain altitude, even if it could, the damaged aircraft, due to the effects of negative pressure and impact, is highly likely to disintegrate. So, does that mean they had no chance of survival? Jiang Yao pressed. Lu Jia considered again, "Not necessarily. If the plane were to make an emergency landing on the ocean, given the lightweight materials of its construction, water would not immediately flood in through the breach. If rescue personnel were to arrive in time, all aboard could be saved." Jiang Yao sighed. "Do you think we are fortunate or unfortunate?" Lu Jia smiled softly. "Perhaps we are fortunate." Indeed, while the final hypothesis held a certain probability, the likelihood of survival remained exceedingly slim. Most likely, the majority of those aboard the aircraft met their demise in the depths of the ocean. Lu Jia's words offered Jiang Yao a modicum of solace. Her cheeks brightening with a gentle smile. Leaning against Lu Jia, she adjusted into a more comfortable position and gradually drifted into slumber. Concerned for her comfort, Lu Jia wrapped his arms around her a little tighter. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yao's fair and delicate visage stirred something within Lu Jia's heart. Chapter 28. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. He could sense Tang Xiao's thoughts, and equally, he could perceive Jiang Yao's feelings. At this moment, either of the two could establish a relationship with him if he were to confess. So, he pondered deeply, which one did he truly prefer? After much contemplation, he found himself unable to arrive at a definitive answer. He felt that Lin Xianxian and Ning Shu were both delightful as well. This was only natural, as each of the 4 girls possessed their own unique sweetness and charm. The dilemma of choice was akin to a conundrum of global proportions. Furthermore, once he established a romantic relationship with one, he would have to deliberately maintain distance from the other 3. Future interactions would require careful consideration, which would neither aid in survival nor benefit the camaraderie among classmates. Thus, the wisest course of action seemed to be to maintain the status quo. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Jia soon felt drowsiness creeping in. Just as he was about to doze off, he heard a sudden "achoo." Who sneezed? It was Ning Shu's voice. Jiang Yao, unable to sleep soundly, also woke up. How is it? Unfortunately, Guer's condition had not improved. "I also achoo," she exclaimed, sneezing again. It was evident that her body was also affected by the cold. She sat up quickly, clutching a hot water bottle while shivering. What about Xianxian? Parting the leaves, and with the glow of the fire, she saw Lin Xianxian cradling Tang Xiaogua. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Reading too many Yuri stories must be messing with our heads. Ning Shu scratched her head. "I wouldn't act like that. Jiang Yao reached out to touch Lin Qianqian's hands and feet, which were icy cold. She said with concern, if this continues, Qianqian might catch a chill too. Lin Qianqian, having heard the commotion, awakened. It's all right as long as I can help Guo, she said. Lu Zhi remarked, it appears she has indeed caught a cold. You both must stop this now. Yet, Guo was still feeling cold, and Lin Qianqian reproached herself. It's all my fault for having such a weak constitution. I can't maintain my body temperature. At this moment, Jiang Yao said, there's nothing we can do. Our female constitutions are too frail. Then, an idea struck her as she slowly raised her head, gazing at Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze. What is going on? Despite his lingering reservations, he realized that the urgent task of saving Guo fell solely upon him. Me? Among us, you have the best constitution. On such a frigid day, you're still warm. If we both embrace Guo together, we can surely alleviate her chill. From a psychological standpoint, who would mind holding a lovely girl? However, to accept directly seemed too eager. He feigned reluctance, fearing that any delay might truly jeopardize Guo. At that moment, Ning Shu added, though Guo might misunderstand, given the urgency of the situation. There is no other way, Lu Zhi, you must go. Lin Qianqian concurred. Even if Guo becomes upset, I believe she will eventually forgive you. Ning Shu pouted, declaring that she wouldn't be angry at all. Seeing that the three girls had expressed their sentiments, she felt no reservations and decided to assist her friend this once, albeit reluctantly. By the way, what about you and Qianqian, class leader? Lin Qianqian inquired. You needn't worry. I can keep warm with the class leader. Lu Zhi nodded, cradling Tang Xiaoguo in his arms, while Jiang Yao sat on the other side. The sandpit, originally 2 meters wide, had become quite snug as everyone huddled together for warmth, and the 5 of them managed to fit just barely. Remarkably, this arrangement allowed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to gradually warm up, while Lu Zhi and Jiang Yao enveloped Tang Xiaoguo, providing her with a steady source of warmth. It was at this moment that Tang Xiaoguo's condition truly stabilized. Xiaozhi, Jiang Yao said, pursing her lips. Don't we resemble parents embracing their sick child? Tang Xiaoguo, standing at a mere 155 centimeters, appeared petite and adorable in the embrace of Lu Zhi and Jiang Yao, akin to a sickly little child. I must say, your imagination is quite vivid. Lu Zhi replied, if I had a daughter like that, I certainly wouldn't want a second child. Jiang Yao chuckled, taking Lu Zhi's hand. What do you say, Xiaozhi? Lu Zhi simply murmured in agreement, his mind far from indulging in such playful fantasies. He understood the gravity of their survival situation. A sustainable source of fresh water had yet to be discovered. It was imperative to conserve their strength and regulate their emotions. Indulgence and recklessness could jeopardize both Guo and himself. He recited the military edict twice in his mind, and even while holding a beautiful girl, he soon drifted off to sleep. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he was roused by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using your body heat to help your companion through the night. Lu Zhi lazily opened his eyes to a dim, gray dawn. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through the leaves, casting its glow upon his and Tang Xiaoguo's faces. It was a splendid morning. He glanced at his watch. It was 5:45 in the morning. Goodness, I slept for 11 hours. Tang Xiaoguo remained nestled in his embrace, her nose barely 2 centimeters from his. Her breathing was steady, and the delirium had faded. Even her body temperature had returned to normal. Lu Zhi felt a surge of joy within him. Realizing that Guo had pulled through, he then took a moment to observe Tang Xiaoguo up close. Her skin was as smooth as cream, devoid of any freckles or blemishes, with long eyelashes framing her sweetly fragrant breath. It was no wonder so many boys at school pursued her. Unbeknownst to him, he began to harbor feelings for Tang Xiaoguo, subconsciously inching closer. Just then, Tang Xiaoguo stirred and opened her eyes, their noses nearly touching. She exclaimed, puzzled. When I fell asleep, I was lying with my friends. How did I end up in Lu Zhi's arms? What had transpired? Her face flushed a deep crimson. Is he going to kiss me? Why did he stop? Lu Zhi, you rascal, why can't you be a bit braver? I won't hold it against you. But why does Lu Zhi hesitate? He knows that if he kisses Tang Xiaoguo, it would mean they are truly in a relationship. After all, he is still holding Jiang Yao's hand. Just then, Tang Xiaoguo suddenly leaned forward, colliding directly with Lu Zhi's lips. Oops, a kiss. She then exclaimed in frustration. Who bumped into me? Jiang Yao, behind her, blinked in confusion. I didn't move. Dan si wu pout that, yao yao. You bumped into me and made me lose my first kiss. First kiss? And you Luja. Tang Xiaohua, irritated, lightly punched Luja. I got knocked over. And you didn't even try to dodge. You just stood there motionless, clearly trying to take advantage of me. Guo be reasonable. Even bandits have more sense than you. Really? Tang Xiaohua's face flushed. No matter what, my first kiss is gone. What do you suggest we do? Chapter 29. The second day of survival begins. Luja felt as if he'd been set up. And why am I sleeping in your embrace? I've never even had a first love, and now I'm sharing a bed with you. I'll never get married. I don't care. You must take responsibility. Tang Xiaohua's little fists pounded against Luja's chest. Stop being so willful. Fei Fei. Who's being willful? You secretly held me while I slept, and now don't want to take responsibility? Jiang Yao sighed. You fainted from the cold yesterday and nearly faced danger. We all used our bodies to keep you warm so you could survive. Why are you making a scene as soon as you wake up? Yesterday I was trembling all over, as if I had fallen into an ice pit. Was it that serious? Tang Xiaohua recalled the chilling sensation in her dreams and still felt a pang of fear. Didn't we have a campfire? Campfire? At the mention of it, Luja suddenly remembered. Yes, the campfire. He hurriedly moved Tang Xiaohua's head aside and squeezed out from under the broad leaves. Tang Xiaohua shouted, Can you be a bit gentler? Luja paid no heed to her and rushed to the campfire. Oh no, the flames had vanished, leaving only a pile of half-burnt charcoal with a wisp of smoke gently rising. Look at the consequences of neglecting the campfire. Luja quickly added branches and blew diligently. And finally, the flames flickered back to life. Luja broke out in a cold sweat. That was close. Jiang Yao inquired. Xiaozhou, what happened? The fire almost went out. But don't worry, it's been saved now. Jiang Yao let out a sigh of relief. Then, Luja glanced at his watch. It's 6 o'clock. It's June 11th, early morning, the second day stranded on this deserted island. The day and night have little difference in duration, indicating their location is between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. The drastic fluctuations in temperature between day and night suggest the potential passage of intermittent cold fronts nearby. Although the temperature is not particularly high at present, it is only a matter of time before the island's climate becomes sweltering. Meanwhile, where are the other two girls? As I parted the leaves, I found Ning Shu reclining peacefully, while Lin Qianqian lay on her side, her arm draped over Ning Shu's chest, her legs entwined with hers in a display of utter dependence. Hearing the commotion, both Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu stirred awake, rubbing their eyes as they rose from the sandy pit. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and greeted softly, Good morning, everyone. Ning Shu stretched her limbs and exclaimed, what splendid weather. Hey Guer, I see you're all right. Tang Xiaohua smiled. The little princess has made a full recovery. Jiang Yao remarked. It appears everyone is in good spirits. Luja nodded in approval. Congratulations to all. We have successfully survived our first day on this deserted island. After exchanging morning pleasantries, Ning Shu distributed chewing gum to everyone, and they began to deliberate on their survival strategy for the following day. The agenda included sourcing fresh water, procuring food, maintaining the campfire, constructing a shelter, crafting distress signals, and gathering seeds for tool-making, all of which seemed urgent. However, Luja deemed that the three most pressing tasks at hand were as follows. Firstly, the quest for fresh water. An average individual requires approximately 12 liters of fresh water daily, and in the sweltering heat of a tropical island, even more is necessary. They had exhausted the fresh water source from the muddy pit yesterday, and now they found themselves devoid of any. Thus, it was imperative to locate an ample supply of fresh water before the temperature escalated further. Secondly, the maintenance of the campfire. The fire was vital for them. It served not only to cook food, but also provided warmth during the night. Furthermore, should any vessels pass by, they could toss plastic materials into the fire to generate black smoke as a signal for passing ships. However, to sustain the fire, a sufficient supply of timber was essential. Without it, the flames would die out. Currently, the available branches and wood were dwindling, making the collection of adequate firewood a matter of utmost urgency. Lastly, the establishment of a distress signal. Although only a day had passed since the plane crash, their homeland would undoubtedly be aware of the incident, and rescue teams would be dispatched shortly, since they could not rely solely on the campfire to emit smoke from plastics at all times. A more conspicuous distress signal was necessary, perhaps arranging signals across a vast area or hoisting a prominent flag at a height to facilitate discovery by helicopters and rescue boats. Missing the initial search would significantly diminish the chances of rescue, rendering any subsequent efforts futile. Luja concluded, I have decided that our task for this morning will consist of 3 priorities. First, the search for fresh water and food. Second, the gathering of wood to maintain the fire. And third, the establishment of a distress signal. With the plan solidified, the next step was to execute it effectively. Ningshu pondered for a moment before asking, should we split into groups or work together? Luja considered and replied, we must certainly divide into groups. In order to find supplies, one must venture away from the camp. However, Guer is currently unable to undertake a long journey and requires someone to care for her. Which of you will stay with her at the camp? Tang Xiaogu inquired. I can manage. She insisted. Luja shook his head. That is not feasible. Your immunity is too compromised at the moment. If anything further were to happen, it would be dire. Besides, with the scarcity of branches, the bonfire also needs supervision. So it's best you remain here. Lin Qianqian volunteered. I can keep Guer company. Jiang Yao nodded. Then it shall be Qianqian and Guer staying at the camp. Luja, the squad leader, and I will go in search of supplies. Agreed. Ningshu asked Luja, what do you think? Luja nodded. Sounds good. Where should we begin? He pointed towards the beach. The tide is currently receding. Let us walk along the shore to the west, an area yet to be explored. We shall collect any usable plastic bags, bottles, and cans, as well as edible shellfish, snails, and crabs. In essence, we will gather whatever proves useful. Ningshu and Jiang Yao simultaneously raised a hand in agreement. Thus, the 3 bid farewell to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaogu, shouldered their empty backpacks, and set off westward. The sun had only just risen, yet the sky was already brilliantly illuminated. The gentle morning sea breeze was soft and inviting, the sky a deep azure, with nearby waves resembling snow and distant clouds appearing like cotton. Occasionally, an unknown seabird would soar past, emitting a melodious call that uplifted the spirit. Ningshu spread her arms wide. If our clothes weren't so grimy, I would surely believe we were attending a beach summer camp party. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Luja glanced at his own attire, covered in a layer of grayish-white sand, looking rather unkempt. However, it was of little concern. A quick shake would suffice to alleviate the mess. Jiang Yao teased, Luja, boys can easily shed their clothes and shake off the sand. What about us girls? Luja chuckled. I can always turn my back. Jiang Yao smirked. That's a solution. With that, she dashed to the water's edge, leaping gracefully into the sea. The morning waters were pleasantly warm, and she joyfully swam about, the mud and sand washed away. Emerging from the sea, her damp hair clung to her face, droplets glistening on her chest, creating an enchanting image reminiscent of a mermaid. Chapter 30. Stacking for coconuts. Hey, Luja. She playfully splashed water at him, laughter bubbling forth. It was then that Luja noticed Jiang Yao's remarkable figure, something he had overlooked during their time together. Ningshu face-bombed. Yao Yao. Have you forgotten what you're missing right now? Jiang Yao suddenly remembered her soiled bra, clad only in a black sailor uniform, now drenched and clinging to her form. You splashed water all over my face. Oh dear, I didn't notice. My apologies. Jiang Yao hurriedly approached Luja, concern etched on her face. Oh no. Let me help you. With that, she lifted her hem, intending to wipe Luja's nose. Yet, inadvertently, a delicate waist revealed itself. Was this intentional? I urged. Can we please stop the antics? Though Luja felt a stir of emotions, he understood that this was not the appropriate moment for flirtation. He furrowed his brow with a sense of urgency, stating, We have limited time. If we do not locate fresh water before noon, we may face peril. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Oh, let us press onward, remaining vigilant for resources beneath our feet. With that, Luja strode ahead without a glance back. Cognizant that should the squad leader notice the shift in his demeanor, he might conjure peculiar assumptions. Jiang Yao pouted and acquiesced, all right, and followed suit. The trio continued their journey, collecting various items, bottles, cans, plastic bags, and a few pairs of flip-flops. These acquisitions granted Luja 3 potential points. Fortuitously, they stumbled upon 2 pairs of girls' flip-flops, one red and one yellow, both size 34, which serendipitously formed a matching pair. Ningshu tried them on, finding them slightly snug. Yet they would be perfect for air, liberating her from her high heels. They also discovered a small pouch of mussels and several crabs and sea snails. Oysters clung to the rocks. Yet without suitable tools, they were rendered inaccessible. Abandoning that pursuit, they pressed on. Soon enough, they encountered their long-awaited treasure, coconut trees. 2 trees each bore 15 or 16 ripe coconuts, with clusters of unripe ones hanging above. A few ripe ones had fallen to the ground, displaying a faint coffee hue. This was exhilarating. In that moment, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao nearly clasped hands in joyous celebration. Jiang Yao exclaimed, "Each coconut contains approximately 200 milliliters of juice. With about 30 coconuts, we could have around 6,000 milliliters of coconut water." Ning Shu responded, "Isn't today's fresh water situation resolved? Coupled with distilled water, it should suffice." Luja shared in their delight, recognizing that while the fresh water from these 2 coconut trees would not sustain them indefinitely, it confirmed the existence of coconuts on the island, suggesting the potential for more discoveries. Yet, how to retrieve the coconuts hanging aloft? Luja examined the 2 trees. They appear to belong to different species, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. The tall tree had a diameter of about 30 centimeters and stood over 10 meters high, its trunk bending at an angle. Rubbing his palms together, Luja gripped the trunk and effortlessly ascended, plucking the coconuts one by one and casting them onto the sandy beach. He swiftly gathered 15 coconuts. The other tree, though only 8 meters high, had a diameter nearing half a meter and bore even more coconuts. However, the thickness of its trunk made climbing nearly impossible. Luja attempted to find a long branch nearby to knock down the coconuts, but after searching, he could only find a branch of about 3 meters in length. Far from sufficient. What to do? Wait for them to fall on their own? Luja shook his head. We do not have the luxury of time. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. New task. Retrieve the coconut by stacking on each other. Reward. 1 potential point. An idea sparked in Luja's mind. He stood at a height of 1.74 meters, while Ning Shu and Jiang Yao were approximately 1.64 meters tall. Compared to Ning Shu from the volleyball team, Jiang Yao had a slightly weaker physique. If the 3 of them stood on each other's shoulders, they could reach nearly 5 meters. Adding the 3-meter branch might indeed allow them to knock the coconut down. Right? We can work together. Class leader, you'll stand on my shoulders first. Then Yao Yao will climb up to your shoulders and use the branch to poke the coconut. Ning Shu's eyes lit up. Great idea. But then she pondered, Luja, can you bear the weight of 2 people? Luja chuckled. This weight is nothing to worry about. The key is whether you can handle it. Me? Of course. I can. Jiang Yao chimed in, but standing on the class leader's shoulders feels a bit awkward. Ning Shu waved her hand dismissively. For the sake of survival. It's a small matter. Luja nodded and instructed. In a moment, I will bend down in front of the tree trunk. Class leader, you go up first. And Yao Yao, you climb up last. Remember to lean forward and press against the trunk. Don't lean back, understand? The 2 girls nodded in unison, understood. Luja approached the tree and bent down. Ning Shu removed her shoes and placed her bare feet on Luja's shoulders. All right, your turn, Yao Yao. With bonds unbroken. The vines are severed, Jiang Yao exclaimed, removing her shoes and grasping Luja's arms to climb up and then onto Ning Shu's shoulders. Finally, Luja straightened his body, followed by Ning Shu, and then Jiang Yao did the same. Then, Luja handed the branch to Ning Shu, who stood barefoot on Li Ming's shoulders. Jiang Yao held onto the trunk with one hand, while gradually lifting the branch with the other to poke at the coconuts above. To their delight, without much effort, a coconut came tumbling down with a loud thud onto the sandy beach. Haha, perfect. Yao Yao, you're amazing. Keep it up. It's quite simple. The gorge needs me to protect it. With a swift poke, another coconut fell, this time landing on a protruding rock before bouncing onto the sand. Soon, they knocked down several more. Over there, a bit to the left, please. All right, make sure you hold steady. Luja slowly shifted to the left. But as he moved just a little, Jiang Yao nearly lost her balance. Hey, watch it. I'm not ready yet. Luja had no choice but to lift his gaze. But upon doing so, he unexpectedly caught sight of something else. Ning Shu was clad in a tennis skirt, yet she wore no leggings beneath it, only a white base adorned with pink edges and a cartoon bear. It was purely an accident. I truly did not intend to witness this. Ning Shu sensed something amiss and lowered her head, only to find Luja looking up at her. Suddenly, she realized, ah, you pervert. This was an accident, indeed. You bad guy, don't look. Instinctively, she reached to adjust her skirt, but lost her balance in the process. Consequently, she toppled backward. Chapter 31. The bear hit my face. Ning Shu leaned back, instinctively grasping for the tree trunk, but to no avail. Luja, fearing she might fall and hurt herself, rushed to catch her, only to have that little bear block his view and come crashing down onto his face. Ah, puff! The three of them simultaneously screamed as they fell. Ning Shu rubbed her waist, wincing in pain. Yet beneath her, Luja's voice resonated. Shouldn't it be me who is complaining of pain? Ning Shu froze, realizing she was awkwardly positioned right on Luja's face. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. She could even feel his breath as he spoke. It was an utterly bizarre sensation. Startled, she quickly jumped off. Luja, are you all right? Luja massaged his sore nose. Don't mind me, check on Yao Yao. Ah, it hurts, Jiang Yao cried, her voice laced with tears. Ning Shu suddenly recalled that, compared to her, Jiang Yao was in a much higher position. Her fall must have been more severe. She hurriedly inquired, Yao Yao, how are you? My foot. I landed on a rock. Ning Shu gasped in shock, noticing that Jiang Yao's ankle had swollen considerably. Oh no! Luja, disregarding his bleeding nose, rushed over to gently touch Jiang Yao's ankle. Oh, that hurts so much. The system notified, ankle ligament sprain, commonly known as a twisted ankle. A twisted ankle is quite serious, but thankfully it's not a fracture. Oh dear, Yao Yao. Ning Shu felt both guilty and pained. Jiang Yao shook her head. Class monitor, don't blame Luja. It was I who asked him to look up. Ning Shu wanted to argue but hesitated, letting out a sigh. Actually, I understand. Luja frowned. What do you understand? I know that if you want to move, you must look up, but inevitably, when looking up, you might see a normal guy like you, and it's only natural to glance a little longer at such a scene. Jiang Yao nodded. Indeed, it shows that our class monitor is quite charming. Yao Yao, can you think a bit more normally? Ning Shu quipped, then added, alas. It's all my fault for causing your injury. It's fine, Jiang Yao replied, though her brow furrowed tightly, clearly enduring intense pain. Luja, how is Yao Yao? Luja examined Jiang Yao's ankle. With such a degree of sprain, it will be difficult to heal within a week. During this time, the foot must remain in a state of rest, and daily herbal massages are required. Ah, Jiang Yao exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean I can't walk? Luja nodded. To be frank, yes. Ning Shu felt guilty. I should have worn leggings, and even if someone saw me, I should have prioritized the safety of myself and my companions. Luja acknowledged. Your awareness of this indicates that you are not beyond saving. Ning Shu helplessly said, Luja, think of a way. Luja pondered. Now that Yao Yao cannot move long distances and Gui Er is also unable to walk far, we need to make a choice. Either bring Yao Yao to the camp or bring Gui Er and Qian Qian here. Ning Shu did not hesitate. The camp is over there, the bonfire is over there, so of course we should bring Yao Yao back. Jiang Yao asked, but what about these coconuts? Ning Shu paused. Indeed, with so many coconuts, even if we carry 4 or 5 at a time, it would take numerous trips. Luja calculated. Jiang Yao weighs around 90 pounds, while Tang Xiaogua is less than 80 pounds. So, moving Gui Er is more practical. Jiang Yao shrugged. But if we do that, Gui Er would surely complain. Otherwise, you all should support me back while moving the coconuts bit by bit. After all, there is no one else on this island, so they shouldn't get stolen, right? Little troublemaker? Ning Shu remarked with curiosity. Yao Yao. What kind of fierce vocabulary is that? That's not the point. Luja stood up, looked around, and said, have you noticed that the variety of vegetation here exceeds that of the camp? And there are more stones as well. Ning Shu observed closely and realized that many plants were not seen at the camp. Nodding. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but indeed, the abundance of plants suggests that more food might be found here than there, and the presence of stones makes it easier to arrange rescue signals. Jiang Yao nodded. Is that so? Ouch, it hurts. Luja seriously arranged. Monitor, you stay here to take care of Jiang Yao and gather some firewood and stones. I will return to find Qian Qian and Gui Er and bring the bonfire back. Ning Shu made a gesture. Once Luja had arranged for Ning Shu and Jiang Yao, he set off alone back to the camp. He moved swiftly, returning in less than 10 minutes. Lin Qianxian and Tang Xiaogua were surprised to see Luja return alone. Tang Xiaogua exclaimed, Luja, have you lost the monitor and Yao Yao? Lin Qianxian frowned. Gui Er, Don't say ominous things. Tang Xiaogua immediately covered her mouth. Lu Zhi replied solemnly, Yao Yao's leg is injured, making it impossible for her to move long distances. I think it would be better to bring you over rather than carry her back, while also relocating the camp. Upon hearing that Jiang Yao was injured, Lin Qianqian became anxious and asked with concern, Is it serious? Lu Zhi shook his head, stating that it wasn't too serious, but he would be unable to move for a short period. Tang Xiaogua protested by extending her foot, saying, Why must we move? Look, my foot is still injured. Do not act recklessly. The living conditions there are far better than here, with coconut trees that are more suitable for a campsite. Lin Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, Coconut trees? Are there coconuts? Lu Zhi nodded affirmatively. We gathered over 20 of them. Really? That's wonderful. When do we set off? Right now. Lu Zhi found a piece of tree bark, laid down some dry grass, and placed a charred piece of wood in the center before rolling it up. The embers were contained within, allowing only a small amount of oxygen to seep through the crevices, ensuring that the charcoal would neither extinguish nor burn too rapidly. Sustaining their fire for at least half an hour. Leave the rest of the items here. We will come back for them later. Lu Zhi carried the supplies and the torch while Lin Qianqian supported Tang Xiaogua as they moved forward. However, their pace was too slow. Glancing at the fire source in his hand, Lu Zhi realized that if they continued at this speed, the fire would likely go out before they reached their destination. Should he carry Tang Xiaogua? Walking on the beach was already unsteady, and carrying a girl might lead to a fall. What about giving her a piggyback? Leaning forward would make it difficult to maintain balance. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Lu Zhi's mind. New task. Place your companion on your neck and walk to the new campsite. Reward. 1 potential point. Lu Zhi immediately envisioned a father playing with his child by the beach, joyfully placing his child on his neck. How would it feel to place a female classmate there instead? Frankly, Lu Zhi did not dislike the idea. Rather, he felt a hint of anticipation. However, he might be perceived as strange. Chapter 32. Chewing gum opens coconuts. No. His thoughts were veering off course. Was he really contemplating whether it was strange or not? There seemed to be no other option. Moving this slowly was unacceptable. Qianqian, you hold the torch. I'll carry Gore. Gore pouted. Why are you being so nice today? Don't talk. I'm not trying to take advantage. We must quicken our pace, or the fire will go out before we reach our destination. With that, Lu Zhi squatted down, grasped Tang Xiaogua around her waist, and lifted her up. She settled onto Lu Zhi's neck, her delicate legs dangling in front of his chest. Oh my! Tang Xiaogua blushed and exclaimed, Lu Zhi, what are you doing? I wasn't ready. Lu Zhi replied coldly, Be quiet, or I'll drop you. Tang Xiaogua obediently closed her mouth. With Tang Xiaogua perched upon his neck, Lu Zhi felt as though he was effortlessly carrying a small child, likely due to his newfound strength. He lifted the plastic bag with ease. Lin Qianqian remarked, Leave those to me. Lu Zhi replied, Just take care of the torch. All right then. With this arrangement, the trio significantly increased their pace. Tang Xiaogua perched contentedly on Lu Zhi's shoulder, reveling in the surrounding scenery while her mind wandered into fanciful musings. In the future, when I have a baby, the little one will sit upon my shoulders while I rest on Lu Zhi's. What bliss! But what if there are 2 babies? Would Lu Zhi and I each carry one? Oh dear, where would I sit? No. 2 would be troublesome. 1 baby is preferable. Gwr, be good and keep your legs still. Oh hot, dan siaguo diplit sweetly. Approximately half an hour later, the trio arrived at the 2 coconut trees. Ning Shu had gathered a pile of wood nearby and prepared a fire pit, now diligently striking at the coconuts. Lin Qianqian's torch was nearly burnt out, prompting Lu Zhi to gently set Tang Xiaogua down and rekindle the fire. Lin Qianqian set aside her belongings to check on Jiang Yao's sprained ankle, discovering it had swollen to the size of a large radish. With concern, Lin Qianqian asked, Does it hurt? A bit, Jiang Yao replied, glancing at Tang Xiaogua. By the way, girl, you're being rather selfish, aren't you? Your desk mate is exhausted, and yet you still take advantage of him. Tang Xiaogua pouted and sweetly retorted, But it was Xiao Zhiji who insisted on carrying me. He refused my refusals several times. But perhaps he felt sorry for me and insisted I shouldn't walk on my own. Tang Xiaogua, I implore you to be reasonable, Jiang Yao exclaimed, turning away only to see Lu Zhi casting a disdainful glance in her direction. Indeed, it was I who volunteered to carry you, but it was merely because your pace was too slow. I feared we would take too long and the torch would extinguish. Hence I carried you here. Tang Xiaohua sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Jiang Yao wore a look of realization. Oh, I see now. It feels like a father carrying his daughter. Tang Xiaohua pouted and murmured, what a straightforward man. After all, we've each shared a bed, yet he can't conjure a more romantic excuse. Tang Xiaohua, please recognize that sharing a bed and having been intimate are two different matters. Tang Xiaohua sulkily replied, what is the difference? Jiang Yao, understanding, explained, one pertains to the bond of marriage, while last night, you might as well consider it as your parents keeping a sick daughter warm. Tang Xia Gugo Zito Indi Gang Di. Who is the daughter? Jiang Yao replied nonchalantly, whoever is adorable is. This left Tang Xiaohua momentarily speechless. As they bickered, Lin Xianxian noticed over 20 coconuts scattered on the ground and exclaimed in delight, there truly are many coconuts. Now we have something to drink. Tang Xiaohua urged, hurry, open one. Em parched. Ning Shu rubbed her sore arms, cautioning, don't celebrate too early. I've been hammering away for ages, and Haven Tea cracked a single one. Lu Zhou inquired, what are you using to strike them? Ning Shu pointed to a protruding stone on the beach. I saw a survival expert use rocks to break coconuts. Lu Zhou examined the stone. That is a method. But this stone isn't sharp enough, and your strength isn't sufficient. It's no wonder you can't break them. Can you do it? Certainly, I can do that. However, upon seeing over 20 coconuts, Lu Zhou pondered to himself, while it is indeed possible to crack them open, the sheer number of these coconuts would surely exhaust me. Just then, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. New task. Utilize everyone's chewing gum to create a non-Newtonian fluid blade to crack open the coconuts. Reward. 1 potential point. The idea of using chewing gum to open coconuts sparked a glimmer of hope in Lu Zhou's eyes. Indeed, he had seen such a method demonstrated in a science program. The technique involved molding the gum into a conical shape, with the tip facing upwards, and then forcefully striking the coconut against the tip. Despite its softness, chewing gum possesses the properties of a non-Newtonian fluid, becoming remarkably hard upon sudden impact, thereby piercing the coconut shell and allowing access to the coconut water. At that moment, several classmates had each consumed a piece of Haliu chewing gum that morning for oral hygiene. Due to the scarcity of resources on the island, they had all continued to chew, prolonging the process until now. But why combine everyone's chewing gum? The reason was that each individual piece was too small to form a cone capable of penetrating the coconut shell. By merging everyone's gum together, the volume would increase sufficiently to ensure penetration. Lu Zhou declared, everyone, please pass me your chewing gum. Tang Xiaohua, taken aback after a few chews, exclaimed, why? To open the coconuts with chewing gum. Tang Xiaohua laughed, covering her mouth. You're joking. I could believe you if you said to gnaw at it with my teeth. But using gum to crack a coconut is utterly absurd. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. Yes, it does sound a bit far-fetched. Jiang Yao interjected. Classmate, are you serious? He was not jesting. Lin Xinshan spoke up. Chewing gum is a non-Newtonian fluid. I read in a physics book that it can indeed open coconuts. Tang Xiaohua shook her head. I don't believe it. How could he possibly know so many bizarre facts? To her, it seemed as ludicrous as using beer as rocket fuel. Whether you believe it or not, let us give it a try. Lin Xinshan said, feeling a bit shy. But giving chewed gum to a boy feels somewhat awkward. Jiang Yao remarked. True, but I am quite curious. Saying this, she spat her gum in her palm and handed it to Lu Zhou. Here you go, classmate. At that moment, another message flashed in Lu Zhou's mind. New task. Since the surface of the gum requires saliva to mix, otherwise it will stick to the hands and cannot be molded, please chew the gum together to combine it. Reward. 1 potential point. Lu Zhou's head buzzed. The goal was to chew the previously chewed gum a few more times to ensure it blended perfectly, allowing for an ideal shape. Whether it was disgusting or not was secondary. Once this task was accomplished, the girls would undoubtedly think he was relishing their saliva. Chapter 33. Signaling for help, however. Was it feasible to avoid this course of action? Unfortunately, it was not an option. At present, he finds himself devoid of any cutting tools, not even a sharp stone. Ironically, nothing seems more fitting for opening a coconut than chewing gum. Well then, let's not dwell on it. This will suffice. With this thought, he popped Jiang Yao's chewing gum in his mouth. Ah, the fragrance characteristic of girls is indeed rather pleasant. A few girls immediately shrieked in astonishment. What has Luja done? He has consumed the chewing gum that Yao Yao chewed. Why would he do such a thing? Isn't that disgusting? I truly cannot view Luja in the same light anymore. Luja has become rather peculiar. The girls expressed their bewilderment with unusual exclamations. Truly, this is the desired effect. Luja, with a serious tone, remarked, "Do not overthink it. I merely wish to amalgamate 2 pieces of chewing gum perfectly." The girls retorted in unison. "How can we not overthink it? My actions are entirely driven by survival instincts. If you find my behavior strange, then you should do it yourselves." The girls exchanged glances and chorused, "No way." Lin Qianqian timidly inquired, "You don't mean to chew all of our chewing gum, do you?" Luja sighed. "Although I am reluctant, there truly is no other option at this moment." Ning Shu asked, "Are you certain this will work?" Luja nodded. "I cannot be sure, but attempting is certainly better than doing nothing at all." After a moment of hesitation, Ning Shu removed her gum, pinched it between 2 fingers, and offered it to Luja. "Very well. I shall trust you one more time." Luja took Ning Shu's gum and placed it in his mouth. Ning Shu shivered. Her face instantly flushed. Seeing that both the class leader and Jiang Yao had contributed their gum, Tang Xiaowa also extended hers. "Here, a gift for you. Luze, Fao Ning, Zipli, Dan Xia Gugo." "Be serious." Tang Xiaowa pouted. "Clearly, you chewing a girl's gum is quite improper. Then you should chew it, surely. It's acceptable for a girl to chew another girl's gum. No way. Come on, open your mouth." With that, Luja attempted to pinch Tang Xiaowa's mouth. No, I was wrong. That is not acceptable. No, I've decided. It must be you." Tang Xiaowa was utterly terrified, sitting on the ground and on the verge of tears. Luja, uninterested in her antics, simply chewed Tang Xiaowa's gum. "Perfect." Next, Lin Qianqian also spat out her gum, cautiously offering it. "I hope you won't mind that I'm a girl." "Huh, what a strange statement." Luja replied nonchalantly. "I wouldn't mind a girl at all. You're the one who is peculiar." He tossed Lin Qianqian's gum into his mouth as well. 5 pieces of gum amalgamated into a hefty mass, which proved somewhat challenging to chew, yet eventually they blended seamlessly. The 4 girls exchanged glances before turning to Luja, unable to articulate the emotions that enveloped the moment. At last, having chewed sufficiently, Luja expelled the gum, shaping it into a conical form before delicately placing it upon a stone. Ning Shu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Will this truly be effective?" In truth, it was my inaugural attempt as well. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Luja seized a coconut, identified its top, exhaled deeply, and brought it down forcefully upon the gum. With a satisfying pop, the gum vanished, and upon inspecting the base, he discovered merely a white dot, the very gum embedded within the coconut. Carefully extracting the gum, he revealed a small hole. Success. He lifted it to his mouth, and a stream of coconut water flowed down, delightfully filling his mouth. Another potential point achieved. Perfect. Ning Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly works. This defies scientific explanation. Lin Qianqian remarked, "In fact, this is a non-Newtonian fluid, grounded in scientific principles." Jiang Yao nodded, curious knowledge indeed. Seizing the moment before the gum hardened, Luja swiftly opened 5 coconuts, 1 for each person, replenishing approximately 200 milliliters of coconut water for all. Yet, this only allowed for the drinking of the liquid, and they remained unable to consume the flesh within. Nonetheless, it was a welcome treat. At last, we have coconut water. I knew it. What wilderness survival exists without coconut water? Tang Xiaowa gleefully stated. Jiang Yao voiced her concern. But must we expend 5 pieces of gum each time? Ning Shu shook the gum container. There are still over 40 pieces left. We likely one tea require many more uses. Tang Xiaowa suggested. Then let us recycle them continuously. Lin Qianqian added, "Yet, chewing gum for too long causes it to become unusable, doesn't it?" Luja nodded thoughtfully. "If we wish to survive on this deserted island, mere gum will not suffice. We must craft reliable tools." Ning Shu sighed. "But we don't even have a paper cutter." "Fear not, we can create our own," Luja asserted, believing it was time to fashion some tools. Where to begin? He surveyed the surroundings and declared, "The issue of fresh water is temporarily resolved, and our class leader has gathered some branches. We can maintain a fire. Now, while the sun isn't too fierce, let us collect some stones nearby, first to create a distress signal, and second, to find sharp stones for crafting tools. Ning Shu cracked her fingers. Let us get to work. Lin Qianqian chimed in. I am brimming with energy. Tang Xiaobo pondered. What shall Yao Yao and I do? Ning Shu produced a plastic bag, pouring out some gathered clams and crabs. Since you two cannot move, how about you help us roast some food? With this agreement, the group dispersed to their tasks. The beach was strewn with stones of various sizes, and soon they had nearly collected all the nearby stones. Lu Zhe arranged these stones into a large formation, 5 meters wide and 8 meters long. Surely, if a helicopter were to circle the island in search, this signal would not go unnoticed. At that moment, Lin Qianqian stumbled upon a filthy iron canister filled with decaying seaweed, emitting a foul odor that repulsed her. With a grimace, she cast it aside. Lu Zhe noticed her action, approached, and picked it up, only to be greeted by a system notification in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have discovered an essential resource. Potential point 1. Lu Zhe observed that the canister discarded by Lin Qianqian was emanating a red, alert glow. What significance could a mere rusty can possibly hold? Ding. The canister possesses the characteristics of cookware and can be utilized for crafting a soup pot. A soup pot. Is that truly feasible? Intrigued, he scrutinized it further. The surface was adorned with English text, likely indicating it was a fruit can. The can's capacity was 25, made of the same robust and thick tin as a Red Bull can, and its lid was partially detached, still clinging to the body. A small amount of barnacles clung to the side, while inside lay the filthy seaweed. It appeared that it could indeed serve as a soup pot. Chapter 34. Distilling water with Qianqian's socks. Lin Qianqian frowned. Lu Zhe, why are you still holding on to that thing? It's utterly filthy. You have no idea of its potential significance. Lin Qianqian replied, puzzled. What significance? I need to check if it leaks. Lu Zhe rummaged through the debris inside, then filled it with seawater. Not a single drop escaped. Perfect. Elated, Lu Zhe exclaimed. This can be used as a soup pot. If we can find some fresh water, we can prepare a delightful soup on a chilly night upon a desolate island. The prospect of savoring a can of delectable seafood soup to ward off the cold would be a true blessing. Ning Shu, curious, approached to observe. However, upon seeing the grimy exterior and the indistinguishable viscous substance within, she could not suppress her distaste. But this can is so dirty. Using it for food could upset our stomachs. Indeed, it's filthy enough to serve as an ashtray. So what if it's dirty? We have hands to clean it. What is there to fear? Lin Qianqian retorted. That said, what shall we use for cleaning? Ning Shu inquired. To adequately cleanse this thing, we would at least need a bucket of detergent. Just then, Lu Zhe received another prompt in his mind. New task. Clean the moss and barnacles with stones and sand. Reward. Potential point 1. Although it appeared grimy, these were merely superficial stains, far easier to clean than grease. Keep your eyes wide open. He grabbed a handful of wet sand and scrubbed the can's surface, then used tree bark to rub it down. In no time, the barnacles and moss were removed, revealing the can's original metallic sheen. Next, he filled the can with sand, stirred it vigorously with a branch, then added water and shook it vigorously with the lid secured. After several intense shakes, he rinsed it with seawater, leaving the interior spotless. Ning Shu patted Lu Zhe's shoulder, truly worthy of being Yao Yao's partner. As class monitor, I hereby deem you the boy with the strongest cleaning abilities in our class. Lu Zhe replied, somewhat incredulously. I thank you. Lin Qianqian remarked with delight. So, it seems I nearly missed out on something wonderful. It's a pity there's no fresh water. Otherwise, we could have prepared a meal. Ning Su interjected. What about boiling coconut milk? Lu Zhe responded, if the class monitor isn't put off by the peculiar taste, it could indeed work. However, I've heard that it's quite flavorful when used to cook chicken. Ding! A new task appeared. Learn to use cookware and distill seawater using socks to obtain fresh water. Reward. 1 potential point. Fresh water. Now, that is truly essential. Closing her eyes, she vividly visualized the distillation process. To put it simply, one must form a ball with the sock and tie it to a string. Then, boil the seawater in a pot. Once the water reaches a boil, it will transform into steam. Hang the sock bundle directly above the pot, allowing the steam to cling to the sock and permeate it. Due to the excellent absorbency of cotton socks, they will retain a significant amount of water vapor over time. At that point, one can squeeze it out, yielding drinkable, fresh water. The entire water extraction process is remarkably scientific, practical and feasible. The only issue is it involves drinking water from a sock. Just thinking about it is enough to drive one to despair. Besides, whose sock would it be? Everyone's are dirty. Although they've been washed, they were rinsed with seawater and still carry salt, making them unsuitable for obtaining fresh water. At this moment, Luja noticed that Lin Qianqian was still wearing a knee-high sock, uncertain if this particular one had been soaked in seawater. Upon reflection, it seemed Qianqian had found it on the beach. He wondered if her sock had been immersed in seawater. Qianqian, could I borrow your sock for a moment? Huh? Lin Qianqian's face instantly flushed red. What are you planning to do? Though it sounded a bit odd, he thought of another method to secure fresh water. Ning Shu leaned in, saying, Hey Luja, I must admit you're quite adept at survival, but can't you think of a more conventional approach? Let us not use socks this time. A fat one would do. Ning Shu sighed. That's even more outrageous. Lin Qianqian chimed in, Never mind, class monitor. I believe Lu Zhe will come up with a good solution. She then pointed to a branch. It's hanging over there. Go get it yourself. Lu Zhe shook his head, pointing to Lin Qianqian's left leg. No, I want that one. What? Lin Qianqian's face turned crimson as she bit her lip. Does it really have to be like this? Lu Zhe solemnly nodded. Lin Qianqian sighed, removed her sock, and handed it over. Can you promise not to use it for anything strange? Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. With that, Lu Zhe took Lin Qianqian's sock, rolled it in his hand, and then licked it. It wasn't very salty. It hadn't been soaked in seawater. Lu Zhe exclaimed with joy, Fantastic. At that moment, Lin Qianqian trembled all over, utterly taken aback. She quivered in fear. Lu Zhe, your actions are incredibly rude. Ning Shu was taken aback. Lu Zhe, I previously thought you had some justification for your actions. But what could possibly explain this? Only someone with an unhealthy mind would resort to licking someone's socks. Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned. He had been contemplating the matter of fresh water, and in a moment of distraction, he had merely tasted the sock to ascertain whether it had been soaked in seawater. If it had absorbed seawater, it would undoubtedly be salty and unsuitable for the purpose of collecting water vapor. The result revealed a faint hint of saltiness, indicating that it was merely the residue of Qianqian's perspiration, thus making it perfectly viable for distilling fresh water. However, the scene was overwhelming for the two girls. Observing Lu Zhe's expression, it was evident he was not in his right mind. With a resigned sigh, Lu Zhe said, I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe me, but soon you will understand my reasoning. He proceeded to scoop half a bucket of seawater into an iron can and placed it on the fire. Then, he twisted the sock into a ball, secured it with tree bark string, and suspended it from a branch above the can. In a short while, the seawater would boil, generating copious amounts of steam. Qianqian, just hang the sock ball here like I did. The steam will permeate the sock, and by squeezing it, you will extract potable fresh water. This unconventional method left both girls utterly astonished. But why did you have a lick it? And why did you look so pleased afterward? It's quite unsettling. Lu Zhe replied calmly, because the sock was not salty, which indicates that it had not been soaked in seawater. Such a sock is suitable for storing fresh water. Otherwise, we would have to squeeze it multiple times to remove the salt before we could obtain fresh water. It sounded somewhat reasonable, yet there lingered an unsettling feeling. Stop overthinking it. Qianqian, just follow my instructions. If this works, we will possess a sustainable method for acquiring fresh water. Lin Qianqian took the branch tied to her sock and murmured, I hope everyone will not look down on this. Chapter 35. Commencing tool production. Ning Shu sighed. Everyone is busy. What can I possibly do? Just then, the system sent another notification. A new task. Create a tool using the lid of the iron can. Reward. 1 potential point. Lu Zhe noticed that the lid was half covering the can, hindering the evaporation of seawater. Removing it wouldn't allow for a secure closure, rendering it quite impractical. Since the can did not require a lid, crafting a small knife from it seemed like an excellent idea. Success would also yield a potential point. You have a task too. Lu Zhe removed the can lid and handed it to Ning Shu. You can create a knife. A knife? That seems simple enough. This lid is just a circular piece of iron. If we sharpen one edge, it can serve as a knife. Ning Shu examined it closely. With such a small piece, can it chop wood? Lu Zhe replied with a hint of exasperation. Even a well-made piece of iron this size would be comparable to a paper cutter. It can handle cutting fish or shrimp, but expecting it to chop wood is futile. It would be better to pick up any random stone. He picked up a stone and shook it, like this one. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering natural volcanic granite. It can be utilized for crafting a stone axe. Reward: 1 potential point. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. Initially, he merely picked up a stone as an example. Yet unexpectedly, the system provided a usable prompt. Upon closer inspection of the rock, it revealed an oval shape, somewhat flat on one end and rounded on the other. After some polishing, it indeed proved to be excellent material for an axe. Ning Shu gazed at the stone, a hint of skepticism in her expression. Can this truly be fashioned into a stone axe? Luja nodded. I was merely using it as an example, but it turns out to be quite suitable. Should we craft a stone axe or a small knife first? Let's do this. You make the small knife, and I shall create the stone axe, allowing us to work together. Ning Shu nodded in satisfaction. This is indeed a rather serious task. Shall we begin now? At that moment, Jiang Yao called out, "Breakfast is ready. Everyone come eat." Their stomachs growled in agreement. Working on an empty stomach would only double their physical exertion. First, they must pay homage to their stomachs. The so-called breakfast consisted merely of a few roasted mussels, 2 spicy strips, and either a conch or a crab each. These were the fruits of their morning foraging. Although insufficient to satiate their hunger, they still provided the necessary proteins and carbohydrates. After hastily consuming their breakfast, it was time to commence tool-making. Ning Shu glanced at the round iron lid. How do we begin? First, we need to find a relatively flat stone to serve as a grinding stone. Such stones are abundant on the beach, and soon, Luja discovered a suitable one. It was somewhat large and sunlit. However, grinding it here would lead to dehydration under the sun. The best course of action was to move the stone to a shaded area. He attempted to lift it, barely managing to raise it off the ground before setting it back down. My goodness, this is exceedingly heavy. This stone must weigh over 250 pounds. While a person weighing 200 might lift it, hoisting a 200-pound stone is no simple task. No need to panic. He directly activated 5 points of potential to enhance his strength, elevating it to 20 points, and instantly his muscles felt as if they had been tempered, brimming with power. With renewed effort, he easily lifted the large stone. The 4 girls stared in astonishment. Who would have imagined this delicate and seemingly frail boy could lift such a massive boulder? Wow, Luja, what have you been eating to grow so strong? Luja smiled proudly, carrying the large stone to the shade. Lin Qianqian glanced over. Oh, are we using it as a dining table? Luja nearly retorted at Lin Qianqian's peculiar thought process, but upon setting it down and taking another look, it indeed resembled a dining table. Using it as such would be delightful, but for now, I need it as a grinding stone. A grinding stone? For what purpose? A small knife and a stone axe. Ning Shu proudly shook the small round piece. You may not realize, but this is a significant undertaking. Would you like to join in? It sounds quite enjoyable. Count me in. Luja poured a bottle of seawater onto the stone surface and then ground a long, oval stone upon it, causing the stone shavings to flow down like a slurry. Meanwhile, Ning Shu diligently polished a piece of iron at the edge of another stone, producing a crisp sound of metal scraping. This laborious task was as exhausting as the traditional method of friction firemaking. However, the prospect of crafting their first tool for survival in the wild made every effort worthwhile. The group engaged in lively conversation while laboring, keenly observing the sky and the distant sea for any sign of rescue helicopters or boats. After over 2 hours of alternating turns, Ning Shu, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaohua finally succeeded in sharpening the small round piece. When they tested it against an old bottle, it effortlessly sliced through, proving its sharpness rivaled that of a utility knife. Tang Xiaohua triumphantly waved the blade, exclaiming, "See, we are indeed quite useful." Ning Shu added, "I'm exhausted, but the achievement of crafting a tool in the wilderness fills me with a sense of accomplishment." Jiang Yao echoed her sentiment. Luja took the blade, inspected its sharp edge, and nodded in approval, unable to resist praising them, albeit somewhat perfunctorily. To his delight, the girls relished the compliment, their lips pursed in satisfaction. "What about you, Xiaozhe?" they inquired. Luja presented his stone, revealing one side that was thick while the other had been sharpened to a keen angle of approximately 40 degrees. Furthermore, he had polished a long, narrow stone, one end flat and the other honed to a sharp point, resembling a chisel. Ning Shu questioned its purpose. "What do we need this for?" "To create a complete stone axe, we must also have a chisel." Luja explained their next steps, crafting the handles for the knife and axe. He then procured a branch, used the round blade to make 2 incisions, and with a firm tug, stripped away a section of bark. Next, he utilized the stone axe to cut a 20-centimeter long branch, roughly the thickness of a thumb, and meticulously smoothed its surface with the round blade. He then split it in half, inserted the round blade, and tightened it with tree bark, resulting in a uniquely shaped knife with a handle. For them, the peculiarities of the tool were inconsequential. Its functionality was what truly mattered. The next task was to create the axe handle, which was considerably more challenging and required a thicker tree trunk. Fortunately, there were several suitably sized saplings nearby. Luja selected a tree about the thickness of a young man's forearm, settled beneath it, and found an optimal leverage point. Gripping the stone axe with both hands, he began to chop down the tree. This was no easy feat, yet with 8 potential points allocated solely to strength in his system. His prowess was amplified to 28 times his original capability, dramatically enhancing his efficiency. Tang Xiaohua, witnessing Luja's toil, sat beside him, fanning him and wiping the sweat from his brow. The presence of a girl working nearby seemed to quicken the pace. In less than half an hour, he successfully felled a 4-meter-tall sapling. After another half hour, I managed to chop off a 40-centimeter segment of wood. Chapter 36. Crafting a slingshot and calculating orientation. The lengths and thicknesses were just right. I stripped off the bark to reveal a smooth, tapered stick, one end larger than the other, both ends meticulously smoothed to perfection, offering an exquisite tactile experience. Subsequently, Luja employed Ning Shu's pencil to sketch a small frame on the thicker end of the stick, spending over an hour using a stone to chisel out a 2-way channel within the frame. He then attempted to insert the stone axe head into the channel. If it did not fit, he would expand it slightly until it felt just right. After inserting the charcoal, he burned the inner channel, using the principle of thermal expansion to widen the opening, securely wedging the stone axe head within the stick. To reinforce the axe, Luja melted some plastic bottles and poured the molten material into the crevices of the stone axe, compacting it tightly while it remained soft. Thus, a perfect and sturdy stone axe was created. Luja dedicated nearly 2 hours to crafting this axe, and even with a strength enhancement of 28 times, he felt utterly exhausted. Under normal circumstances, making just this one axe would have taken an entire day. Despite the time and effort invested, it was immensely rewarding. Gripping the axe handle felt marvelous. He then went to chop down a small tree, effortlessly slicing through it like cutting through vegetables. In less than 20 minutes, the branches were transformed into firewood. Tonight, there would be no shortage of fuel. The trunk would be kept for potential use in constructing a shelter. This small tree fork is quite remarkable. Luja discovered a branch fork with a main limb about 25 centimeters in diameter and 2 slightly thinner branches, thicker than his thumb. It was excellent material for crafting a slingshot. Why not use it to create one? With an abundance of pebbles available as ammunition, it could be used to strike coconuts or catch flying fish. First, he needed to find materials. The branch fork would serve as the slingshot's body. Next, he needed elastic bands. He recalled that Ning Shu had a bundle of high-quality hair ties, packaged in sets of 20. A few had been used, but there were still plenty left, though he was uncertain if they would be suitable for slingshot bands. Luja retrieved one and used a small round knife to slice away the outer decoration, revealing a circular rubber tube akin to a valve core, much thicker and possessing significantly greater elasticity. The ring fit perfectly around a slender wrist, and when stretched, could extend to 40 or 50 centimeters. Moreover, the rebound performance was exceptional, making it the ideal material for a slingshot. For the padding, he utilized the sole of a discarded sandal. Everything was ready. Next, he rounded the end of the stick on a stone, then used a small round knife to carve the bark off the small fork, which felt wonderful in his hand. In pursuit of power, Luja dismantled 8 rubber bands, binding 4 together, and then pierced the padding to attach it to the bands. Thus, a perfect slingshot was created. Luja pulled it back and was astounded by its impressive strength. He picked up a round pebble, drew back the slingshot, and aimed at a coconut perched high in the palm tree. As he released it, a resounding crack echoed through the air. The projectile struck the coconut with precision, causing it to plummet to the ground. Luja hurried over to retrieve the coconut, only to discover that its outer layers had been severely damaged, exposing the inner shell. Had he used a steel ball, it likely would have pierced straight through. Li Ming attempted a few more shots, but alas, the scarcity of perfectly round pebbles hampered their accuracy, achieving only a hit rate of approximately 30%. Nevertheless, it was still commendable. He earned another potential point. Meanwhile, several girls busied themselves, washing the soiled clothes and socks that everyone had dirted during their time together. Naturally, they used seawater. The freshly laundered garments were hung on makeshift clotheslines fashioned from tree branches, basking in the sun's rays. Once the moisture evaporated, the clothing became stiff due to the salt, and a gentle rub would release a cascade of dry salt crystals. Although wearing them still felt somewhat coarse, it was certainly preferable to being caked in filth. Tang Xiao's dress was also clean. However, she remarked that when Jing's sweatshirt and Luja shorts were far more comfortable, though they occasionally risked revealing a bit too much. She appeared utterly unconcerned. Comfort was paramount. Glancing at the time, she noted that it was nearly noon. The azure sky and billowing clouds loomed above, with the cerulean waves lapping at the shore, yet there was still no sign of a rescue team. It seemed increasingly unlikely that help would arrive today. Just then, Luja received a new task from the system. Ding! New task. Create a compass and determine your approximate location. Reward: 1 potential point. Calculating their location was precisely what Luja had intended to do. However, time and clarity of thought had eluded him. Crafting a compass seemed somewhat daunting, but upon calm reflection, he concluded that it was not insurmountable. To construct a compass, one needed a magnetic needle. He pondered what materials at hand possessed magnetism. Ningshu's magnetic door card, Lin Xianxian's bank card magnetic strip, and even certain components within his mobile phone could serve the purpose. Clearly, there were multiple avenues to create a compass. He opted for the simplest approach. Chu Yin retrieved a bank card, using a ruler and pencil to mark 2 lines along the magnetic strip, ensuring they were approximately 3 millimeters apart. He then meticulously scored along these lines with a small circular blade, repeating the process about 50 times until the magnetic card was severed, yielding a slender plastic strip measuring 54 millimeters in length and 3 millimeters in width, complete with a magnetic section. Next, he trimmed away the excess plastic from the other end, leaving a magnetic needle approximately 35 millimeters long. Finally, he filled a half bottle with water and gently placed the magnetic needle on the surface. In no time, the needle pointed decisively in one direction. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have crafted a makeshift compass and earned 1 potential point. Meanwhile, the girls sat in the shade, enjoying their respite from the heat while engaging in light conversation. Tang Xiao lamented, "It appears that we shall not be graced by the rescue team today. They must think we are deceased and are unwilling to expend time searching for us." Jiang Yao replied, "It has only been half a day. Perhaps they will commence their search for us this afternoon." Ning Shu listened intently for a moment before exclaiming, "Listen, I believe I can hear the sound of a helicopter." This statement ignited excitement among the group as they all strained to listen. Ultimately, Lin Xianxian sighed softly. "What helicopter? That sound is merely your stomach growling, class leader." Upon further listening, it indeed turned out to be so. "Sigh, a mere morsel of food has proven utterly ineffective," Tang Xiao remarked, patting Ning Shu's abdomen. Class leader, quickly summoned the helicopter to rescue us." Ning Shu replied with resignation, "Leave me be." At that moment, they noticed Lu Jia had been silent, engrossed in sketching something in his notebook. Curiously, Ning Shu inquired, "Hey, our esteemed committee member, what are you up to?" Lu Jia responded, "I am calculating our location." Location? Is that even possible to ascertain? Although not entirely precise, it should theoretically be calculable. Lu Jia's assertion piqued the interest of the others, who gathered around him. Ning Shu urged, "Quickly, tell us where we are. Share your reasoning." After a brief contemplation, Lu Jia continued, "In the northern hemisphere during summer, the days are significantly longer than the nights. Here, however, the difference between day and night is less than half an hour. Do you comprehend what this implies?" Tang Xiao will look perplexed. "Are we in the southern hemisphere?" "No," Lin Xianxian pondered. "The closer one is to the poles, the greater the difference in day and night. Conversely, the nearer one is to the equator, the smaller the difference." "Precisely," Lu Jia affirmed with a nod, opening his notebook to reveal a hand-drawn map. "Today is July 2nd, just over 10 days past the summer solstice. Here, the day-night difference is approximately 2 hours, indicating that our latitude is quite low, likely situated between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer." With that, He elegantly drew a horizontal line on the hand-drawn map. The young women were utterly in awe of this handcrafted map. Indeed, while somewhat hasty, the depiction of national boundaries was remarkably detailed and accurate. Chapter 37. Casting a message in a bottle. Ning Shu took the notebook, her expression one of disbelief. My goodness, you managed to draw the map of Southeast Asia and the Pacific from memory. Jiang Yao exclaimed, astonished. Xiaozhe, I had no idea you possessed such a talent. Tang Xiaohua expressed skepticism. Could it not be mere doodles? No. Lin Qianqian confidently shook her head. The geographical locations and neighboring countries are all depicted with great accuracy. Lu Zhe, how did you accomplish this? Lu Zhe, of course, would not disclose that he had merely replicated the map provided by the system in his mind. I have always had a penchant for geography since high school. Ning Shu reflected. This latitude should lie between 15 and 30 degrees, even further south than Hainan. Jiang Yao inquired. How we calculate longitude now that we have a latitude? It's quite simple. Lu Zhe responded, drawing a vertical line on the map. By connecting the flight path from Pudong Airport to Kingsford Smith Airport and identifying where it intersects with the latitude, we can ascertain our approximate location. As he spoke, he marked a small circle at the intersection of the two lines. Congratulations, host, for accurately determining the general vicinity. Potential point 1. Indeed, the four girls glanced at one another. Where is this? To the west lies the Philippines, to the east are Palau and Micronesia, to the south is Indonesia, and to the northeast are the Mariana Islands. Jiang Yao remarked. So, it's quite possible that the black box has fallen into the Mariana Trench. Ning Shu asked, which country's territory does this specifically belong to? Lu Zhe shook his head. I'm not certain, but it is highly probable that we are in international waters. What I can confirm is that we are definitely outside our nation's jurisdiction. Upon hearing this news, the girls felt utterly disheartened. Tang Xiao sighed. No wonder the PLA has not found us. It turns out we are lost out here. Indeed, Lu Zhe continued. The circumference of this circle suggests we could be over 800 kilometers from any nation. Tang Xiao pondered. 800 kilometers? That doesn't seem very far. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, it isn't far. It is roughly the distance from our capital to Seoul in Han Country. The girls, not particularly sensitive to numbers, immediately grasped the distance when a place name was mentioned, their faces paling in fright. So dire? There's one more thing I do not understand. Lin Qianqian contemplated. Since we are in the tropics, it shouldn't be so cold even at night. Lu Zhe nodded. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be excessively cold. But if we are at the convergence of cold and warm currents, such a situation may arise. Jiang Yao inquired curiously. Are there cold currents in the tropics? Certainly. Lu Zhe affirmed. I surmise that the Kuroshio current divides into two as it reaches the Philippines, with a smaller cold current flowing here, merging with the North Equatorial Current, creating a significant temperature difference between day and night. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's explanation, Lin Qianqian recalled, I remember studying this in world geography. The Galapagos Islands in South America experience this phenomenon, where the cold Peruvian current from the south meets the warm equatorial current from the north, resulting in a vast temperature differential in that tropical archipelago, hosting both tropical rainforests and penguins. Jiang Yao exclaimed, penguins? That seems rather exaggerated. Lu Zhe nodded. Compared to the Galapagos, the warm currents here are stronger and the cold currents weaker, so it isn't as frigid. However, relative to other tropical islands, the temperature variance between day and night is still quite pronounced. Having deduced his location, Lu Zhe received his system reward, yet he felt no joy. Just as the girls had feared, being outside one's homeland means that national search and rescue teams face intricate procedures and restrictions when entering territorial waters, significantly diminishing the likelihood of being found. Furthermore, within this vast expanse of ocean, there are nearly 1,000 islands, large and small. They themselves were unaware of which island they were on. Even if the rescue team had all the necessary paperwork, could they possibly search every small island? Tang Xiao spoke with a quivering voice. So we won't be found, right? Lu Zhe reassured her. As long as there are people, there is hope. Let us not lose heart. At that moment, a sound echoed in his mind. New task. Utilize the information at hand to enhance the probability of being located. Reward. 1 potential point. I am well aware of the necessity to increase our chances of being found, but what methods can we employ? Lu Zhe pondered for a few seconds, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. Eureka! He quickly exclaimed. Although we are not within our homeland, The plane crash constitutes an international incident, and certainly there will be a search initiated. What we must do now is to maximize our chances of being discovered. The four girls exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing a perplexed expression. Jiang Yao inquired, "We understand that, but what exactly should we do?" Lu Zhi contemplated for a moment and replied solemnly, "We need to send our location to the rescue team." "Are you joking? Our phones are either lost or broken. How can we transmit our location?" "The most primitive method." Lu Zhi picked up a bottle and shook it. "Let us create drift bottles." Drift bottles? The four girls looked at each other in realization. Indeed, we can find plenty of discarded bottles on the beach. We also have notebooks to write messages to place inside. More importantly, we can sketch our approximate location on the note. This will surely increase our chances of being found. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of this? Xiaozhe, you are truly clever. In response to the girls' praise, Lu Zhi nodded in agreement. The crucial aspect of making drift bottles is the bottles themselves. They must be sturdy and well sealed, allowing them to traverse the sea and reach the shore. As survival necessitates bottles, they had a limited supply at hand, ultimately managing to find 3 relatively clean ones. Lin Qianqian followed Lu Zhi's drawn map, making 3 copies, then marked the approximate location of the incident. She wrote down their number, names, and other vital information in both Chinese and English. Once the notes were complete, Lin Qianqian handed them to Lu Zhi. "Please take a look and let me know if anything else needs to be marked." Lu Zhi examined it and found that Lin Qianqian's details were quite thorough, yet one crucial piece of information was still lacking. "Qianqian, please add this detail. Today is June 10th. The sun set at 6:30 p.m. last night and rose at 5:45 a.m. this morning. With the date and the precise times of sunrise and sunset, this information will greatly assist the rescue team in accurately determining our location." Lin Qianqian nodded. "This information will indeed enhance the precision of their search." Lu Zhi affirmed, "Exactly." Following Lu Zhi's instructions, Lin Qianqian added this information to all 3 notes. "Should we throw the drift bottles now? It is currently high tide. If we throw them out, they will only come back. Let us wait until the tide recedes before we cast them out. Certainly, it is possible that they may be washed back. Yet there exists a certain probability that they could drift into the current and eventually find their way to a distant corner of the world." Lin Qianqian nodded. "Yes, I understand." Chapter 38. The discovery of new economic crops. Jiang Yao clasped her hands in prayer, earnestly beseeching, "May heaven bless us, and may the rescue team discover our drifting bottle." Tang Xiaowu inquired, "Does it really work?" Jiang Yao replied, "It is certainly better to try than to do nothing at all." Tang Xiaowu also reverently joined her in prayer, hands pressed together. Lu Zhi, uninterested in their idle banter, turned to Lin Qianqian and asked, "By the way, Qianqian, how much water did we distill earlier?" Lin Qianqian shook the bottle. "Approximately 300 milliliters. A thick crust of salt has formed inside the jar, making it somewhat laborious to scrape off. Otherwise, we could have boiled more." Lu Zhi nodded. "Not bad, shortly. I will craft a few more natural distillers with a small knife. I estimate we could distill about 100 to 200 milliliters of fresh water each day. We could prepare some soup by evening." Lin Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, "I'm so looking forward to it." After paying her respects to Guanyin, Tang Xiaowu pouted, clutching her stomach. "I'm hungry again. What shall we eat now?" Ning Shu sighed. "We have already consumed our limited food supply. How about we drink some coconut juice?" "But I'm primarily hungry, not particularly thirsty." Lu Zhi pondered. "Let's first consume some coconut flesh and spicy strips to tide us over. And I shall venture into the woods shortly to forage for more food. How do we open the coconut?" Lu Zhi picked up a stone axe and smiled. "Let's not forget, we now possess tools." With that, he swung the axe down decisively. In an instant, a coconut, devoid of water, was cleaved open with a significant gash. Lu Zhi deftly pried it apart with a crack, revealing the glistening white coconut flesh, which appeared utterly delectable. The axe proved to be remarkably effective. One would not suspect that the seemingly frail Xiaoming possessed such strength. Everyone took a piece, and the girls eagerly tore off chunks to enjoy. The sweet, crisp, and juicy flesh made for an exquisite treat on this island. Lu Zhi remarked, "Coconut flesh can be consumed raw, but it is even more easily absorbed by the body when cooked, offering a different flavor." As he spoke, he cleaved another coconut, using a rock as a cutting board, and with a small round knife, he sliced the coconut meat into strips, placing them on stones beside the fire. In no time, they were roasted to dryness and hardened, transforming into crispy coconut strips. Dipping them in the chili oil from their spicy strips package and savoring them, they found the texture delightfully reminiscent of fries. Luja opened several more coconuts, drinking the juice and enjoying the flesh. And as their stomachs began to fill, the gnawing hunger significantly diminished. It had been a full 24 hours since they had awakened. Observing the intense heat of the sun on the beach, Luja deemed it unsuitable for foraging along the shore and resolved to search nearby the campsite before releasing the drifting bottle later. After circling the campsite, he discovered some bushes and picked a fruit, pinching it between his fingers, which released a faint, unpleasant odor. A message echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered healthy mouse droppings. To his astonishment, this substance was indeed mouse feces. Well, it would be quite unusual for an island to be devoid of mice. Luja was aware that, although in urban settings mice symbolize viruses and diseases, not all mice fit that description. On the islands, disease-carrying mice are scarce. In the wild, they can even be considered a delicacy on a survivalist menu. They not only supply the body with protein, but also provide energy and essential amino acids that aid digestion. In pursuit of potential points and to enhance his palate, it was imperative to catch some mice for sustenance. However, having only encountered mouse droppings without a glimpse of the creatures themselves, how could he possibly capture them? Should he smoke out their burrows? Without knowing how many cunning holes there were, such an action would merely alarm the rodents. Snuck? The thought of that snake reminded him of the intestines preserved in his bottle. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the adage of the old generation. A snake consumes mice for half a year, and in turn, mice feast on snakes for half a year. This meant that during summer, snakes would hunt mice, but in winter they hibernate. Once discovered by mice, they would be treated as canned food. Their relationship is one of mutual predation, with each being a delicacy on the other's menu. Employing the snake's intestines as bait would surely attract the mice, and then he could set traps to capture them. Perfect, but how to construct the traps? Luja opened the survival manual and found instructions for creating traps using spring mechanisms. First, he needed thin and flexible long strings. He discovered a small bundle of rubber bands in Ning Shu's pencil case and took 3, which combined with some twigs, could substitute for the long string. He fashioned a spring latch, tying it to the end of a branch. Next, he found a resilient twig to insert into the ground and used a small branch to create a trigger resting on a stone. Now, he could pour the snake's intestines on the ground as bait. As soon as any foraging mice passed by and triggered the twig or the mechanism, the branch would spring up and the rubber band would tightly ensnare the mouse's foot or tail. After testing the trap twice and confirming its efficacy, Luja sought another location to set up additional traps. Spending over half an hour, he crafted 3 mouse-catching traps. Rather than idly waiting for the mice to take the bait, Luja resolved to be proactive. At that moment, another prompt appeared in his mind. New task, build a shelter. Reward, 1 potential point. Indeed, after sleeping on the sandy ground the previous night, Tang Xiao had nearly succumbed to the cold. It was high time to construct a proper shelter, armed with a stone axe. He ventured into the forest in search of suitable saplings for the shelter's construction. The underbrush was thick, teeming with unfamiliar insects that scuttled among the shrubs. Provoking a sense of revulsion, Luja cautiously shooed them away. The forest was abundant in plant varieties, yet finding the right would prove to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, with the advent of the stone axe, it became considerably easier to fell suitable trees. He spent 2 hours chopping down 7 branches, each approximately 3 meters long and wrist thick. He then made his way back to the camp. Just then, he heard the sound of a whistle emanating from the camp. Something was amiss. He hastily dropped the branches and rushed towards the camp, only to see several girls eagerly beckoning him over. Luja, come and take a look. His first thought was that the rescue team had arrived. He dashed to the seaside, but found nothing. Turning back, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian, each holding a cluster of green bananas, their excitement palpable. Did you find bananas? Bananas are a high-calorie fruit, rich in carbohydrates and vitamins. In certain circumstances, they can even serve as a staple food. This was indeed a cause for great excitement. Luja approached them. Where did you find them? Just over there in the woods. Luja was taken aback. What were you doing in the thicket? Ning Shu playfully nudged him. Boys are really something. You just drive around, while accompanying Qian to the restroom. Drive? Did that happen? By the way, how did it go? Did you find any seeds? Is that all that's on your mind? Can't you think of anything else? Isn't there something more important? The bananas? This is a type of banana called jimao, which is a smaller variant. Ning Shu explained with understanding, then broke off one to offer Luja. Give it a try. Chapter 39. The girl's method of territory division. Luja accepted it and immediately received a notification from the system. Ding. Important tool resource discovered. Jiaomao. Potential points 1. However, Luja clearly saw that it was marked. Not edible. Hey, have you all eaten any? No. We were waiting for you to share. Look how considerate we are. Indeed, Xiaozhe, you are quite fortunate. Luja nodded. It's good that you haven't eaten. What do you mean? Luja weighed the item in his hand. You have indeed found a significant resource, but this is jiaomao, not a banana, and it is inedible. Tang Xiaowu blinked. Jiaomao. Banana? Is there a difference? Ning Shu, slightly skeptical, peeled one open. It revealed white flesh. It looks just like a banana. As she spoke, she broke off a piece. And suddenly a swarm of tiny black insects poured out. Startled, Ning Shu let out a scream and immediately discarded the banana. Oh, there are bugs. How disgusting. The other 3 girls also tossed aside their bananas, huddling together. There's no need to overreact. Luja, however, remained remarkably calm, picking up a half-eaten banana and explaining. The black specks are not insects. They are the seeds. Both the flesh and the seeds are toxic and not edible. Upon hearing Luja's words, the girls leaned in to look, discovering that the black dots were indeed immobile seeds. Lin Qian exclaimed in surprise. It really is a seed. Isn't it? Jiang Yao sighed, pondering why, despite being a type of banana, this particular plant was inedible and appeared so repugnant. Dangxia Google Zimat? It is because it is quite unrefined. Luja had gathered some banana hemp seeds and stored them in an empty bottle. Lin Qian inquired, Luja, you mentioned earlier that this banana hemp is also an essential resource, correct? Indeed, Luja nodded. Since it cannot be consumed, what purpose does it serve? This plant, known as banana hemp or Manila hemp, bears fruit resembling bananas, yet it is one of the most significant economic crops in Southeast Asia. Its stalk and leaves are rich in plant fibers, which can be utilized to create ropes, fishing nets, and other items. Ropes crafted from it are significantly more effective than ordinary bark ropes. Ning Shu nodded in agreement, exclaiming precisely. Tang Xiaowu, perplexed, responded, we need food and fresh water. What do we need ropes for? Luja explained, Xiaowu, ropes are indispensable in survival situations, holding equal importance to flint, machetes, cookware, and tarps. They are essential for constructing shelters and bamboo rafts. Is that so? Let us first examine the banana hemp. Ning Susait. Qian, please tend to them. I will accompany Luja. Following Ning Shu, Luja entered the forest from another direction, and indeed, they soon spotted a banana hemp plant. It stood about 2 meters tall, with a trunk as thick as a thigh and long, broad leaves adorned with clusters of banana-like fruits. A rough estimate suggested that this singular banana hemp plant could yield at least several dozen meters of fibrous rope. It was evident that this forest harbored more than just this one specimen. As Ning Shu contemplated proceeding, Luja suddenly grasped her arm. What is it? She began to ask, but Luja swiftly covered her mouth and pointed ahead. Peering closely, Ning Shu discerned a large rat cautiously emerging not far away. Had Luja not silenced her, she would have surely cried out. Do not shout, Luja whispered in her ear, then quietly picked up a stone, preparing to strike when the rat drew near. However, as the rat took a few steps forward, it caught sight of 2 puddles on the ground. It sniffed the air and, in a panic, disappeared into the underbrush. Luja tossed the stone aside, feeling a tinge of disappointment for having missed his target. Ning Shu furrowed her brow. Does the rat have a sense of hygiene? That was where you and Qian relieve yourselves. Ning Shu retorted, indeed. Luja contemplated this and concluded. Many mammals assess their surroundings through the scent and quantity of urine, using these cues to gauge the size of potential intruders, and hence believe they have encroached upon someone else's territory. Clearly, the rat had thought it had wandered into the domain you had established. Establishing territory? Ning Shu immediately envisioned dogs marking their territory at the base of trees, shaking with indignation. Oh, Luja, it was merely a matter of a girl relieving herself. How is that establishing territory? Do not be upset, class monitor. However, to be fair, my assertion is not entirely incorrect. At times, The scent of human urine can indeed deter certain animals, particularly small and sensitive rodents. Interestingly, the repellent effect of male urine tends to be more pronounced than that of females. However, if we five were to gather and pour it at the roots of a tree, it could effectively frighten off some mid-sized carnivores. Ning Shu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "I truly cannot fathom where you acquire such peculiar knowledge. Read more books, peruse the news, indulge less in snacks, and sleep more," was the retort. "I also read, yet I haven't gleaned such bizarre information." While others were kindling a fire, she found herself amidst a group of girls contemplating how to assist the boys in overcoming their undesirable habits. "By the way, class leader, your knowledge seems even stranger," she added. Upon uttering this, Ning Shu instantly lost her annoyance and muttered, "Your previous actions were indeed quite suspect. Well, we didn't catch any mice. Let's turn our attention to the banana fiber." Lu Zhi approached, plucking a leaf, and with a swift tug, extracted a long fiber. By removing the leaf flesh, soaking, and drying it, it could be fashioned into rope. The fibers stripped from the leaves could create fine twine, while sturdier strands could be harvested from the stem, albeit at a greater expenditure of time and effort. As he spoke, Lu Zhi began to meticulously tear the banana fibers. "This is indeed remarkable." Ning Shu assisted in clearing the remaining leaf matter. In a short span, the two managed to extract 10 strands of fine banana fiber rope from the leaves. Seeing they had gathered a considerable amount, Ning Shu suggested, "That should suffice. We need at least 60 strands. What do we need so many for?" "To construct a shelter." "Are we finally commencing the shelter?" Ning Shu exclaimed with excitement. "I can hardly wait to experience the feeling of having a dormitory." After half an hour, they had harvested over 60 strands, each over 2 meters long. They then twisted every 3 strands together to create 6 or 7 thicker ropes for binding. With that, they prepared to return. Subsequently, Lu Zhi went to retrieve the 7 small branches they had previously cut. Ning Shu found a relatively wind-sheltered spot and declared, "Friends, today we shall build our shelter here." Tang Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, "A shelter? No more sleeping in sand pits. Hooray!" Jiang Yao reflected, "I truly cannot believe I could survive in such a place without Lu Zhi." Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. "Me too. Let's not linger on words. For the sake of our survival, let us commence." Chapter 40. An increase in peculiar knowledge. Lu Zhi picked up a branch. "Class leader, hold that side for me." "Sure." He began to bind the branches together. Lin Qianqian approached to offer her assistance. "What can I do?" "Gather a multitude of palm leaves. The more, the better. We will need them for windbreaks." "Understood." Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua chimed in. "What about us?" "Yao Yao, weave the leaves together." "Guoya." Use Qianqian's socks to continue collecting fresh water. Lu Zhi pondered for a moment before adding, "Be careful not to burn yourselves." "Got it." Though weary from their labor, the camaraderie and encouragement shared among the group allowed them to temporarily forget the despair that loomed over them. Lu Zhi first erected 2 branches, firmly embedding them into the sandy ground, and then, 3 meters away, he constructed another pair of branches in a similar manner. The apex and base of these 2 sets of branches were secured with another branch, creating a relatively stable framework for a tent. Following this, Lu Zhi tied fine grass ropes between the 2 structures and placed the leaves that Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao had neatly arranged atop them to serve as a windbreak. After 2 hours, a complete shelter was established. While it appeared rather rudimentary, its functionality was remarkable. During the day, one side was left as a windbreak to shield from the sun, while the other could be removed for ventilation. As night fell and the temperatures dropped, ropes could be pulled on all sides to hang leaves as windbreaks, providing excellent insulation. Once completed, several girls promptly nestled within. Tang Xiaohua stretched her arms, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so much cooler." Lin Qianqian chimed in joyfully, "It feels just like home." Ning Shu chuckled, "Haha, this is reminiscent of summer camp." Jiang Yao stretched her legs. Picking up a dried coconut snack with a tent, drinks, and snacks, who would have thought wilderness survival could be so charming? "Hey Xiaozhe, come join us." Jiang Yao shifted aside to make room. Lu Zhi entered and reclined, discovering that it was spacious enough for 5 people to lie down comfortably. Checking the time, he noted it was 3:30, the sun beginning its descent. "Everyone can take a brief rest now. We should gather our energy for when the tide recedes, and then we can throw out the drifting bottles and go beachcombing." Just then, Jiang Yao's brow furrowed slightly. She leaned over and whispered something in Ning Shu's ear. Ning Shu shook her head hesitantly, then conveyed something to Lin Qianqian, leading both girls to nod in agreement. Lin Qianqian pulled out 10 tissues from her backpack, giving 5 to Jiang Yao, and then helped her up. You both rest for a while. I'll accompany Yao Yao to attend to a small matter. Small matter? What small matter? Lu Zhi speculated that the girls might need to use the restroom, and quickly reminded them. Remember, seeds. Jiang Yao replied helplessly, I know. Supporting Jiang Yao, Lin Qianqian led her into the woods, and soon, a scream echoed through the air. Ah, is there danger again? Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua immediately grew anxious. Lu Zhi spoke sternly, stay here. I'll go check. Be careful, they cautioned, concerned about encountering wild animals or snakes. Lu Zhi grabbed a stone axe and rushed toward the source of the sound. Ultimately, it was a false alarm. Jiang Yao had simply lost her footing and sat down awkwardly, resulting in a rather messy situation. After a bout of nausea and vomiting, Lin Qianqian helped her to the seaside to wash up. Lu Zhi realized it was no longer practical for Jiang Yao to collect the seeds herself. Resigned to the task, he approached the spot where Jiang Yao had squatted, only to find a flattened mess nearby. Indeed, the disparity between ideals and reality was stark. Even the most adorable young girl cannot transform her excrement into a hue reminiscent of crystal macaron or imbue it with a fragrant essence of fruit. A thought crossed Lu Zhi's mind. The seeds of a dragon fruit are nestled within. Should he pry it open and crush it to extract the seeds? In that moment, Lu Zhi conceived a brilliant plan. He removed one of his socks and, utilizing 2 twigs, delicately grasped the substance, placing it within the sock. Lu Zhi understood that in the wilderness, excrement serves as a vital survival resource. It may sound implausible, yet it is indeed true. Human feces contain a wealth of fats, making it an excellent nutritional source for numerous wild animals. For instance, Bear Grylls and other survivalists often employ their own feces as bait to ensnare small fish. Furthermore, feces possess a significant deterrent effect. On the African savanna, survivors gather their excrement, mingling it with blood and bone remnants, then pile it near their camp to ward off lions and hyenas. The formidable heaps of feces, reeking of blood, evoke the presence of colossal and fearsome carnivores, causing lions and hyenas to retreat in trepidation. Additionally, various animal droppings serve myriad purposes. Some can be utilized for medicinal purposes, others for fuel, and some even mask human scent, while certain types can be crafted into sunscreen. The most outrageous yet authentic practice Lu Zhi had heard was that the inhabitants of the savannah use cow dung to wash dishes. This, of course, is a privilege reserved solely for esteemed guests. Now, regarding Jiang Yao's delicate offering, Lu Zhi devised a plan that would serve 2 purposes: to capture small fish and to separate the seeds using his sock. He returned to the campsite, where the coastline had risen to its zenith, submerging some landmarks beneath the waves. Lu Zhi recalled that just ahead of the distress signal area, there were several large rocks. A cluster of these rocks, when the tide receded, would form enclosed pools of water. If any fish failed to vacate these pools with the retreating tide, they would find themselves trapped, awaiting the next high tide to escape. Was this not an ideal fishing spot? Gwr, I need to borrow your stockings, he called out. Tang Xiaohua, engaged in distilling water, replied, You may, but no funny business. Though her words suggested caution, her heart brimmed with delight. Eager for Lu Zhi to engage in some mischievous antics, Lu Zhi took a pair of stockings and inspected them. Despite some fraying, there were no holes to be found. The quality appeared satisfactory. He gathered some resilient twigs, bending them into circles, and secured them tightly with banana fiber rope. Thus, he fashioned 5 circles, each approximately 15 centimeters in diameter. He then carefully slid the stockings over the circles, leaving a gap of about 10 centimeters between each. The twig circles supported the stockings, resembling a fishing net. However, a net alone would not suffice. He required bait. Fortunately, this was readily available. Lu Zhi placed the sock containing Jiang Yao's offering into the fishing net. Then, stones were placed at various points of the fishing net to prevent it from floating away. With this task accomplished, they awaited the arrival of small fish. Lu Zhi meticulously washed his hands several times before savoring a coconut. As the sun began its descent, the temperature reached a comfortable level, and the tide had started to recede. It was once again time for beachcombing. However, the question arose, should they all go together? Previously, 3 girls had found it quite inconvenient to care for Tang Xiaohua. Now, with two girls nursing foot injuries, it would indeed be challenging to manage. Chapter 41. An unusual sight on the sea. Jiang Yao remarked, "Forget it. I want to add to everyone's troubles. I'll stay at the campsite to tend to the fire." Tang Xiao had initially intended to join, but upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, she replied, "Then I won't go either. I'll continue distilling fresh water." Lu Zhi nodded. Beachcombing doesn't require too many people. With two injured girls, someone must look after them. I can manage on my own today. Absolutely not. Ning Shu shook her head. Even though you're a guy, venturing out alone could still pose risks. How about I accompany you? All right, let me prepare for a moment. What else do you need to prepare? Lu Zhi placed the dried sea salt blocks on a stone, smashing them into fine granules, which he then filled into a bottle. You'll find out soon enough. Lu Zhou and Ning Shu walked side by side along the beach at dusk, observing the sunset casting a crimson hue upon the sea, elongating their shadows. This sight brought Ning Shu a sense of joy, and she suddenly felt an urge to hold hands with the young man beside her. However, she quickly shook her head, silently admonishing herself. What am I thinking? In survival situations, how can I entertain such frivolous thoughts? I am a class leader. I cannot be as infatuated as Yao Yao and Gui. Yet, glancing sideways at Lu Zhi, she found him to be exceptionally handsome, growing more appealing with each passing moment. It seemed that Gui had discerning taste. If it weren't for certain attributes, he would indeed be the ideal kind of boyfriend. Clearly, both Yao Yao and Gui were interested in him, but whom did he prefer? If he had no interest in either, could it be that he fancied someone else? Perhaps Qian, or even herself? Why not ask him? If the four girls were to let him choose one as a girlfriend, who would he select? Hey Lu Zhi, Ning Su hesitantely inquired. What is up? I'd like to ask you a question. Lu Zhi nodded, seemingly serious. I know what you're about to ask. Ning Shu felt her cheeks flush slightly. Is it convenient for you to share the answer? Of course. All right then, go ahead. Lu Zhi, maintaining his serious demeanor, pointed to a small hole in the sandy ground. Right here. He then poured the crushed salt into the hole, and soon, a bamboo clam poked its head out. Lu Zhi quickly reached out to seize it, gently pulling it out and waving it before Ning Shu, explaining, "See? This salt powder is used to catch these." Ning Shu widened her mouth in surprise, her eyes twitching slightly. Did this fellow think I was curious about the purpose of salt powder? Not every small hole yields a bamboo clam. Some may harbor sea snails, while others house hermit crabs. Yet they do not emerge on their own. It is up to us to excavate them. As he spoke, Lu Zhi began digging in another small hole devoid of life, and before long, he unearthed a sea snail. He shook it triumphantly. Look, Ning Shu took it, examining the specimen, which was as large as a baby's fist. The largest sea snail she had caught since being stranded on this deserted island. The white flesh retracted into the shell, releasing jets of seawater. Remarkable indeed. Lu Zhi nodded appreciatively. The class monitor truly understands. They only ponder trivial matters. Ning Shu chuckled awkwardly, recalling that just a minute ago, she had intended to pose a rather mundane question to Lu Zhi. Given the current circumstances, it was best left unasked. The two walked approximately 2 kilometers, collecting a variety of discarded items along the way. Empty bottles, torn swimsuits, old flip-flops, and plastic bags. Lu Zhi also discovered a bundle of seaweed, and upon pulling it up, he was astonished to find over 20 mussels of various sizes clinging to it. By now, they had successfully gathered 5 bamboo clams, more than 20 mussels, 2 sea snails, and several starfish. Ning Shu pondered, can starfish be eaten? Lu Zhi nodded affirmatively. Of course. You should have mentioned that sooner. Ning Shu exclaimed, immediately reaching for a plastic bag to collect starfish from the sandy beach. Wait, Lu Zhi swiftly intervened. You can't just collect starfish. Why not? Only the females are edible. How can you tell the sexes apart? Lu Zhi produced a starfish and pointed to its underside. Observe its mouth. Females are orange, while males are white. Moreover, not all females are suitable for consumption. They must be in their breeding period. So we need to search for hefty females. Ning Shu gazed at the flower-like, wriggling mouth, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. After flipping through 50 or 60 starfish, they managed to select 3 that were suitable. Indeed, it was not as simple as anticipated. Ning Shu straightened up, supporting her waist, when her eyes caught sight of something unusual, a boat. Upon hearing her exclaim about a vessel, Lu Zhi rushed to the shore. From a distance on the horizon, something indistinct lingered on the water surface. The details were obscured. Ning Shu shouted with all her might. Lu Zhi joined in, but soon realized the futility of their efforts. Stop shouting. It's too far. They can't hear us. What should we do? We don't have any means to create a signal. Wait here. I'll climb a tree to get a better look. Lu Zhi scanned the surroundings, but found no suitable trees for climbing. In desperation, he hoisted Ning Shu onto his shoulders. Stand on my shoulders. All right. Ning Shu precariously balanced herself atop Lu Zhi, who securely grasped her ankles to maintain her stability. With both hands shielding her eyes, she peered toward the horizon. Just then, the sun dipped beyond the other side of the island. In the distance, the scenery faded into a misty gray, obscuring all discernible features. Ning Shu, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Why is the sun setting at this hour?" Lu Zhi reassured her. "The sun has not dipped below the horizon. We have merely moved to the opposite side of the island, shielded by its elevated terrain." "But is that a ship?" Ning Shu inquired. Lu Zhi shook his head and replied candidly, "To be honest, I am uncertain." "What shall we do now?" Ning Shu pondered, weighing their options. "We can either wait here or return to the campsite. If we remain here, we might freeze to death tonight." Lu Zhi nodded in agreement. Ning Shu continued, "However, if we return to the campsite and miss this chance for rescue, we may never have another opportunity." Lu Zhi nodded again. "Nonetheless, we could create a distress signal here and arrange stones to spell out our names. We can return to check on it tomorrow." "Excellent idea. Let us hurry." The two of them set down their belongings and hastily gathered stones to construct a landmark. After over half an hour of diligent effort, they finally completed a modest-sized marker and arranged smaller stones to convey. 5 people on the island. Please help." Ning Shu glanced at the message. Yet, as the darkness deepens, even if a ship passes by, it may not see us. Rescue vessels typically do not search at night. It is time for us to head back. With that, they began their journey back. At that moment, Lu Zhi noticed something in the distance. It seemed to flicker momentarily. "Did you see that?" he asked. "What?" Ning Shu replied. "That thing appeared to flash." "I did not catch it," she said, standing on tiptoe to peer in that direction. "There's nothing there. Perhaps you're seeing things." Lu Zhi gazed at the moon rising in the distance, his tone contemplative, perhaps. An hour later, the two returned to the campsite, only to find no one by the campfire. "Where is everyone? Have they been taken by the rescue team?" As they approached, they discovered that the 3 girls had taken refuge in the shelter, trembling in fear and reluctant to emerge. Lu Zhi inquired, "What is going on with you 3? From inside, Tang Xiao's voice trembled. "There are ghosts, ghostly sounds." "Ghosts? What ghostly sounds?" Lu Zhi retorted. "I only hear you 3 cowards screaming." Jiang Yao insisted, "No, there really are ghosts." Lin Qianqian added, Yes, listen, it is still calling out." "Are you imagining things?" "There is nothing there." Just then, a rustling noise emanated from nearby, followed by high-pitched, eerie screams. Ning Shu's scalp tingled with fear, and she instinctively clung to Lu Zhi. There truly is something. At last, Lu Zhi also heard the sound. It was not loud, but possessed a sharp, mournful quality. Startled, it indeed resembled a ghostly wail. Yet almost immediately, Lu Zhi grasped the situation. Rather than being frightened, he was filled with delight. "Huh, that is not a ghost. Just wait." The 3 girls cautiously peeked out, realizing that it seemed Lu Zhi was aware of the situation. Why then did he not inform them? Was he intentionally attempting to frighten them? To intimidate girls is quite unchivalrous. Although Lu Zhi might be a bit peculiar, he surely wouldn't engage in such trivialities. As they conversed, Lu Zhi had already plunged into the jungle with a torch in hand. Moments later, he emerged, holding a large rat that emitted the same strange sound as before. The girls were rendered pale with fright. Lu Zhi shook the rat, declaring, "Look, it's merely a rat. This creature stumbled into the trap I set." While the rationale was clear, Tang Xiao exclaimed, "But why does the rat make human-like sounds?" Jiang Yao speculated. Could it be that the rat has become sentient? Upon uttering this, the girls clung to one another in terror. Many rodents, in dire situations, produce such bizarre noises as an instinctive means to protect their kin, warning them away from danger. Lin Qianqian marveled. Life is truly wondrous. Ning Shu mused. Incredible. Even rodents seem to have mastered foreign languages. Tang Xiaohua, in a state of panic, asked, "What are you planning to do with it? Surely, you aren't considering it as food?" "Indeed, it is food," Lu Zhi replied, swinging the rat by its tail against a rock. With a resounding crack, it fell silent. He then skillfully skinned it with a small, sharp knife. pulling the entire hideaway with a swift motion. Next, he removed its head, tail, and claws, digging into its bloodied carcass to extract the innards, which he discarded to the side before cleaning the body with seawater. Before long, the rat was transformed into a rat steak. He then spread its body open and secured it to a branch. Next, Luja pried apart a starfish, extracting its yolk and placing it into a spicy snack bag, shaking it to ensure the remaining spicy oil mixed well with the starfish's essence, which he then spread over the rat meat before roasting it over the fire. Jiang Yao remarked, "Just moments ago, it seemed utterly disgusting. Why does it now appear somewhat mouth-watering?" Lin Qianqian stated, "I consider myself a decent cook. Yet I never imagined I could prepare a rat in such a manner." Tang Xiaoguo asserted, "Regardless, I refuse to consume such a dish." Ning Shu nodded in agreement. "I despise rats." Lu Zhi chuckled. "Even if no one else wishes to partake, it matters not. I shall enjoy it myself." Ning Shu sighed. "I'd rather prepare something else." Tang Xiaoguo inquired, "Class monitor, what else did you find?" Ning Shu imtit hier plastic bay. And the girls gasped in astonishment upon seeing bamboo clams. How did Lu Zhi manage to catch such a delicacy while we could only find hermit crabs and sea snails? Ning Shu smiled. He employed a special technique. "I can teach you all later." The girls then began to collaboratively prepare their feast. Grilled mussels, followed by the addition of bamboo clams, seaweed, and conch meat into an iron pot, simmered with water to create a delectable soup. Beside the fire, dried coconut was roasted as a staple. Compared to the first night, the quality of today's meal has markedly improved. Before long, the aroma of roasted rat wafted through the air, enticing all with its savory scent. This protein-rich fragrance bore a resemblance to chicken, igniting everyone's appetites. Lu Zhi tore off a small leg and took a hearty bite. "Delicious. Want some?" The four girls exchanged glances, and it was Lin Qianqian who spoke up first. "Please, give me a piece." Lu Zhi promptly tore off a substantial leg and handed it to her. While it couldn't compare to a chicken leg, it was indeed the most meaty part of the rat. Lin Qianqian took a bite of the flesh. This is delightful. Tastes just like chicken." Seeing Lin Qianqian indulge, Tang Xiaoguo swallowed hard and said, "I want some too." Lu Zhi tore off another leg and offered it to her. She took a bite, her mouth filled with grease. "Wow, this is truly delicious." Lu Zhi, filled with pride, remarked, "I told you it wouldn't go to waste." Ning Shu and Jiang Yao exchanged glances and, in unison, requested, "How about giving us a bit too?" After sharing the rat, although each had only a bite or two, the taste provided an unprecedented comfort to everyone. Once they had savored the rat, Ning Shu used a knife to slice open several bottles, crafting bowls from their bottoms and spoons from shells, distributing the seafood soup and roasted coconut meat. The seafood soup was exquisite, and everyone completely forgot that it had been made from water distilled using Lin Qianqian's socks. As they enjoyed the roasted coconut while sipping the seafood soup, they once again experienced joy and tranquility. Lin Qianqian mused, "Life in the wilderness isn't as dreadful as I imagined." Ning Shu playfully patted Lu Zhi on the shoulder. "In truth, we ought to thank our sports committee member." Jiang Yao chuckled. "Indeed, Xiaozhi has never let me down." Tang Xiaoguo frowned. "Hey, Xiaozhi belongs to everyone. Why do you speak of him as if he has family?" Ning Shu replied, Or you have to admit, after this ordeal on the deserted island, I truly feel like we are family." Lin Qianqian nodded. "The class leader is right. Lu Zhi has given me a new perspective on boys." Lu Zhi, intrigued, asked, "What perspective?" Lin Qianqian beamed. "Boys can be quite endearing at times." Jiang Yao, skeptical, inquired, "Qianqian, are you developing feelings for Xiaozhi?" Tang Xiaoguo chimed in, "Hey, Qianqian, aren't you into girls?" Chapter 43. Catching little tailfish. Lin Qianqian blushed. Frowning slightly, "Absolutely not." Jiang Yao asked, "By the way, have you encountered any other amusing events?" Lu Zhi and Ning Shu exchanged knowing glances. "Indeed, we have." Ning Shu then recounted the encounter with a vessel-like object on the horizon to everyone. Jiang Yao exclaimed, "Could it really be a rescue ship?" Tang Xiaoguo expressed her concern. "What if they come to this island and we are not there? Wouldn't that be a missed opportunity?" Ning Shu replied, "We have also set up a distress signal on the island. If they're truly a rescue team, they will surely see it as they pass by." Lu Zhi continued, "If it is merely a passing merchant ship, then it's such a distance. No matter how loudly we shout, they would be unable to hear us." Lin Qianqian nodded. Luja, what do you intend to do? Luja set an alarm on his watch. I will wake up early tomorrow and go over to see what the situation is. Ningshu said, I will accompany you in the morning. Luja nodded. That sounds good. Today's dinner finally provided everyone with a sense of fullness. Then several girls squeezed into the shelter, inviting Luja to join them. Luja, come in too. It's quite cold outside. You're like a little heater with you here. The temperature will rise by 2 degrees. We have enough firewood today, so don't worry about the fire going out. Besides, you built the shelter. We would feel guilty if you had to sleep outside. Luja nodded. Since you all are so sincerely inviting me, I shall not be polite. The girls prepared some warm bottles using hot sand and seawater, surrounding themselves with them. Outside, the sea wind howled, yet the shelter felt pleasantly warm like spring. Ningshu organized. To avoid any unnecessary awkwardness between boys and girls, the 4 of us girls will sleep in a row, and Luja, you can sleep upright. Is that all right? Tang Xiao blushed and said, what if I get cold at night? Perhaps it would be better to let Luja hold me for the night. Luja understood that Tang Xiao wanted to be close to him, but considering the overwhelming emotions of the night, he rationally decided that what he needed most was a good night's sleep, so he declined. The temperature here is higher than yesterday's sandpit, and besides, you'll be in the middle, so you generally won't get cold. With that, he lay down. However, Tang Xiao was not content. She playfully touched Luja's abdomen with her icy little feet. Luja caught her feet. What are you doing, Gua? Be a gentleman and warm me up. Luja feigned annoyance and sighed, holding on to both of her feet. That's too perfunctory. If you think it's perfunctory, take it away. No. After a while, the shelter was filled with soft, sweet snoring as the girls fell asleep again. Soon, Luja also felt drowsiness overtaking him and gradually closed his eyes. Morning arrived. The alarm on his watch beeped, and Luja sat up. This marked the 3rd day of being stranded on the deserted island. 3 of the girls were still lazily sleeping, but Ningshu had already left the shelter. He pushed aside the grass curtain and saw Ningshu roasting coconut meat over the fire. Good morning, class monitor. Awake, Luja. Is breakfast still roasted coconut meat? Yes. I'll look for something else to eat. He emerged from the shelter and noticed that the tide had receded. The spot where Wenjing and Oligo had set traps yesterday was now completely detached from the ocean. He approached and lifted Tang Xiao's pantyhose trap and was instantly filled with joy. Inside the hosiery were bouncing 2 or 3 dozen tiny fish, each measuring an inch or 2. Ningshu leaned in to take a look, exclaiming, wow, so many little fish. What bait did you use? Luja produced his own sock from within. My sock combined with Yao Yao's oligo. What? In an instant, Ningshu felt utterly bewildered. How could such adorable little fish be attracted to that? The human excrement contains a plethora of fats, which serve as a rare source of nourishment for them. As he spoke, he turned the sock inside out, revealing an even more crucial point. Ningshu noticed tiny specks clinging to it, resembling black sesame seeds. Most of the waste had dissolved in water and seeped out through the sock seams, leaving behind dragon fruit seeds. Using seawater, they had separated the excrement from the seeds. Ningshu gagged slightly. That is quite a clever idea. But what about those fish? They aren't meant to be eaten, are they? Of course they are. Ningshu's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be serious about what they consume. Luja remained unfazed. In fact, many marine creatures feed on the excrement of other beings, including the seafood we consume in cities. It is entirely normal. As Luja understood Ningshu's concern, he reassured her, it's simple. We can cut open their bellies with a small blade and extract the innards. The waste will come out. He added, it's just that these fish are rather small, making the process a bit tedious, but with some effort, it can certainly be done. With that, Luja took the small blade and carefully sliced open a fish's belly, using a twig to delicately extract the fish's intestines. Then, he threaded another twig through the fish's mouth. Just like this, we can skewer them and prepare them for roasting. The little fish, now devoid of their innards, yet still writhing, evoked an unsettling sensation in Ningshu. By the way, we still have 2 bags of spicy strips. We can spread the spicy oil on them for a unique flavor. Ningshu hesitated and whispered, all right, but don't tell them how you caught them. Understood. They had a total of 30 small fish with the innards removed. Every 6 were skewered together, resulting in 5 perfect skewers, coated with spicy oil and roasted over the fire. It wasn't too long before the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the shelter. The delightful scent lured the 3 young girls out. That fish aroma. Wow, it smells incredible. I want to have some. The class monitor exclaimed. Where did you get the fish? Just as Lu Zhe was about to respond, Ning Shu interjected, having pinched him to silence him. Lu Zhe caught them by the sea. The meal is ready. Come out and eat. Lu Zhe is amazing. Thank you for your hard work, class monitor and Lu Zhe. On behalf of all the lovely girls from Launching No. 1 High School, I express our sincere gratitude for your efforts. By the way, is there anything else to eat? Ning Shu smiled and said, in addition to the spicy grilled fish, we also have grilled coconut meat and crab kelp soup. Dan xia Google zimak? Just hearing about it makes my mouth water. Lin Qianqian added, it sounds just like the school menu. Jiang Yao exclaimed, I can hardly wait. As they enjoyed their breakfast, they engaged in casual conversation. Ning Shu broached a significant topic. Lu Zhe, what are your plans for today? Lu Zhe glanced at his watch, noting it was 7:40. Soon, I need to go to the other side of the island to see if that thing at sea level is still there. Chapter 44. The goal at the highest point of the island. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. Yes, this matter is crucial. If it's a rescue team, we might be able to return home today. Let us pray. By the way, how many coconuts do we have left? There are 5 with water and 11 without. Came the response. We need to find more fresh water. Qianqian, could you please distill some more? Lin Qianqian replied, no problem. Also, sleeping on the sand, isn't very comfortable. When there's time, we can gather some wild grass, dry it in the sun, and weave it into mats to improve our comfort in the shelter. Jiang Yao suggested, class monitor, you can gather the grass. Gua and I have some trouble with our legs. We could try to weave a mat. Ning Shu shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work. I can't let Lu Zhe go alone. I must accompany him. I may not be able to stay at the camp with you. The girls pondered, realizing they were indeed worried about Lu Zhe venturing alone. After all, who knows what dangers might lurk out there? Having someone accompany Lu Zhe would ease their concerns. Lin Qianqian said, you could go ahead. I'll gather the wild grass. Tang Xiao added, I'll distill fresh water. Jiang Yao chimed in, I'll weave the grass mat. I'll return to give you all a comfortable campsite. Thank you for that. Lu Zhe and Ning Shu made brief preparations, taking half a bottle of coconut water and an empty backpack as they set off to explore the other side of the island once more. Along the way, they collected some supplies. Lu Zhe carefully cleaned and neatly stacked anything he deemed useful. As Ning Shu picked up bottles, she joked, when we get back, we could start a recycling station. Do I look like someone who collects rubbish? Lu Zhe replied with a grin. Ning Shu scrutinized him and teased, you absolutely do. Lu Zhe nodded, fine, I'll be the boss, and you'll be the employee. Why should I be the employee? What do you want to be then? The boss lady? Ning Shu playfully nudged him. Hey, daring to take advantage of the class monitor. Watch me twist your ear. Lu Zhe retorted lightly. Always twisting people, are you a big white goose? Lu Zhe, why are you so infuriating? She exclaimed. Despite her words, her eyes began to furtively glance at him. Truth be told, Lu Zhe was quite handsome. Disregarding any peculiar traits, he would make a fine choice for a boyfriend. Only Guer and Yao Yao were locked in an intense dispute, and if I were to intervene, it might escalate into chaos. Yet, there was a matter I had longed to inquire of Lu Zhe. Hey, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Surely, you must have noticed that both Yao Yao and Guer harbor affections for you? Lu Zhe nodded with a sense of pride. Indeed, throughout my life, many girls have shown interest in me. My mother often says that my only flaw is my charm with women. A fortune teller once proclaimed that I am fated to attract romantic pursuits, a rare phenomenon akin to a heartthrob. Ning Shu regarded him with earnest sincerity. If you would refrain from boasting, we might still maintain our friendship. Boasting? I consider myself rather modest. Let's get serious. Ning Shu adopted a more solemn tone. If Guer and Yao Yao both offered you the chance to choose one as your girlfriend, whom would you select? Lu Zhe chuckled. Must it be just one? Is it not permissible to desire both? How greedy! Ning Shu extended her finger. I am serious, and I expect you to respond earnestly. Lu Zhe rarely witnessed such seriousness from the class monitor. What is this? Are you the class monitor, now meddling in the romantic affairs of classmates? Are you going to report me to the teachers? Am I truly that sort of person? Lu Zhe pondered. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I would say I like both, yet I fear you might label me a cad. But in reality, Ning Shu interjected in frustration. You do like both, don't you? Not exactly. Lu Zhe shifted to a more serious demeanor. I actually like all 4 of you, including Qian and you, class monitor. At this revelation, Ning Shu felt a twinge of surprise. She thought she ought to be infuriated, yet she found herself unable to feel that way. Why? She was at a loss. You wish to tread upon 4 boats? Luja sighed. I am aware that this is not ideal. However, each of you possesses unique charms and endearing qualities, along with your respective flaws. If I must choose a singular one, I would rather perish. Feigning anger, Ning Shu declared. Humph, then go perish. She then mumbled. When I ask you a question, I know you'll just brush it off. Not a single truth in your words. Luja scratched his head, feeling no sense of insincerity. Rather, he believed his responses to be quite genuine. The two continued their conversation as they walked, and before long, they returned to the spot they had visited the previous day. Hey, Luja, look. Luja turned his gaze, and indeed, the object remained in place. It hasn't moved at all. It seems slightly closer. Perhaps the poor lighting last night obscured it. Is it a boat? It doesn't resemble one. This time, Luja observed with greater clarity than the previous night. Yet, with his mild nearsightedness, he could still only discern its outline. Ah, weren't there potential points available? I shall directly allocate 2 points to perception. Instantly, his senses heightened, his vision sharpened, pupils constricted, and not only did his slight nearsightedness improve, but his overall eyesight became significantly clearer. As he gazed intently, he discerned that the verdant peak resembled an island. Another small isle. With heightened perception, he confirmed it. Indeed, it was a small island. Can you see clearly what it is? Ning Shu inquired. It resembles a small island. It's not a rescue vessel. She sighed in disappointment. The isle was somewhat distant, obscuring its specific appearance, and the curvature of the horizon concealed its lower half. To gain a clearer view, one must ascend to the highest point of the current island. He turned back to survey the dense tropical jungle. Venturing into the thicket was no trivial task. It required confronting insects, serpents, and unforeseen circumstances. Nonetheless, it was imperative, even without observing the distant island. One must gather information about the island they inhabited, such as the locations of rivers, bamboo groves, and arable land. Thus, from every conceivable angle, ascending to the peak of the island was essential. With this thought in mind, Luja addressed Ning Shu. Class leader, I intend to enter the jungle. Why? She queried. I need to reach the highest point of the island. Firstly, to better observe the condition of the island across the way. Secondly, to gain insight into our own island's circumstances. Ning Shu nodded. All right, let us go together. Luja felt it unwise to leave Ning Shu behind, and after contemplating, remarked, Indeed, we shall enter the jungle together. However, we must exercise utmost caution. The jungle may harbor numerous dangers. We have explored the jungle before, but that was merely at the periphery. This time, we delve deep into its heart. The level of peril is different. Ning Shu nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured. I will heed your advice and be very careful. Luja nodded and extended his hand. Ning Shu paused. What are you doing? Let me hold your hand. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, we can assist each other. Oh. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Shu placed her hand in Luja's palm. At the instant their fingers touched, her heart fluttered as if struck by a fawn. Chapter 45. A grand misunderstanding. Ning Shu was taken aback. Her heart racing. What is happening? I recall the last time we entered the jungle, we held hands too, but I didn't feel this way then. Could it be that I've developed feelings for this fellow? Surely not. Following Luja, she traversed the jungle, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. The path through the jungle was arduous, and Luja was meticulous with each step to ensure safety. He wielded a branch to sweep aside the grass ahead, driving away resting venomous insects and serpents. As they journeyed through the jungle, Luja stumbled upon a delightful discovery. He noticed a shrub adorned with small red fruits, and upon holding one, information flooded his mind. Raspberry. Luja's heart soared with joy. This is a sweet and sour berry. While its taste is rather ordinary, it possesses the remarkable ability to quench thirst and clear heat, making it an excellent wild fruit. He and Ning Shu picked a small bag, each enjoying several berries. As they ventured further, a troublesome situation arose. Suddenly, Ning Shu clutched her abdomen, overwhelmed by the urgent need to relieve herself. Damn it, why now? What's wrong? Class representative? Ning Shu chuckled awkwardly. I need to use the restroom. Luja glanced around, nodding. Right here will do. I'll turn around. Wait, that won't do. Ning Shu's face flushed crimson as she hesitantly replied. It's a number 2. A number 2? Luja exclaimed with surprise. Oh my, is the melon seed finally ready to make its grand entrance? Ningshu playfully punched Luja. Stop mentioning seeds. Just wait here. I'll find a place myself. With that, she began to search for a secluded spot. Luja spotted a protruding rock, inspecting it for any signs of snakes or insects. This spot seems quite suitable. Ningshu glanced at it and nudged Luja. All right. Go away. Keep your distance. I can handle the seeds myself. Okay, I'll leave. Hey, don't wander too far. I'll remain within your sight. Call me if you need anything. And don't turn around. I'm not that bored. Luja stayed nearby, observing plants in search of edible wild vegetables and herbs. Before long, Ningshu exhaled in relief. Her predicament was resolved. However, as she prepared to pull up her pants, a horrifying realization struck her. She had forgotten to bring tissue. Then she remembered that Luja had his notebook. I'll just tear off a couple of sheets. Hey, Luja, what is it? Could you tear off 2 clean sheets from my notebook? She felt justified in her request. But to her surprise, Luja immediately refused. No way. His reasoning was simple. Each sheet of this notebook is a precious, non-renewable resource that can record significant information. How could I let you use it for that purpose? Ningshu's voice trembled. Then what am I supposed to do? Luja offered a straightforward solution. Simple. Don't wipe. Just pull up your pants. You can wash up at the beach later. Ningshu fumet Lu's he. Are you intentionally trying to embarrass me? Luja replied calmly. Not at all. I'm suggesting the safest, most rational, and scientifically sound method. Fine. You're unbelievable. Ningshu conceded. I'll figure it out myself. Suddenly, Luja had a thought and cautioned. Class representative, I advise you not to devise any plans. Especially not to use leaves. Just pull up your pants and come out immediately. No need for your concern. Ningshu emerged, holding a tightly tied plastic bag. All done. Luja grasped her wrist. Did you wipe? Ningshu raised an eyebrow. Why do you care? As she spoke, Ningshu attempted to advance. But after taking just a couple of steps, an unbearable itch erupted at the root of her thighs. She yearned to scratch, yet was apprehensive that such an action would tarnish her feminine image. Enduring the discomfort became an arduous task. At that moment, Luja discerned the cause. You wiped with leaves, didn't you? Ningshu retorted. I'm a girl. I can't simply expose myself. I was merely being careless. Luja replied sternly. It's better to endure a little embarrassment than to suffer injury. Do you know that during the Japanese invasion of Southeast Asia, they used leaves from the unknown golden skin tree to wipe themselves? Guess what happened? Ningshu, perplexed, asked what happened. Luja mimicked a gun with his fingers. Tapping his temple, bang. They committed suicide. Isn't that amusing? I thought they were poisoned. I've heard of similar jokes before, like the dog that died after eating mushrooms, only for the owner to vomit upon discovering it was squashed by a car. Luja continued gravely. Do you know why they took their own lives? His serious tone made Ningshu's heart race. Stammering, she asked why. The unbearable itch felt like a fate worse than death. Ningshu siveret. Then pondered which leaf she had used. Just as she contemplated moving closer, it felt as though 100 tiny insects were crawling on her body. She stomped her feet in frustration, but relief was elusive. Luja, with a resigned expression, approached her and picked up a leaf stained with excrement. Information about the leaf flashed in his mind. It was called the green nettle, also known as the stinging plant or scorpion grass. Its fine hairs burn like a bee's sting, causing excruciating pain and itchiness. The purple variety holds medicinal value, with a pungent, bitter, and cold nature that is highly toxic, often used to treat persistent vomiting and snake bites. Although the purple leaves could detoxify, this green specimen offered no medicinal benefits. The crucial issue was that even a slight touch on the back of the hand would elicit unbearable pain, and applying it to sensitive areas would lead Ningshu to unimaginable torment. Ningshu cried out, quickly discard it. It's too disgusting. It was evident that she was reaching her limit of discomfort. Fortunately, it did not pose a life-threatening risk. But how could they detoxify? Chu Yin consulted the system manual, which outlined 3 methods. 1. Wash thoroughly with copious amounts of soapy water, but they lacked the means for that. 2. Use herbal remedies such as mugwort, purple aster, or wild mint. Crush them and apply to the affected area. Yet, they could not find enough herbs. 3. An emergency field treatment method. Quickly wash the affected area with urine. This option was entirely feasible. Luja was left speechless. However, with each passing second, The fine hair's toxins would penetrate deeper into her skin, making any delay potentially disastrous. Time was of the essence. What should we do? Luja, I can hardly bear it any longer. Just take it off. Luja's tone was cold and resolute. Ning Shu froze. What? There's no time for jokes. Hurry and take it off. Hello, I'm a girl. Silence. Every second prolongs the peril. Luja's tone brooked no dissent. Ning Shu was momentarily taken aback. Yet the gravity of the situation was unmistakable from Luja's demeanor. After a brief hesitation, she suddenly proposed, how about we date? What kind of relationship? Just a boyfriend and girlfriend. At least it's legitimate. As Ning Shu spoke, Luja had already turned her around. She was left in a daze, her hands gripping the trunk of a tree, her gaze vacant and helpless. At that moment, she felt as though her life had reached its end. Then, to her astonishment, she noticed Luja was also unfastening his belt. Hey, what are you doing? Silence. Huh? Was she truly about to experience the dramatic scenes often depicted in domineering CEO novels? Wait, I'm not ready. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and tightened her grip on the tree trunk, steeling herself to confront the fabled first pain. However, her apprehensions were unfounded. She felt a warm rush cascading over the sensitive area, alleviating the discomfort significantly. Stunned and flustered, after a few moments, the flow ceased. Luja fastened his belt and patted her back, saying, all done. Do you feel better? He actually used that to clean up. Ning Shu slowly turned her head to look at Luja, her eyes shimmering with hurt, embarrassment, and a hint of confusion. She could not comprehend why a scene that seemed to be the epitome of collapse in novels had manifested in her own life. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded. Okay, let us go. With that, Luja picked up the package and walked ahead of her. Ning Shu felt the unbearable itch dissipate, yet her mind was in utter disarray. She remained rooted to the spot, seeing she had not followed. Chuyan turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Ning Shu sniffled, her voice tinged with yearning. "Can we just stay for a day?" "What? Just for one day? Then we can break up tomorrow." Luja discerned that while Ning Shu appeared rather risque on the surface, she was, in reality, a traditional girl who cared deeply about being seen by boys, unless they were a boyfriend. If she rejected this, it could cause her prolonged distress. Since it was only for a day before parting ways, he might as well indulge her in this little game of make-believe. With this thought, Luja nodded all right. He then extended his hand. "Shall we walk together now, my class monitor goddess?" Ning Shu pursed her lips, nodded vigorously twice, sniffled, stepped forward, and placed her hand in Luja's. The small island was not vast. Although the central area was somewhat steep, it was not overly high, and the two of them ascended in half an hour. Surveying their surroundings, indeed, there was no higher vantage point than this. The ridge stood over 200 meters high, crowned by a grand banyan tree at one end. Luja took out a pen and notebook, commencing his observation and documentation of the small island. By estimation, the island was only the size of 20 football fields, surrounded by the sea on all sides. In its center lay elevated terrain and dense forests, while sandy beaches and coastlines bordered it. This sight left him somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Ning Shu pointed towards the western coastline, exclaiming, "Look, there are numerous coconut trees on our side of the island." Luja analyzed. The ocean currents flow from north to south, carrying coconuts from the opposite island to this side, where they take root and flourish along the western edge of our island. Indeed, we should head over there shortly to collect a few. That will secure our fresh water for tomorrow. Ning Shu replied, "But what about fresh water thereafter? This island's freshwater resources are woefully insufficient to meet the daily needs of 5 individuals. What if we were to find another island?" Luja nodded, beginning to observe the distant island across the water. The two islands were quite far apart, but he could vaguely make out a volcano, its peak a striking hue of green, evidently dormant for quite some time. The island appeared to be substantial, likely much larger than their current refuge, as even from the mountaintop, the entirety of the island remained hidden from view. At that moment, the sun blazed, illuminating the ground with its radiant heat, and the oppressive warmth returned. In the northeastern direction, a wisp of smoke slowly ascended from the beach towards the camp. "Let us take a break and return later," Luja suggested. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. The two leaned against a banyan tree, gazing at the nearby sandy shore, the distant waves, and the small island on the horizon, each lost in their contemplations. "Luja, what do you suppose we should do if the rescue team never finds us?" Ning Shu asked. After a moment of thought, Luja replied, "Survive. I believe a fishing boat will eventually pass by here. Will it take long? Ning Su inquired. Luja pondered for a while before shaking his head. I do not know. Ning Shu sighed and gazed at the sea for a moment longer. Let us name this island. Luja felt a spark of inspiration. That is a splendid idea. After contemplating, Ning Shu suggested, since the five of us have washed ashore here together, how about calling it Five People Island? Luja shook his head. That sounds like a mooncake. It would be better named Egg Yolk and Lotus Seed Island or Rose Bean Paste Island. Both are far more delectable. Ning Shu couldn't help but laugh, playfully nudging him. Be serious. I am quite serious, he replied. After a moment, Ning Shu added, but Five People Island does indeed resemble a mooncake. Given the shape of this island, it resembles an egg, so let us call it Egg Yolk Island. The one with the volcano across the way can simply be Volcano Island. Agreed, she said, then took out 2 wild berries, handing one to Luja. With a bright smile, Ning Shu declared, here's to the day we return to our homeland and back to school together. Cheers. Luja found the gesture somewhat juvenile. Yet recognizing the importance of maintaining a positive and optimistic spirit in the wilderness, he decided to indulge her. Cheers, and may we never fail our exams upon our return. Ha! 2 individuals gently tapped their small berries together before tossing them into their mouths simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and a spontaneous laughter erupted between them. Ning Shu chuckled. I feel rather foolish. It's you who has become more normal. How insufferable. She teased, playfully pinching Luja again. Are you a big white goose? Why do you keep pinching me? Do you think I pinch everyone? Ning Shu smirked. I only pinch those I have a good relationship with. Those I don't get along with, I wouldn't even touch. So, I should consider myself quite fortunate? Absolutely. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them had lessened, their faces nearly brushing against one another, prompting a feeling of bashfulness and awkwardness. They both adjusted their sitting positions, and Ning Shu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear while gazing at the clouds in the sky. She softly proposed, how about we share a kiss? What? Luja responded, somewhat astonished, thinking he had misheard her. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Ning Shu raised her head. After all, we have been a couple for a day. Since we will soon part ways, why not seize the moment to do something couples do? It wouldn't be a wasted encounter. There was a semblance of reason in her words, yet upon hearing a hesitation, Ning Shu immediately adopted a serious expression and raised a finger. Let me tell you, this opportunity is a one-time affair. Once it's gone, it will not return. Then this opportunity is indeed quite precious. Enough of the trivialities, just one question. Shall we kiss or not? Yes, why not? They both closed their eyes and leaned in, their lips barely brushing against each other. It was as delicate as a dragonfly touching the water, yet it ignited a stirring sensation within Luja. In that instant, he felt Ning Shu tremble slightly. What is wrong? And nothing, it's just that it's my first kiss, so I'm a bit excited. Me too. Stop pretending. I saw you kiss Qian Qian and Gui Er. Qian Qian was just drinking water, and Gui Er was purely an accident. Ning Su, far from being annoyed by Luja's clever defense, merely smiled. So it's settled then, they don't count. This is your true first kiss. All right. Certified by Luja. Ning Shu smiled coyly. You know, Luja, I've read so many romance novels, dreaming of experiencing a high school romance. Yet, I never found the right person until today. She exhaled deeply, her eyes glistening with tears, yet her face radiated warmth. I, Ning Shu, am complete. Chapter 47. Discovering New Survivor Information. After speaking, Ning Shu stood up, stretched her arms wide toward the blue sky and sea, and shouted at the top of her lungs. Yoho! Her sweet cry was carried away by the wind and waves, but did not take away her sadness and worries. In that moment, Luja felt a genuine stir in his heart. However, he understood that while playing house was acceptable, engaging in a true romance would be perilous. It would jeopardize their survival and complicate the relationships among the girls. At present, nothing is more precious than the unity of effort. Ning Shu, feeling fatigued, sat beside Luja, seeking a moment of respite. Without hesitation, she embraced his arm and rested her head upon his shoulder, soon succumbing to slumber. A gentle breeze swept across the mountaintop, and Luja, concerned for her comfort, held her tenderly in his embrace. A subtle smile graced her lips, as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Luja chuckled softly, estimating that she had drifted off, and he gently placed a kiss on her hair. After a while, fatigue also claimed him, and he leaned against a tree, closing his eyes, quickly following her into sleep. When they awakened, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, the sun beginning its descent. It was time to return. His stomach grumbled, wondering if Qian and the others had prepared any food. We still have some berries here. Ning Shu picked a few to eat, deciding to save the rest for their companions, who had yet to taste them. They were hardly a delicacy, far inferior to the fruits found in the city. By the way, Lu Zhe, now that we have the seeds, when can we plant the fruit? Lu Zhe shook his head. We haven't located a stable freshwater source or suitable land for cultivation. These conditions must be met before we can plant. Ning Shu sighed in disappointment. If we manage to plant them, how long will it take before we can harvest the fruits? Lu Zhe stood up. Strawberries will take no less than 4 months. Melons typically within 4 months, and if we're fortunate, in about 2.5 months. Watermelons will require around 5 to 6 months. So long. Indeed, surviving on a deserted island is no easy feat, and living well is even more challenging. We must prepare for the worst. Ning Shu nodded. It seems that during the initial months, we will have to satisfy ourselves with berries and coconut flesh. She tossed a thorny berry into her mouth as she spoke. Lu Zhe smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, everything will be all right. All right, let's head back. Retracing their steps down the mountain, they planned to return to the camp via another route, while also gathering more coconuts. Absolutely. We are entirely reliant on coconuts at the moment. The two made their way back to the spot where they first observed the island, then walked along the beach in another direction. Following this route back to the camp would complete a circuit of the island. It was the perfect opportunity to document all the information about the island in their journal. By 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at a grove of coconut trees. Though it was modest, only 20 to 30 palms, it was nonetheless exhilarating. They chose to gather the coconuts lying on the ground rather than climbing the trees, managing to collect 8 coconuts filled with water. Beyond that, they could carry no more. Lu Zhe packed them into his backpack and plastic bags. Additionally, they discovered some plastic bottles washed ashore. On a deserted island, bottles are valuable resources. More is always better. Ning Shu and Lu Zhe carefully selected the clean ones. Suddenly, Ning Shu spotted a bottle, picking it up to examine. How curious, how did our message bottle end up here? Lu Zhe took the bottle and examined it closely. The red cap was pristine and the label had been torn off. Indeed, one of the 3 drift bottles they had prepared was just like this. Could it be that Lin Qian had thrown the bottle into the waves at low tide, and it had circled back to this island? Lu Zhe murmured to himself. It doesn't add up. Ning Shu asserted confidently. I was the one who tore off the label. Lu Zhe nodded. Then let's take it back and throw it again at a different time. All right. The two of them, carrying a plethora of coconuts and bottles, hurried back to the camp, finally arriving before nightfall. Lin Qian, Tang Xiaohua, and Jiang Yao were frantic with worry. Upon seeing their return, they nearly rushed to embrace them. You were gone for so long. We were almost beside ourselves with worry. Yes, we thought you might have encountered a sea monster. Wow, where did you get all these coconuts? Lu Zhe took out his diary to show everyone. Ning Shu then recounted the sights and experiences from their journey, primarily focusing on that small island. Naturally, she kept silent about her bathroom escapades, her discomfort, and her day spent as Lu Zhe's girlfriend. Subsequently, Ning Shu produced the drift bottle. What a coincidence. The bottle you tossed was picked up by us. Lin Qian was taken aback. How is that possible? We threw it several times, but it always came back. We were just about to discuss throwing it again at a different time. What? It didn't get thrown out? Tang Xiaohua shrugged. Exactly. Jiang Yao revealed 3 drift bottles. We aren't deceiving you. All 3 of our bottles are right here. Is this the 4th one? What is going on? 2 of them are identical. Suddenly, they all realized something deeply unsettling. One of the drift bottles did not belong to them. Could it be from another castaway? Let us open it and see. Although the exterior of the bottle was the same, the contents were different. Ning Shu took a closer look and exclaimed, indeed. We used pages torn from my diary, but this one contains a tissue. Lu Zhe nodded. This is not the same drift bottle as ours. It merely shares a similar exterior. Ning Shu immediately grew anxious. So, is this from someone else, stranded on a deserted island, like us? It seems likely. Let us see what's inside. Lu Zhe twisted off the cap and carefully inserted a twig, gingerly extracting the tissue. The moment it unfurled, all their hearts jolted in unison. The paper was filled with a plea written in both Chinese and English. Help. I am a survivor of Flight 125 from Australia. I am now stranded on a small island in the Pacific. The island is situated roughly between the Philippines and Indonesia, but I am uncertain of its exact location. It is quite large, featuring a dormant volcano, bamboo groves, and banana trees. I am the sole survivor, and the remaining food is scarce. I do not know how much longer I can last. To the kind-hearted individual who finds this bottle, I implore you to expedite the delivery of this letter to the embassy or send someone to rescue us. I will be eternally grateful. The letter is signed by Ruan Bing, a flight attendant from the ill-fated Flight 125. Zhou Qing exclaimed, "Oh my, we truly have encountered a fellow victim, just like us." Luja pondered, "Didn't you say that only the first-class cabin was compromised?" After some contemplation, Luja added, "But aside from us, who else is in first class?" A few girls exchanged glances and suddenly realized that beautiful flight attendant. Chapter 48. The relocation plan. Ning Shu inquired if this flight attendant had drifted to another small island. "It is quite possible." Luja reflected carefully. "Do you remember? The coconuts here likely drifted over from that island. Thus, the message in the bottle has most likely come from there as well. Who would have thought there were others who survived besides us? One person stranded on a deserted island, lamentably worse off than us. Yet she has food, which puts her in a far stronger position than we are." Ning Shu contemplated. "Luja, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Luja had been pondering one question: relocation. After all, the resources on their current island were dreadfully scarce, while Ruan Bing's description indicated that the other island was much more bountiful. Luja declared solemnly, "Today, I ascended to the highest point of the small island with our leader and observed our surroundings. We discovered that fresh water is in extremely short supply. Not only is there insufficient water for cultivation, but even for daily consumption." Tang Xiaowu remarked, "Didn't you mention there were several coconut trees? Those coconuts might last us for a maximum of 2 weeks, but what happens after that? Will we solely rely on distilled water?" The four girls nodded in agreement, understanding that although they were managing well for the moment, once the fresh water ran out, they would all face the peril of dehydration. Jiang Yao questioned, "So, are you suggesting we move to that island?" Despite the complications, for the sake of survival, relocating to a place with a sustainable freshwater supply was imperative. Tang Xiao was skeptically asked, "Is it merely because that flight attendant is beautiful?" Luja replied playfully, "Indeed, what of it?" Tang Xiao retorted indignantly, "You insufferable Luja." Ning Shu interjected, "All right, from a survival perspective, Luja's assessment holds merit. We cannot endure in this place for long and must indeed consider relocation." Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Tang Xiao then asked, "So, shall we set off tonight or tomorrow?" Lin Qianqian replied, "Gvaya. We have no boat." Jiang Yao sighed. "Not to mention a boat, we don't even have a swimming ring." Ning Shu asked, "Luja, what is your plan?" As the time was ripe, Luja unveiled his strategy. "Within the next 5 days, we shall construct a sturdy wooden raft, prepare oars, stockpile fresh water and food, and gather essential supplies. Within 7 days, we will paddle against the current to reach the volcanic island." The four girls contemplated this and unanimously agreed. "Let us proceed with this plan." Tang Xiao remarked, "Is everyone feeling hungry? Let's first have a meal and discuss matters as we eat." Jiang Yao roasted some coconut meat, while Tang Xiao prepared a crab and kelp soup, and Lin Qianqian gathered some mussels and clams from the shore. Though it was not enough to satiate their hunger, it managed to alleviate their gnawing appetites. Tang Xiao sighed. Eating roasted coconut meat at every meal was fine at first, but now the mere scent of it makes me feel nauseous. Surely, we cannot subsist solely on this. Luja shook his head. That will not be the case. The seeds of cantaloupe we acquired today, if planted on the volcanic island in suitable soil, could yield fruit in 2 to 3 months. Jiang Yao inquired, "Class leader, have you completed that task?" Ning Shu nodded. Although there were minor setbacks, everything has proceeded smoothly. Now we possess seeds for cantaloupe, watermelon, and strawberries. Tang Xiao continued. "Speaking of which, it seems that only Qianqian has yet to complete her task." Indeed, they chimed in, "It appears that since our arrival on this deserted island, you have yet to relieve yourself. Surely, it cannot be constipation." Lin Qianqian's face flushed crimson. No. Please rest assured, I too shall strive to remedy this." It was already the evening of their 3rd day, stranded on the island, and to everyone's surprise, Qianqian had yet to have a bowel movement. Although no one voiced their concerns, a sense of unease lingered among them. It could be constipation, or perhaps physical discomfort stemming from their ordeal. They hoped she would feel better by the next day. Let us retire early, suggested Luja. Tomorrow, we shall gather supplies and begin constructing rafts as part of our relocation plan. That night, everyone settled into the shelter early. Thanks to the straw mats crafted by Qianqian and Jiang Yao, their comfort had significantly improved. Luja set his alarm for 5 o'clock and closed his eyes, enveloped by the cozy shelter and the fragrant essence of the young women, which granted him a night of refreshing slumber until the alarm rang. Stirring awake, Luja stretched and roused everyone before rushing to the shore to wash his face. The horizon was beginning to glow with the first light of dawn, though a chill still lingered in the air. The girls also began to rise. Classmates, Luja announced, without sufficient energy, we cannot work efficiently. Thus, our first order of business is to prepare breakfast. Upon inspecting their traps, they found that none had captured any rats. Thankfully, Gora's stockings had netted over 20 small fish. These tiny fish, along with the roasted coconut meat, coconut water, and the last bag of spicy snacks, made for a rather modest breakfast. Afterward, Luja commenced assigning tasks. Noting that Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao both had injuries that hindered their ability to walk long distances, he assigned them to manage the campsite. Gur continued distilling fresh water. Tang Xiaohua pouted. Must it be this tedious task again? Indeed, Gur, Luja replied. Fresh water is an indispensable resource on this deserted island, and distilled water holds irreplaceable value compared to coconut water. Thus, your role is of utmost importance. Tang Xiaohua felt a surge of joy. Oh, I see. Very well then, Jiang Yao, shortly I will gather some banana hemp, and I need you to assist me in separating the bark from the stalks. We shall utilize it to craft ropes for binding our raft. Additionally, lunch will also be entrusted to you and Guo. Jiang Yao gestured confidently. Rest assured, my desk mate. Tang Xiaohua replied, this task is quite simple. I shall prepare the meal. Let you all savor the culinary skills of Miss Guo. However, she glanced around and noted, it appears we are rather devoid of food supplies. Upon hearing this, Luja continued, Class Monitor Qianqian. The two of you need to take your backpacks and plastic bags to the coconut grove at the west coast to gather resources, whether it be bottles, torn clothes, slippers, or coconuts and seafood. Collect as much as you can, but remember, do not take risks to reach high coconuts to avoid injuries. Also, do not carry too much at once. Make several trips if necessary. Ningshu nodded and said, if we find seafood, we shall prepare it for Guo and Jiang Yao. Exactly. Lin Qianqian nodded, no problem. But Luja, will you not accompany us? Luja shook his head. Once I finish gathering the banana hemp, I must proceed to chop wood for the raft's main structure. I cannot join you. Ningshu expressed her concern, but you'll be going into the forest alone. Luja nodded. There is no alternative. However, I have observed a patch of trees in the southwestern area of the camp that are suitable for my needs. Some words remained unspoken, as Ningshu, despite her cleansing, still felt a lingering itch. Luja hoped to also search for healing herbs for her. Chapter 49. Everyone busies themselves. Lin Qianqian nodded and cautioned, Luja, please be careful. The others echoed their concern. Class Monitor, you are Guo's watch. We shall reconvene here at noon. Ningshu affirmed. Agreed. At noon, everyone must return safely. They dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Luja searched around, but found no herbs, so he hefted his stone axe and approached the banana hemp trees. To be precise, it was a cluster of trees. Each long leaf could yield hundreds of fibers, which could be twisted into dozens of thin ropes. After removing the tissue and drying it, it could be twisted together to create hemp ropes, rivaling nylon in strength. Luja exerted little effort in cutting down the cluster of banana hemp. Then, he pulled out several fibers and bound the cluster at 3 points before hoisting it back to the camp. Jiang Yao tenderly wiped the sweat from Luja's brow. You have worked hard, Xiaozhe. Luja nodded. It's nothing. When separating the ropes, it's best to wrap your hands in cloth to avoid cuts and pain. Understood. Jiang Yao wrapped her hands in cloth and diligently began to pull at the ropes. Observing everyone working in unison, with the 4 girls playing indispensable roles in the team, Luja felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His spirit brimmed with vigor. He allocated the remaining 7 potential points to strength, bringing his strength to an impressive 35 points. Then he ventured into the forest to commence his tree-cutting endeavor. Upon entering the jungle, he sought out sturdy tree trunks, specifically those with the girth of a woman's calf, and utilized a stone axe to sever them, subsequently removing the branches to transform them into logs. It was a tedious and laborious task, one that was not suitable for women who might struggle even to wield a stone axe. Even he, in his original state, would find himself utterly exhausted after chopping down just 3 or 5 trees. However, now endowed with 35 times his previous strength, he found the task considerably easier. Over the course of the morning, he felled 13 5-meter-long tree segments and carried them back to the camp, leaving Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua in astonishment. "Wow, classmate, what have you been eating to grow so strong?" Tang Xiaohua remarked, nodding in agreement. "You're like an elephant, haha." Lu Zhi tossed the last log onto the ground and wiped his brow. "No, I belong to Tang Xiaohua. You are receiving a compliment, yet you tease her instead." She retorted, "Teasing aside, could you refrain from standing with your legs apart while working? What's wrong with that? Sister, you're wearing my shorts. Don't you realize you're showing too much?" Tang Xiaohua glanced down. "Oh dear, how embarrassing." She quickly adjusted her posture to a more ladle-like stance. Jiang Yao sighed. "I've reminded you several times. Who knows if you truly care?" She shook her head and continued to tug at the rope. "Dan Xiaoguo Ziang Yao. How can you criticize me?" Lu Zhi, too preoccupied to indulge their banter, inquired, "By the way, have the class monitor and Qian returned?" Jiang Yao responded, "They've been back 3 times this morning, each time bringing back quite a haul, so they should be returning soon." Glancing at his watch, Lu Zhi noted it was precisely noon, feeling a twinge of worry about any unforeseen incidents when he spotted the 2 girls returning, hauling a large tarp. It turned out they had stumbled upon a sizable piece of tarpaulin, which they used as a makeshift stretcher laden with more than 10 coconuts, bottles of mineral water, and some debris that had washed ashore. Lu Zhi nodded appreciatively. "Well done. Whose idea was this?" "I found the tarp, and Qian came up with the idea." Lin Qian chimed in. "It's so hot. If we don't find a way to cope, we might just faint from exhaustion." Ning Shu urged, "Enough chatter. Let S Crack open a coconut." The 2 girls, utterly fatigued, sank down into the shade, fanning their necks vigorously. Their faces were flushed, glistening with sweat, and their hair clung to their foreheads as they panted heavily. A unique sight indeed. Lu Zhi took his axe and skillfully opened several coconuts, then fashioned a straw from a long blade of grass, inserting it into each coconut to distribute one to everyone. As for the progress report, he announced, "I have felled 1 banana tree and 13 logs." Jiang Yao waved the rope in her hand. "I have prepared 45 strands of hemp rope." Tang Xiaohua added, "I have 2 bottles of sock water and half a bottle of naturally sun-dried distilled water. Currently, I am boiling a seafood soup." Lin Qian's cheeks flushed. "Guo could you refrain from mentioning the sock water?" Guo nodded. "Understood." Ning Shu remarked, "We have gathered 35 mineral water bottles, 2 tattered garments, 3 pairs of slippers, and a piece of worn tarpaulin the size of a bedsheet." Lin Qian added, "As for food, we have 21 coconuts, 37 mussels, 1 conch, and 2 sea urchins, not to mention some kelp. Quite impressive, everyone." Lu Zhi nodded, glancing at the blazing sun. "The afternoon sun is too intense. The gathering work will deplete our moisture, rendering it counterproductive. After we finish our meal, let us rest for a while and engage in some light tasks at the camp. We shall resume heavy labor when the sun is less scorching." Ning Shu wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, during our first return, I didn't feel fatigued, but now it feels as if I might be scorched to death." She absent-mindedly scratched her backside. Lin Qian chimed in. "I feel as if I have never exercised so much before. Can I have another coconut?" Lu Zhi used a stone axe to crack open several more coconuts, distributing 1 to each person. After their lunch, they all took refuge in the shelter. Ning Shu muttered, "Isn't the squad leader frequenting the bathroom?" Jiang Yao understandingly replied, "It's no surprise, being a girl. The squad leader must be on her period." "Oh," Tang Xiaohua nodded, "that makes sense." After resting for a while, Lu Zhi felt his strength had sufficiently returned. "Let's find some more tasks to undertake. Currently, we lack enough wood. The raft constructed from 13 logs can only support 1 person. To ensure the raft's sturdiness and safely accommodate 5 individuals, we require additional timber. However, the suitable small trees near the camp have nearly all been felled. Thus, he contemplated venturing deeper into the forest in search of more woods or bamboo groves. "Everyone stay at the camp. I shall explore the jungle." Another solo expedition? Lu Zhi surveyed his surroundings. There are no suitable logs nearby to craft a bamboo raft. I must seek out other woodlands. But no, it is too perilous to enter the jungle alone. If you insist on going, I will accompany you. As Ning Shu spoke, She rose, only for the bothersome itch to return. Wait for me a moment, she said, grabbing a tissue and darting into the thicket to relieve her itch. Tang Xiaowo expressed concern. At this rate, the tissues will be used up quickly. Lin Qianqian suggested. Lu Zhe, the squad leader, seems to be in a bit of trouble. I will accompany you. Lu Zhe waved his hand. No need. I can manage alone. No, it is too dangerous to venture deep into the woods alone. Ning Shu's voice called from behind a large tree. Lin Qianqian picked up her notebook. Lu Zhe, rest assured, I won't hold you back. Moreover, I want to learn survival skills from you and contribute more to the team. Chapter 50. Are you a little lily? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. Finding her reasoning sound, the female classmates were evidently eager to accompany him. Filled with trust in him, how could he betray their confidence? All right, but there is one condition. What condition? In the depths of the jungle, all matters must adhere to my guidance. One must refrain from indiscriminately touching unfamiliar plants. And under no circumstances should one use unknown leaves as makeshift tissue. Do you comprehend? Lin Qianqian flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, who would ever do that? Lu Zhe chuckled nonchalantly. No one. Just a gentle reminder. He emptied his backpack, added 2 tissues, and ventured deeper into the forest alongside Lin Qianqian. Lu Zhe, are we primarily in search of suitable tree trunks? He nodded affirmatively. Tree trunks are indeed crucial, yet other resources hold equal significance. Remember these various leaves. Lu Zhe wished to concentrate on locating detoxifying herbs. Thus he encouraged Lin Qianqian to focus on other supplies. He retrieved his notebook and, guided by the mental manual in his mind, sketched several types of leaves. What are these leaves? Lin Qianqian inquired. This one is sweet potato leaf. This one is cassava leaf, and this one is potato leaf. These tubers not only stave off hunger, but also provide a substantial amount of carbohydrates for the body, and can be transplanted near our camp. Be sure to inform me upon finding any. Lin Qianqian hurriedly jotted down the information, exclaiming, I didn't expect to learn so much in the wilderness. Rest assured, I'll be vigilant. What else? Additionally, there are fish mint, purslane, and water bamboo, as well as berries like blackberries and raspberries. All of these are vital food sources. It appears there is indeed a plethora of edible items in the wild. However, locating them is no simple task, as 99 of the plants in the jungle are unsuitable for human consumption. Understood? As they walked and conversed, Lin Qianqian, a diligent student, exhibited an intense desire to learn. No matter what Lu Zhe said, she displayed immense curiosity, diligently recording notes. This instilled a sense of accomplishment in Lu Zhe, who thought to himself, what a wonderful girl, if only she were not straight. Yet, he pondered over Lin Qianqian's true orientation. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to inquire. Hey, Qianqian, may I ask you something rather abrupt? I hope you won't take offense. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and smiled. It's rare for a survival expert to seek my input. I feel quite honored. It's not about survival. Then what is it? Do you have a crush on any boys? Oh, Lin Qianqian was intrigued. Why do you suddenly ask me that? Just a casual question. If you prefer not to answer, that is perfectly fine. Lin Qianqian glanced at Lu Zhe, hesitated, then nodded. I suppose I do. So, you aren't T-straight then? Lin Qianqian's cheeks flushed. I also like girls. So it's bisexual? Please refrain from using such terminology. It makes me feel abnormal. Lu Zhe chuckled wryly. Well, it does seem a bit unconventional, doesn't it? However, everyone harbors their own little secrets. If someone confides in you without reservation, it signifies trust. There's no need to view others through a distorted lens. Lu Zhe nodded, understood. At that moment, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, irresistibly drawing both of them toward the captivating scent of flowers. Following the alluring fragrance, clusters of delicate flowers in white, pink, and purple emerged amidst the shrubs. Their appearance bore a resemblance to dandelions, yet their fragrance was far more potent. Lu Zhe, uncertain of the flower's identity, quickly cautioned, be careful. Lin Qianqian, startled, froze in place. Lu Zhe, lacking knowledge about this floral variety, could only ascertain its nature through tactile contact. Cautiously, he extended his hand and brushed against the petals, and an influx of information about the flower surged into his mind. It was identified as Aster Tetericus, belonging to the Asteraceae family, followed by a plethora of related details. Lu Zhe promptly bypassed the extensive information and focused on the conclusion. Toxicity, non-toxic. Pharmacological properties. 1. It can ward off colds and alleviate symptoms of the flu. It possesses expectorant and cough-suppressing effects. 2. Is effective in reducing itching and has antibacterial properties. Luja felt a wave of relief. Evidently, this flower not only emitted a delightful fragrance, but also served as an excellent herbal remedy, potentially aiding Zhou Qingning in alleviating her symptoms. Since he had already reached out, retracting his hand would seem peculiar, so he casually plucked the flower. He inhaled its scent and then handed it to Lin Qianqian. Rest assured, this is Aster Tetericus. It smells wonderful, and it is a commendable antibacterial and anti-itch herbal remedy. His intention was for Lin Qianqian to document this flower in her notebook. However, this time, she did not. Lin Qianqian gazed at Lu Zhe with her large eyes, timidly uttering, "Thank you, Lu Zhe." Blushing, she accepted the flower, inhaled its fragrance, and reverently tucked it into her bosom. Lu Zhe found himself momentarily perplexed. Could this be a misunderstanding? Yet at this juncture, to speak the truth would surely embarrass the girl. After some contemplation, he resolved to remain silent. He produced a plastic bag. "Let us gather some to take back." Lin Qianqian nodded, her lips pursed in a smile as she cheerfully remarked, "We can fill our camp with these, making our home fragrant." The notion warmed Lu Zhe's heart. Indeed, a splendid idea. The two of them collected Aster Tetericus and continued their stroll, soon discovering some wild mint, which also possessed mosquito-repelling and anti-itch properties, and they gathered a handful of leaves to place in the bag. After walking a few hundred meters further, Lin Qianqian finally spotted the vital resource Lu Zhe had been searching for, a sweet potato seedling, hidden within an unassuming shrub. Its growth was stunted due to the lack of sunlight and competition for nutrients from surrounding plants. This discovery sent waves of joy through Lu Zhe's heart. Lin Qianqian exclaimed with delight, "Let us dig it out promptly. Be careful, hand me a card. I'll entrust the economic power to you." With a beaming smile, Lin Qianqian handed Lu Zhe a bank card, and he chuckled softly. He meticulously cut away the surrounding wild grass and began to excavate with the card. "Lu Zhe, must you be so cautious? Even if a bit gets damaged, it won't impede our food supply. I am not concerned about harming the sweet potato, but rather the stem and leaves. Do you intend to bring the entire plant back?" "Precisely. The sunlight here is obstructed by other plants. We must find it a new location to ensure it produces larger sweet potatoes." Lu Zhe spent several hours finally excavating an entire sweet potato plant. The roots bore 7 small tubers, the largest the size of a fist, while the smallest was even less than an egg. He found a larger plastic bag to wrap the entire plant, preventing moisture loss and wilting. However, during the handling process, he accidentally knocked off a leaf or two. Lin Qianqian picked up the leaves and discovered that a copious amount of white sap oozed from the damaged areas, causing her to panic and hastily discard them. Lu Zhe picked up the leaves. Sweet potato leaves are edible, but they're leaking sap. Chapter 51. The embarrassment of no toilet paper leaking sap? How peculiar. Lu Zhe continued. Many plants exude white sap when damaged, some of which can be toxic. Sweet potatoes are no exception. Their roots, stems, and leaves all contain a significant amount of white sap. However, this sap is not only non-toxic, but also rich in vitamins and can aid in relieving constipation. At the mention of constipation, Lin Qianqian's face flushed and she gasped. Lu Zhe chewed a leaf of sweet potato and swallowed it, then offered another to Lin Qianqian. "What do you think? Care for a bite?" Lin Qianqian hesitated before accepting it and taking a small bite. "Not particularly tasty. We lack any seasoning. Otherwise, cold-dressed sweet potato leaves would make a delightful dish." "Oh." Lin Qianqian quickly noted that down. Although they had yet to discover a water source, this sweet potato plant was indeed a remarkable find. The harvest was commendable. Looking at his watch, Lu Zhe noted it was nearly 5 o'clock. If they did not return to camp soon, it would be dark. He hurriedly led Lin Qianqian back. By 5:30, they returned to the campsite. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were still busy making ropes and distilling fresh water, but Ning Shu was nowhere to be found. Where could the class monitor have gone? Jiang Yao shrugged. Not quite sure. She has been venturing into the woods numerous times today, Tang Xiaohua added. She won't say if you ask her. Lu Zhe nodded. Lin Qianqian organized the supplies. I'll go check. Okay. Lu Zhe cracked open a coconut, crushed some purple flowers and mint leaves, and mixed them with coconut water to create an anti-itch herbal remedy, preparing to bring it to Ning Shu for relief. Turning through the woods, he indeed found Ning Shu scratching away. Although she appeared quite disheveled, upon noticing Luja, she immediately adjusted into a ladylike posture and frowned. Hey, you could have announced your arrival. All right, next time I'll whistle. Forget the whistle. What brings you here? Just to observe me? Ning Shu's embarrassment was evident, and she seemed somewhat displeased. Do you enjoy watching me make a fool of myself? Don't take it that way. I'm here to help you. Help me? Ning Shu instantly envisioned Luja scratching her back. Her face flushed as she muttered, How indecent. Luja nodded. If that's the case, I won't assist you anymore. Goodbye. Saying this, he turned to leave. Hey, Ning Shu huffed, stamping her foot. Come back. What? Ning Shu let out a sigh. After all, the sensation of being scratched by another is somewhat different from scratching oneself. The two had agreed to act as a couple for a day, and since less than 24 hours had passed, they could still be considered as such in theory. With that in mind, she peeked around to ensure the camp was devoid of prying eyes. All right, you can help me scratch, she said, leaning against a low tree branch and striking a pose that invited scratching. Luja, holding some herbs, found himself momentarily bewildered. What did I ever agree to scratch her? He thought to clarify, I'm here to deliver medicine, not to scratch. However, the system sent a notification, new task. Assist a partner in applying ointment to injuries to enhance trust. Reward, 1 potential point. The familiar formula, the familiar scent. Nevertheless, this task seemed simple enough. It provided a perfect opportunity to apply the herbs for her. Ning Shu covered her wound as Luja examined the area, which was inflamed and swollen, already slightly broken from Ning Shu's scratching. It was worse than he had anticipated, perhaps due to her fondness for spicy food. This scene was truly surreal. Didn't I say not to scratch? If it's that itchy, you should try it. She exclaimed, Look, it's already broken skin. Ugh, enough talk, can we hurry? Luja pinched some herbs and applied them to the afflicted area. A chilling and stinging sensation surged, a mix of pain and relief from the itch, causing Ning Shu to grip the branch tightly and emit a pained sound. Could he keep it down? He urged. I'm trying. What is this stuff? She inquired. Purple jasmine, wild mint, and coconut juice. All herbs that relieve itching and combat bacteria. Can you handle it? Not at all. It feels great. Apply more. Ning Shu insisted. Luja prepared a bit more and continued applying it. Ning Shu resumed pounding on the tree trunk, crying out in a mix of discomfort and relief. Please, could you be quieter? Others might misunderstand. He pleaded. All right, I'll try my best. Just then, Luja caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. Turning around, he saw Lin Qianqian supporting Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao while helping a small tree, all standing not far away, watching them with their mouths agape, utterly astonished. Wow, he tapped Ning Shu. Hey, class monitor, what is going on? Ning Shu turned her head and nearly stumbled in shock. Hastily adjusting her skirt, she blurted, No, it's not what you think. 3 minutes later, in the camp, Lin Qianqian, Tang Xiaohua, and Jiang Yao sat on one side while Luja and Ning Shu occupied the other, reminiscent of a modern-day trial. I thought the class monitor was a straightforward person. I never expected her to be so cunning. Lin Qianqian expressed her disappointment. The class monitor must know about Luja's peculiar preferences and is using this method to please him. Luja forced a smile. What do you mean by peculiar preferences? Jiang Yao crossed her arms. Indeed, class monitor, how should we interpret this situation? Ning Shu, with a sense of helplessness, extended 3 fingers, proclaiming, I swear. It is not as you imagine. I was simply too itchy. Too itchy? Jiang Yao remarked leisurely. So you asked a boy to scratch it for you? Lin Qianqian interjected. We 3 girls could have assisted you. Tang Xiaohua, in a huff, exclaimed, how scheming. No, I cannot quite explain, Ning Shu stammered. It was Luja who volunteered to help me scratch. Everyone turned their gaze toward Luja. He shook his finger. I merely offered assistance, implying I had prepared the herbal remedy for you. Who said I was going to scratch it? Why not clarify that? Tang Xiaohua placed her hands on her hips. I see that you, class monitor, are reluctant to inquire further. Ning Shu, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded, everyone, please stop. Today has truly been a misunderstanding. If I hadn't carelessly picked up a leaf as a tissue, none of this would have happened. Lin Qianqian nodded. So, it was you, class monitor. Jiang Yao remarked, that is quite unsanitary. Luja sighed. Indeed, today has been a misunderstanding. However, I must observe the affected area as a doctor and prepare the appropriate herbal remedy. Additionally, I urge everyone to refrain from using wild leaves for such purposes. Lin Qianqian expressed concern, but we are nearly out of toilet paper. What will we use next, if not leaves? Yes, they noted, glancing at the dwindling supply of tissues. With only a few dozen sheets left, they would soon face the awkward predicament of having no paper. For us girls, this is more terrifying than lacking fresh water. Chapter 52. A toilet suitable for girls, yet, despite their astonishment, as Lucia stated, this swing indeed possesses most of the functions of a toilet. First and foremost, it allows for sitting steadily and securely. This alleviates leg pressure, making the act of relieving oneself an epic experience. Secondly, it is quite hygienic. Digging a sandpit and letting the tide wash away waste into the sea benefits marine life. Thirdly, it includes elements of romance that girls cherish. Imagine, on a beautiful beach, swinging while attending to nature's call, that embodies the correct posture for a fairy. However, an unsettling feeling lingered. The four girls gazed at this contraption, their expressions somewhat complex. Jiang Yao remarked, but, classmate, if we truly use this for our needs, wouldn't that strip us of our privacy? Ning Shu agreed. That is indeed a concern. With open access, everyone can see. Lin Qianqian added, moreover, it seems too close to the campsite. The odor would be rather unpleasant. Tang Xiao posed a soul-searching question. What if it splashes back on our feet? Lu Zhe, exasperated, replied, come on, we are stranded on a deserted island. Should we still fret over trivial matters? What you mentioned are not real problems. He then began to clarify each point. Firstly, regarding privacy, while you use it, I can simply look away. As for the odor, with the sea breeze, and knowing we will not be here long, we can endure it. At most 3 days, and we will set sail for the volcanic island. Do not forget, if we arrive late, the flight attendants may have already received their meal. Ning Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Zhe's reasoning. Jiang Yao recalled her awkward experience sitting on the ground and also nodded, saying, though it feels quite strange to use the restroom while on a swing, it's certainly better than the previous predicament of accidentally sitting on excrement. I commend this imaginative idea. Tang Xiao chimed in, I find it rather cool. Lin Qianqian won't have to worry about constipation from squatting for too long. By the way, Xiaozhe, you have yet to answer my question. Lin Qianqian blushed. As long as you don't use the restroom while swinging, you shouldn't get anything everywhere, right? Despite her words, she felt it was rather peculiar for the boys to ponder such matters. Nevertheless, the girls understood that this might indeed resolve a significant issue for them. Lu Zhe stretched lazily. After everyone has a bite to eat, we shall commence a new day's work. I will continue my tasks in the forest like a diligent worker. If anyone wishes to try the new restroom, feel free to line up after the meal. The four girls responded in unison. You need not worry about that. The sweet and warm sweet potato porridge, cooked in a tin can and paired with dried fish, provided a sense of comfort and happiness. After finishing their meal, Lu Zhe found a patch of soft earth near the campsite to plant the sweet potato seedlings, then marked the area with a sprinkle of urine to deter rodents. Subsequently, he took his stone axe and ventured into the woods to fell trees. Within the span of the morning, Lu Zhe had chopped down over 20 trunks, neatly stacking them near the campsite. He then thought of fetching 2 coconuts to quench his thirst, only to spot Tang Xiao leisurely strolling by. Ah, you can walk now? Guoya. Tang Xiao shrugged. Not too bad. What are you up to? I'm parched and intend to chop a couple of coconuts. Lu Zhe replied. Oh no, you can't go over there right now. Tang Xiao hugged Lu Zhe's arm, producing half a bottle of distilled water. You should drink this first. Lu Zhe accepted the bottle and took a sip. What's the matter? Guo whispered. Lin Qianqian is currently using the restroom. You need to steer clear, Lu Zhe proudly asserted. She's using the swing I made. Ah, the 4th type of seed is finally arriving. I suppose I can hold on a little longer. After a while, Lin Qianqian returned, supported by Ning Shu. Before Lu Zhe could speak, Tang Xiao eagerly interjected. Is it a boy or a girl? Oh no, I meant did it come out? Lin Qianqian weakly shook her head. My stomach feels quite uncomfortable, but nothing seems to come out. One glance at her frail demeanor revealed that she had surely been trying for quite some time. Lu Zhe comforted her. Do not rush. Take your time. Lin Qianqian nodded in response. Ning Shu remarked, I've been accompanying Lin Qianqian, so I must also make a trip. With that, she dashed towards the swing. Tang Xiao said, Xiaozhe, I thought I was the only one who enjoyed this swing, but it seems quite popular among the masses. With this makeshift toilet, it certainly addresses a tremendous issue. With no need to wait for a rinse, one could simply cast the items into the stone pit. perhaps even catch a few small fish. The quest for supplies continued. As evening approached, a delightful find was made: a battered plastic oil container. Regrettably, it was accompanied by a decayed piece of wood embedded with numerous rusty nails. Upon inspection, there were over 20 protruding from its surface. The level of decay indicated that it had been weathered for quite some time, likely having fallen from a fishing vessel's gunwale or mast during a storm. While the wood itself might serve little purpose, the nails were a treasure for survival. They could be fashioned into tools, fish hooks, or even weapons. Why not forge a spear to catch fish while out at sea, thus improving one's meals? With determination, the wood was split and the nails extracted. 2 nails, each measuring 10 inches, were selected, straightened with a stone, and sharpened at the ends. A slender stick was then affixed to one side, tightly bound with ragged cloth. Thus, a double-pointed spear was born. Upon testing it, despite its simplistic design, it felt quite satisfactory in hand. Another tool had been successfully crafted, earning another point of potential. As for the oil container, despite its leak, it possessed its own utility. The lid was carefully cut open, and soil was placed inside, allowing for the careful transplantation of sweet potato sprouts. After a day filled with labor, Li Ming retired early, welcoming a sweet dream. The next morning, Lu Zhi stretched lazily, reveling in the vigor of youth. He scraped off the seeds from the sprouts, discarding them into the sweet potato mix, and cleaned the leaves with care. This plant was akin to a beloved child. Now on the 6th day of being stranded on the deserted island, there was still no sign of rescue. Lu Zhi busied himself once more, having completed the raft. A few paddles remained to be crafted before testing it on the water. The island's coconuts had been largely depleted. After accounting for those consumed over the past few days, merely 20 or so remained. 5 bottles of distilled water had been collected, alongside provisions such as dried fish, sun-dried conch slices, boiled clams and mussels, and roasted seaweed. Some purslane and fish mint were also set aside, serving as sustenance for hydration and energy while at sea. Lu Zhi decided to set sail at 4 in the afternoon when the sun would not be as relentless, aiming to reach the volcanic island before nightfall. Chapter 54, Departure Target, Volcanic Island. Everything was ready. Yet, one matter remained unresolved. Lin Qianqian had yet to relieve herself. This had become a pressing concern for everyone involved. Several close friends anxiously attempted various methods, even resorting to swinging to utilize centrifugal force to assist Lin Qianqian, but to no avail. Tang Xiaohua ended up drenched in urine, leaving Lin Qianqian utterly mortified. Looking at his watch, Lu Zhi noted it was already 4:30, which was half an hour later than anticipated. There was no more time to wait. It was imperative that they set off. As Lin Qianqian felt the urgent need to relieve herself, she had no choice but to do so on the wooden raft. Well, as long as she could manage it, the location hardly mattered. After a discussion among her companions, they unanimously decided to depart immediately. Due to the difficulty of movement faced by the class leader and Yao Yao, it was essential for everyone to board the raft here, then paddle around to the side of Egg Yolk Island, and from there, head straight to Volcano Island. All right, someone called out. Let's check if we have forgotten any supplies. Don't forget to take down the swing. Another reminded. What about the fishing net and the mouse traps? The fishing net has long been dismantled, came a reply. The skin of the mouse trap has also been removed. Hey, why is there one less sweet potato leaf? We ran out of tissues. I used one to wipe Lin Qianqian in the morning. Didn't you say the sweet potato leaves were safe? Seriously? You spendthrift. Wiping her? By the way, have the seeds sprouted? Not yet. They are still germinating. Forget it, forget it. How many bottles did we bring? 36. That should be sufficient. What about the fire starter? The burning charcoal is packed in a metal can, pressed down with wood shavings. It should last for 2 hours. Yao Yao gaze at the fire if it goes out. We will all be in trouble. All right, everything is ready. The 5 companions settled onto the wooden raft, their eyes reflecting a tinge of melancholy as they gazed at their former campsite. Regardless of the circumstances, this small patch of land had fortified their friendship and bestowed upon them the hope of survival. Farewell, our campsite. Farewell, Egg Yolk Island. Farewell, swing and toilet. Lu Zhi and Yao Yao sat on either side of the bamboo raft, paddling with wooden oars as the raft began to glide slowly. Half an hour later, they rounded to the opposite side of the small island, where remnants of the distress signal left by Lu Zhi and Ning Shu were still visible. In the distance, the outline of Volcano Island could be vaguely discerned. Look, it's over there, Ning Shu exclaimed with excitement. There must be an endless supply of coconut water, small rivers, streams, and we can even bathe in fresh water. I can't wait. The girls raise their eyes in anticipation, their faces alight with curiosity. Engaging in cheerful conversation, they happily paddled against the current towards Volcano Island. Let us row our oars. As our little boat parts the waves, the sea reflecting the beautiful white tower, surrounded by lush trees and red walls. As the girls rowed, they sang sweet melodies in unison. Unbeknownst to them, they had already left the coastal area behind. The raft drifted in the vast ocean, feeling solitary and diminutive amidst the expansive, azure waters, which evoked a sense of profound depth and oppression. Singing, at least, could alleviate some of the fear within their hearts. After a while, Jiang Yao glanced into the distance and remarked, "At this rate, we probably won't reach Ice Sisters Island before dark." Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement, because we cannot see its entirety and are unaware of its elevation. We cannot accurately calculate the distance. Luja remarked, "Indeed, islands of this nature rarely exceed an elevation of 200 meters. Calculating with this height, we should reach our destination in no more than 4 hours, with the possibility of arriving in as little as 2. Although he spoke with an air of assurance, uncertainty gnawed at him. Should this island possess a peak surpassing 200 meters, their journey would inevitably be prolonged. Tang Xiaowa interjected, "But it will be dark by then." Luja consoled her. "Arriving at night has its advantages. At least the temperature will be more temperate." Suddenly, a shadow glided gracefully beneath the wooden raft, causing Luja's heart to race. Meanwhile, several girls remained engrossed in their chatter, oblivious to this enigmatic presence. A shark, perhaps. He refrained from alarming the girls, but cautioned everyone against playing in the water and urged them to paddle in a steady rhythm. He understood that a shark's sensory perception is remarkably acute. Any hint of panic would trigger its predatory instincts. However, maintaining a consistent paddling pace would generally keep these predators at bay. Gradually, he noticed a growing number of shadows beneath the surface, and within this stretch of sea, there were no fewer than 30 to 50. The thought of these numerous creatures launching an assault on their raft was unfathomable. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Lin Qianqian furrowed her brow. "It's coming." Tang Xiaowa looked puzzled. "What's coming?" Jiang Yao chimed in. "You fool, obviously. It's time to go to the restroom." Ning Shu mischievously added, "Perfect. Just offer it to the sea, a gift to the creatures of the ocean." Luja decisively interjected, "No way." "Why not?" Jiang Yao questioned. "You see, it's not merely a matter of seeds." Luja recognized that continuing to conceal certain truths could lead to significant trouble, so he explained, "There are sharks in the water. Human waste will attract them and provoke an attack on our raft." Huh? The mention of sharks caused the girls' faces to pale, and they instinctively peered into the water, spotting the dark shapes gliding beneath. Jiang Yao gasped, "Oh my, this is a shark den." Tang Xiaowa expressed her concern. "They're waiting to feast on us." Luja shook his head. "Do not worry. Their swimming patterns suggest they are resting. As long as we remain calm and paddle slowly, they typically will not strike." Lin Qianqian frowned. I can't hold it any longer, can I?" She nodded in affirmation. At that moment, a notification echoed in Luja's mind. "New task. Secure a plastic bag around your leg to prevent any leakage. Reward: 1 potential point." The image of a horse pulling a cart, with a bag trailing behind it, flashed through his mind, a rather absurd notion when applied to a lovely young lady. Yet, there was no alternative. "All right, I'll continue paddling with Yao Yao," while the class monitor and Guo'er helped Qianqian find a plastic bag to secure around her leg. "We'll deal with the aftermath once we left this area." Lin Qianqian's face was a picture of refusal, but it was futile. Tang Xiaowa and Ning Shu exchanged a glance. It settled then. 2 young maidens spread a plastic bag upon the ground. Guo'er said, "Come on, Qianqian." Ning Shu reassured, "Do not worry, Luja cannot see us." Lin Qianqian gazed at the rudimentary plastic bag, her toes silently carving out a 3-room apartment. Chapter 55. Dancing with Sharks. Must we truly do this here? The conditions in the wilderness were far from ideal, but we should overcome this. We have already lost face. It is nothing of great concern. Lin Qianqian hesitated before crouching down. Yet, before she could gather her strength, the boat was jolted by a small wave, causing her to tumble to the ground. "This won't do. I can't maintain my balance." Indeed, squatting on a raft in the water may seem simple, yet the swaying rendered the endeavor exceedingly challenging. "Hold onto the pole, everyone. Support Qianqian. I'll help shield you with my clothing." At that moment, It seemed unnecessary. No, there's a boy present. The girls mustn't look. It would be too embarrassing. Lin Qianqian grasped the original shelter's pole and finally managed to crouch down. 10 minutes later, everything was finally resolved. The constipation that had plagued everyone for days was at last alleviated. The plastic bag was set aside, just as luck would have it. The raft was jostled by an unseen force, resulting in a violent shake. The bag of excrement, which had been precariously positioned at the edge of the raft, slid toward the water. No, it cannot fall into the water. Can you envision the scene of several young girls desperately lunging towards the edge of the raft, all to save a bag of waste, partly for the seeds contained within, and partly out of fear of attracting sharks? Yet, they were still a fraction too late. Just as Ning Shu's fingers were a mere 3 centimeters from a bag, it ultimately plummeted into the depths below. The girls stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Zhe extended a paddle to Ning Shu, saying, "Class monitor, help me steady the raft." He then seized a harpoon, preparing to retrieve the plastic bag with the iron tip. However, just as the harpoon was about to reach it, a large mouth suddenly emerged from the water, swallowing the bag whole. After swimming a short distance, the creature sensed something amiss and spat it out, dispersing the contents into the ocean. The other sharks, drawn by the scent, quickly converged. Lu Zhe, startled, shuddered, but soon regained his composure, carefully observing the sharks, which had begun to show interest in the substance. Their swimming speed quickened. "Hurry, row away from here. What about the passion fruit seeds?" "What seeds? We're talking about our lives here." The girls hurriedly paddled together. As yet another shark surfaced, Lu Zhe, wishing to avoid provoking the creature, gently poked the shark's face with the blunt end of the harpoon. The shark, disturbed by the contact, immediately turned and swam away. Soon after, a third shark appeared. However, the previously driven away shark made a turn in the water and returned. Following this, a fourth and fifth shark appeared. They had developed a profound curiosity toward the object floating on the surface of the water. Lu Zhe continuously attempted to push away the approaching sharks, but their numbers only multiplied. A few girls panicked, hastily using their paddles to strike, resulting in Guer's paddle being seized by a shark, which she stubbornly refused to let go. The shark yanked forcefully, and as she was being dragged into the water, the little girl's temper flared. She grabbed a stick and struck the shark's head. Lu Zhe quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. "Let go." Only then did Guer release her grip. The shark pulled the wooden paddle into the water, chewed it, snapped it in two, and spat it out as it swam away. Yet the other sharks remained undeterred by this incident. Guer, in a moment of excitement, had attempted to wrest the paddle from the shark, but upon reflecting on the situation, she felt a shiver run down her spine and began to cry in fright. Meanwhile, Ning Shu, Lin Qianqian, and Jiang Yao were also using their paddles to fend off the circling sharks. Soon, Ning Shu's paddle was snatched away. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yao's paddle also fell into the water. What was worse, one shark bit down on the raft, causing several branches on one side to dislodge and scatter. Other sections began to loosen as well. If this continued, it would not be long before the raft would disintegrate, leaving none of them alive. What method could they employ? An idea flashed through Lu Zhe's mind. New mission. Use coconuts as weapons to attack the sharks. Reward. 1 potential point. Coconuts, currently an essential freshwater resource on the raft. Could they be used as weapons? Lu Zhe harbored some doubts, but in the face of imminent disaster, with the raft on the verge of collapse, there was no other choice. He had to give it a try. He picked up a coconut and smashed it against the head of an approaching shark. The shark, momentarily dazed by the blow, soon spotted the round object and angrily bit down on it. However, it quickly realized this item was not palatable, chewed it for a moment, spat it out, and swam away, swishing its tail. This revelation enlightened Lu Zhe. The sharks had never encountered a raft, hence they did not attack recklessly. Their collisions were merely expressions of curiosity and probing, not genuine predation. However, they had encountered coconuts before. Once they understood that the raft merely contained unappetizing coconuts, their interest waned. Using coconuts, the girls also seized coconuts and hurled them into the water. 30 coconuts were cast into the sea, dispersing around the raft. The sharks pursued the coconuts, but after a few indifferent bites, they lost interest and abandoned the chase. Once the unpleasant scent dissipated, tranquility returned to the waters. The group sat on the raft, gasping for breath. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Lin Qianqian wept. Ning Shu reassured her. Who isn't team needed to use the restroom? This cannot be blamed on you. Blame me for not securing the plastic bag. Tang Xiao lamented. It was my fault for placing it incorrectly. Jiang Yao sighed. We are all companions. There is no need for blame. The important thing is that we are all alive. Lu Zhi nodded in agreement. Yao Yao is right. There is no need for anyone to feel guilty. Being alive is the most important thing. Ning Su Sikhet. But we have lost the coconuts, and the wooden paddles are gone. How will we row to the volcanic island? Lin Qianqian looked up at the sky and sighed. It's getting dark. Tang Xiao cried out, what should we do? Lu Zhi pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. Friends, our situation is dire, but is not devoid of hope. We still have a few bottles of distilled water, and we can fashion some paddle from branches. As long as we have our lives, we must remain spirited. Lu Zhi's words seemed to possess a certain magic, rekindling a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the girls. Now let's assess our supplies. Jiang Yao said, the coconuts are gone, but we still have 5 bottles of distilled fresh water, although we lost a few empty bottles. The rest of our supplies remain intact. Lin Qianqian added, we had 4 wooden paddles, but now only 1 remains. A quarter of the raft has scattered, and we lost some firewood, but there is still some left. Lu Zhi nodded and analyzed their current predicament. Though we have lost the coconuts, it has lessened the raft's burden, so even with some scattered, it can still support our weight. Chapter 56. A night at Ning Shu inquired, what shall we do next? Lu Zhi contemplated, class monitor, please gather our supplies together. Pack everything that can fit into backpacks, and for those that cannot, bundle them up, and I will carry them. Ning Shu gestured affirmatively, no problem. Yao Yao, tend to the fire in the pot, and do your best to keep it lit. If it gets cold tonight, we will depend on it. Jiang Yao nodded, understood. Tang Xiaogua, still shaken from earlier, had tears glistening on her little face. Lu Zhi extended his hand and gently wiped away her tears. Are you frightened? Tang Xiaogua nodded through her sobs. Lu Zhi recognized that the once delicate young lady, who could wield a stick to fend off sharks, had shown remarkable bravery. You were very courageous just now. Tang Xiaogua lifted her dirty little face. Really? I scared off several sharks, and even dared to snatch something from the shark's mouth. Although I didn't succeed, she recounted, it was so close at that moment. I thought if worst comes to worst, I would just fight it. But then, for some reason, I became afraid. Lu Zhi comforted her. That is normal. In times of crisis, the body releases more adrenaline, allowing one to overlook pain and danger. But next time, we must be steadier. If we lose a paddle, we can make another, but if we lose you, who will help us distill fresh water? Upon hearing Lu Zhi's words, Tang Xiaogua pursed her small lips and nodded proudly. She twisted her body. Well, is there anything else I need to do? You and Qianqian check the raft and let me know if anything feels loose. I will retie it. Tang Xiaogua and Lin Qianqian exchanged glances and replied in unison. Rest assured, the 4 young women were exceptionally focused, while Lu Zhi diligently attended to the loose parts of the raft. After 2 hours of meticulous effort, the raft was finally repaired. Although it was now slightly smaller in circumference, it was still capable of supporting the weight of 5 individuals. Tang Xiaogua assisted Lu Zhi in fixing the raft and cheerfully proclaimed, all right, we can set off again. However, Lu Zhi shook his head in resignation. Can't we leave? Lin Qianqian sighed. Do we even know where to go? How can we not know? We are heading towards. Tang Xiaogua intended to point in the direction of the volcanic island when she abruptly realized a pressing issue. The sun had long since set, and the vast, boundless sea was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any trace of islands. The volcanic island ahead and the egg yolk island behind were now concealed by the depths of the night. Lu Zhi furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky in hopes of identifying 1 or 2 constellations to ascertain their direction. Yet, the faint mist rising from the water obscured the entire heavens. He produced the compass he had crafted, only to find it spinning erratically, unable to provide any precise bearings. Was there a magnetic field nearby? Or was it merely the instability of the waves? For any survivor, this was an unforeseen predicament. However, this was not the most critical issue. The crux of their dilemma lay in the absence of reference points, leaving them uncertain whether they were stationary or adrift aimlessly with the current. Perhaps by dawn, they would discover they had drifted hundreds of miles into the Pacific, which would be disastrous. At that moment, a new task emerged. Fix your current position to prevent drifting with the current. Reward: 1 potential point. Lu Zhi felt a surge of frustration. Of course, I know I need to secure the raft's position, but we'll address that once visibility is restored. What options do we have now? Even if the greatest experts were here, they would be at a loss. Just then, his keen eyesight caught a glimpse of something floating on the water's surface, something roughly 2 sizes smaller than a sunflower seed and entirely black. Intrigued, he reached out to retrieve it, and information flooded his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a passion fruit seed. A passion fruit seed? Wasn't that from Qianqian's collection? How delightful. He had thought he had lost the chance to find it, but here it was, unexpectedly returned to him. Before long, he discovered another passion fruit seed, and shortly thereafter, a glass bottle. Ning Shu recognized the bottle as the one they had lost not long ago. Truly, what fortuitous luck to recover it in such circumstances. One must consider that such a small item, submerged in the water alongside the raft, should not have been encountered again due to factors like resistance and buoyancy, unless. In an instant, Lu Zhi realized something significant. The presence of fog indicated a lack of wind. The raft's ability to encounter objects like the passion fruit seeds suggested they were not far from the location where they had faced the shark attack. Surrounding the island, there are often hidden reefs and diminutive islets. If one could locate such a place, a bamboo raft could be anchored, allowing for continued passage to the volcanic island once the morning mist dissipated. Suddenly, Lu Zhi conceived a solution. He immediately began to twist 3 strands of rope together, thickening and strengthening it before extending and connecting it. What are you doing, Lu Zhi? A ship anchor. We shall employ it to secure our vessel. With that, he tied one end to the handle of a stone axe and cast it into the water. I intend to use this to probe the underwater reefs. If the raft encounters a reef during its movement, the axe will become lodged, effectively anchoring us. Lin Qianqian praised, "What a brilliant idea." Jiang Yao voiced her concern. But what if we encounter a shark? Sharks typically avoid hard objects like rocks. Even if it brushes against it, it won't be provoked. It will merely perceive it as a natural occurrence. With a sigh, Lu Zhi lamented, "Alas, the anchor line is insufficiently long to reach the seabed directly. We must rely on the submerged reefs." Ning Shu expressed her uncertainty. Are there such reefs nearby? I cannot say for certain, but nature is capricious, and any formation could manifest. If they exist, we must seize the opportunity. With that, Lu Zhi secured the other end of the rope to the raft's stern and submerged the stone axe. Everything was set. Everyone was fatigued. "I'm so tired." Tang Xiao was stretched languidly. Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao leaned against each other wearily. Ning Shu opened a bottle of distilled water and shared some dried fish and coconut meat among them. Is there nothing left to do? The laborious tasks are complete. There are still some lighter duties, Ning Shu replied. What do you mean by lighter duties? Simply observing with your eyes. Lu Zhi contemplated for a moment before assigning tasks. Class monitor, you may lie down and closely monitor the underwater situation. Underwater? Ning Shu peered into the inky depths through the cracks of the bamboo raft. I can't see anything, even if you see nothing. You must remain vigilant and report any developments immediately. What about us? Jiang Yao inquired. Yao Yao, you may recline and watch the sky. Should you spot a star or the moon, inform me at once. That sounds simple. Lu Zhi handed the harpoon to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua. Qian, Guoya, you both can lie on your sides and gaze at the water surface. If you notice a drifting bottle or a coconut, use the harpoon to retrieve it. Ugh, I'm so sleepy, what if I doze off? Then sleep. Rest is equally important. I shall keep watch. No, that will be too arduous. Let's take turns keeping watch. I agree. Chapter 57. We found the airplane. The girls, engaged in light conversation, gradually succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, the deep night upon the sea was not as frigid as on Moonlight Island. Huddled closely together, they managed to endure the long night. Lu Zhi toiled for 3 hours and managed to collect 3 drifting coconuts, 2 bottles, and 15 seeds of passion fruit. At this moment, Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning. Lu Zhi, you should take a rest. I will keep watch. Feeling a bit weary himself, Lu Zhi nodded at Ning Shu's suggestion. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, you've worked hard, so hurry and sleep. Lu Zhi lay down in the spot where Ning Shu had just rested and soon fell into slumber. However, he was awakened shortly after by Ning Shu's astonished voice. Lu Zhi, there is something underwater. With his eyes wide open, Lu Zhi gazed at the surface of the water, instantly shaken awake. Before him unfolded an unforgettable sight. The deep sea, shimmering with neon lights, and that familiar silhouette, a sunken commercial airliner. My God! Ning Shu covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. The other girls were also roused from their slumber, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they burst into tears. We have found our plane, but it has now descended to the ocean floor. Indeed, beneath the tranquil depths lay the massive outline of the aircraft, its navigation lights and anti-collision lights flickering intermittently. Luja was taken aback to encounter their plane here, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xianqian bit her lip. The lights are still on. Could there still be survivors? Luja shook his head. It's highly unlikely. Even if the economy class is well sealed, it cannot provide enough oxygen to sustain life for 7 days. Moreover, given the condition of the aircraft submerged underwater, it is likely the fuselage has already taken in water. Tang Xiaogua, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, so pitiful. Luja felt it necessary to investigate the aircraft's condition. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I need to go down and take a look. Ning Shu interjected, Are you planning to rescue someone? That's too dangerous. Luja shook his head. I don't have the capability to save anyone. I merely want to see if I can access the first-class cabin through any openings. Perhaps I can find useful supplies there. Even if I don't find anything, I could tie a rope to the aircraft to prevent the raft from drifting too far. Jiang Yao suddenly grasped Luja's arm. No, that's too perilous. Tang Xiaowei seized his other arm. I want to allow you to go down. Lin Qianqian added. There could be sharks. Luja surveyed the surroundings. Rest assured, this area does not appear to harbor sharks. Besides, even if we encounter one, as long as we don't provoke it, it typically won't attack. I know what I'm doing, but that is still extremely dangerous. If I don't check the anchor line, you almost pull me back up with all your might. With that, Luja nonchalantly saluted and flipped into the water. The 4 girls screamed in unison. Luja was quite adept in the water, and his physical condition allowed him to remain submerged for a considerable time. He tugged at the rope as he swam downward, the gurgling sounds of water echoing in his ears. The underwater world was shrouded in darkness. He was convinced that had it not been for the penetrating navigation lights still aglow on the aircraft, he would never have spotted it in the darkness of night. The plane had submerged approximately 50 meters. As he descended to around 30 meters, Luja felt an immense pressure squeezing his chest, and his eyes, stung by the seawater, were on the verge of causing him to faint. He hastily allocated 20 potential points to his physique and 10 to his aquatic skills, instantly feeling revitalized as if reborn. The world record for unassisted human free dives stands at 113 meters, and at that moment, Luja sensed that he was fully capable of surpassing it. Just as the rope was nearing its limit, he finally reached the location of the aircraft. He peered through the cockpit's glass into the interior. A murky scene greeted him, when suddenly, a ghastly pale face pressed against the glass, startling Luja into releasing a flurry of bubbles. He endeavored to steady his nerves. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a uniform, mouth agape, as if to convey something. Surely, this must be the captain. One could only imagine the profound anguish his parents, wife, and children would feel upon witnessing him in such a state. Behind him floated another figure, lifeless for quite some time, his features barely discernible. Indeed, it seemed that Luja's initial suspicions were confirmed. It was highly improbable that any of the other passengers would survive. He then began to swim further back. Behind the cockpit should lie the cabin, the front section of which was where he had once resided. Luja discovered the gaping hole. It was through this very opening that he and his companions had been ejected from the cabin. Now, however, due to the angle of the navigation lights, he had to feel his way inside. Unfortunately, during the emergency landing, many items from the cabin had been flung outside, and Luja groped about in search of salvageable supplies. Most items were affixed to the aircraft's structure, and even if he could retrieve them, they would likely be rendered useless. For instance, the onboard television, the lamp, and the like. Yet, he managed to find something of potential value, a dining knife. This was the kind of knife used for cutting steaks, designed specifically for first-class service, lacking a pointed tip and featuring only a serrated edge, measuring about 15 centimeters in length with a moderate sharpness. Nonetheless, its material was exceptional, highly resistant to corrosion. Even after 7 days submerged in seawater, its surface remained smooth. With a little sharpening, it will be far more effective than a small round knife. Luja tucked it into his pocket. Then, he felt around and came upon a plastic bowl, attached to which was a slender plastic tube and a fine line. And not just one, there were others nearby. Luja immediately understood that these were the oxygen masks found on commercial aircraft, which deploy when the cabin pressure drops too low. Tugging at the fine line, he was astonished to see bubbles emerging from the plastic bowl. It was still functional. This was indeed oxygen. He had not anticipated finding it here. He quickly placed it over his mouth and inhaled deeply, feeling an immediate sense of clarity and rejuvenation. The oxygen tank could not be detached, yet several plastic tubes, bowls, and cotton threads might prove useful. He decided to sever them with a small knife and carry them with him. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a thick curtain. As he lifted it, preparing to take it down for later use, he was instantly taken aback by the scene that lay beyond. Through the glass, he beheld a vast compartment. Beams of navigation lights filtered in, illuminating the pale faces seated within. Some individuals floated in the cabin, while the majority remained seated. It appeared that, apart from his small group, all the passengers on this ill-fated flight had succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Luja did not tear down the curtain. Rather, he gently let it fall back into place, bestowing a final semblance of dignity upon these unfortunate souls. There was no time to linger. It was time to depart. Luja silently offered a moment of mourning for his compatriots, then swam out through the breach in the cabin. He tugged on a rope 3 times and immediately felt a force pulling him upwards. Chapter 58. A fortunate encounter with a reef. Upon boarding the raft, he found several young girls weeping profusely. What was the matter? Did they too realize that the passengers had perished beneath the waves? Ning Shu wiped her tears with her wrist, exclaiming in exasperation, "Luja, you've truly outdone yourself. Staying underwater for a whole 10 minutes. To his astonishment, he had indeed remained at a depth of 50 meters for an entire 10 minutes. Luja wiped his face and remarked, "Isn't the world record 22 minutes? I've still got a long way to go. You nearly scared us to death. I thought you would never return." Tang Xiao sobbed, clinging to Luja. A warmth filled his heart as he patted her head. "I'm sorry. Ning Shu," he continued. "I promise not to take such risks again. You must understand, we are all counting on you." Ning Shu sniffled again, gazing earnestly at Luja. He recognized the weight of his significance in the hearts of these young women. His prolonged absence had genuinely frightened them. "All right, I assure you, I will refrain from such perilous endeavors in the future. Seeing your tears. Well then, did you discover anything?" Luja produced the plastic tubing, bowls, and a dining knife. "These are all I could find. The knife could be sharpened into a weapon, though I am uncertain of the tubing's utility." Jiang Yao examined the items in disbelief. "Good heavens, you truly ventured into the airplane?" Luja nodded. "And what are the other passengers?" Luja sighed in resignation and shook his head. The girls' expressions darkened. Yet Ning Shu exhaled deeply. "It seems we are still fortunate." Indeed, Jiang Yao suddenly recalled something. Since the plane crashed here, the rescue team should be able to locate this site quickly using the black box, right? Luja shook his head. The black box does have a locator, but this area is affected by interference from magnetic fields, which may obscure the signals it emits. Otherwise, the rescue team would have found us by now. At that moment, the aircraft's power system finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of seawater, and with a swift flicker, all lights extinguished. The remnants of the plane vanished into the profound depths of the ocean, never to be seen again. If a raft were to pass this way now, they would certainly be oblivious to the aircraft resting on the seabed. In an instant, they lost their point of reference once more, igniting a wave of concern among the girls. Fortunately, this state of unease did not linger for long. As Luja's stone axe anchor began to take effect, the raft suddenly lurched violently to the side, the rope snapping taut in an instant. In the next moment, the raft shook fiercely under the strain. Luja's heart soared with joy. They had encountered a submerged reef, and he quickly shielded the fire pot. Alas, they had run aground. No need to panic. This is fortuitous. Everyone hold on tight. Yet, Ning Shu still slipped into the water with a splash. Just as Luja prepared to rescue her, he was astonished to see her standing upright. What was going on? The water here was quite shallow. Luja hastily warned, "Class monitor, don't move from there." Ning Shu replied helplessly, "If you asked me to move, I wouldn't dare." Luja observed that the water merely covered Ning Shu's ankles, with small luminescent fish darting about nearby. This indicated that the submerged reef was only about 15 centimeters below the surface. His heart leapt with excitement as he cautiously jumped down from the raft. Feeling the uneven ground beneath his feet, he could sense the jagged coral and slick seaweed. A coral reef. Indeed, it was a coral reef. Regrettably, it remained submerged. Nonetheless, this was still a stroke of good fortune. Lu Zhe stabilized the raft before grabbing the harpoon and disembarking. Ning Shu inquired, Lu Zhe, what is happening? We've struck luck. This is a coral reef. And we can anchor the raft here. That's wonderful. We truly found it. Moreover, the water is shallow, so there's no need to risk diving. Just standing here is enough. The raft is almost tossing our dinner out. Please wait a moment. I will check for any dangers nearby. After securing the raft, Lu Zhe held a branch in his left hand and the harpoon in his right, cautiously probing the water as he ventured forward. Beneath his feet, he could see glowing algae and small fish, along with the exquisite sea slug. These tiny creatures swam around him, unafraid of his presence. There were also flatfish hiding on the seabed, which suddenly darted several meters away before lying still. After traversing more than 10 meters, the depth suddenly increased, prompting him to thrust a branch into the coral reef. He continued to probe left and right, inserting branches every few meters as markers. It appeared that this reef was not extensive, with the shallow area covering only about 100 square meters. However, this was ample space for them. Everyone could disembark and stretch their legs, but remember to wear sandals or flip-flops to avoid cutting their feet on the rocky ground. The activity range lies within the markers I have set. Ah, the familiar sight of the destination. Understood, Guide Lu. The girls have changed into the flip-flops they found. Wading into the water, the cool sea water washes over their calves and toes, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. This evening, we shall have to spend the night here. With the dawn, we will set forth upon the volcanic island. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian frolicked in the water for a while, collecting a few scallops and sea snails, while Ning Shu and Jiang Yao further secured the raft and rested at its edge. Meanwhile, an important message echoed in Lu Zhe's mind. Ding! Significant resource discovered. Flounder. He then noticed a large fish resembling a giant insole, flopping a couple of times before swimming a few meters ahead. Nearby, another fish was startled, darting away for 2 meters. So this is the flounder. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy. It seems we shall have a decent fish meal today. He grasped the spear and quietly waded through the water, thrusting it at a fish with great force. Yet, the fish was exceedingly nimble, evading him with a twist. After 2 more attempts, he still failed to strike. It appeared that he needed to take more decisive action. He allocated 3 potential points to enhance his speed trait, bringing his total speed to 15 points. He then invested 5 potential points in accuracy, elevating that to 15 as well. Instantly, his reflexes, explosiveness, and agility were significantly heightened. At the same time, his eyes and hands became steadier. Stealthily, he approached again and launched the spear, piercing a flounder with precision. Hooray, a point for me! Cheers and applause erupted from the girls behind him. Shoo! Quiet down, lest we scare away the other fish. Just then, Lu Zhe's system sent another task. Collect 3 types of materials to repel sharks. Reward, 3 potential points. Indeed, if the fog clears tomorrow, venturing into the waters near the volcanic island might lead us into shark territory. We certainly need some shark repellent. Lu Zhe recalled from his childhood reading the 100,000 Whys that flounders secrete a white toxin to fend off sharks. He wondered if it was true. With a mindset of experimentation, he took an empty bottle, aimed the fish's vent at the opening, and squeezed forcefully. Sure enough, a stream of white, pungent mucus emerged. It stung Lu Zhe's eyes. Ding! Shark repellent acquired. 1 point added. Chapter 59. Jiang Yao's monthly visitor. It is said that this substance can induce spasms in sharks, but only a small amount can be collected from a single fish. It seems he must catch several more. After removing the flounder's entrails and poison sac, the flesh itself was still quite delectable. Lu Zhe cleaned and filleted the fish, handing it over to Lin Qianqian to grill on the pot. Though the pot was modest in size, it could continually be filled with twigs, making it perfectly capable of cooking a fish to perfection. In a brief span of time, Lu Zhe managed to catch 5 flounders. Although he could only roast them one by one, their slender bodies cooked through with remarkable ease. The small fish at his feet emitted a dim blue glow, vibrant and colorful, as several companions savored the grilled flounder. Their trepidation about being adrift in the vast ocean began to ease somewhat. Lu Zhe, after you finish the fish, do take a little more rest, Ning Shu said with concern. Indeed, added Tang Xiaohua, You must be utterly exhausted. While Luja ate the fish, he meticulously adjusted his homemade compass. Yet the compass perched on the reef continued to point erratically. He understood that they were still subject to an unknown magnetic field. He nonchalantly replied, "I'm all right. Even so, you can't be our pack mule. You are the only boy in the team. If you tire yourself out, whom can we rely on?" Jiang Yao's complaint was laced with genuine concern. Lin Qianqian chimed in, "Rest assured, we will take care of everything here." Having hardly slept through the night, Luja felt fatigued. "All right then, I'll leave it to you," he conceded. He climbed onto the wooden raft, using his backpack as a pillow. But Tang Xiaohua snatched it away, saying, "I still need to lean on it." Taken aback, he found her haughtily extending her legs. "Without a pillow, you can rest on my legs. Is this a perk?" "Of course, a splendid one." Luja considered that refusing would be rather impolite. With a resigned sigh, he awkwardly lay down. Before long, he felt Tang Xiaohua's hands gently kneading his forehead, an exquisite comfort. "I didn't know you had such a talent." "No more chatter, just sleep." Luja closed his eyes and gradually drifted off. A few hours later, the sun rose from the sea, and the ocean breeze swept away the thin mist. Luja felt well rested as he stretched and sat up. The three girls sleeping beside him were also stirred awake. "You're awake." Jiang Yao yawned, indicating that she had kept watch during the latter part of the night. "Having had enough rest, you should take a moment to relax." "Luja," she continued, "look over there." Following Jiang Yao's pointing finger, Luja beheld an island. Although the orientation had shifted, he could confirm it was indeed the volcanic island. It was indeed larger than he had imagined. Luja nodded. "Yesterday, we paddled a distance toward the volcanic island. It seems we drifted further with the ocean current during the night, causing a deviation in our route. Fortunately, we haven't drifted out of sight." Lin Qianqian examined the direction of the water flow and remarked, "Luja, it's still quite far, and now we are completely against the current." Luja nodded, aware that the challenge of paddling over would be greater than anticipated. Yet aside from that, there was no alternative. Merely relying on a single paddle would not suffice. We must craft several more hand paddles. But from what materials? We will need to dismantle some wood from the raft. At this moment, Ning Shu was astonished to discover. "Hey, look in the water." Luja noticed that a shark's fin was protruding from the surface, seemingly waiting for something. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were not just one, but several. Approximately a dozen sharks were circling near the reef, swimming restlessly. They appeared agitated, attempting to swim toward the shallows, but were thwarted by the shallow waters. Their intentions were unmistakable. They had marked the 5 of them as prey. What was happening? There were no sharks here yesterday. "Yao, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yao was taken aback. "What happened?" "You're bleeding." Jiang Yao looked down to see a trickle of deep red blood flowing down her pale leg, dissipating into the sea. "Oh no, is it that time of the month?" It became clear why the sharks had gathered near the reef. Yao's menstrual blood had mingled with the ocean, attracting the nearby sharks. Luja knew that sharks possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Even a small amount of blood would alert them. Jiang Yao might have been bleeding for half the night, with most of it flowing into the sea through the gaps in the raft. It felt akin to famished wild dogs catching the scent of delicious meat. Jiang Yao lamented, "Oh my God, why did it have to happen now?" Lin Qian interjected. "Stop talking, class leader. Don't you have a sanitary napkin?" Ning Shu hurriedly opened a small package to help Jiang Yao, then rinsed away the blood on her leg. Meanwhile, the sharks, having caught the scent of blood, became frenzied, thrashing in the waves as they attempted to surge toward the shallows. The few girls were left in a state of panic. At that moment, an even more dire situation arose. Luja noticed that the water level had risen significantly since the previous night. Last night, it had barely reached the ankles. Now it was already up to the calves. At this rate, in half a day, the water could rise to waist level. By that time, these sharks would surely rush in and tear them apart. Luja understood that in times of crisis, one must maintain a calm demeanor to devise a rational strategy. "Everyone, stay calm and allow me to think of a solution." Upon hearing Luja's words, the girls fell silent, huddling together and looking at him expectantly. Luja exhaled deeply. "Now, let us keep as quiet as possible. Do not let any blood or bodily fluids enter the water." Tang Xiaohua asked, "What if I need to use the restroom?" "Hold it in. If it's unbearable, use a bottle. Not a single drop should escape. In short, we must not allow them to sense our presence." The girls nodded in agreement. The water level was indeed rising, but it would take some time before the sharks could swim over. I need to devise a plan to deal with the sharks. So I must entrust the task of making paddles to all of you. Let us aim to leave this place within 2 hours. The 4 girls exchanged glances. All right, let us brainstorm together. A group of young women gathered on a raft, deliberating on the creation of paddles, while Luja found himself lost in contemplation. In his possession was a scant supply of shark repellent derived from flounder, but it was far too limited for widespread use. Thus, he needed to procure 2 additional shark deterrents. At that moment, the ash in the pot reached its peak, prompting Luja to pour some out in preparation for adding more wood. As he tipped the vessel, a dark mist of wood ash wafted across the water surface, causing the small fish beneath to scatter in terror at the sight of the ominous cloud. Suddenly, inspiration struck Luja. Fish were acutely sensitive to dark mists, which explained why smaller creatures like cuttlefish and squids relied on ink squirting as a means of escape in the ocean. He hastily emptied most of the ash from the pot, allowed it to cool, and bottled it. He then replaced the wood for burning anew. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Second shark deterrent acquired. Potential point gained. 2 secure, but what of the third? While rummaging through the salvaged clothing, Luja discovered a tattered orange t-shirt, recalling a lesson from his childhood, where a certain teacher had remarked on his shark sensitivity to vibrant colors, particularly red, which incited ferocity and frenzy. He noted that orange was an exception. Sharks typically shunned orange objects, as they associated them with the dreaded sea snake, specifically the highly venomous Belcher's sea snake adorned with orange and black rings. This could indeed be advantageous. Chapter 60. The swimwear party. He extracted 2 black stockings belonging to Lin Qianqian. Originally, Tang Xiao had intended to use one for distilling fresh water, but that task would have to wait. Using a small round knife, he cut the orange t-shirt into strips, tying them at intervals along the length of the black stockings. Finally, he secured the stockings to a rope, ready to be pulled through the water. Remarkably, this contraption resembled a sea snake in motion. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. 3 shark deterrents acquired, potential point gained. Task completed. Now to check on the girls. The young women had dismantled their makeshift shelter, utilizing branches, tattered clothing, and tarpaulin to craft several rudimentary paddles. Luja tested one. While it did not compare to his own craftsmanship, it was sufficient for rowing. By this time, the sun had risen higher, and the heat began to intensify. The 4 of them shared a bottle of water, leaving only one final bottle of fresh water and a coconut. They had to ration their supplies carefully. Friends, despite the rising heat, we must set forth, Luja declared. The journey ahead will be arduous, but I believe that if we endure with determination, we shall survive. The girls nodded in agreement. Lin Qianqian voiced a concern, but what if the sharks attack us? I have devised a plan to deal with them. Luja responded confidently. Now is the time. It is the 7th day since the airplane crash, and Luja, along with 4 young women, find themselves stranded on a coral reef in the Pacific Ocean. They must navigate through the territory of sharks and paddle their makeshift raft several nautical miles to a place they have named Volcano Island. At this moment, the young women sit anxiously in the center of the raft, gripping it tightly, fearful that any misstep might provoke the sharks and send them tumbling into the sea. Luja brandishes a stone axe, using a harpoon to stabilize the bamboo raft as they depart the reef. Just then, a shark rushes toward them. Luja is prepared. He pulls out a bottle and squeezes it towards the shark's nose, releasing a jet of white liquid that sends the creature fleeing. This act serves as a warning to the other sharks, deterring them from attacking. Yet, they do not abandon their pursuit, attempting to ram the raft. With a swift motion of his paddle, Luja sends a row of bags filled with wood ash into the water, instantly darkening the sea. Taken by surprise, the sharks scatter in all directions. Realizing his plan has worked, Luja urges, now is our chance. Quickly, the 4 young women grasp their handmade paddles and begin to row. Together, they paddle swiftly despite the current's opposition. However, although they have left the reef behind, they have not yet escaped the sharks' territory. As the first wave of ash clears, the sharks prepare to test their resolve once more. But as they approach the raft, they notice 2 black and orange sea snakes undulating at the raft's stern. Hesitation grips the sharks. Some daring individuals venture closer, only to be repelled by Luja's use of flounder venom. The more timid sharks retreat, and after a time, they seem to forget the recent scent of blood. Resuming their aimless swim, Luja exhales deeply, finally sitting down. Are we safe? Ning Su asks. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Zhi nods. For now, we are safe. Lin Qianqian releases a breath of relief. That was close. Jiang Yao places a hand on her chest. My heart nearly leaped out. Tang Xiaowu wipes away tears. I thought we were all going to die here. We must not let our guard down. We need to paddle steadily and avoid provoking the sharks. Lu Zhi reminds them. The young women nod in agreement, understanding the gravity of their situation. Having temporarily evaded the shark's attack, they now need only to continue paddling toward Volcano Island until they reach their destination. However, they soon face another pressing issue. High temperatures, intense sunlight, and a lack of fresh water. After half an hour of paddling, the young women are drenched in sweat, their lips cracked, and their foreheads glistening with beads of perspiration. A new prompt flashes in Lu Zhi's mind. Create a sunshade to reduce exposure to sunlight and fluid loss. Reward, 1 potential point. Lu Zhi remarked. I am well aware of the necessity for shade. However, the canopy that once served as our refuge has been dismantled, and the wooden poles are now repurposed as oars. The fabric that could have provided us with shelter from the sun has also been taken apart by a few girls to craft paddles. Consequently, he finds himself devoid of any means to shield from the sun. If we allow the sun to beat down for another half hour, we shall surely suffer from dehydration. Even if dehydration does not occur, it would be unseemly for several delicate maidens to emerge as sun-kissed as dark-skinned beauties. He surveyed the remnants that could serve as a sunshade, a few tattered garments he had salvaged, punctured with nails and tied together with thin cord, propped up by wooden sticks. Yet, the coverage was insufficient. To create an adequate shaded area, they would need to utilize everyone as clothing. Tang Xiao's gown and Lu Zhi's t-shirt were both relinquished and bound together, but there remained a portion still lacking. Everyone had a paddle on both sides of the raft simultaneously, yet the canopy was evidently too small to provide shade for all. They required more garments. What to do? Everyone should remove what they could. Some of the girls hesitated, but upon seeing Lu Zhi's serious expression, they understood he was not jesting. Lu Zhi was the first to shed his long pants, standing bare-chested in only his boxers. The 4 girls shyly covered their eyes. After a moment, they cautiously peeked, discovering that Lu Zhi had indeed managed to use his clothing to prop up the canopy, and as he had asserted, it was still insufficient. At this point, even a sliver of shade was more precious than gold. Tang Xiao suggested, I shall contribute my light vest. You want mine, will you, Qianqian? No problem. Jiang Yao replied nonchalantly. I still have a pair of shorts. Just wearing a bra and panties will suffice. All right, let us consider it a swimsuit party. After some discussion, the girls retained only their innermost layer of clothing, shedding everything else. In doing so, they managed to fill the final gap in the sunshade. Now, it truly resembled a swimsuit party. Though bashful, it was also a tad novel, curious, and slightly exhilarating. Both boys and girls felt the same. I suppose we are quite candid with each other now. Lu Zhi, could you refrain from staring? It feels rather impolite. Lu Zhi chuckled. On the contrary, your adorableness dictates that it would be discourteous for me not to gaze upon you. That is a fair point. With the newly constructed sunshade and the occasional rinsing of their bodies with seawater, everyone felt considerably cooler. Yet, this merely alleviated the surface heat. Other issues began to surface. The relentless paddling had greatly drained everyone's stamina. Although they were nearing the volcanic island, signs of dehydration were becoming apparent among them. Lu Zhi split open a coconut, but after each person took a sip, it was gone. Then, the last bottle of water was shared, with each person receiving merely 100 milliliters, offering only a slight reprieve from their thirst. To replenish their fluids, they would need to devise alternative methods. Chapter 61. The hydration method of Master De. Lu Zhi allocated all 9 of his accumulated potential points to enhance his physical stamina. He rowed on one side of the raft, while the 4 girls rowed on the opposite side. Remarkably, the raft maintained a steady course. Let us hold on a bit longer. We will reach the volcanic island soon, where coconuts will be plentiful. However, at that moment, the immense physical exertion finally overwhelmed Tang Xiao. She dropped her paddle, her gaze becoming vacant, her body swaying slightly. These were unmistakable signs of impending heat stroke. Lu Zhi quickly splashed some seawater on her to cool her down. Lin Qianqian hesitated for a moment before stating, we have no choice but to let her drink that. Jiang Yao pondered, you mean bodily fluid? Lin Qianqian nodded. To avoid attracting sharks, they could only fashion a funnel from one bottle to transfer into another, planning to dispose of it upon reaching the island. Little did they know it would come in handy here. Seeing Tang Xiao's condition, Luja realized that without replenishing her bodily fluids, she would be in dire straits. Qianqian is right. Class monitor, you take charge. Ningshu picked up a bottle and inquired, "Whose is this?" Lin Qianqian shyly raised her hand. "It's mine." Ningshu nodded. "This will do." Upon glancing back, Luja sensed something amiss and immediately intervened. "No, that won't do." "What's wrong?" Ningshu asked, puzzled. "You can't drink that." Ningshu was confused. "But didn't you say that in extreme situations, it could be life-saving?" Luja replied solemnly. "At that time, you had just consumed fresh water, so the fluid concentration was low enough to be tolerable. However, now, the concentration is too high. Forcing it down would result in physiological vomiting, accelerating fluid depletion instead." Ningshu was at a loss. What should we do then? Just then, Luja received a prompt in his mind. New task. In situations where water cannot be ingested, it can be administered rectally. The colon wall can absorb moisture instead of the stomach. Reward: 1 potential point. This idea was rather audacious. Yet, he suddenly recalled that both Master Da and Brother Bei had employed similar tactics during extreme dehydration. Brother Bei had administered foul bird droppings into his colon, while Master Da had introduced turtle entrails into his own. Human intestines could absorb water and nutrients, and bypassing the stomach prevents vomiting and diarrhea. Thus, they successfully absorbed fresh water and nutrients, completing their survival challenges. Moreover, human bodily fluids are considerably safer than wastewater or animal entrails, with a concentration far lower than blood, thus avoiding osmosis issues. With this thought, Luja declared, "I have a solution." "What solution?" "Class monitor, you row for a while. I will take care of Guer." "How will you manage that?" "I'll let her absorb water through her intestines." Absorb water through the intestines? The girls were utterly perplexed. This notion seemed rather bizarre, but this method has been scientifically validated. Many survival experts have successfully employed it for survival. Jiang Yao remarked, "That requires specialized equipment, doesn't it?" "Specialized equipment?" Luja pondered. "We have it right here." "Where?" Luja pulled out several slender tubes that he had disembarked from the plane. "I didn't expect these to be useful here." He rummaged through his backpack and found a sturdy plastic bag, inflating it to test for leaks. Then, he poured a small amount of urine into the plastic bag, inserted one end of the tube, and secured it tightly. "Who can operate this?" The 3 girls exchanged glances. Ultimately, Lin Qianqian volunteered, "I'll do it." "Guya. It might hurt a bit, so brace yourself." Tang Xiao muttered in a daze. "What are you all doing?" "What is this?" "Guer, lie down, relax, and think of something joyful while looking at the island ahead." "Wait, something feels off." After fiddling for a while, Lin Qianqian turned back, gravely nodding to Luja. Luja slowly squeezed the plastic bag. A piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the surface of the sea as Tang Xiao cried out. 2 minutes later, the entire bag of bodily fluid was expelled with perfection. Tang Xiao lay there, utterly dejected. "I just want to die." Though this idea sounded bizarre, it proved to be remarkably effective. 10 minutes later, Tang Xiao's fluid levels showed significant improvement, and she regained her vitality. Ningshu exclaimed, "It seems to be working. Anyone who is truly desperate can give this method a try." The girls exchanged glances, all affirming, "We can still hold on." After another half-hour of paddling, one girl gasped, "I can't go on." "Me neither." Luja looked up at the volcanic island, now only 200 meters away. "We cannot stop. Let us push through. Just over 200 meters to our destination, and I'll treat everyone to coconuts." "Hold on tight." Tang Xiao gritted her teeth. "For survival, for coconuts. I cannot let everyone down." Suddenly, Tang Xiao froze. Why was this happening again? Yes, she had exerted herself too much while paddling, and in a moment of carelessness, everything she had consumed half an hour prior erupted forth. Though her underwear provided some protection, it still flowed down her thighs and seeped through the cracks of the raft into the ocean. Once again, Tang Xiao faced social oblivion. However, this time, the repercussions extended far beyond mere embarrassment. The unsavory substance spread through the sea, attracting the attention of sharks. Initially, the sharks had no interest in the raft adorned with 2 sea snakes, but the scent of humanity sent them into a frenzy, rekindling their curiosity about the raft. Luja realized that complaining would only heighten everyone's anxiety, especially since Guer didn't wish for the situation either. He quickly urged, "Guer, get a sanitary pad on. Everyone else paddle quickly, and let us leave this area." Tang Xiaohua hurriedly affixed the small wings in a flurry, while the others, expending their last vestiges of strength, fervently paddled. Yet, they found themselves assailed by a relentless onslaught of sharks. With the presence of sea snakes trailing behind, the sharks launched their attacks from both flanks. The raft, hastily repaired the day prior, was far from sturdy, with many planks precariously scattered. At this rate, they would not reach the shore before the raft succumbed to the depths. If that happened, none would emerge unscathed. As the number of attacking sharks multiplied, Liu Zhi realized that a direct confrontation was futile. Once again, the task echoed in his mind. New mission: seek a temporary refuge to evade the shark's assault. Reward: 1 potential point. Suddenly, Liu Zhi spotted a minuscule island barely protruding above the ocean's surface, not far ahead. To call it an island was generous. It was merely a small mound, measuring around 15 or 16 square meters. Though diminutive, it offered sufficient sanctuary to evade the shark's ferocity. Don't stop. Paddle towards it. There are too many sharks. It's going to bite me. The raft is sinking. Turning back, Liu Zhi was taken aback to see no fewer than 7 or 8 sharks assaulting the raft. Chapter 62. Give me your sanitary napkin. Half of the raft's wooden structure had been torn away, and several girls found their legs submerged in water. In such dire circumstances, even the most seasoned veterans would be a loss, let alone these girls. With no options left, Liu Zhi swung the paddle and sent a fire jar crashing into the water. The charcoal ignited within the jar met the seawater, erupting into a cloud of mist, with black ashes scattering in the water, sending the sharks fleeing in all directions. Now it's our chance. Liu Zhi paddled with all his might, and the girls quickly followed suit. By the time the sharks regained their senses and sought to attack again, they had successfully landed on the tiny island. The girls huddled together in the center of the diminutive isle, fear etched on their faces, sobbing uncontrollably. Fortunately, none were injured. Liu Zhi pulled the remaining portion of the raft onto the shore. Fortunately, though much of the raft had been torn away, the bottles, safely encased in plastic bags, remained intact, with over 20 still left. The backpack containing vital supplies had not been lost. Moreover, the clothes serving as a sunshade remained intact, tethered to the support poles. Liu Zhi dragged those up as well, reassembling the sunshade. Let them cry for a while. It would do them good. Liu Zhi splashed seawater on his face, striving to regain his composure as he began to assess their current predicament and devise a strategy. Upon estimation, they were a mere 50 meters from the sandy shores of the volcanic island. He could clearly see numerous coconut trees gracing the island, with nearly 2/3 of them bearing plump coconuts. If they could reach that haven, they would be able to indulge in a bountiful feast of coconut water. However, the expanse of 50 meters of sea presents an extraordinarily daunting challenge. Beneath the surface lurks a multitude of sharks. Their raft lies utterly destroyed, with the remaining timber insufficient to support the weight of 5 individuals. To swim across recklessly may well result in being torn to shreds by the sharks. Yet remaining here is not a viable option. Observing the time, it is currently 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the tide is still rising. By 4 o'clock, which marks the low tide, this area will be submerged, leading to a similar fate of becoming fish fodder. At this moment, a new task emerges. New task: safely escort 4 companions to the designated island. Reward: for potential points. For potential points is indeed a generous reward. But can anyone offer a useful suggestion? Relying on the system is no longer feasible. I must devise a solution myself. He took a deep breath and approached the group of girls. Do not be disheartened. We still have a chance. Liu Zhining appeared somewhat indifferent as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Stop comforting us. If there is a possibility, you should go on your own. Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. You must have a way to escape, but we are merely your burdens. Tang Xiaohua could only sob quietly. Jiang Yao trembled as she scribbled away. Yao Yao, what are you writing? A farewell letter, she replied, casting a faint smile at Liu Zhi. Unfortunately, I will die a virgin. Liu Zhi sighed. I must insist this is not the time to ponder such matters. Can we muster some spirit? We should not surrender so easily. Lin Qianqian sighed. But 1 TB long before the sea engulfs this place. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed. At that point, the sharks would devour us. Thus, We must devise a plan before the water submerges us. I promise I will not abandon you. If you perish, what meaning would life hold for me, even if I survive? Luja's heartfelt declaration lifted the spirits of the four girls. Indeed, you are all so beautiful, so charming. I have long dreamt of marrying one of you. Ning Su Bluset. Ah, you truly think that way? Of course. I even wish to marry each one of you. That is rather greedy. Not important. Listen to me. Luja's tone turned grave and earnest. You have all performed admirably in the face of danger. Cooking, tending the fire, gathering supplies, repelling sharks. Now, I need you to continue collaborating with me. Dry your tears, and together we shall land on that island. We will survive on that isle together. Hearing Luja's words ignited hope once more in the eyes of the four girls. Luja, do you have a plan? I wouldn't call a plan, but it is at least worth a try. Ning Shu wiped away a tear and stood up. Speak. What shall we do? First, let us check our supplies and see if there is anything useful. Everyone began to rummage through their belongings. Fortunately, the essential supplies were all intact. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed with delight. We still have a little bit of flounder extract left. Luja nodded, acknowledging, indeed, this is quite useful. Jiang Yao remarked, a pencil case, a slingshot, a novel tightly wrapped in plastic, a whistle, and 3 non-functional mobile phones. Mobile phones? Luja paused, as if struck by an epiphany. And Lin Qianqian seemed to share the same realization. They both exclaimed in unison, sharks are sensitive to electric currents. But is there still power? Ning Shu shook her head. Mine is definitely out of battery. Lin Qianqian replied. My phone is fully charged as long as it hasn't been submerged. So is mine. Jiang Yao added. Ning Shu inquired. Doesn't water damage the electrical connections? Submersion primarily affects the motherboard and processor. While the battery might lose some charge, there should still be residual power. As he spoke, Luja smashed the device open with a stone axe and extracted 2 batteries. How do we ascertain if the batteries still hold a charge? Luja grinned. It's quite simple. He licked both the positive and negative terminals of the batteries simultaneously. Presently, Luja's sensory perception was extraordinary, and he indeed felt a tingling sensation. There is still power. He secured the 2 batteries to the iron nails of a harpoon. Lin Qianqian commented, while seawater is not a strong conductor, shark skin possesses remarkable conductivity. Luja nodded, precisely, and sharks are most frightened by electric currents. Even a slight charge can send them fleeing. Look, we have yet another device to deter sharks. Jiang Yao lamented, but I have my period. Let us consider an alternative perspective. Luja's gaze radiated calmness and composure. Could we utilize this menstrual blood to divert the sharks? Is that feasible? Watch closely. Luja disassembled several pieces of wood, fashioning a small raft. He then dismantled a sunshade and instructed everyone to don their clothes, using branches and discarded garments to create a sail. He extended his hand now. Please hand me your sanitary pads. Jiang Yao bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned away. Reluctantly, she placed her sanitary pad into the boy's hands. For any girl, this was an excruciatingly awkward moment. However, there was no alternative. After some fuss, she handed a neatly folded packet to Chu Yin. Here. Chapter 63. Successfully landing on the volcanic island. Luja shook it open, revealing the unmistakable scent of ink. This hardly requires further explanation. Jiang Yao's face burned with shyness. Luja positioned the sanitary pad at the rear edge of the makeshift raft. Soon, I will propel this decoy boat away from the island. With the southwest wind, it will drift away from the shore. The scent of blood will attract the sharks, allowing us to swim over from the opposite direction. Ning Shu nodded. That is indeed a plan. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed anxiously, but I can't swim. Lin Qianqian shook her head. Neither can I. Jiang Yao, blushing and crossing her legs, remarked, I can swim, but if we go into the water, won't that attract the sharks? Surprisingly, among the 4 girls, 3 were unable to swim. However, this posed no significant challenge. Luja grasped a bottle in one hand and the anchor rope in the other, stating, let us separate the rope, bind the remaining empty bottles together, and secure them to our arms and chests, fashioning makeshift life vests. This way we shall not sink. All we need to do is paddle vigorously forward. Ning Shu inquired, but what about Yao Yao? After a moment of contemplation, Luja replied, that could be easily resolved. He tied the leftover wooden pieces together, explaining, though this may not suffice to support the weight of all 5 of us. It can certainly bear Yao Yao's weight alone. Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment before exclaiming, right? As long as Yao Yao lies atop it. Using a fresh sanitary pad as a cushion, the blood will not flow out. Precisely. Lu Zhi nodded. And one more thing. He tore the last piece into 5 strips, soaking them in flounder venom. Each of you must bind one of these strips around your feet. The girls complied, wrinkling their noses at the foul odor. Far worse than excrement. Remember, this is a life-saving measure, so we must endure. They all nodded in agreement. Lu Zhi tied the bottles together, creating life vests, which he secured to Ning's shoe and the others. All right, Yao Yao, lie on this bundle of wood. We entrust our clothes and essential supplies to you. Jiang Yao nodded. Qianqian, put on your socks. Sharks are particularly fearful of orange and black objects. Lin Qianqian acquiesced, yes. Remember, we must paddle evenly and try to remain calm. I estimate that after swimming about 20 meters, our feet should reach the beach. At that point, we can all hold hands and walk onto the shore. Understood, Lu Zhi affirmed, rising to his feet. He grasped the makeshift boat, gathering his strength before propelling it forward, allowing it to glide 10 meters away into the distance. Once the makeshift boat drifted far enough, Lu Zhi pulled out the roundest pebble, ready to slingshot, and aimed at the boat's stern. With a sharp snap, he struck true, causing a sanitary pad to plummet into the water. Indeed, several sharks were drawn to the commotion. Now's our chance. Lu Zhi pushed the wooden bundle carrying Jiang Yao towards the volcanic island. The other 3 girls followed him into the sea. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian, both non-swimmers, took the lead, while Lu Zhi and Ning Shu paddled behind. Although Jiang Yao lay on the wooden raft, she too exerted herself to paddle. The 5 of them gradually made their way towards the beach. As they neared the shallows, a shark indeed took notice of them. One shark approached swiftly, but Lu Zhi was prepared. He turned and thrust the spear, equipped with a battery, towards it. The shark quivered, flicked its tail, and swam away in haste. It worked splendidly. We can handle one, but more than that could be troublesome. Everyone hurry. Just then, another shark charged towards them. Lu Zhi, as was customary, executed a swift counterattack. However, this time, the thrust was a bit too forceful, and the spear pierced through the shark's skin. The shark, in a furious flick of its tail, darted away into the depths. At that moment, a terrifying event unfolded. The injured shark left a trail of blood in the ocean, and the other sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, recklessly surged towards it. With jaws wide open, they mercilessly clamped down on their wounded companion, instantly tearing it to shreds. Tang Xiaohua was paralyzed with fear, yet she heard Lu Zhi exclaim, "We've reached the sandy ground." He gripped the spear, pushed off the beach with his feet, and propelled the wooden plank, carrying the 4 girls, forward for over 10 meters. Turning around, he spotted a shark charging towards him. In a split second, Lu Zhi dodged aside and jabbed the spear into the shark's eye. The shark thrashed in pain, splashing the surface of the water, which attracted even more sharks. Lu Zhi dove beneath the surface, disappearing from sight. The girls were terror-stricken. "Lu Zhi, come back. I want to save Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi, Lu Zhi, I want to help too." In the next moment, Lu Zhi emerged from the water before them. "Do you need my help? Hurry." At that moment, the water was not as deep, and the 4 of them pushed Jiang Yao toward the shallow area. Jiang Yao jumped down as well, abandoning the raft, grabbing her bag, and running alongside everyone. Those who fell were swiftly pulled back up by their companions. After much stumbling, they finally reached the beach, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sand and gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the waters had turned crimson from the blood of the shark. "Are we dead?" "No, we survived." "Is everyone okay?" "Yes." "Wonderful." The girls closed their eyes, seemingly devoid of the strength to even blink. Escaping from death stirred emotions that brought tears to their eyes. Lu Zhi exhaled deeply. He attempted to rise, only to realize that his own strength was nearly depleted. For this escape, he had expended tremendous effort and energy. All of his potential points had been consumed. Yet now, having landed on the volcanic island with the 4 girls, he had acquired 4 potential points. This time, he allocated them all to enhance his stamina. Instantly, he felt a resurgence of vitality. He stood up, gazing at the 4 girls, who were panting heavily and utterly spent, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The tide will rise soon, and this place will be submerged. Let's rest a bit, then head towards the forest. I can't move any further. I can hardly crawl. Lu Zhi had no choice but to carry the supplies first. After resting for about 10 minutes, the tide lapped at their toes, prompting Lu Zhe to pull them up, and together the five of them made their way to the edge of the forest. This area was far from the rising tide and should be quite safe. Fortunately, there were plenty of coconuts here. Lu Zhe gathered a dozen, split them open with a stone axe, and shared them among everyone. Everyone managed to quench their thirst after consuming 3 coconuts. They eagerly tore off the coconut flesh and devoured it. After lingering for half an hour, their spirits and energy were finally somewhat restored. Jiang Yao sighed, exclaiming, "What a narrow escape." Tang Xiaowu inquired, "This island should not be called Volcano Island. It ought to be named Shark Island." Ning Shu glanced around and remarked, "Where is that flight attendant?" Lin Qianqian replied, "We veered off course to land on this island. She must be on the other side." Jiang Yao said, "Surely we can't head over there now. I can hardly move." Tang Xiaowu weakly added, "Neither can I." Lu Zhe shook his head, stating, "Everyone has expended too much energy. We require some time to recuperate." He glanced at his watch. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. "Let's pass the night here, rest well, and regain our strength. Tomorrow, we shall explore this small island together." Chapter 64. A discovery of the strange Lu Zhe suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. Indeed, they were utterly fatigued. Even taking a few steps felt arduous, let alone traversing half the island to search for someone. Rationally speaking, it was prudent to seek sustenance and ensure a safe passage through the night, intending to restore their strength by morning. Fortunately, they had several coconuts. Thus, fresh water and carbohydrates were not lacking. They merely needed to procure some protein. With this in mind, he declared, "I shall venture to the seaside to gather supplies. You all should tally up what remains. Lu Zhe, can you still manage to walk? Do not worry about me. Just be cautious of snakes. Then take care." Lu Zhe wandered alone along the beach, deep in thought. Earlier, in an attempt to drive away the sharks, he had discarded the iron pot, thus losing his cooking vessel and fire source. How he wished to retrieve that pot, and perhaps even find a lighter, if fortune smiled upon him. Discovering a case of instant noodles would be extraordinary. He strolled along the shore for 300 or 400 meters, but found no pot. However, he did encounter some litter, plastic bags, a pair of broken flip-flops, 4 instant noodle wrappers, chip bags, aluminum cans, water bottles, and plastic strings from cardboard boxes. Upon squeezing the noodle bag, it felt as though something was inside. Peering in, he spotted a small blue square pouch. It appeared to be full. Could it be seasoning? He felt a surge of joy and promptly tucked it into his pocket without further inspection. Continuing on, he pried off a few oysters from the rocks. They were plentiful, though prying them free was somewhat laborious. He also gathered a piece of seaweed and a crab the size of fingernail. Weighing these items in his mind, he concluded that they could sufficiently provide the necessary protein for their bodies. Returning to the campsite, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian had also nearly completed their inventory. The books were sealed in plastic bags, ensuring they remained dry. The contents of their backpacks had not been lost, but the spicy strips had been consumed 3 days prior. While there were still a dozen pieces of gum left, albeit the few remaining tissues were soaked and unusable. Lu Zhe nodded. "It is fortunate that nothing has been lost. What the other food?" Lin Qianqian remarked, "The dried fish has all been consumed, and there remains but a fragment of honey in the bottle. The sweet potato vines are broken." Upon noticing the severed vines, Lu Zhe felt a chill within. However, a few sweet potatoes could still be harvested for today's meal. One could be preserved for planting. Ning Shu inquired, "Lu Zhe, have you found anything?" "Just some rubbish bottles, plastic bags, and a few raw oysters and small crabs. Along with the sweet potatoes, they shall provide us with the protein we require for tonight. Raw consumption it is. Without fire, we can only eat them raw." Lin Qianqian added, "I'm somewhat unaccustomed to the taste of raw oysters." Ning Shu lazily remarked, "If we had some aged vinegar and horseradish, I wouldn't mind eating them raw." Lu Zhe recalled the seasoning packet he had discovered and waved it triumphantly. "Look what I've found." He felt a swell of pride, for with this packet of seasoning, at least their dinner would not be too monotonous. Yet, the girl's reactions were somewhat unexpected. "What is this?" Ning Shu repeated the word twice, suddenly struck by a realization, her expression shifting dramatically. However, she quickly coughed lightly. "Lu Zhe, did you pick this up? Indeed, surprising, isn't it? We shall find it useful shortly." "Useful?" Ning Shu glanced at her friends and then at herself, bewildered. "Are you certain you still have the strength?" Lu Zhe nonchalantly nodded. "It's manageable." Yet, she pondered the situation, finding it somewhat understandable. After all, being surrounded by 4 charming young ladies. Any normal man might entertain peculiar thoughts. So, whom did Luja intend to share this with? Or did he wish to share it among all 4? She mused quietly, hesitant to voice her thoughts. At that moment, seabirds appeared along the shore, and a new task emerged in Luja's mind. Capture a seabird. The reward was yet another potential point. Although the task seemed daunting, Luja resolved to give it a try and promptly dashed off to the beach in pursuit of the birds. Ning Shu, with trembling hands, grasped the seasoning packet and asked her companions, "Have you ever seen this before?" The other 3 girls shook their heads, lacking any strength to respond. Tang Xiao glanced at it and queried, "What on earth is this?" Jiang Yao frowned. "It resembles the silhouette of a voluptuous woman, doesn't it?" Lin Qianqian took it. Squeezing it lightly, it feels smooth inside like elastic. "Qianqian, do you recognize this term?" Lin Qianqian shook her head. "It doesn't seem to be part of the level 4 vocabulary." "Oh dear, you young ladies truly know nothing." Ning Shu sighed in exasperation, retrieving a book and flipping to a certain page. Lin Qianqian gasped. In the book, the protagonist's parents never used this, which is why she came to be. Could it be? Ning Shu nodded. Indeed, it is the legendary condom. At these words, the 3 girls were rendered utterly speechless. Luja picked up a condom, and he intends to use it with us? The 4 of us gasped in unison. Tang Xiao angrily exclaimed, "Though we are all quite charming, it suffices to claim one. Surely we cannot have them all." "Gor, mind your language. Claim is rather inappropriate." Ning Shu interjected, nodding. "If Luja possesses a proper perspective on love and chooses to confess to just one of us, that would be quite normal. However, it must remain within the boundaries of a conventional romance, devoid of any inappropriate actions." Jiang Yao removed her underwear, shaking off the sand, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "I lack the energy to concern myself with this." Ning Shu retorted, "Yao Yao, aren't you embarrassed? Put your clothes back on." Jiang Yao lazily responded with an "oh" and slowly dressed herself. For the sake of instilling in him a proper view of love, we must intervene in his behavior. Yet, we are not his girlfriends. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yao smiled mysteriously. "I have an idea. Let him choose one of us as his girlfriend to establish a relationship. That way, someone can keep him in check. If it comes to that, I shall take on the responsibility." Tang Xiao adjusted her seating posture, declaring, "I believe I alone can manage the little lecherous Luja. Ningxia kautionet guia. What if Luja seizes this opportunity to claim you?" Tang Xiao nodded resolutely. "For the sake of our team, and for Xiao Zhe, occasionally offering myself is no great matter." The other 3 girls were astounded by Tang Xiao's audacious statement. "Gur, do you wish to use this opportunity to possess Luja? We are in the wild. Your actions might endanger him." "Not at all. You are all missing the point," Ning Shu stated with a serious expression. "Remember, the most crucial aspect is that we are university students. We must adhere to the boundaries of student conduct. Even in love, we cannot engage in actions that violate our student code, nor cross the red line." Chapter 65. The Duty of a Girlfriend upon hearing Ning Shu's words. Tang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and shifted in her seat. "I am merely sacrificing for the greater good." Jiang Yao nodded, rising to add, "Gur may not be able to control herself. If someone must assume the role of Luja's girlfriend to discipline him, I believe no one is more suited than I. After all, we were classmates in high school and partners in the figure skating club. I oppose." Tang Xiao pointed derisively at Jiang Yao. "Just take a look at Yao Yao." The 3 turned to gaze at Jiang Yao, who sat like a little duck, one strap of her tank top hanging down, her lips pouting, her disheveled hair framing her face, and her eyes exuding a sense of vulnerability, all while exuding an irresistible charm. Lin Qianqian sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. "Yao Yao, I can barely tolerate your appearance, let alone Luja," Tang Xiao declared. "In any case, Yao Yao is absolutely unsuitable." Ning Shu nodded. "Neither Yao Yao nor Guer is fit for this role. It seems the responsibility falls to me, the class monitor." "You?" Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao chimed in. "The class monitor is even less suitable." Ning Shu was perplexed. "Why am I the least capable?" Jiang Yao replied with a hint of melancholy. "Well, such matters are perhaps best understood by the class monitor." Tang Xiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, one who indulges in frivolous literature is bound to possess a frivolous mindset." Ning Shu retorted in indignation. "Wherein lies my frivolity? I am but pure-hearted." simply possessing a broader breadth of knowledge. Jiang Yao sighed softly. In this vast universe, from ancient times to the present, only the class monitor could dare to solicit assistance from male classmates for such intimate matters. Upon hearing this, Ningshu immediately wilted. So, who are you all referring to? Tang Xiaohua is incapable, Jiang Yao is incapable, and I am also incapable. At that moment, Lin Qianqian timidly suggested, if none of you can, then allow me to take the lead. After a moment's contemplation, she added, it's a perfect opportunity to address some of my peculiar mentalities. What is that? Do you wish for Lu Zhe to assist you in abandoning your infatuation with lilies? That way, you will be much safer. In any case, Qianqian too was deemed unfit. Suddenly, Ningshu conceived a brilliant idea. Let us take turns as duty partners. What do you mean by duty partners? From this day forth, each of us shall take turns being Lu Zhe's duty girlfriend, tasked with supervising and restraining him. The others will oversee the duty girlfriend. We must ensure he curbs any lascivious inclinations. Duty girlfriend? That sounds feasible. Tang Xiaohua snapped her fingers. Wait, what constitutes crossing the line? At most, holding hands. Any behavior beyond that is deemed crossing the line. Ah, speaking of holding hands, Jiang Yao recalled a previous night spent asleep on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Those prior incidents surely exceeded the boundaries. Survival-related matters do not count. Jiang Yao nodded. In that case, I believe this plan is viable. What say you, Qianqian? Lin Qianqian, blushing, pouted her lips. I have no objections. Ningshu nodded solemnly, gazing into the distance. Ladies, I hereby declare, the second plan to rescue Lu Zhe is officially underway. Why are you all slumping again? The three girls languidly murmured in unison. We are utterly exhausted. Ningshu shrugged. Since you are all fatigued, I shall take the role of the first duty girlfriend as the class monitor. This shall serve as an example for you all, allowing you to comprehend the specific workflow for future endeavors. Angdisin, Tang Xiaohua reminded, remember, monitor your words. No crossing the line. Do you not trust me? Jiang Yao sighed. As a professor-level seasoned woman, it is indeed hard to instill confidence. What nonsense is this? Lin Qianqian wearily waved her hand. Monitor, I am cheering for you. Meanwhile, on Lu Zhe's side, he was attempting to shoot a frigate bird with a slingshot, yet could not find perfectly round stones, causing his aim to go awry. Fortunately, stones were abundant. After more than 20 attempts, he finally struck a frigate bird. To be precise, he aimed for one, but inadvertently hit another nearby. If one does not regard the process, the outcome was rather satisfactory. He swiftly extracted a length of twine from his pocket and bound the wings and legs of the lying mackerel bird together. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new source of protein, the red-footed booby. Potential point 1. So, this creature is called the red-footed booby. No wonder its webbed feet are so vividly red. Subsequently, information about the red-footed booby flooded his mind. This species is a commonly found seabird across the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Renowned for its delectable meat, low intelligence, and ease of capture, it has often been hunted extensively by islanders, leading to its status as a protected species in certain countries. Edible and delectable, that is sufficient. Who cares if it is a protected species? Did not teacher Luo once say, when survival in the wild becomes untenable, one should eat a golden monkey if one desires, or a Siberian tiger if one wishes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must be able to catch it and overpower it. In any case, acquiring the booby was a significant cause for celebration. The dilemma now lay in how to prepare it for consumption. No fire, alas. Perhaps it could wait. Lu Zhe returned to the camp with the booby in hand, where several girls widened their eyes in astonishment. Ningshu exclaimed, Lu Zhe, you actually caught one. Lu Zhe modestly boasted, for me, it was merely a primary task, exceedingly simple. As he spoke, he hung the booby from a tree branch. Lu Zhe, we need to discuss something with you. Observing the four girls' somewhat troubled expressions, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of curiosity. What is it? Please take a seat. Lu Zhe, bewildered, sat down, noting the formality of the situation. It is indeed quite formal. Ningshu cleared her throat twice and said, this concerns you. What's the matter? In the interest of maintaining harmony and stability during our time on this deserted island, as well as ensuring the survival team's cohesion and unity, I have decided, effective immediately, we shall initiate a classmate mutual assistance program. Lu Zhe looked utterly perplexed. What on earth? In summary, I will be your duty girlfriend today. Wait a moment. Lucia was even more confused. Duty girlfriend? What nonsense is this? I am responsible for supervising you, and also for your protection. Why must it be a duty? Each person for one day. Lucia imagined a scenario, his eyes lighting up. What exactly is happening? Can you clarify? From today onward, each of us will take turns being your temporary girlfriend for a day, limited to showing concern, understanding mutual assistance, and overcoming the various negative emotions and peculiar thoughts that may hinder our survival. Lucia pondered for a moment. Having 4 class beauties as temporary girlfriends each day sounded delightful. However, hey, since our survival began, I have always approached problems from a survival perspective. Surely, it is you four who harbor the peculiar thoughts. Who among us? Then explain why you picked up that item. As she spoke, Ning Shu triumphantly brandished a small blue pouch before Lucia's eyes. Chapter 66. Igniting fire with unusual objects. This is not what Fong Lu thought. Just as Lucia was about to mention the instant noodle seasoning packet, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with astonishment. Goodness, this is not a seasoning packet, but rather a condom. How could this happen? Can I be blamed for this? Who would imagine someone would discard it inside an instant noodle bag? Moreover, it was still sealed. In retrospect, it was no wonder several girls were engaged in conversation. They must have misunderstood my intentions regarding this item. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lucia's mind. New task. Please utilize the condom to successfully ignite a fire before sunset. Reward. 1 potential point. Starting a fire with a condom? It sounds rather implausible, yet upon contemplation, it becomes feasible. In the wilderness, there are several primary methods for fire making. Friction from wood, flint, and steel. Harnessing natural fire sources like lightning or magma, and utilizing a convex lens to concentrate sunlight. Among these, the most efficient and safest method is undoubtedly the latter. The challenge with this technique lies in acquiring a convex lens or a suitable alternative. But now, using a water-filled condom serves as a perfect lens. Glancing at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. Soon the sun would set. Although the evening sun was not as scorching, it still provided ample light. If he hurried, he might truly kindle a fire. He quickly tore open the small packet and indeed retrieved a new condom. The 4 girls, upon seeing the item, huddled together in fright. It was undoubtedly an inappropriate object. What was Lucia intending to do? Calm down. Is he preparing to use it against us? Lucia, don't put others in a difficult position. If it must be done, let be with me. Lucia paid them no mind, instead gathering some twigs and shredding dry grass. Lucia, did you hear speaking? There was no time to spare. He then dashed towards the sea with the condom in hand, returning shortly after with a large water balloon, adorned with a charming little character. He placed the twigs and shredded grass on the ground, positioning the water balloon to catch the last rays of sunlight. A bright point concentrated upon the dry grass. It was only at this moment that the 4 girls comprehended Lucia's intentions. I think I understand. So he is trying to start a fire. The class monitor exclaimed. Oh my, how embarrassing. The 4 girls exchanged glances, feeling utterly foolish. Indeed, he was merely attempting to ignite a fire. It was they who had concocted a myriad of lewd scenarios and absurd notions regarding a duty girlfriend. Embarrassed, the 4 girls sat there, watching as the bright point transformed into a dark speck, which then morphed into a black hole, from which smoke began to emerge. Lucia blew gently, and a flame erupted from the black hole. What are you still waiting for? Quickly, go find more twigs. A group of girls, aware of their own shortcomings, let out a collective sigh and hurriedly dispersed to search for kindling. Before long, they returned with a modest pile of twigs. These branches would suffice for Lucia to ignite a fire, yet they were insufficient for a prolonged blaze. At that moment, the sun dipped just below the horizon, and it was too late to venture into the woods for more firewood. Glancing toward the shoreline, they noticed the remnants of a once substantial raft, now reduced to a mere quarter of its original size, stranded on the beach. Weighing his options, Lucia concluded that since the raft would not be of use in the near future, it would be better to dismantle it for firewood. With this thought in mind, he approached and pulled the bundle of bamboo rafts back. As night fell, the fire crackled to life, providing warmth and comfort to all. Lucia proceeded to kill a shearwater, plucking its feathers before skewering it on a branch to roast over the flames. Oh, so you were starting a fire, Ning Shu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What else would I be doing? Lucia retorted with a smirk. Now, Tell me, who among you has such peculiar thoughts? The three girls pointed in unison at Ning Shu, who blushed deeply. We thought, well, it's hard to explain. She stammered. It's all the class monitor's fault. He led us astray. Suddenly, Luja pressed her with a soul-searching inquiry. I vaguely recall one of you saying something about coming after me. Who was it? Jiang Yao shrugged and replied, not me. Tang Xiao shook her head, neither me. Lin Qianqian sighed, not me either. Ning Shu, blushing fiercely, waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I thought you might be overcome by primal instincts. After all, we're classmates. And I couldn't bear to see you harm other girls or stray down a dark path. So, I figured I'd sacrifice myself to save you. At worst, I'd only bring disaster upon myself. Luja chuckled. Aren't you afraid I might actually come after you? Ning Shu, her face still flushed, retorted. Who is afraid of whom? Tang Xiao pointed at Ning Shu, scoffing. That sounds very noble, but really, class monitor, you're the most cunning of us all. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Now I'm actually worried about you, Xiaozhe. It's all a misunderstanding. Ning Shu nudged Lu Zhe with her elbow and added, Lu Zhe, let us just consider this a joke, all right? Don't be upset. Upset? Lu Zhe chuckled, deliberately wrapping an arm around Ning Shu's shoulders. How could I possibly be upset with a stunning girlfriend like you? He then inquired, by the way, since you're with me today, who will be on duty tomorrow? Ning Shu, bewildered, responded, huh? What? The three girls gasped in horror. That is not permissible. What is the matter? Lu Zhe asked. We're concerned you might be inappropriate, which is why we decided to take turns as supervisors. Supervisors? Jiang Yao clarified. Yes, in the name of being your girlfriend, we'll watch over you. Lu Zhe nodded. So you're worried I'll be lecherous, and then you'll oversee me as my girlfriend? I simply cannot comprehend your logic. If you don't understand, then don't. Just know that this is something only the best of friends would do for you. Please don't take it too seriously. Not acceptable. Lu Zhe did not take it to heart, but deliberately feigned a wounded expression. Twice I made a fire, and twice I've been misunderstood by you all. Is this what best friends do? I am so sad. The girls were flustered. A strong sense of guilt left them somewhat at a loss. Tang Xiao pouted. Then what do you suggest we do? I don't know. I'm sorry, Xiaozhe. I need effective emotional comfort. Lin Qianqian said. Shall I sing a song for you? Lu Zhe shook his head. Jiang Yao offered. How about I give you a back rub? Lu Zhe shook his head again. Tang Xiao stretched out her little foot. Is it okay if I let you touch my foot? Lu Zhe fawen, dang xia gugu. Can't you be a bit more normal? Is this what you call emotional comfort? Tang Xiao shrugged. Then what do you suggest? You must take responsibility for what you say. Ning Shu pondered. Are you implying we continue to take turns being your girlfriend? Lu Zhe snapped his fingers. Exactly. You all discuss a duty roster and give it to me later. I'll check if the bonito is ready. With that, Lu Zhe cheerfully got up to tend to the grill bonito, leaving the four girls exchanging glances. Class monitor, you've really led us all into a game. Chapter 67. The 8th day of searching for a new island. The grill bonito, glazed with honey and oyster sauce, emitted an enticing aroma, albeit a bit hot to the touch. There were also fragrant sweet potatoes. Lu Zhe blew on his meal, then carved into the thigh, breast, and body of the fish, dividing it into 5 portions, serving one for himself, and distributing the rest among the 4 girls. Ning Shu handed her notebook to Lu Zhe, saying, Here, Monday is Yao Yao's turn, Tuesday is mine, Wednesday is Qianqian's, Thursday is Gur's, and Friday to Sunday are equal for all. ISNT today your turn? Why is it still you on Tuesday? Today only counts as a trial. Lu Zhe nodded. Oh, what is the basis for this schedule? By age. Oh, Lu Zhe's eyes widened, and an expression of realization dawned upon him. Suddenly, Ning Shu seemed to grasp something. Her expression changed. You sly Lu Zhe, what are you thinking? Saying this, she reached out to pinch him, leaving Lu Zhe bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Oomph. Let us see if you dare to joke about this again. Lu Zhe looked innocent. What have I joked about? Ning Shu articulated clearly. I was referring to age. Lu Zhe blinked. What else could it be? You. Ning Shu was so exasperated she had no retort left. Say it again, being a girlfriend is fine, but holding hands is off limits. What about kissing? Absolutely not. What about last time at? Ning Shu shot him a glare. Lu Zhe stifled a laugh. All right. I'll keep quiet. Is that acceptable? The aroma of the grilled bonito wafted enticingly. Tang Xiao took a deep sniff. Wow. It's hard to imagine that we can eat such delicious seagull on a deserted island. This is bonito. Look how plump this drumstick is. Once again, this is bonito. Why are its feet red? This is the red-footed booby, a seabird prevalent across various islands in the Pacific. Lin Xianqian pondered for a moment. I know that in the South China Sea, there exists an even rarer blue-footed booby, which is a nationally protected species. Tang Xiaowu remarked, I don't care whether it's a protected animal or not. It seems easy to catch. That flight attendant surely won't starve. As the companions chatted, they devoured an entire booby, 5 sweet potatoes, and still felt unsatisfied, indulging in some coconut meat for dessert. After satisfying their hunger, they reclined beside the fire to rest. Having dismantled a portion of the raft for firewood, Luja created 4 fires to ward off the chill. With no strength left to build a shelter, the 5 of them lay closely together on the sandy grass, drifting into a deep slumber. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees, casting a glow upon Luja's face. He stretched lazily and sat up, glancing at his watch. It was 6:30 a.m. Today was June 17th, the 8th day, stranded on the deserted island. Observing the sea, waves lapped against the shore, leaving pools of foam in their wake. The distant coastline stretched endlessly, yet the rescue team was still nowhere in sight. Everyone had regained some strength overnight, though their arms and legs ached. Ning Shu and Lin Xianqian prepare breakfast, consisting of roasted coconut and seaweed crab soup. The 5 of them had a simple meal to fill their stomachs. Lu Zhe contemplated further exploration of the island, seeking sustainable freshwater and perhaps searching for the flight attendant. He inquired if everyone was fit to move. Yao Yao, how is your ankle? It's nearly healed. I can manage without running or jumping. Lu Zhe nodded. And Yugua, what about me? Weren't you bitten by a snake? Tang Xiaowu wiggled her toes. I'm healed and super agile. And class leader Qianqian? I'm doing just fine. Me too. Then we can set off together. Jiang Yao cheerfully approached Lu Zhe. Hi, darling. Don't forget, today I am your duty girlfriend. Ning Shu interjected. Hey. Rule number 3 for girlfriends. No overly cheesy terms. Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. Got it, class leader. Xiaozhe, what are your plans for today? Lu Zhe pondered. This time we will act together, heading to the eastern coast to search for both the flight attendant and sustainable freshwater resources. After breakfast, we shall depart. Yay! The mention of the outing excited the 4 girls. Having made their plans, Lu Zhe packed the supplies into his backpack, then chopped open coconuts, fashioning a small bottle into a funnel for the girls to help pour coconut water into, making it easier to carry. Jiang Yao assisted Lu Zhe in organizing the larger items and noticed the fire pit, asking, what about the campfire? Should we take it with us? Lu Zhe shook the empty water container, stating, this journey might be a bit long. Carrying fire would be quite cumbersome. As long as we have sunlight and seawater, we can still manage to create a fire. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Had I not been stranded on this deserted island, I would have never realized this little item had such utility. Are you not aware? Lu Zhe elucidated. In the wild, its applications extend far beyond that. It can serve as a tourniquet, a life vest, a water storage bag, a cooling pouch, a trap, an oxygen tank, and even a slingshot. Jiang Yao nodded. I confess my ignorance. It appears that in the wilderness, its primary function is the least of its uses. Is this considered driving? Jiang Yao pouted. Of course not. For a girl, can this really be called driving? Within half an hour, all preparations were complete. Lu Zhe donned his backpack, grasped the newly crafted harpoon and stone axe, extinguished the campfire, and accompanied by 4 girls, began their journey southwest along the beach. They joked and gathered supplies, feeling as if they were on a delightful picnic. Jiang Yao took Lu Zhe's hand, welcoming the sea breeze. In that moment, she felt as if she possessed the entire world. This is far more entertaining than a picnic. One cannot find such intriguing treasures during a regular outing. Tang Xiao would discovered a child-sized toy water gun, though somewhat rudimentary. It surprisingly squirted water when filled. The little girl was overjoyed, brandishing the water gun with glee. Lin Xianqian picked up a pristine glass jar, cleaned it, and happily stowed it away, remarking, this can be used for pickling vegetables. Scavenging can be quite enjoyable. However, in the city, one might feel too embarrassed to do such things. Look at this, Jiang Yao exclaimed, spotting a piece of black fabric. Unfolding it revealed a pair of men's athletic shorts. Although somewhat worn, they were intact. Under normal circumstances, she would have shunned such an item, but now she excitedly ran over. Lu Zhe, you should try these on. Lu Zhe chuckled wryly. How could I try them on at this moment? Jiang Yao nodded. True. These have been soaked in seawater for quite some time and are covered in algae. They're rather dirty. I'll wash them for you later and let them dry to remove the salt before you wear them. Sound good? Jiang Yao neatly folded the shorts and placed them in a plastic bag. Tang Xiao pouted. Look at this, she is starting to care. Ning Shu sighed indeed. Then she shifted the topic. When we return, I'll open a recycling station. Everyone can come work for me, and we'll reminisce about our hardships while scavenging every day. Tang Xiao declared, Class monitor, if you dare to open it, I will certainly join. Jiang Yao gave her a thumbs up. Graduating from college to collect recyclables? Class monitor, you're truly remarkable. Chapter 68. Discovering the campsite of the flight attendant. Lin Xianqian joyfully remarked, only on this deserted island can we merrily collect things. Back in the city, it all feels rather dull. Tang Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Xianqian was filled with aspirations for the future. We must diligently study, then pursue our postgraduate examinations together and secure promising jobs. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. Hey, Lu Zhe, do you intend to take the entrance exam for graduate studies? As a few of them engaged in casual conversation, they noticed that Lu Zhe had ventured ahead, captivated by the sight of a cluster of rocks. What is it? Something intriguing. Come and see. The girls gathered around him, and they beheld peculiar mollusks clinging to each rock, densely packed. Those with a fear of clusters would surely feel discomfort upon seeing them. Yet Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Yao shifted uneasily and frowned. So many oysters. This is triggering my claustrophobia. These creatures naturally grew in abundance on the rocks, and the locals by the sea often disregarded them. Until now, they had been unable to locate a sizable oyster gathering, but fortune favored them this time. This is splendid. This will sustain us for quite a while. Lu Zhe nodded. With these oysters, we will not lack protein. Once we acquire a pot, we can even craft oyster sauce from them. Look at this vast expanse. Alas, if only we had garlic, vermicelli, and chili, I would never tire of eating them daily. Shall we gather some to eat? Lu Zhe shook his head. Our primary mission today is to find a water source and locate survivors. Later, we can establish a temporary camp not far from here, and then we can feast as we please. How about naming this place Oyster Beach? Sounds delightful. Lin Xianqian noted the location of Oyster Beach in her little notebook and continued onward. After walking approximately 2 kilometers, they finally stumbled upon signs of human activity. Look, coconuts. It was not unusual to see coconuts on the beach, but spotting over 30 coconuts arranged in a particular formation was indeed noteworthy. Ning Shu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, look at them. So well off, signaling for help with coconuts. The group hurried over. Lu Zhe observed that not only was the distress signal made from coconuts. Beside a protruding rock, several coconuts were scattered, and upon closer inspection, nearly all of them bore signs of having been struck, yet only a third had been cracked open. It was evident how much effort the survivors had expended to access these coconuts. However, these coconuts alone did not confirm that the stranded individual was the flight attendant. Soon after, Tang Xiao would discover a snack bag. Look at this. Lu Zhe took it and examined it. Lay's potato chips, tomato flavor. There was still a faint aroma of chips, but not a trace of remnants was visible. Lu Zhe remarked, if this had drifted from the ocean, the scent would have dissipated entirely. The lingering fragrance indicates it was consumed recently. Jiang Yao added, look, the bag was even turned inside out, and every crumb was licked clean. Ning Shu pondered, it must be that flight attendant. She called out loudly, is anyone there? Is anyone there? The other girls joined in, shouting as well. Lu Zhe did not call out, but continued his search, yet there was no echo in response. Soon, he stumbled upon something far more compelling, a blue rolling suitcase designated for flight attendants. Upon opening it, he discovered empty bread bags, beef jerky wrappers, ham sausage casings, chocolate wrappers, a bottle of mineral water intended for civil aviation, and an empty orange juice bottle. The quantity remaining was unknown. Lu Zhe distinctly recalled that on board the aircraft, the flight attendant had filled Ning Shu's space cup with water from such a bottle. Furthermore, the orange juice was also from those standardized containers served to passengers. A slight sense of relief washed over Lu Zhe. It seemed that her chances of survival were far superior to his own initial predicament. However, these provisions would soon be consumed. What would happen next? Would they last for 8 days? Then he discovered her wallet within the backpack, causing his heart to constrict suddenly. At that moment, Lin Xianqian exclaimed, everyone, come look at this. A few individuals approached and saw traces of fire amidst several stones, with a large shell resting atop. containing some unidentified objects being boiled. Liu Zhi deduced that the thin plume of smoke he had observed earlier must have originated from this fire. Upon seeing it, Ning Shu exclaimed with delight, "How remarkable! They've managed to start a fire." Liu Zhi picked up a nearby open phone battery and a half-wrapped chocolate. Fortuitously, the young lady's phone is charged and has not been submerged in seawater. It remains uncertain whether she made any calls. Tang Xiaowu pondered, where did the flight attendant go? Lin Xianxian considered, could she have gone to the shore or ventured into the woods in search of food? She touched the now-cold fire pit and expressed her concern. But this fire seems to have been extinguished for quite some time. If she were foraging for food, there would have been no reason to douse the campfire. Jiang Yao speculated, could it be that she discovered a better place for survival and relocated the camp? Tang Xiaowu replied, that is indeed possible. We have shifted our camp before, haven't we? Liu Zhi lifted Ruan Bing's backpack and remarked, if we were to relocate, would we discard this backpack? The girls gasped in unison. Oh my, it truly belongs to a flight attendant. Lin Xianxian mused, this is an essential survival resource. We cannot afford to throw it away. Jiang Yao theorized, what if a rescue team arrived and took her away? Perhaps she deemed the backpack useless and left it behind. Liu Zhi shook his head and produced Ruan Bing's wallet. And what about this? The group fell silent. Upon opening it, they found her identification card, work permit, and bank card. While other items might be discarded, these were irreplaceable. Ning Shu suggested, could it be that when the rescue team arrived, she fainted and they overlooked this bag? Liu Zhi scanned the beach and shook his head. I see no foreign vessels docked, nor any footprints of others. Just then, Liu Zhi noticed the objects being boiled in the shell. They were mushrooms. Lin Xianxian also discovered food inside. I recognize this. It appears to be Pleurotus ostreatus. The mushrooms bore a resemblance to common oyster mushrooms, yet their form had become somewhat distorted and misshapen due to cooking. Liu Zhi extended his hand, delicately pinching one of the already moldy mushrooms between two fingers. A surge of information about this substance flooded his mind. Ding. Hazardous material. Naked cap mushroom. Contains neurotoxins, hallucinogenic. Liu Zhi promptly discarded the mushroom he held. Subsequently, a wealth of information regarding this mushroom manifested in his mind. It is toxic and hallucinogenic. In numerous locales, unscrupulous individuals have even cultivated this mushroom as a substitute for narcotics. The fact that the mushroom was cooked in a shell suggested that the flight attendant might have consumed it. Could it be that the flight attendant had met with misfortune? Chapter 69. The flight attendant's unusual dilemma. What happened? This is a naked cap mushroom, a toxic fungus capable of inducing hallucinations. In a medical field, it can be utilized as an antidepressant, but excessive consumption poses life-threatening risks. Criminals have transformed it into a drug. Jiang Yao exclaimed in horror. Are you suggesting she ingested the toxic mushroom? Liu Zhi nodded. Indeed, it is highly likely. Isn't that perilous? Given the current circumstances, she must have consumed it. But the extent was unknown. What should we do? At this juncture, their only recourse was to locate her swiftly and consider inducing her to vomit to expel the toxins. Liu Zhi understood this was merely a stopgap measure. If too much time had elapsed, most of the toxins would have been absorbed, rendering the act of vomiting significantly less effective. However, there was another possibility Liu Zhi refrained from voicing. The flight attendant might have experienced hallucinations after consuming the toxic mushroom. Believing that a rescue team had arrived at sea, subsequently running into the ocean to feed the sharks. Alternatively, she may have wandered into the jungle, lost her way, and ultimately perished within its depths. Nonetheless, Liu Zhi reminded himself to be mentally prepared. To speak more realistically, while the flight attendant was a decent person, their relationship was rather tenuous. Their journey to the volcanic island was not solely to seek her out, but rather in pursuit of a better living environment and more valuable resources. As for her, it would be splendid if they could save her, but if they failed, they must accept that perhaps fate had eluded her. To be even more candid, if she were a man, Liu Zhi might not even wish for his survival. Such thoughts may sound cruel, yet they were unavoidable. Resources were limited, and there were 4 exquisite young women to consider. In a lawless and moralless land, to be devoid of thoughts would be peculiar. On this deserted island, the foremost concern was the safety of oneself and one's companions. Yet now, Liu Zhi was eager to ascertain her whereabouts. Even if she had perished, he wished to comprehend the circumstances of her demise. Such knowledge would greatly aid his comprehensive understanding of this island. Unable to search the sea at present, Luja resolved to venture into the jungle, hoping to uncover some clues. This location would serve as a suitable temporary encampment. Everyone stay here. I shall venture into the forest to see if she has entered it. Let us go together. Luja pondered. The tropical jungle is perilous, teeming with venomous insects, snakes, and ants. If we all go, I fear I shall be unable to manage. How about this? One person can accompany me. Should I need assistance in carrying someone out, they could help me with supplies. Jiang Yao said, I am your duty-bound girlfriend. I shall accompany you. Luja shook his head. This is not an adventure. It is a matter of survival and rescue. Moreover, Yuringer's injuries have not yet fully healed, and your footwear is ill-suited for jungle exploration. Will you be able to run if the need arises? Jiang Yao nodded regretfully. Very well. I shall remain here. Hand it to me. I shall attempt to use it to start a fire. Luja obliged Jiang Yao with the item. Tang Xiao remarked. So, does that mean I cannot go either? Indeed, Lin Xianjian said. Xiaozhe, I shall accompany you. Ning Shu added. What if we encounter that flight attendant who has fainted? Luja, you must carry her, and Xianjian can manage the supplies. Someone must look after you. Allow me to join you as well. Luja contemplated. You two are capable. However, when entering the jungle, one must not wear flip-flops or sandals to avoid stepping on venomous creatures. Change back into your own shoes. Understood. Furthermore, once we enter the woods, you must closely follow my lead. In the jungle, you will heed my commands. Understood. Yao Yao, Gwr, should you encounter a snake, use a stick to strike the ground to frighten it away. Do not attempt to provoke it, as the snake may climb the stick to bite. In any case, exercise utmost caution. Jiang Yao nodded. Rest assured. Luja packed 2 bottles of coconut water and then led Ning Shu and Qianqian into the forest. Soon, they discovered that the variety of vegetation on the volcanic island far surpassed that of Egg Yolk Island. Among the flora you found on Egg Yolk Island, such as the King S cup, fish mint, raspberry, purslane, thorny bramble, and banana hemp, all were present here. Additionally, there were true bananas, ripe fruits that are edible. Even if the fruits are not ripe, the heart, flowers, and roots of the banana can be consumed. Should those knowledgeable about wild vegetables find themselves stranded here, they would not risk foraging for mushrooms due to a lack of carbohydrates. Presently, Luja had no inclination to gather these wild vegetables and fruits. Armed with a spear in one hand and a stone axe in the other, he cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. Lin Xianqian, having never encountered such a dense rainforest, clutched Luja's garment and expressed her trepidation. Hey, Xiaozhe, do you think there are tigers, lions, or wolves lurking within? Luja shook his head. You need not worry about that. The food chain of islands typically does not permit the existence of large carnivorous animals. Lin Xianqian exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh, though there are no lions, tigers, or wolves, I cannot guarantee the absence of smaller felines, such as servals or leopard cats, or omnivorous creatures like wild boars and bears. They could be even more perilous than tigers. Ning Shu shivered. It truly is not a simple challenge. Lin Xianqian inquired again. Are there creatures more dangerous than them? There are. In the tropical jungle, venomous creatures such as snakes, parasites, spiders, centipedes, and mosquitoes pose a far greater danger than carnivorous mammals. However, there is one more peril that Luja refrained from mentioning, fearing it might terrify the 2 young women, the python. In the Southeast Asian islands, enormous pythons frequently appear. Their immense, constricting power capable of effortlessly crushing a human ribcage and swallowing an unconscious person whole. Yet, as with all things, there exists a duality. Islands inhabited by pythons often indicate the presence of freshwater resources. The trio cautiously traversed over 100 meters, discovering patches of bamboo forest at regular intervals. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Bamboo is an invaluable survival resource. It can be fashioned into various tools, store freshwater, and its leaves can serve as a substitute for toilet paper, while the tender shoots provide nutritious wild vegetables. It seemed they had truly arrived at a fortuitous location. Is bamboo indeed so useful? Its utility is immense. Had they constructed a bamboo raft on Egg Yolk Island, the hollow bamboo would have afforded them greater buoyancy, allowing them to arrive here 2 days earlier. They had learned something new. Lin Xianqian diligently noted down her observations in her notebook. Ning Shu chuckled. I thought you were akin to a panda, finding such delight in bamboo, as if it were a long-lost kin. At that moment, An unusual sound reached their ears. "Mommy, Daddy, help me." A tearful voice emanated from deep within the bamboo grove, startling Lu Zhe, Lin Qianqian, and Ning Shu, who simultaneously exclaimed, "The flight attendant." Something felt amiss. Ning Shu furrowed her brow. Why would she be calling for her parents at such a time? Lin Qianqian shuddered. Her tone resembles that of a child. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the stone axe. "Regardless, we must investigate." Chapter 70. When did you two have a daughter? The three hurriedly followed the voice, running approximately 20 meters until they came upon a woman in a soiled flight attendant uniform, helplessly sprawled on the bamboo floor. She wore one high-heeled shoe, the other lying discarded nearby, murmuring in a sobbing tone. It was the flight attendant named Ruan Bing. Just 5 meters away, a nearly 10-meter-long python was slowly slithering towards her. The scene sent a cold sweat down Lu Zhe's spine. Had they arrived just a few seconds later, this young lady would have met her demise. The trio shouted in unison, "There's danger! Run!" The giant python, however, was deaf to their cries, showing no reaction. Strangely, Ruan Bing remained equally unresponsive. The elegant flight attendant, standing at 168 meters tall, now resembled a bewildered child, helplessly calling for her parents. Lu Zhe wasted no time pondering. He thrust the harpoon into Lin Qianqian's hands and charged at the python wielding his stone axe. "Lu Zhe, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Don't mind me. Look for an opportunity to drag her away." "Huh?" He rushed directly towards the python, raising his stone axe to strike at its neck. He understood that if he succeeded, it would be a triumphant victory. However, failure could lead to dire consequences. Should he become ensnared by the creature, a constriction around his chest would spell certain doom, regardless of his strength. Fortunately, the axe struck true against the python's neck. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that the axe had dulled from excessive use, and even with nearly thrice the force, it could not sever the creature's head in one blow. The python recoiled in pain, quickly coiling itself into a ball, its head retreating into its sinuous body, resembling a grotesque, twisted mass. Lu Zhe found that he could no longer strike at its vital points. Thankfully, the python was now preoccupied, allowing Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to seize the moment and pull Ruan Bing to safety. "What should we do, Lu Zhe?" Lu Zhe wanted no further entanglement with the serpent. "Let us return to the camp." He handed the axe to Ning Shu, turned, and hoisted Ruan Bing onto his back. Retracing their steps, "Lu Zhe, slow down, we can't keep up." "All right, but you must hurry." Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu closely followed behind him, not daring to fall behind. The trio ran for 10 minutes, reaching a rocky clearing, all panting heavily. It was then that Lu Zhe noticed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian's legs and shoes were soaked. They had both been so frightened that they had wet themselves. At this moment, who could be concerned about such matters? They should commend the two young ladies for their fortitude. They had not been pursued. Did it follow us? Lu Zhe gasped. It was severely injured. It should not chase us for a while. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian remained anxious, leaning back to back, vigilant in different directions. How could such a creature exist in the jungle? It terrified me. If we had been a moment later, Bing Jie might have become the python's meal. By the way, how is she? Lu Zhe gently laid Ruan Bing on the rock, only to discover her face was pale and weak. Judging solely by her appearance and figure, she was a strikingly perfect woman. Unlike the other girls, she possessed not only beauty but also an air of maturity and intellect. Yet in this moment, her eyes reflected a childlike innocence. Lu Zhe noticed she still wore her identification badge, emblazoned with Huaxia Southern Airlines, Ruan Bing. He softly patted her cheek. "Bing Jie. It's us, wake up." Ruan Bing opened her large, tear-filled eyes and looked at them, suddenly pouting and crying out, "Daddy, Mommy, sister, you finally come? The big snake wants to eat me. I'm so scared." She then threw herself into Lu Zhe's embrace. This left the three of them utterly astonished. The former flight attendant, at this moment, exhibited behavior and speech akin to that of a frightened child. Lu Zhe scratched his head. What on earth is happening? She doesn't recognize us. I find this situation more grave than not being recognized by her. She must be around 25 or 26 years old. Mistaking us for her parents? Lu Zhe, with a solemn expression, contemplated. It must be the toxicity of the inoside mushrooms inducing hallucinations in her. I must find a way to induce vomiting. However, the jungle is fraught with dangers, making it an unsuitable place for such a procedure. First, I need to calm her down. We will address it once we are safe. Luja lifted Ruan Bing, saying, Bing Bing, don't worry. Your daddy and mommy are here to protect you. The sight was quite distressing, causing Ning Shu to momentarily forget the fright she had just experienced, bursting into laughter. Luja, can you please stop teasing me? Luja maintained a serious demeanor, whispering, we are in the midst of cultivating emotions. Please be serious. Ning Shu waved her hand dismissively. My apologies, I simply couldn't help it. After a while, noticing no sign of the python in pursuit, the trio finally made their way back to the campsite with Ruan Bing. At this moment, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao had successfully ignited a fire using a water-filled ball and were gathering branches for fuel. Quickly, the flight attendant has been found. Oh my, they truly found her. Thank heavens. Wow, you all are incredible. The two girls hastily set aside their tasks, using their clothing to create a designated space. Luja laid Ruan Bing down, attempting to rise, only to realize she was clutching his fingers tightly. Bing Bing wants daddy. This statement nearly caused Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao's jaws to drop to their feet. What on earth is happening? Tang Xiaohua feigned anger. When did you have a daughter? Luja pointed at Ning Shu. You should ask the class monitor. She is the child's mother. Jiang Yao, hands on her hips, exclaimed. What you two been doing behind my back? Ning Shu furrowed her brow. Don't be ridiculous. Luja said it's the toxic mushroom that caused this, altering her perception. Besides, even if one were to have a child, it wouldn't be one several years older than themselves. The age difference is quite significant. We must act swiftly to induce vomiting. Lin Qianqian inquired. How do we induce vomiting? Luja supported Ruan Bing's shoulders, gravely stating, Little Bing Bing, you've ingested something harmful. You need to expel it. All right? Ruan Bing obediently nodded, attempting to gag, but pitifully shook her head. Bing Bing cannot vomit. Allow me. Ning Shu extended her finger, probing Ruan Bing's throat, which elicited a loud cry from her. This approach is ineffective. Jiang Yao sighed. Why has it come to this? Luja pondered. Having been alone on a deserted island for 7 or 8 days, facing hunger, thirst, cold, fear, and even death, one is most likely to recall those they can depend on. After consuming the Inisai mushroom and yearning for her loved ones too deeply, she hallucinated, believing us to be her family. Ning Shu, in a state of urgency, asked, What do we do now? Luja contemplated once more, the task notification ringing in his mind. New task. Choose a foul-smelling substance to stimulate your companion and complete the vomiting. Reward. 1 potential point. A foul-smelling substance? Fish or shrimp that have been left overnight could work. What about using feces? Hello, does anyone need to use the restroom? The 4 girls shook their heads in unison like a rattledrum. Luja sighed in exasperation. How unfortunate, just when it's truly needed, it's unavailable. Well then, let us create a makeshift solution. Chapter 71. An unconventional yet effective first aid method. At that moment, he spotted a sea urchin stranded on the nearby beach. An idea struck Luja. His plan was rather simple. To fabricate a faux stool using the sea urchin. He pried open the sea urchin with a dining knife. To his good fortune, it contained a fair amount of yellow substance. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a nauseating odor wafting from it. It must have been deceased for quite some time. While it was inedible, it would surely suffice for inducing vomiting. Tang Xiaohua approached with a teasing tone. Luja, what are you up to? Is your daughter making a fuss again? Luja jested back. Can you imagine? Yours is far worse than mine. He scraped the yellow content from the sea urchin with his fingers. Just watch me handle this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao were patiently coaxing Ruan Bing to vomit, while she whimpered, Bing Bing can't throw up. Please don't make Bing Bing do it anymore. Luja nodded. All right, listen to daddy. Hold this in your mouth, and I want to make you vomit. Ruan Bing obediently opened her mouth and took Luja's finger inside. What a foul smell. Luja nodded, speaking in a gentle tone. That's right. It's your Anqua-s excrement. How disgusting. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed, her eyes widening as she playfully bit Luja's arm, leaving a row of faint teeth marks. Ouch. Turning back to Ruan Bing, her distressed face contorted in agony, and then she suddenly retched, expelling a chaotic mess onto the ground. Luja successfully acquired his potential points. Jiang Yao couldn't help but exclaim, Little Zhou is truly remarkable. He can even fabricate excrement. After the vomiting episode, Ruan Bing began to wail, Daddy is being mean. Daddy made Bing Bing eat something dirty. Bad daddy. Ning Shu offered a wry smile, patiently soothing her. Don't cry, Bing Bing. Daddy actually loves you. He just wants you to expel the unclean substances. Ruan Bing nodded understandingly, and as her tears flowed, she eventually grew weary, burying her face in Ning Shu's embrace. Perhaps too exhausted, she soon drifted off to sleep. Ning Shu leaned against a tree, cradling her, while the other three girls changed her soiled clothes. At that moment, Luja received another task notification in his mind. New task. Analyze the composition of the vomit. Reward, 1 potential point. Luja glanced at the contents of Ruan Bing's vomit, which emitted a putrid aroma. Most of it had been digested, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. With no other option, he gently sifted through the pile with his fingers. Grass root remnants, wild chrysanthemum remnants, raw banana remnants, leftovers of the gymnopolis, and scraps of yellow skirt bamboo fungus. It appeared that the flight attendant had consumed quite a variety of peculiar items to stave off hunger, including the hallucinogenic gymnopolis. What on earth was the yellow skirt bamboo fungus doing here? This object surely possesses aphrodisiac qualities. I wonder if the substances expelled now might alleviate the toxins affecting the body. Subsequently, he detected remnants of chocolate and chips. It appears that Ice Sister has been rationing snacks to endure a bit longer, allowing her to survive until now. At that moment, Lin Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, what a large bump on the elder sister's arm." Hearing this, Luja hurriedly rose to investigate. Typically in the jungle, it is quite normal to have a small bump from mosquito bites. Yet this swelling was unusually large, with a tiny white point at the apex, subtly writhing. The girls felt a shiver run down their spines. What on earth is that? Luja placed his finger on the bump, and information surged into his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. It's a botfly. What is a botfly? Does it bite people? Luja shook his head. This species does not bite humans, but rather lays its larvae on mosquitoes. When a mosquito bites a mammal, the larvae fall onto the host's skin, burrowing into the body, and upon maturing, they emerge in their second form. Jiang Yao speculated, will mosquito feel violated? Is that the main concern? Ning Shu interjected, think about the skin. Hurry, we must extract it. Not yet. Luja pondered the survival manual, which contained the most scientific method for handling botfly larvae. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, class monitor, do you still have a tube of Vaseline hand cream? Just wait. Ning Shu rummaged through her bag and produced the 100 milliliters Vaseline hand cream, the largest permissible amount of skincare product on the flight. She hadn't used it since the first inspection of supplies. What is this for? Luja scooped some out with his index finger and evenly applied it onto the bump. Tang Xiaohua, bewildered, asked, are you giving it a filling? As he continued to apply, Luja explained, extracting the botfly larvae directly is feasible, but it may induce struggles that could rupture the larvae, releasing bioacids into the bloodstream, inflicting greater pain on the host. Applying Vaseline can suffocate the larvae, leading to their demise, making extraction much safer afterward. Tang Xiaohua nodded. So it requires breathing too. Of course. At this moment, Lin Qianqian remarked, Luja, she's bleeding. Is it her period? No, it's her calf. Luja glanced over and indeed saw that the stocking on her calf was torn and blood was still flowing. It was a fresh wound, likely incurred in the jungle. Upon removing the stocking, a gash approximately 5 inches long was revealed. Though not deep, blood continued to flow profusely. We must bandage it quickly. The wound is too lengthy. Just then, Luja's system sent another notification. New task. Please complete the wound suturing task. Reward. 1 potential point. Suturing? But we need tools for that. Using Qianqian's long hair and Gui'er's earrings. Wait a moment. He suddenly had an epiphany. Don't bandage it just yet, Yao Yao. Press down on the wound for me. I'll find something. What are you looking for? Luja had already dashed away, meticulously searching through the grass until he discovered what he sought. A single ant. He picked it up. Bite. Acquired the Hua's double-segment army ant aggressiveness. Moderate. Bite force high. Mandible size. Medium. Its efficacy pales in comparison to the African driver ant, but it will suffice. He placed the ant into a bottle and caught over 10 more. All set. Luja, where did you go? Catching some ants. What on earth do you need ants for at this moment? You'll find out shortly. Pour some coconut water to clean the wound, Jiang Yao suggested. I'll handle the water. The fresh coconut water cleansed the injury. Now, pinch the skin tightly. Help me hold it. I'll do it. Lin Qianqian quickly reached out to hold it. Luja took an ant and placed it on the wound. The ant, sensing the scent of blood, opened its mandibles and bit down. In that very instant, Luja crushed the ant's neck. Its head and pincers remained firmly embedded in the wound. Chapter 72. Everyone must bathe. Luja discarded the ant's severed body, leaving only the head and mandibles firmly clamped onto the wound. Then came a second, third. Using 7 ants, he secured the wound tightly together. Lin Qianqian inquired, "What does this mean?" "We are suturing the wound with ants, an indigenous method from Africa. This technique results in minimal scarring and is sometimes more reliable than needle and thread. Take note." Jiang Yao looked bewildered. Vaseline suffocates horseflies. And now ants are being used to stitch wounds. Good heavens, what strange knowledge have I acquired? Tang Xiao remarked. Surely the horsefly never imagined it would perish from asphyxiation. Ning Shu added, the ants could never have dreamed they possessed a tailoring attribute. Lin Qianqian exhaled. Is this sufficient now? Not yet. Luja shook his head. I am uncertain whether there are parasitic larvae elsewhere on her body. To eliminate any risks, we must conduct a thorough examination, inspecting every inch of her skin. Ning Shu pondered. So, you're saying we need to remove all of Mrs. clothing for inspection? Luja nodded precisely. Thus, I must entrust this task to you. The 4 girls imagined little maggots on her skin, taking advantage of her slumber, and began the task. The girls hurriedly assisted Ruan Bing in removing her clothes. Suddenly, Jiang Yao expressed concern. What if she wakes up at this moment and thinks we're starving and want to eat her? Ning Shu frowned. Yao Yao, can you think a bit more rationally? The girls began their meticulous examination, and fortunately, they discovered that Ruan Bing had only one parasitic spot on her arm. Jiang Yao sighed. Who would have thought? She actually is. Dan siagu will pautet et posin envy. Ning Shu, exasperated, remarked, can you both focus on something more appropriate? Look at Qian. Hey, Qian, what are you gazing at? Lin Qian was fixated on the inner thigh of Ruan Bing, murmuring, I've discovered a suspicious little red dot. The 3 girls glanced over, their faces instantly flushing with embarrassment. Qian, your focus is quite peculiar. How can you even look there? Luja had said he would inspect every bit of skin, and that's why I noticed. It truly is a bit suspicious. If it's really there, it will be tragic. But could it be? It's hard to discern. This is my first time observing from this angle. Is it a fly larva? Should we ask Luja about this? I believe he should confirm, as this location is rather delicate. The girls were engulfed in indecision, but ultimately, Ning Shu made a choice. I think we should let Luja identify it. Saving a life is more important than anything. Lin Qian nodded in agreement. I believe so too. As a doctor, patients shouldn't conceal anything from him. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao also shared approving glances. Luja, could you come here for a moment? What's going on? Look at this. Luja turned around, following Lin Qian's pointing finger, and felt a sudden rush of dizziness, nearly causing a nosebleed. As a virgin, he was forced to witness such a brutal scene. You are truly heartless. I'm sorry. Luja, this is for the sake of saving someone. Just consider it a test. Passing it proves you are a true gentleman. Spare me. I'm just a normal guy who gets shy, you know? Shy? Ning Shu laughed heartily. Don't speak so innocently. Haha, Luja blushed. How adorable. Oh, come on. Enough of the teasing. What's the situation? There's a small red. I'm not sure what it is. Wait. Luja took a moment to gather himself. The previous emperor's endeavors were cut short, and now I'm stranded on a deserted island. What am I even checking for? Forget it. Luja was uncertain if it was a fly larva. He reached out and touched the red dot. Ding. Discovered a cinnabar mole. He exhaled a sigh of relief. This is no fly larva. It's merely a cinnabar mole. How did you only realize that after touching it? You should have felt for the fly larva. The girls collectively sighed in relief. After all that, it's just a cinnabar mole? Luja nodded. Indeed, but I still commend your meticulous approach. Tang Xiao was scoffed. By the way, you must have had quite the eye feast. I only focused on that little red. I didn't see anything else. Jiang Yao smirked. I believe you. All right, enough explanations. We all understand. Ning Shu redirected the conversation. Let us help her get dressed. Not yet. Why is that? Luja explained. There might still be insect eggs on her clothing. It needs to be thoroughly washed and sun-dried, or baked for 6 or 7 hours before it can be worn. Ning Shu pondered for a moment. Then should she wear a light outer garment? That won't do. I cannot be certain if there are any lurking insect eggs on her skin. We must wash her first. Several girls exchanged glances, realizing Luja's concerns were not unfounded. What should we do? I suggested. Let us give her a thorough cleansing from head to toe. Be sure to avoid the surgical areas, and also wash her clothes thoroughly. After contemplating, Luja added, moreover, since we have all come into contact with her, theoretically, we may all be harboring fly larvae. Therefore, we must also wash our clothes and take showers to ensure we are free of any eggs. Ning Shu exclaimed in surprise. Oh, does that mean we must be completely honest with each other? Jiang Yao imagined with a hint of anticipation. What are you thinking? With all these banana leaves, we can fashion temporary dresses and shorts to manage for the night. We could dry our clothes by roasting them and wear them tomorrow. The four girls exchanged glances. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua went to fetch clean seawater for washing. Jiang Yao and Ning Shu took Wan Bing's clothes to the seaside rocks for laundering. Jiang Yao called out, Hey, Xiaozhe, take off your clothes for us to wash. Luja felt warmth in his heart, but declined. Not yet. I'll first gather some wild vegetables for dinner, then I'll wash them. After Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua finished cleaning Bing Jie, they wrapped her up in banana leaves. Lin Qianqian said to Tang Xiaohua, Let us go get some fresh oyster meat first. We can all eat together when we return, once we've washed up and cleaned our clothes. It won't be convenient to venture far. Tang Xiaohua readily agreed. I was just thinking of that. Let us have the class leader, and Yao, keep an eye on Bing Jie. The two girls took 2 plastic bags and headed to the oyster bed. Meanwhile, Luja prepared to enter the forest to gather some wild vegetables. Just a few steps into the grass, he stopped abruptly. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. 15 meters ahead, a large python, its neck grievously injured, was glaring at him with an intense gaze. Chapter 73. The giant spicy strip indeed. It was that very python he had wounded, and now it had come seeking him out. Blood flowed from the gash on its neck, with flesh grotesquely exposed, creating a horrifying sight. The python, upon spotting Luja, seemed cautious, its head fixated on him, eyes brimming with malevolent hatred. Now, a standoff ensued between man and serpent, neither daring to take a step forward. What should he do? Luja realized that while he might have the strength to confront the massive python, there was also a significant chance he could be injured if he fled with the class leader and the others. Who could say whether this creature would return in the dead of night? He tightened his grip on the spear, contemplating his strategy. Soon enough, a plan came to him. He clenched the spear with his teeth, deftly unfastening his trousers with his hands, and began to remove them. At that moment, his gaze remained fixated on the python, for he understood that the instant he diverted his eyes, this beast would most likely launch an attack, leaving him no chance of survival. The python, unaware of Luja's intentions, merely noticed the stick in his mouth and fixated its gaze on him. Seizing this opportunity, Luja safely discarded his trousers, swinging the legs of the garment in a circular motion. This behavior was beyond the comprehension of the python, which stared at the pants, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Luja flung the trousers towards the snake's face. Instinctively, the python seized the fabric, immediately beginning to constrict it. This was an innate response for the python, one it could not alter. In that moment, its vulnerability was laid bare. The cloaca, the python's rear. With the spear aimed at that spot, Luja thrust with fervor. The python convulsed violently. Its body trembled, uncoiling into a straight line. Rendered incapable of launching a second assault, Luja discarded the spear, lifted a rock weighing over 200 pounds, and brought it crashing down upon the python's head. The sound echoed with a resounding thud, blood and mud splattering, creating a crater in the ground. The python's head reduced to a pulpy mass, its body still spasming in convulsions. Luja exhaled deeply, leaning against the stone for a brief respite before pushing it aside. The python's head lay shattered, devoid of any hope for survival, while its body continued to quiver. He retrieved his trousers, now stained with snake blood and dirt, an unsightly sight, but destined for washing nonetheless, casually draping them over his shoulder. What to do with the massive python? Luja pondered, troubled. Leaving it to rot would soon fill the air with a foul stench. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a new source of protein. Python meat. Almost forgetting it was edible, he decided to drag it back to camp. At that moment, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao were washing clothes, while Ruan Bing lay behind them, covered by banana leaves, soundly asleep. They soon caught sight of Luja approaching, trousers slung over his shoulder, clad only in boxer shorts, legs bare, straining to pull something. What on earth is Luja dragging? They wondered, noticing the colorful object that appeared quite striking. Let's go take a look. As the two young women beheld the python in its entirety, they nearly took flight from the shock, their screams echoing for a full 3 minutes before subsiding. Ningsu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Hey, Luja, why on earth did you bring that back?" Jiang Yao chimed in, "Quick, throw it away." Luja tossed the enormous python onto the beach and stretched his waist, assuring them, "Don't be afraid. This creature was attempting to crawl back to the camp for revenge. But I have turned the tables." "What?" Jiang Yao exclaimed. "What do you mean it's dead? Look, it's still moving." Luja turned to take a glance. The python occasionally flicked its neck, its decaying head hanging limply to the side, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, it was merely a muscle spasm. Its head was already shattered, rendering it completely incapable of attack. Ning Shu gathered her breath. "Luja, why on earth did you bring this creature back to the camp? What do you intend to do with it?" "Of course, to eat it," he replied. "Such a large specimen will provide sustenance for quite some time, wouldn't it?" The two girls were taken aback. Eating a small snake was one thing, but could they truly consume such a massive python? Perhaps it was akin to Baisuzhen. Jiang Yao trembled slightly. "Darling, please tell me you're joking. I assure you, I am quite serious. Can this thing actually be eaten?" "This is a Burmese python, also known as the South snake, Chin snake, or double-banded python. It is one of the subspecies of the Asian rock python and among the 6 largest snake species in the world. Its skin is the finest material for crafting the eru, and its meat is entirely edible. It can be cooked or made into smoked delicacies and sausages." The two girls were left speechless. "My heavens, how do you know so much about this creature?" "Don't forget, I am a man who has watched 100,000 wives." As he spoke, Luja removed his shirt, grasped an axe, and began to chop at the snake's head with relentless strikes. Blood splattered across his fair and delicate face, creating a stark contrast. Soon enough, he severed the head and proceeded to dissect the python's body. The snake's skin was tough and resilient. Luja struggled to cut through it with a small round knife or a dinner knife, resorting instead to his stone axe. Even then, it proved futile. With no other option, he spent considerable time sharpening the axe against a rock by the seaside, and finally, it regained its edge. This time, he successfully opened the python. The two girls stared in astonishment. Was this truly the Luja they knew? He was a far cry from the charming youth they recognized from school. Yet, despite his rough and brutal demeanor, there was an undeniable sense of security in his presence. They believed that only by surviving alongside such a man could they hope to endure this ordeal. Had they been with someone outwardly strong, yet inwardly feeble, they might have perished countless times by now. Luja exerted great effort to divide the python meat into chunks and lay them out on the rocky beach to dry. The segments of python flesh still twitched slightly, their patterned skin displaying undulating waves that sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Yao widened her eyes and shouted, "It's been dismembered, so why is it still moving? It's merely muscular contractions. Rest assured, it is thoroughly dead. Also, the term dismemberment feels rather inappropriate. I feel like a deranged serial killer." Ningshu pointed at his bloodied face and exclaimed, "You look just like one, don't you?" "Doi," Luja replied. Jiang Yao glanced at him and said, "Indeed, but more importantly, when will this meat stop moving? I'm worried it might just run away. It will cease shortly. Freshly slaughtered beef behaves similarly. That's a sign of its freshness." It is said that across the ocean in the beautiful country, chefs place roasted Burmese python meat on pizzas, and the flavor is rumored to be exquisite. Ningshu immediately conjured an image of writhing pieces of meat atop a pizza. Oh no, this has cast a shadow over pizza. In fact, Burmese python is more nutritious than rat meat and is far more suitable for consumption. Once prepared, you will surely fall in love with it. The two young girls shook their heads in unison. Absolutely not. Chapter 74. The true identity of the flight attendant Lu Zhe obtained approximately 40 pounds of python meat, which constituted only the tenderest portions, as there was no necessity to store in excess. The remaining meat and scraps, along with the snake's blood, were discarded at the shallow water's edge, serving as bait for catching sea fish. However, without a refrigerator, even 40 pounds of python meat was too much to consume in one go. The system then issued a new task. Smoke the remaining meat over an open flame to extend its shelf life. Reward, 1 potential point. Moreover, smoked meat can be preserved for a week to a fortnight, and even longer if kept in a dry, ventilated area. Luja deftly strung the meat together with tree bark twine and hung it over a pile of firewood to smoke, leaving a piece on a stone to roast. At that moment, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiao were returned. The two girls brought back half a pound of oyster meat, claiming they had spent over an hour hammering stones to procure it, eagerly showcasing their labor's yield to Luja. They were greeted by the sight of two entire rows of peculiar meats hanging at the campsite. Upon seeing the half-bag of raw oyster meat in their hands, the girls immediately felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet, upon learning that the rows of meat came from the massive python that nearly devoured the flight attendant, they trembled in fear. Subsequently, the group collected some seaweed by the shore, drying it to extract crystalline structures to spread over the python meat. This white crystal, composed of mannitol and a hint of salt, not only replenishes the body's salt levels, but also serves as a natural seasoning and a remedy for eye health. At this moment, the flight attendant also awoke. "Let's eat first, and we can wash up afterward." Luja handed a large piece of well-prepared python meat to the flight attendant, fragrant and glistening. She cautiously tasted a small bite before devouring it heartily, burning her mouth in the process. Goodness, how many days had it been since she last ate? The four girls were initially reluctant to try the meat, but seeing her relish it so, they hesitated momentarily before tearing off a piece to taste. How delightful! The texture was tender and springy. Aside from its appearance, which was a bit hard to accept, it bore a resemblance to soulfish. Suddenly, a door to a new world had swung open. Thus, their survival menu had gained a new, robust dish: roasted python meat. Having eaten their fill, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Half an hour later, their clothes were nearly washed, and it was time for a shower. Ning Shu pondered. The boys and girls shouldn't tea-bathe together, right? I don't mind, but in the spirit of chivalry, I could go to a more distant spot. No way. Jiang Yao, her cheeks flushed, remarked, "There are sharks in the water. You need to keep your distance from us, or we want to feel safe." Tang Xiao interjected, "However, it's somewhat awkward for boys and girls to meet each other openly. How about this? We'll all stay close to the shore, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. Half submerged in the sea, we won't see much. Moreover, Yao Yao, you cannot enter the water. I'll wash by the shore." The girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. A few of them entered the water, immersing themselves up to their necks. As they began to shed their garments one by one, at that moment, Luja realized he might have made an error in judgment. The water was exceedingly clear. Through the shimmering surface, the silhouettes of several girls were distinctly visible. Fearing a nosebleed might attract sharks, he quickly turned away, silently reciting the memorial of departure once more. Just then, Tang Xiao playfully splashed water onto Luja. With a mischievous grin, he exclaimed, "You've stirred my beastly instincts. None of you shall escape." Squealing, little Zhigu is going to eat people. How frightening. She hid behind Ning Shu, peeking out curiously. Ning Shu cooked, playfully tickling her under the arm, causing her to burst into laughter. She then darted over to Lin Qianqian, who promptly embraced her, grinning, "Little Zhigu, Ive captured Gu out for you." Luja nodded. "Good. Help me tease her a bit." "No way," came the shriek of Tang Xiao from the water's surface. After more than an hour had passed, everyone had washed up, scraping the seawater from their bodies with cards, and fashioned makeshift skirts and tops from banana leaves. They laid their damp garments over the fire to dry. Surprisingly, after their cleansing, the girls, wrapped in banana leaves, appeared quite enchanting, reminiscent of flower fairies. Having feasted and enjoyed a refreshing sea bath, Luja first donned the banana leaves, creating a grass skirt for himself in the style of a traditional elder. Once satisfied, he inspected the maggot larvae on Ruan Bing's arm. Information flashed in his mind that the larvae might perish within 6 to 7 hours, and typically, one must wait 24 hours to ascertain their fate. What incredible luck he had. Surgery could commence. Guaer, hand me your earring. All right. Luja used Tang Xiao's earring to extract the larvae, pinching it effortlessly between his fingers. The creature, resembling a maggot, though no longer writhing, had a white body adorned with black spots that sent shivers down their spines. The girls squealed in disgust, but Luja remarked, "There is no time to craft fishing gear. Otherwise, this could serve as bait." He then began to contemplate the construction of a campsite. He gathered long branches nearby to serve as the skeleton for a shelter. With prior experience in building shelters, this task proved considerably easier. A group of companions collaborated to construct a makeshift shelter, utilizing grass ropes and banana leaves. Before the sun had set, this rudimentary refuge was erected. Although it was less sturdy than their previous one, it sufficed for the night, with plans to reinforce the camp the following day. On this day, Luja located the sixth survivor, dispatched a python, and successfully performed a surgical operation. Ultimately, he encountered a series of exhilarating events. He decided to take it slow and retreated to the shelter early, falling asleep on the banana leaves spread out in the camp. At that moment, Ruan Bing was still in a childlike mood. Ning Shu managed to lull her to sleep, and the four girls gently placed her beside Luja, feeling a wave of sympathy as they noticed him sleeping soundly nearby. He had done so much for his companions that day. He must be utterly exhausted. They carefully positioned Bing Jia on Luja's other side and then conducted a thorough inspection of the camp. Finding no potential dangers, they returned to the warmth of the fire. By now, darkness had descended and the temperature was steadily dropping. The girls gathered around the fire, its light and warmth dispelling the cold and darkness, providing solace to their spirits. Jiang Yao sighed. Oh, after such a busy day, little Jia has truly worked hard. Lin Qianqian added with sadness. I feel we have contributed so little to his burden. At that moment, Ning Shu had an idea. Are we all tired? A bit, but certainly not as much as Luja. I feel the same. I'm managing well. Anyway, we currently have enough fresh water and food. So I suggest we take some time tonight to arrange the camp nicely and surprise Luja tomorrow. What do you think? That sounds like a splendid idea. I second that. I also concur. This time, let's follow my lead. While the girls busied themselves outside the shelter, the woman within was lost in dreams. Recalling past events, let us rewind time back to 10 days ago. Shenbing, badge number 607-6746. This mission is under the alias Ruan Bing, codename Benito. Your task is to disguise yourself as a flight attendant and cooperate with the captain and other comrades aboard Flight 125 of China Australia Airlines, escorting a criminal to Australia for delivery to the Australian police. During this operation, you must avoid alarming the other passengers and causing any negative social impact or panic. Given the extensive illegal evidence held by this group, there is a possibility of encountering their obstruction during the mission. To ensure the successful completion of this task, we have arranged with the airline to cancel the flights of 5 passengers from the previous leg, creating the illusion that they have already arrived on a prior flight. All escorting comrades must exercise utmost caution and prioritize safety. Chapter 75. A woman surviving alone in the wilderness. Shenbing believed this should be a task devoid of peril. After all, no matter how reckless criminals might be, they would not go so far as to detonate a plane. The Australian police awaited at the airport, and once they disembarked, the mission would be nearly complete. Perhaps she could take advantage of the time spent waiting for her return journey to explore a nearby outlet store and purchase some luxury items for her colleagues. However, little did she anticipate that the situation would spiral beyond her imagination. Mid-flight, an unforeseen calamity struck, and she was ejected from the aircraft, ultimately landing on a desolate island. Fortunately, she was ensnared by branches, thus escaping death. Accompanying her on this unexpected descent were various supplies from the cabin, beverages, snacks, and a mobile phone. When she attempted to make a call, however, she found herself unable to connect. Initially, she believed that with the scattered items and her survival skills acquired at the police academy, she could easily endure until rescue arrived. Yet, when faced with reality, she discovered that survival was far more challenging than anticipated. The first night was spent in solitude and fear. As the second night approached, with her phone's battery dwindling, she resolved to engage in something meaningful. Using the phone's battery and chocolate wrappers, she managed to ignite a fire and construct a rudimentary camp. This decision, however, meant severing her last link to the outside world. That night, her mind wandered. She thought of her parents back home, the innocent passengers aboard the plane, and the colleagues who had accompanied her on this mission. She wept for an extended period. Once the tears subsided, she committed herself to the struggle for survival. By the third day, her fresh water supply had been exhausted, and food was nearly depleted. She cast away several drifting bottles and began to strike at coconuts. After 4 arduous hours, she finally managed to open one, yielding only a few sips of water. Such despair is a sentiment only truly grasped through personal experience. With her food supply dwindling, she ventured into the jungle to forage, only to realize that the survival theories she had learned were of little practical use. While real plants bore some resemblance to the illustrations in her textbooks, they also differed significantly. She had to rely on her memory to identify edible flora and then prepare them for consumption. On the fifth day, faced with the overwhelming sensations of loneliness, fear, thirst, and hunger, she succumbed to despair, true despair. One should not romanticize the notion of survival in the wild. Of course, if one were to partake in such an endeavor as a challenge, envisioning a future where they could recline in bed, savoring roast duck and sipping fine wine while counting their rewards, the sight of a fellow adventurer weeping from hunger might inspire perseverance. Yet, if one finds themselves utterly alone, with the world convinced of their demise, no one will come searching for them. The ensuing decades, perhaps a lifetime, could be spent engulfed in an unending cycle of isolation and despair. Then one would truly comprehend the profound anguish of existence. She longed for companionship, even if it were a murderer, just to share a few words. But alas, she was accompanied only by solitude and fear. Thoughts of suicide crossed her mind, however. Among her colleagues on the mission, her role was to maintain communication with the crew, unlike others who were equipped with firearms. She hung her belt upon a tree branch, then looped it around her neck. Ultimately, however, she relinquished her grim intent upon discovering a type of mushroom, one she recognized, toxic and hallucinogenic. Perhaps consuming it would allow her to forget the troubles that plagued her. Perhaps it would grant her a blissful demise. Or maybe, in her final moments, she could once again behold her family and friends. Thus, she ingested the mushroom. Shortly thereafter, it seemed as though she had entered a dream wherein she had returned to her childhood. Innocent, naive, and carefree, she frolicked in the woods. During her last venture into the thicket, she encountered a colossal python. Her leg was injured, rendering her unable to flee. All she could do was cry out for her parents. In her utmost despair, a miracle unfolded. Her father descended from the heavens, wielding an axe, driving away the serpent. And then her mother and sister joined forces to rescue her. Awakening in a daze, she found herself lying on a grand bed, the sheets adorned with vibrant red characters of joy. Could it be that everything preceding was merely a dream? Or was I still ensnared in a dream? Then, she noticed a man sleeping beside her. His face was obscured, yet a vague impression lingered that he was quite handsome. Who was he? My husband? I don't recall having ever married. Suddenly, she felt a rush of breathlessness, an urge to embrace the man. Since it is a dream, and he is my husband, why should I hesitate? Meanwhile, Luja was also lost in dreams. Indeed, he was an ordinary young man, and after experiencing so much that day, it would be truly strange if he had no reaction at all. In his reverie, it seemed as though a girl lunged towards him. Gwar, stop it! As dawn broke, Luja opened his eyes. His first words were, "No way. I didn't just sleep with Gwar, did I?" Then, he discerned the identity of the person before him. His mind momentarily exploded. At that moment, Shun Bing also stirred, awakening with a start. In an instant, both were taken aback, instinctively pushing each other away. Shin Bing surveyed her surroundings, her expression etched with confusion. Luja rubbed his head. What on earth? Shin Bing glanced down. Realizing the banana leaves that had wrapped around her had fallen away, she quickly wrapped them tighter, clutching them to her chest. What on earth is happening? She felt a throbbing headache, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Striving to slap her face, she felt a burning pain. What to do? Grasping her head, she felt as though it might explode. Luja rubbed his head. What is going on? I wanted to ask you the same. I saved you. You are that university student? Goodness, sister, you finally remembered. Just then, a girl's voice rang out from outside. Wow, so beautiful. Xiaozhe will definitely love it. Oomph. After a long night, if he doesn't like me, I'll make him like me. Both individuals were somewhat curious, peeling back the leaves to gaze outside. The camp had been meticulously cleaned, clothes dried, and salt stains scrubbed away, with Jiang Yao neatly folding each piece. Surrounding them were piles of stones and branches forming a fence, adorned with vibrant purple asters. Even the firewood by the hearth was arranged in an orderly fashion. What was once a rudimentary campsite now bore a whimsical charm, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Shenbing stepped outside in confusion. Who are you? Several girls, upon hearing her inquiry, paused their tasks and looked over curiously. Has she awakened? Surely, she wants to call me mom again. Shenbing rubbed her forehead, as chaotic scenes from before replayed in her mind. Ning Shu approached. Hey, do you still remember us? Jiang Yao chimed in, We are first-class passengers, you know. Lin Qianqian added, we owe you our gratitude for upgrading our seats. Tang Xiaohua also remarked, but we saved your life, too. You are those 5 university students who were switched to another flight. Yes, yes. Shen Bing exclaimed, oh heavens, allow me a moment. She squatted down, gently massaging her temples. In an instant, a multitude of fragmented information coalesced in her mind, finally forming a cohesive and continuous image. You saved me, Tang Xiaohua declared proudly, indeed. We initially found ourselves stranded on another island, but resources were scarce. Upon receiving your message in a bottle, we made our way to this island and witnessed you nearly being devoured by a serpent, so we rescued you. Shen Bing exhaled deeply, an indescribable complexity of emotions swelling within her. At that moment, she longed to weep. Chapter 76, welcoming new friends in that instant. She finally comprehended that the world before her was the true reality. She had been saved by 1 boy and 4 girls. Shen Bing took a moment to gather her thoughts. Did you not encounter any rescue teams? Tang Xiaohua shrugged, no, not even a shadow. Shen Bing glanced at the banana leaves draped over her. Why are we wearing this? A long story. Jiang Yao reminded, oh, by the way, the clothes are all dry now. Everyone should change into their own. Ning Shu added, breakfast is ready too. You should tell us about your experiences while we eat. The dried clothes, though still slightly rough from salt, were dry and warm, offering a comfort far superior to before. This brought Shen Bing an immense sense of reassurance and solace. Indeed, the harrowing solitude of a week on a deserted island had driven her to the brink of despair, especially at night, when the howling wind resembled the mournful cries of ravenous beasts. In those moments, she yearned for a companion to face the ordeal alongside her, even if it were someone old and unattractive. Gazing at the 4 lively and charming girls, alongside a somewhat melancholic and indifferent boy, an inexplicable sense of relief surged within her, prompting her to weep softly. But what of Lu Jia? He was not melancholic or indifferent in the least. He was merely troubled. To have given away his first time inexplicably to a woman 7 or 8 years his senior, wouldn't that drive anyone to despair? He had thought she was Tang Xiaohua, and thus hadn't he refused outright. How was it that he and T compared the most obvious features at that moment? Moreover, what if the little girls discovered this? The consequences would surely be grave. And to top it all off, this woman was crying. Why was she crying? Was it because of what transpired last night? My goodness, she had been sleeping soundly. It was she who had crawled over. Wait a moment. He distinctly remembered there being no one beside him while sleeping. How had she ended up next to him in the middle of the night? This was bizarre. Utterly bizarre. Xiao Zhe, the new shorts are dry. Do give them a try. Jiang Yao cheerfully offered the shorts. Oh. Lu Jia took them and put them on. They were warm and fit him perfectly. Lin Qianqian smiled brightly as she showcased their camp. Aren't we all well-behaved? Lu Jia surveyed the refreshed camp. Very well-behaved. Tang Xiaohua joyfully exclaimed, Xiao Zhiji, you have new shorts now. This pair is mine forever. Can I keep it for a change? Quick. Hee, no way. Ning Shu linked her arm with Lu Jia's, frowning as she asserted her claim. Mind the boundaries. Xiao Zhi's girlfriend is right here. Jiang Yao softly reminded, there are outsiders. Let's not make a spectacle of the duty girlfriend business. Indeed, you have a point. After changing clothes, it was time for breakfast. Ning su rostet bitonmet triet coconut. And skewers of oysters and small fish. Here, sister, try skewer. Shen Bing, holding a fish skewer, wiped her tears as an overwhelming sense of emotion flooded her. How did you manage to gather so much food? Tang Xiaohua boasted, this is nothing. We even had roasted chicken. Ning Shu corrected her. That was a bonito. Bonito? Shen Bing recalled her mission code name, unable to help but smile through her tears. How did you catch it? It was Lu Jia who caught it. Lu Jia. Shen Bing froze momentarily. Was that the boy's name? She discreetly glanced at him again, her heart feeling strangely stirred. He was indeed quite handsome. Yet, she never imagined that she would surrender her youthful innocence, preserved for over 20 years so easily. But could she blame anyone? Last night, it had been her own inexplicable impulsiveness. If only she hadn't eaten that cursed poisonous mushroom. What must others think of her now? A promiscuous woman? Good heavens, how could she go on living? Sister, why is your face so red? Lin Qianqian inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, really. Ning Shu extended her wallet towards her. Is your name Ruan Bing, flight attendant? Shen Bing took out her ID card for a fleeting glance. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she lifted her head and suddenly smiled faintly. No, I am Shinbing. You may call me Bing Jia from now on. With that, she tossed the ID card into the fire. The other girls exchanged bewildered glances. Why would you do that? Shinbing replied with a serene smile. I've decided to discard my family name. Luja had a vague sense that this woman was someone with a story to tell. You are Luja, aren't you? Yes. How old are you this year? 18. Shinbing exhaled with relief. Thankfully, she had reached adulthood, alleviating some of her inner pressure. Thank you for saving me. Luja absently remarked. We are compatriots. It is only right. Shinbing looked around. Impressive. 5 people managing to gather so many resources. I would love to learn from you. I would never burn my ID card, even if it were useless. It has many uses in the wild. Shinbing felt a bit embarrassed. Is that so? Indeed. Luja took a bite of python meat and continued. Bing Jia, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. You must have made phone calls after being stranded on the deserted island. What was the situation? Shinbing shook her head, her tone becoming serious. I dialed no less than 60 or 70 times, 110, 119, and even my colleagues in aviation and emergency rescue. There is absolutely no signal. None of the numbers connected. Luja nodded thoughtfully. We are too far from the mainland. The signal indeed does not reach here. Shinbing inquired. Where was your original island? Luja pointed in a direction. Over there. The island is too small, with scarce resources, virtually invisible. What are your plans from here? I wish to know everything about this island to better survive here. Shinbing chuckled helplessly. This island is not very resource-rich. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao were exchanged glances, arriving at the same conclusion. Is this what you call scarce? Compared to Egg Yolk Island, this place is akin to a farmer's market. It's practically abundant in resources. Luja inquired further. Have you found any freshwater sources? Shinbing shook her head. I have been searching as well, but have yet to locate any. Could there be freshwater here? Where there are pythons, there should be freshwater. Perhaps it is hidden away or exists as underground water. Shinbing looked puzzled. How do you possess such extensive survival knowledge? I have a keen interest in it. Shinbing regarded Luja's handsome yet delicate appearance and smiled. You don't seem the type. There are many things that defy appearances, such as yourself. You hardly resemble a flight attendant now. Shinbing tilted her head and laughed. Is that so? The girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Your demeanor does seem a bit different. After a moment of contemplation, Shinbing took a deep breath. To be candid, I am a police officer. I disguised myself as a flight attendant to carry out a mission. Ruanbing is my alias. The girls gasped in unison. Luja felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, it is as such. Ning Shu exclaimed in astonishment. I believe this information should not be divulged to us. While matters concerning the mission are undoubtedly sensitive, I wish to speak of my own affairs. Shinbing pondered for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. I have no desire to conceal anything. Chapter 77. Do not despair. You are not at a loss after living alone for 8 days. Confronted by solitude and fear, she longed for a companion with whom to converse. And now, she had found not just one, but 5 delightful and vibrant university students. She truly wished to reveal everything. It turned out she was not only a flight attendant, but also a policewoman. Ning Shu expressed her amazement. Regardless, the mission has concluded, and I have met my demise. Jiang Yao assessed her. Sister, you appear to be thriving, don't you? I suspect that on the mainland, a memorial service for me and my fellow colleagues from this mission has already been held. I, however, am indifferent. I wonder if any of them will be honored as martyrs. Indeed, the plane has crashed, lost to the depths of the ocean for 10 days without a trace. Could anyone still believe that the passengers and crew on board are alive? Rationally speaking, it is highly unlikely. Shinbing pressed her lips together, exhaling deeply. I apologize. Being alone these past days has felt overwhelmingly stifling. Speaking my thoughts alleviates my spirit, though it may be bothersome. Lin Qianqian sweetly interjected. Of course not. Tang Xiaowen nodded in agreement. I wholeheartedly relate to that sentiment. Jiang Yao remarked leisurely. Since being stranded on this deserted island, I have yet to observe any signs of your distress. Guer pouted. I cried several times when I first arrived on this forsaken land. Moreover, Shinbing learned from Luja and Ning Shu that all aboard the ill-fated flight had perished in the sea, including several of her colleagues disguised as ordinary passengers. Each of them was an elite of the police force. She sniffled. I had a feeling. Then she sighed. Nevertheless, with this knowledge, my heart feels more at ease. no longer hanging in uncertainty. After their meal, the girls were utterly exhausted and retreated to the shelter to rest. Lin Qianqian gently tugged at Shun Bing's arm. Sister Bing, would you like to sleep a little longer? I have rested sufficiently. Ning Shu yawned as well. I shall wait a moment. Very well. Lin Qianqian entered the shelter with a tinge of disappointment. Luzha, what shall you do today? I shall accompany you. Luzha observed her dark circles and pinched her cheek. You look like this. You ought to rest a while. I assured you, there is nothing amiss. Ning Shu patted Luzha's arm, grinning. Come now, what shall we do today? Shin Bing glanced at the charming duo before her, a pair seemingly crafted by the heavens. A pang of envy surged within her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. So, are you two a couple? Luzha chuckled. It is merely a jest. Ning sunotet, prekiseri. The notion of being a couple is just a joke. In reality, we are like brothers. I see. Shin Bing nodded. Sister understands. Stranded on a deserted island, one must cultivate a sense of whimsy. Otherwise, despair may ensue. Ning Shu shook her head in agreement. Indeed, Shin Bing replied with a smile. By the way, what plans do we have for today? I wonder if I can be of assistance. Certainly. Having rescued someone, it is time to contemplate the next steps. Luzha pondered. We have food and coconut water, as well as shelter and a campfire. Next, we may need to venture into the jungle in search of sustainable freshwater and arable land. However, to enter the jungle, we must confront the unknown dangers, necessitating an update of our tools. Ning Shu inquired, where do we begin? Luzha handed her a steak knife. Class leader, please sharpen this knife with care. Our goal is to refine the tip and blade. Ning Shu examined it and confidently replied, this is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. And what my task? Luzha passed her a stone axe. If possible, could you sharpen this as well? The sharper, the better. Shin Bing weighed the axe in her hands, exclaiming, goodness. How did you craft this? I can teach you step by step later, but there is no time for that now. I have my own tasks. His next endeavor was to create a stone pestle. What purpose does this serve? Luzha contemplated the multitude of mosquitoes and the potential threat of horseflies in the jungle. He needed to find some herbal insect repellents to mash and apply to his skin. The stone pestle would be essential for grinding these remedies. He began by selecting a large, oval pebble with a diameter of 20 centimeters. With a pencil, he traced a circle the size of a bowl on one side of the stone. Using a nail, he tapped small pits along the line, and with a swift strike, a portion broke away, leaving a relatively smooth surface. He then polished the rock further, preparing to carve a hollow into the semicircular stone to serve as a mortar. This task proved somewhat laborious. He needed to secure the half-moon stone between several others, using a rough stone to rub back and forth within the circle. While doing so, he poured seawater to wash away the stone shavings, gradually forming a shallow pit on the surface. At that moment, Shin Bing approached. Hey, what's the matter? Your little girlfriend has fallen asleep. Luzha turned to find Ning Shu with a partially sharpened knife, resting her head on the stone, drooling in slumber. It was no surprise. She had indeed exhausted herself the previous night. Seeing her in this state tugged at Luzha's heart. He realized that the presence of these girls was becoming increasingly significant to him. Setting the knife aside, he lifted her gently and carried her to the shelter, placing her softly beside Jiang Yao. The sight of the girls sleeping was particularly endearing. Watching them slumber, a faint smile crept across Luzha's lips. An idea suddenly struck him. Perhaps living here indefinitely would not be so bad after all. He returned to his task of crafting tools. Shin Bing nestled beside him. Do you mind? Not at all. Luzha chuckled, noticing her desire to engage in conversation. I find the four young girls quite intriguing. Luzha, while polishing, nonchalantly remarked, it is merely mutual dependence and assistance in dire straits. When relationships become strained, they devolve into scheming and intrigue. Who is the legitimate girlfriend? Luzha shook his head. There isn't one. Shin Bing hesitated and inquired. Have there been any such incidents? What kind of incidents? Like last night between the two of us. Luzha paused his work momentarily and shook his head. Actually, our relationship is rather pure. So you're a novice? Indeed. Ah, how fateful. Shin Bing observed the slightly bashful young man and patted his shoulder. But you are not at a disadvantage. I, too, am a novice. Luzha understood that her behavior might have been influenced by the yellow dress lady, for a rational girl would not typically engage in such indiscreet actions. But how should this matter be resolved? What do you wish to do? Naturally, you must take responsibility. I must inform you, I cannot return home to find a husband. Huh? Shin Bing chuckled lightly. Oh, come on, I was just teasing. In truth, I owe you an apology. For what reason? I must have ingested some toxic mushrooms. Believe me, I am quite conservative and not that kind of person. Luja nodded. MHM. So, can you forgive me? This time, Luja did not cease his work. This matter cannot be solely blamed on you. Shin Bing nodded, genuinely feeling that this young man was quite commendable. She believed he did not act with malice. So, let us agree that this matter remains between us, and we shall not speak of it again, shall we? Luja still appeared somewhat hurt. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, he was actually quite pleased. Why? He feared that this incident might lead to undesirable repercussions. Whether being entangled or having several girls discover would be troublesome. As a man, to simply walk away after the act would seem rather unrefined. Yet, you proactively requested to let it go. How fortuitous. Nevertheless, Luja maintained an air of melancholy. He nodded, responding with a thoughtful MHM. This weighed heavily on Shun Bing's heart. Alas, at 18, he is still just a boy and might not readily accept this reality. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to guide him further. Chapter 78. Entering the Stone Age. Fortunately, all that needed to be said had been articulated. There was no necessity to linger on this issue for too long. To Shun Bing, although she had lost her first experience, she had gained 5 companions with whom she could share both joy and hardship in times of adversity. That was invaluable. The key was that the other party was also a pure-hearted young man, which made her feel she had not lost out. Some matters, once laid bare, become easier to bear. Overthinking is of no use. It is far more essential to muster one's spirit and live bravely. She picked up the stone axe and began to strike and polish it with vigor. Luja continued to craft the stone pestle. His strength had grown significantly, enabling him to gradually deepen the shallow pit on the round stone. Next, he placed some sharp stones within the pit, pressing down with one end of a piece of wood while twisting it side to side. The formidable friction produced more stone shavings, causing the pit to deepen further. After 2 hours of relentless grinding, Luja had carved out a small pit, approximately the size of a bull's mouth and about 10 centimeters deep. He then polished the interior with a handful of sand, washing it clean. The pestle bowl was finally complete. The remaining tasks were straightforward. He found a piece of wood and used a small circular blade to shape a pestle, smoothing it with sand until a perfect stone pestle set was finished. Another bit of potential was gained. During this time, Shin Bing sharpened the stone axe and honed the kitchen knife to a fine point, tiring her shoulders in the process. Let's see how it turned out, Luja remarked, examining his work. Not bad. Now let me see yours. He handed her the pestle bowl. Shin Bing was taken aback, exclaiming, my goodness, how much strength does one need to carve such a deep pit in stone? What did you study before? I major in finance, and I also enjoy football, swimming, and figure skating. Really? I would have never guessed. Looking at this bowl, one might think you were a weightlifter. Shin Bing suddenly recalled something. By the way, Luja, would you be interested in learning combat skills? I could teach you. Not interested, Luja replied. To him, with freshwater still uncertain and farmland unestablished, he had no desire to pursue such training. Given his extraordinary strength, 3-fold stamina, and double the reflexes and speed of an average person, dealing with a few adults would be no challenge. Was it necessary to devote time to combat training now? Perhaps he would consider it later when things stabilized. He set the pestle bowl aside, grabbed 2 plastic bags, and headed towards the forest. Hey, where are you going? I'm just picking some mosquito-repelling herbs nearby. Otherwise, I'll be covered in bites. Shin Bing pondered for a moment. Well, I don't have much to do either, so I'll join you. Great. We can gather more. Upon entering the woods, Luja discovered several wild mint plants. This herb was edible and also effective against mosquitoes and itching. He collected several leaves. At that moment, Shun Bing caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. It was hard to determine whether it was pleasant or unpleasant, but it felt odd. Following the scent, she stumbled upon a cluster of small white flowers. Hey, little Luja. Do you know what kind of flower this is? Luja reached out and touched it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered wild heather. This is heather flower. It has mosquito-repelling properties. As he spoke, Luja began to gather the blossoms into the plastic bag. Shin Bing considered this for a moment. I've heard that this flower has a rather pungent aroma. Could it be suddenly? She covered her nose. This wouldn't be the scent associated with boys, would it? Luja sniffed the air and nodded. Indeed, the scent is quite similar, though this one is even stronger. Shenbing chuckled. What's this? Have you smelled it yourself? Lu Zhi remained unfazed. Isn't curiosity a universal trait? Shenbing stifled a laugh. Are you certain you wish to apply this fragrance of flowers on several young girls? Compared to the discomfort of being bitten by mosquitoes or having horseflies infuse a hint of wild mint on one's skin to neutralize the scent, it seemed a rather peculiar choice. Shenbing also assisted Lu Zhi in gathering the ingredients, appreciating not only his focus and capability, but also the intriguing essence of his spirit. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Zhi placed the heather and wild mint into a pestle bowl, adding a splash of coconut water before diligently grinding them together with the pestle. Shenbing observed him from the side, marveling at how he managed to keep 4 girls alive on a deserted island for such an extended period. It appeared that he possessed remarkable survival skills. How delightful it would be if you were a few years older, or if you were a few years younger. She sighed softly. Before long, the heather and wild mint were transformed into a pale green paste, and the system announced, "You have acquired a new mosquito-repelling herb." Potential point 1. Lu Zhi applied the herbal concoction to his skin, targeting several areas of his clothing. Would you care for some as well? Shenbing did not hesitate. Of course. She scooped a portion and evenly spread it across her own skin. Sister, could you assist the others with their application? Meanwhile, please prepare more mosquito repellent. I still need to craft other tools. What else do you require? A stone knife. But we already have an axe, don't we? The subsequent survival priority would undoubtedly remain the quest for a stable water source. To seek out water, one must venture into the jungle. However, traversing through the undergrowth inevitably leads to encounters with overgrown weeds and obstructive vines. Thus, a tool capable of cutting through thickets is essential. While an axe may serve well for chopping wood, it is ill-suited for clearing brush. The direction is correct, and the logic is clear. Shenbing nodded, sensing that even the most competent colleagues from the police station might not surpass what this young man has accomplished on this island. It seems collaborating with him is indeed the wisest choice. Very well, I shall continue to produce more mosquito-repelling herbs. Lu Zhi then focused intently on sourcing materials for crafting a knife. He needed to select flat stone flakes from the diverse array of rocks, with the optimal method being to locate layered stones, break them open, and find a hard stone layer to refine into a blade. This task proved to be the most challenging. Lu Zhi spent over 2 hours scouring the shoreline before finally discovering suitable stone material. It was a rock slab approximately 2 feet wide and half a meter long, resembling a peeled layer of stone, one side thin and the other thick, with the thicker portion measuring around 3 centimeters, making it an excellent material for a stone knife. He dragged the slab ashore and used a pencil and ruler to outline the shape of the blade on the solid part of the stone. Then, using a nail's tip, he carefully etched along the lines. After creating deep grooves, he hammered small pits every 3 to 4 centimeters with a wooden stick. This labor-intensive task required meticulous attention. If one were careless with the force applied, the entire stone could be ruined. Just carving those small pits consumed nearly an hour of Lu Zhi's time. After meticulously chiseling around the stone, he gently tapped it with a stone axe, and soon enough, the excess material was cleaved away. Thus, Lu Zhi acquired a stone slab measuring 30 centimeters in length, approximately 10 centimeters in width, and 25 centimeters at its thickest point, possessing a slight curvature. The next step was polishing. He poured seawater onto the rock and diligently ground down the thinner side. After 3 hours, one side was honed to a sharp edge. Considering the strength of the stone knife, he refrained from sharpening it too finely. The final step involved crafting the handle. He cut a small branch, about half a meter long and the thickness of a young woman's wrist, removed the twigs stripped off the bark, and then split it open on one side to insert the small stone slab. He melted plastic from a bottle, letting it drip into the crevice to secure it tightly, and then bound it firmly with hemp rope. In this manner, a primitive stone knife was fashioned. Chapter 79. The search for cleaning supplies regardless of the challenges faced. Lu Zhi had transitioned from complete emptiness to possessing a comprehensive set of primitive tools. A sharp dining knife, a small round blade, a harpoon, a stone axe, a slingshot, a stone pestle, and a stone knife. Although the creation process was arduous, these tools would serve a vital role in his future survival endeavors. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was already afternoon. Hastily consuming a bit of food, he received a new task from the system: to find 3 types of advanced natural cleaning supplies. Reward: 6 potential points. Advanced natural hygiene products. Bamboo leaves could serve as toilet paper. That should suffice. Shenbing was still preoccupied with concocting mosquito repellent. So he planned to venture into the bamboo grove alone to gather some bamboo leaves and further enhance the campsite. Luja cut 7 or 8 segments of bamboo and bundled a handful of bamboo leaves, preparing to carry them back to the camp. Indeed, he was rewarded with a notification from the system. Just then, he noticed a small creature crouching not far away. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a bamboo rat. This was a splendid source of wild delicacy. It could provide a substantial amount of protein and amino acids for the body. He quietly readied his slingshot, loading it with a projectile. At that moment, the little creature sensed danger and darted away. Luja, unwilling to concede, quickly pursued it, running over 30 meters. But the bamboo rat swiftly burrowed into a hole. Luja felt a tinge of regret, yet was overwhelmingly elated. The meat supplies were still sufficient, and missing this opportunity was not a dire loss. Although it had escaped for now, as long as this species existed on the island, it would inevitably find its way onto his menu. He prepared to return. As he turned, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Important resource discovered. The China bear tree. Looking up, he spotted a large tree with red bark standing not far away. Curiosity piqued. He approached. His fingers brushed against the tree's surface, and information about it immediately flooded his mind. Luja was overjoyed. It turned out that this tree was none other than the legendary toothbrush tree. This species is widely distributed across the globe, and many indigenous peoples in Africa and India use its branches for dental hygiene. Due to the presence of fluorides in the resin, chewing on the white sap can render one's teeth both robust and brilliantly white. This phenomenon also accounts for the pearly whites of many individuals of African descent. Luja snapped off a piece, and with a chime, he acquired a second type of advanced sanitary item, earning 2 potential points. To his astonishment, he had obtained 2 varieties. He began to search the vicinity for any additional items. After a thorough exploration, he found no third sanitary product, burdened with bamboo, leaves, and branches of the neem tree. He returned to the camp. At that moment, several girls in the camp awakened and rushed over to see what Luja had brought back. "Wow, Luja, what treasures have you found this time?" He set down his haul, declaring, "I have gathered substitutes for commonly used items." Shenbing picked up a bamboo leaf, exclaiming, "I see. Bamboo leaf can be brewed into tea, which helps to clear heat and promote urination, treating kidney deficiency. But why gather so many?" Luja chuckled wryly. "While you are correct, under the current circumstances, they serve a far more crucial purpose." "What purpose?" Shenbing inquired. "We've run out of toilet paper, and dried bamboo leaves are a relatively safe alternative. They pose no irritation to the skin, though they are somewhat narrow and of inferior material. Until we discover a more suitable substitute, we can utilize them as toilet paper." Shenbing was taken aback. The difference in usage is quite significant. Tang Xiao picked up a leaf and examined it closely. "It's so narrow, it will surely leave residue on one's hands." Lin Qianshan nodded in agreement. "At this point, let's not be choosy. Having something is better than having nothing." Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. "Exactly, well said." Jiang Yao inspected the items closely. Who would have thought a bamboo plant's leaves would serve such a purpose? By the way, what is this branch? It looked rather appealing. Luja produced a neem tree branch, proclaiming, "This shall be our toothbrush." "A toothbrush?" The girls exchanged puzzled glances, with Tang Xiao blinking in disbelief. "That does not resemble a toothbrush at all. It's merely a neem branch. In Africa and India, they use it for brushing teeth," Luja explained, demonstrating by chewing one end until it resembled a brush. "And what about toothpaste?" He continued, as he picked up a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushed it with a stone, and applied the residue to his teeth. "Bamboo charcoal is a natural teeth-cleaning agent, you know?" As they observed Luja foam at the mouth with the dark mixture, Shun Bing and the other girls were taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief. Shin Bing remarked, "Even if bamboo charcoal has absorptive properties, is this method truly hygienic? Indeed, it appears rather unsightly. I might develop a psychological aversion to this." One girl quipped, "If you continue like this, I shall refuse to share a water bottle with you in the future." Though it may look unclean, bamboo charcoal that has been burned contains no microorganisms or bacteria, making it the most hygienic cleaning agent. Just be cautious not to brush for too long, as it can damage the enamel. After 3 minutes, Luja had thoroughly brushed his teeth with a neem branch. Feeling satisfied with the results, he took a sip of coconut water, puffed his cheeks, and rinsed out the charcoal residue, spitting it out with a flourish. Upon closer inspection of his teeth, they had become remarkably clean and white. Lin Xianxian exclaimed, "Wow, this is truly effective. Of course. Would you like to give it a try?" As he spoke, Lu Zhi extended a branch of a neem tree towards several individuals, who instinctively recoiled. "What's the matter? Don't you wish to brush your teeth?" Ning Shu remarked. "The results are indeed impressive, but the bamboo charcoal is somewhat off-putting. Naturally, you are not obliged to try it. Even without brushing, survival is not compromised. However, in a few weeks, your teeth will yellow, and eventually, tartar will form, leading to a set of coffee-colored teeth in a few months." Gasps of surprise escaped the lips of the girls. "Oh no, we can't face the prospect of coffee-colored teeth." It was Shun Bing who first seized the branch, stating, "I believe it is essential to give this a shot." With that, she chewed on a segment of the neem branch, then took a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushed it, and applied it to her teeth. Following Lu Zhi's example, she rinsed her mouth and spat it out. Like magic, her teeth became dazzlingly white. It was even more effective than conventional toothpaste. The other girls looked on with envy. Indeed, since their survival began 9 days prior, they had been preoccupied with securing fresh water and food. Hardly a moment to devote to dental hygiene. Chewing gum could only temporarily eliminate residue between teeth, a mere stopgap solution, and besides, there weren't many pieces left. Clearly, if they wished to maintain a brilliant smile, this was indispensable. Witnessing the elegant and beautiful policewoman adopting this method, the girls pondered what they were hesitating for. They followed suit, chewing the branch, applying the bamboo charcoal, and then taking up a bottle of water. Finally, they chewed on a sprig of mint leaves, and indeed, their teeth became bright and white, their breath refreshingly fragrant. See, this is the proper way for young ladies to maintain their hygiene. At that moment, Lu Zhi noticed the stone mortar he had just used resting on the fire, filled with water. "What's the situation here?" Tang Xiao smiled coyly, "Cooking something. This is a stone mortar. I know, I'm experimenting with a new technique to see if it can serve as a pot." However, Tang Xiao crouched down. "After all this time, why isn't the water boiled?" Ning Shu glanced at it as well. "I told you it wouldn't work. It seems to maintain a constant temperature." Lu Zhi sighed. "The idea is commendable, but because the bowl's opening is too small, it cannot withstand a large flame. And the stone walls are too thick, causing the heat to dissipate before it reaches the interior. It appears we shall remain without soup." Shen Bing smiled slightly. "Not entirely without. I have a solution." As she spoke, she used a branch to pick up a small stone from the fire and tossed it into the mortar. Instantly, the water began to boil. Chapter 80. What to do when sanitary pads are running low, though it may seem a tad unsanitary. One could use clean stones next time. Wow. Thanks to Miss Shin Bing for her innovative application of the stone mortar. Impressive, isn't it? "I learned this at the police academy," she said, glancing at Lu Zhi as if awaiting praise. "What a remarkable discovery." Lu Zhi nodded in astonishment. Shin Bing, somewhat taken aback, mused that this hardly qualified as an advanced survival technique. His surprise seemed somewhat exaggerated. Lu Zhi was indeed astonished. Yet his amazement was not directed at Shun Bing's actions, but rather at the sudden realization of a third method to unlock the stone pestle. Regardless, it meant they could prepare some seafood tonight. Indeed, since the iron pot had been lost, he had not savored a warm seafood soup. Lu Zhi rose, declaring, "Even the delectable python meat cannot sustain us endlessly. I shall check the stone pit where we place the python bones to see if anything valuable has become ensnared. You all prepare some clean stones to roast over the fire. We shall return to make fish soup with them." Ning Shu chimed in, "I'll accompany you. You all keep Sister Bing company for a while." Lin Qian smiled brightly. "Sound good?" Lu Zhi nodded. "All right, bring along the fish spear, a small knife, and a plastic bag." Understood. The two made their way to the sea pit, a cluster of rocky formations with a notably larger sea pit, approximately 2 meters deep and spanning over 30 square meters, precisely where Lu Zhi had discarded the python carcass yesterday. The remnants of the python floated in the water, now cleansed by a night of tidal washing, revealing a crystalline clarity. Fragments of python bones suspended in the transparent water appeared rather eerie. I can't see anything. The water is too clear. It's likely hidden amongst the rocks. Wait for me to dive down." With that, Lu Zhi shed his vest and shorts, clad only in swimming trunks, and leaped into the water with the fish spear in hand. Ning Shu bit her lip, anxiously holding her breath as she submerged, wielding the spear against the rocks. A large fish darted out, circling around and realizing it could no longer find its way back to the ocean, attempting to wedge itself into a crevice. Luja, with remarkable reflexes, had already anticipated its trajectory, swiftly spearing the fish. Clang! New protein acquired. Cloud pattern grouper 18. Reward: 1 potential point. What a catch! Luja emerged from the water, flinging the fish onto the shore. Next, the large fish flopped on the sand, still writhing. And Ning Shu, both startled and delighted, rushed to press it into a plastic bag. It's enormous. Be careful. Luja dived back into the water, subsequently capturing a fish weighing over a pound, 3 others around half a pound each, and an eel. Ning Su Baomet, haha. It seems we can really start a Douyin account. This bounty was earned from an entire python S remains. They typically wouldn't venture to such a place. Luja pointed at the python carcass. In reality, the protein we have expended far exceeds what we have gained. We merely altered our culinary preferences. Still, it's quite a catch. Shall we come up? What is that? There are several sea urchins on the seabed. With that, Luja dove back down. And while gathering the sea urchins, he discovered clusters of khaki-colored objects on the stone wall. As Luja's eyes brightened, he gently touched it. Ding. Discovered the 3rd type of hygiene product. Sea sponge. Potential point 2. This is a simple multicellular marine organism, the very prototype of SpongeBob. The household sponges made from foam plastic polymers are derived from the principles of this natural sponge. The finest natural sponges in the world originate from the Mediterranean, exhibiting a pure yellow hue. In truth, the quality of Southeast Asian sponges is equally commendable, though their appearance lacks the same vibrancy, thus drawing less attention. Nonetheless, they are quite satisfactory for bathing, dishwashing, personal care, and even for bathing infants. It is the most natural, cleanest, and safest material for bathroom use. However, those harvested directly from the sea may still carry some bacteria and microorganisms. One can scrape them off with a small knife. He collected a dozen sea urchins and numerous pieces of sponge before resurfacing. Ning Shu, intrigued, inquired, I recognize the sea urchin, but what is this fellow? Luja, catching his breath, replied, What? Have you never seen SpongeBob? Huh. Ning Shu picked one up to feel it, only to recoil in shock as if countless tiny insects were writhing in her palm, exclaiming, My goodness, it's alive. Yes, it's alive now, but it won't be for long. And then we can utilize it. Saying this, Luja picked up a piece of sea sponge, squeezing it in his hand, causing a copious amount of seawater to be expelled. Upon releasing it, the sponge became soft and fluffy. Indeed. Shall we try again? Ning Shu cautiously accepted it. My palm still tingles, but it's quite amusing. Once understood, the fear dissipated. Ning Shu even began to enjoy the sensation of holding the sea sponge, describing it as, This is simply a stress relief artifact. Together, Ning Shu and Luja squeezed all the kelp dry and returned to the campsite with a bounty of marine treasures. Upon arrival, Ning Shu could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, look what we've caught. Yet, with a bag full of treasures, she found her companions devoid of cheers. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao were both pouted, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. What is wrong with you? Did you have a quarrel? Neither girl responded. Luja, bewildered, asked, What is the matter, ladies? Tang Xiao spoke up. Luja, this doesn't concern you. Class monitor, you need to mediate. Shen Bing shrugged helplessly and pulled him aside. Here, as the situation. Gua, has her period, but Yao Yao used all the sanitary pads, leaving only one behind. The last one, Gua can't use it anymore, so she's quite upset. Just then, a new notification echoed in Luju's mind. New task. Successfully create a substitute for sanitary pads. Reward. Potential point 1. Luja was left in shock. Is this a provision in the survival manual? Is anyone still crafting sanitary napkins? Would Mr. Da or Mr. Bay engage in such a task? Surely, Josh and Matt would be utterly bewildered upon their arrival. From a male perspective, air drying might seem the most pragmatic solution. However, that would attract insects. Such a place should remain unvisited by them. It is imperative to find a protective solution. Wait a moment. Luju appears to have thought of someone. Sister Sparrow. She is a formidable woman. As I recall, she once crafted sanitary napkins. Nevertheless, those rudimentary versions fashioned from hay moss and tree bark surely would not provide comfort to delicate young women. Chapter 81. The island's sanitary napkins. Such materials are certainly inadequate. In contrast to Sister Sparrow, he now possesses superior materials, sponge. Utilizing it as the primary component, along with bamboo charcoal and cotton fabric, could prove worthwhile. Yet, it must be done once the sponge has completely perished. A living one would wriggle, and the sensation of little insects crawling beneath would surely induce panic among the girls. Even if they remained composed, Luja would never permit it. That is a sacred and inviolable space. No living creature is allowed to approach, aside from himself. I digress. In truth, the retrieved sponge will soon perish. It will then dry and become rigid. Once immersed in water, it will regain its softness. Thus, its properties are contrary to those of certain sponge-like substances. If it maintains a specific level of humidity, it will remain pliable and elastic, until a better alternative is discovered. It can certainly be tested. However, using it directly would harbor bacteria and microorganisms, jeopardizing the delicate pH balance of the girls. Should the stable pH be disrupted, their youthful fragrance may dissipate, replaced by an odor reminiscent of middle-aged women. Imagining several exquisite young ladies emanating the scent of mature women send a shiver down Luja's spine. No, it is essential to eliminate the microorganisms and bacteria. But how exactly should this be accomplished? The simplest approach might be to boil in water, yet that is unfeasible. While high temperatures would eradicate bacteria and microorganisms, they would simultaneously compromise the sponge's internal structure, reducing it to mush. Luja has devised a solution. It is none other than the renowned pasteurization method. It sounds sophisticated, yet the underlying principle is quite simple. The procedure entails maintaining a temperature of 50 to 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes, effectively eliminating 99% of bacteria without compromising the original nutrition and texture of the food. This method is commonly employed for sterilizing eggs and milk. The results are remarkable. Now, what can be utilized to sustain a consistent temperature? Yes, a stone grinder. This is the third innovative application of the stone grinder that Luja has envisioned for pasteurization. He begins the process of creation. First, a small fire rack was constructed, carefully controlling the size of the flames. Then, the stone mortar was filled with coconut water and placed over the heat. The gentle warmth was insufficient to penetrate the thick walls of the mortar entirely. However, it was adequate to maintain a consistent temperature for the liquid within. After a while, Luja tested the water temperature with his hand. It was slightly warm, but not enough to scald his mouth upon tasting. Indeed, it hovered around 60 degrees Celsius. After waiting a little longer, he tested it again, and the temperature remained constant. This was precisely what he desired. Next, he placed several pieces of sponge into the mortar, setting a timer for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, he busied himself searching for additional materials. His backpack contained a few salvage garments, among which was a cartoon tank top made of pure cotton, albeit with a tear. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a child's shirt, likely discarded by a mother due to its damage. It would serve well to wrap around the sponge and bamboo charcoal. The small shirt was resilient to high temperatures. After a thorough wash, he boiled it in a tin can and then laid it out to sunbathe. After 30 minutes, he retrieved the sponge. By this time, it had been sufficiently sterilized, with most bacteria and microorganisms eliminated, although it was preferable to cool it rapidly post-sterilization for optimal results. The current conditions did not allow for that, and he had to make do. Upon squeezing it, he found it still retained its elasticity. However, placing overly soft sponge between his legs would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. To ensure a perfect experience for the girls, it needed to be thinner. Yet, slicing it too thin would compromise its absorbency. No matter, Luja procured some bamboo charcoal, which he sandwiched between two pieces of sponge to enhance its adsorptive properties. He then cut the child's shirt into approximately 20 strips, wrapping the sponge and charcoal tightly within. This method would ensure its absorbency while not appearing overly bulky or uncomfortable to wear. Placing it within their undergarments would allow it to serve its purpose perfectly. Luja crafted 5 sets, which should suffice for the time being. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiao had not utilized the last piece of sanitary napkin. The group had transitioned from initial disputes to gracious concessions, and now to collaborative brainstorming, all centered around a pressing question: how to manage without sanitary napkins in the future. Suggestions ranged from using hay to fabric, rinsing with seawater after each use, or simply air drying without washing, though upon reflection, none seemed particularly reliable. Just then, Luja returned to the campsite. Upon seeing him, the girls lowered their heads in silence. After all, it was rather embarrassing for boys to be privy to such feminine troubles. Yet, they underestimated Lu's straightforwardness. What's wrong? Running low on sanitary napkins? Both girls flushed crimson. Lin Xianxian sighed, acknowledging that while it was true, being directly questioned by a boy felt a bit odd. No matter, the problem was resolved. How was it resolved? Lu Zhi revealed his creation. With this, Ningshu blinked her eyes in confusion. What is this? A special edition of Island sanitary napkins. Crafted exclusively by Zhe Ge. Lu Zhi replied proudly. Ningshu was astonished. Why would you create something like this? The other girls widened their eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it's quite bizarre. It's all for you. Lu Zhi continued with satisfaction. After all, dealing with feminine matters can be quite troublesome. As the sole male of the team, you should be grateful for my assistance in resolving your current dilemmas. The four girls exchanged glances, baffled by the notion of gratitude amidst their discomfort. Xin Bing awkwardly picked it up and examined it. It does resemble something functional. What materials did you use? Antibacterial sponge and bamboo charcoal, both of which possess excellent absorption properties, combined with sterilized pure cotton, ensuring effective moisture retention without harming delicate skin. Moreover, this fabric can be sterilized and reused. You merely need to replace the internal sponge and bamboo charcoal. It's clean, hygienic, and comfortable, allowing for unrestricted movement during the day and preventing leaks at night, providing you with considerate care and the utmost protection. Upon hearing this, the four girls were left speechless, while Xin Bing was rendered utterly speechless. Tang Xiaowu chimed in. Lu Zhi, are you serious? Absolutely. Ning Shu exclaimed, her mouth agape. Lu Zhi, don't tell me you learned this from 100,000 Ys. Lu Zhi struggled to concoct a plausible excuse, but could only nod in affirmation. Yes. Which edition of 100,000 Ys teaches such things? That is not important. The key is that it can effectively address the issues you will inevitably face. Even if we have 10 packages, they would be used up quickly. While the logic was sound, having a boy educate them on such matters was rather unsettling. Nevertheless, Lu Zhi was not a stranger. Xin Bing, though somewhat resigned, recognized that if they remained on the deserted island for an extended period, these were challenges they would have to confront. She squeezed the item again, noting its softness and comfort. A thought crossed her mind. Despite its unassuming appearance, it might indeed resolve the significant issues they were about to face. Chapter 82, 10th Day of Jungle Exploration. Shen Bing contemplated, I think we should give it a try. Why not test it out? Are we really going to try it? Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaowu exchanged glances. Since it was made by Lu Zhi, let us play the part of the guinea pigs. Each took one and retreated behind the shelter to experiment for a while, preparing themselves. They emerged, both blushing. Lin Xianxian curiously inquired, how does it feel? Jiang Yao tilted her head, pondering. To be honest, it's not as hard to accept as I imagined. Tang Xiaowu bit her lip. It's quite comfortable, though I'm unsure about its absorption capabilities. Ningshu nodded. Regardless, this is the best alternative to sanitary napkins available at this stage. Lu Zhi, you truly are a remarkable talent for being able to create something like this. Lu Zhi, with a calm demeanor, remarked, one must grow through experience. Akin to a diligent scholar, keen observation is essential to attain a more comfortable existence in challenging environments. Is that mere bravado? It certainly sounds like it. Xin Bing, intrigued, approached the stone mill and noticed the tools Lu Zhi utilized for crafting these items, suddenly grasping the principles of sterilization. In truth, he truly possesses remarkable skills. Hey, how do we prepare all these fish? Came Lin Qianqian's voice from afar. We'll kill a couple for fish soup, and the remainder can be made into dried fish slices, which will last longer and serve as snacks. Wow, dried fish slices. That sounds exhilarating. Can you make them? Quite simply. I shall teach you. Is this also from the 100,000 Ys? Enough chit-chat. Focus on learning. Lu Zhi picked up a kitchen knife and commenced his task, dispatching the fish, gutting them, then removing the bones and skin before laying the flesh on the stones. While pressing out moisture with a bamboo tube, he roasted the stones. The ocean fish naturally bore a salty flavor, so a touch of honey was applied. And he continued to press, ensuring all moisture was extracted during the roasting process. By evening, everyone finally savored the fish soup and also gathered over 2 pounds of dried fish slices. Reflecting on the achievements of the 9th day, they had crafted 2 significant stone tools, marking their formal entry into the Stone Age. Moreover, they had utilized materials such as bamboo leaves, neem branches, and sponges to enhance their quality of life. The rescue team had yet to arrive, yet life was increasingly settling into a routine. However, a pressing issue remained unresolved: the absence of a sustainable water source. On a deserted island, the lack of continuous fresh water signifies an unending threat of death. June 9th, Sunday. Clear skies. At 6:30 a.m., they were now on the 10th day of being stranded on the island. Luja began his day with a piece of python meat, 2 sprigs of fish mint, and 2 slices of roasted coconut meat. He planned to delve deeply into the jungle that day, traversing horizontally along the mountainous terrain in search of a spring, stream, or lake, with the singular aim of relocating the camp closer to a water source. He prepared several tools: a stone knife for clearing the underbrush, a slingshot with 10 projectiles for hunting, and a rudimentary compass fashioned from a magnetic card. Additionally, he applied a mosquito-repellent herbal concoction. He also carried Ning Shu's backpack, which contained 2 bottles of coconut water and some beef jerky fish slices. Initially, Luja intended to venture alone, but everyone strongly opposed. Shun Bing asserted, "While I may not understand other matters as well as you, venturing alone in the wilderness is exceedingly perilous. I had no choice before, but now that we have the means, it is best to bring someone along." Luja concurred that having a female companion would be beneficial, as she could share the burden of tools and provide conversation. However, he preferred to limit it to just one person. The most suitable companion for this endeavor was Shun Bing, given her familiarity with the terrain, making her an ideal guide. However, the stitches on her calf had yet to heal. An arduous journey might exacerbate her injury. Aunt Gua had just begun her menstrual cycle, while Yao Yao's had not yet concluded. Only Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were relatively mobile. After deliberation, it was decided that Qianqian would accompany him into the jungle. The rationale being that today was Wednesday, and Qianqian was the designated girlfriend. "Qianqian, you're the one I trust the most. Remember, as the designated girlfriend, you must prevent him from getting too intimate. Hand-holding is the utmost limit," Ning Shu earnestly advised. "Rest assured, class monitor," Qianqian replied. Luja applied mosquito repellent on Lin Qianqian as well, and at 8 in the morning, the two entered the jungle together. Once within the jungle, they ascended the slope, reaching a point approximately 300 meters from the coastline, where they began traversing horizontally along the mountainside. The path was challenging. It was the most promising route for discovering fresh water. Beneath the tree canopy, the distant sounds of birdsong and animal calls could be faintly heard, though their species remained indiscernible, leaving Lin Qianqian somewhat apprehensive. Luja led the way, wielding a stone knife to clear the thorns obstructing their path. Lin Qianqian followed closely behind, engaging in conversation to alleviate her fears. Initially, Luja presumed that Qianqian would only be interested in discussing botanical and geological information. However, as they conversed, Lin Qianqian suddenly inquired, "Luja, do you like my sister?" Luja was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected question. "Why do you ask?" he responded, perplexed. "I feel that when you speak with her, it seems like your relationship is rather special," Lin Qianqian remarked, frowning slightly. "That's not true. Don't say such things." Luja thought to himself, could it be that girls possess an uncanny sixth sense? Or perhaps Lin Qianqian discovered something that night. "Are you jealous?" Lin Qianqian chuckled lightly. "Not at all. In fact, I understand you quite well." "What do you mean by that?" he asked. "I also enjoy looking at cute and beautiful girls. Sometimes, I think if I were a boy, I would be just like you, a flirtatious rogue." "That's not true," he retorted. To be candid, Lin Qianqian was undoubtedly the most stunning among the girls. Yet, who would have imagined that such an adorable girl harbored such peculiar thoughts? "If you like girls, would being my designated girlfriend make you uncomfortable?" Lin Qianqian shook her head. "Being your designated girlfriend brings me joy. You," she paused, pursing her lips, "are the only boy I do not dislike. So, when you mentioned me and I sister, was it because you were jealous?" "Absolutely not." Lin Qianqian tossed her hair playfully. "I understand that Xiaozhe likes beautiful girls, and I quite like you just the way you are." Luja felt increasingly bewildered. "You like me? Shouldn't girls be the ones getting jealous?" Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "Seeing the boy I like with the girl he adores, all sweet and affectionate, makes me feel like the happiest person in the world. Why would I feel jealous?" Luja, maintaining a calm facade, was inwardly astonished. It was the first time he learned that such a girl existed in the world. Should he offer her some guidance? Wait, why would he need to do that? From a personal perspective, this attitude is quite commendable. At least she doesn't get jealous over trivial matters like Tang Xiaowu does. However, a question arises. If you were to encounter such a girl in life, would you feel compelled to guide her? Chapter 83. The Girl Who Sat on a Scorpion. A grave situation as the two walked and chatted. They unknowingly traversed for more than 4 hours. Yet, they still had not found a water source. Not even a river or a brook, let alone a ditch or a muddy pit. It seemed that the island's dry season had persisted for far too long. Lin Qianqian felt a bit fatigued and somewhat anxious. Had we ventured too far? Lu Zhi surveyed their surroundings. Through the gaps in the forest, he could faintly see the distant ocean. Had they circled to the other side of the island? He observed the direction of the sun through the branches and felt something was amiss. He took out a half-filled bottle, poured some water into it, placed it on the ground, and then set a magnetic compass on top. As the water settled, the magnetic strip ultimately pointed in one direction. To ensure accuracy, Lu Zhi changed positions and tried 3 times, with the same result each time. He frowned slightly. What is wrong? Lin Qianqian inquired. Like the campsite, the back of the compass still points to the ocean. Isn't that peculiar? Not normal. Lu Zhi shook his head. Having traveled this far, we should theoretically have reached the side or back of the island, yet we remain aligned with the campsite on the same side. This indicated that the island was exceedingly vast. Lin Qianqian looked around. It does seem quite large. She had already sensed that this island was larger than initially anticipated, and now it appeared to span at least several dozen square kilometers, nearly comparable to a medium-sized town. Such a large island should have fresh water. Perhaps the drought has lasted too long, Lu Zhi mused, squatting down to examine the geological structure beneath them closely. Look here. What is it? Lin Qianqian inquired as Lu Zhi pointed to some moss. If I'm not mistaken, there used to be a small stream here, but it has dried up for so long that vegetation has taken root. Lin Qianqian, who had not noticed before, took a closer look at Lu Zhi's observation. From the mountaintop, there indeed appeared to be a distinct line of vegetation different from the rest. Upon reflection, it was the trace left by flowing stream water. Indeed, what a pity it is dried up, Lin Qianqian contemplated. The temperature variations here are quite distinct. Theoretically, there should be ample rainfall. Lu Zhi also considered this issue. It should be so. Perhaps this island possesses some unknown climatic characteristics. What shall we do then? Lu Zhi pondered for a moment, realizing that their method of searching was futile. Even if they continued until nightfall, they might not find anything. They needed to devise a plan to ascend to the highest point of the island, from where they could survey the entire area. Perhaps they would discover a water source. However, Lin Qianqian seemed a bit fatigued. Shall we not reach the summit today? She suggested. Of course. Lu Zhi nodded in agreement. To scale the peak requires more thorough preparation. Given the estimated size of the mountain and our current state, we are ill-equipped for the jungle ahead. What else do we need? She inquired. A hammock, more coconut water, and we must prepare for an overnight stay in the forest. Overnight in the forest? That sounds perilous, she exclaimed. But if the rescue team does not arrive, these are experiences we must endure. Let us rest for a while, eat something, and call it a day. As he spoke, Lu Zhi unloaded his backpack to retrieve coconut water and jerky. Lin Qianqian sighed and found a stone to sit upon. At that moment, she was unaware of an unexpected visitor lurking on the rock. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted through her. Ouch! What happened? Lin Qianqian's face was etched with fear. What? Lu Zhi rushed over, gently helping her to her feet. To his astonishment, he discovered a flattened scorpion in the very spot where she had been seated. Lu Zhi was taken aback. Goodness, this scorpion is 10 centimeters long, jet black, with a striking red tail. His heart raced at the sight. This creature appeared formidable. Lin Qianqian immediately burst into tears. Oh no, I've been stung. He hurriedly picked up the deceased scorpion, and information about it flooded his mind. The Malaysian red-tailed rainforest scorpion is medicinal, and while its venom is typically not lethal as a pet, it can cause swelling, pain, and mild muscular discomfort. Though it appeared intimidating, it was not particularly venomous. Interestingly, scorpions differ from other venomous creatures. Those from cold regions and deserts possess the most potent venom, while most tropical jungle scorpions are relatively mild. Thus, despite its fierce appearance, this creature primarily relies on its large pincers rather than its stinger for defense. Lu Zhi sighed while holding the scorpion. This fellow was sunbathing, only to be crushed by a lovely lady. Truly, one of the more creative demises among scorpions. Recognizing the venom's limited potency, Lu Zhi felt reassured. Yet, he considered the prospect of swelling for 3 days and muscular discomfort. It would indeed be quite arduous. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. New task, detecting that a companion had been stung by a scorpion due to the low toxicity. Please suck out the venom with your mouth. Reward, 3 potential points. Lu Zhi was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Suck out the venom with my mouth? Is this a joke? How could Lin Qianqian possibly do that? Suddenly, his expression froze. He seemed to comprehend. I see, system, what are you implying? Surely, you cannot mean for me to undertake that task. The question arises, what would you do if you were to embark on an outing with the most charming girl in your class? Only for her to encounter such an incident? Would you come to her aid, or would you first inquire? Lu Zhi adopted a warm tone. Qianqian, where have you been stung? Of course. Oh, but you're a boy, I can't tell you. Lin Qianqian blushed, her shy demeanor utterly adorable. Lu Zhi likely understood where the sting had occurred. Yet regardless, the system's task must be accomplished. He contemplated that if he were to speak frankly to Lin Qianqian about the scorpion's venom not being too potent, she might hesitate to let him assist. Thus, he resolved to exaggerate the severity of the injury. With this thought, Lu Zhi lowered his voice, adopting a grave tone. Alas, this is the Southeast Asian devil red scorpion, whose venom is exceedingly potent. The term devil red scorpion was entirely fabricated by Lu Zhi, intended to render the creature's name sound more perilous. The frightful appearance combined with a formidable name left Lin Qianqian pale with fear. What should we do? What should we do? At this moment, the only solution was to extract the venom. Qianqian, there is no time left. Lu Zhi raised his gaze, looking intently at Lin Qianqian. Currently, only I can assist you in extracting the venom, so you must cooperate. Lin Qianqian's rosy cheeks were etched with panic and embarrassment. No, I can't. Lu Zhi continued to apply pressure. If you do not comply, the wound may fester in a few days, ultimately necessitating the removal of the affected area. Crack! Lin Qianqian felt as though struck by lightning. The image flashed in her mind, cold sweat cascading down her forehead. But, asking you to do such a thing is too unfair. It's all right. After all, today you are my girlfriend, and I must save you. There is no time to waste. With no alternatives, Lin Qianqian could only nod, her face flushed with embarrassment. This is mortifying. Lu Zhi squatted down, try not to move, and refrain from making any strange sounds. Look at the sky, and think of some delightful and beautiful things in life. Lin Qianqian helplessly nodded. MHM. Chapter 84. Carrying Lin Qianqian back to camp, the sky was a brilliant blue, with clouds as white as snow. Those 10 minutes felt as though they spanned a lifetime for Lin Qianqian. After 10 minutes, the system indicated the successful completion of a task, and Lu Zhi had earned potential points. He exhaled in relief. Thank heavens, it's finally over. Do you have any idea how I endured those 10 minutes? He helplessly wiped his mouth and stood up. The venom has been completely extracted. Lu Zhi and Lin Qianqian, both blushing and looking down. Was it not rather disgusting? Her bashful demeanor seemed to worry that it might leave Lu Zhi with some psychological trauma. Was it truly so difficult to accept? Fellow male classmates with similar experiences would surely understand. In reality, it was not. Lu Zhi smiled lightly, unperturbed. It's fine, really. Compared to being alive, this is nothing. It's all my fault for being so careless. The jungle harbors considerable danger, making it inevitable to encounter perilous situations. Mutual assistance among companions is paramount. How do you feel now? I still feel a bit unwell, but it's manageable. Though she spoke those words, the slight furrow in her brow indicated that she had not fully recovered. It would take some time before the pain subsided. Let's eat something and return to the camp. All right. Lu Zhi produced grilled fish fillets, python jerky, and coconut water. The two of them shared a simple meal on the spot. Standing atop a rock, Lu Zhi surveyed the surroundings. Retracing our steps would be both arduous and futile. This time, let us head to the beach first, and then make our way back along the shore. We might even find some treasures. Lin Qianqian nodded in agreement. All right, let us follow your lead. However, despite her willingness to walk, the swelling still persisted, making the trek to the beach quite uncomfortable. You're still in pain, aren't you? Yes. It hurts a bit when I rub it. Let me carry you then. Lin Qianqian paused for a few seconds before nodding. Lu Zhi secured the stone knife behind him and effortlessly scooped Lin Qianqian into a princess carry. Nestled against Lu Zhi's chest, Lin Qianqian murmured, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Lu Zhi chuckled nonchalantly. If you were a guy, it would indeed be a hassle, but with a girl, it's no trouble at all. His strength and endurance had significantly improved compared to before, making Lin Qianqian's weight feel as light as that of a small cat. Is carrying a cat a bother? Not really, Lu Zhi replied. Could you please not tell the others about me being bitten by bugs? I don't want them to worry about me. No problem. Then, when we get close to the camp, could you let me walk on my own? Lu Zhi understood that Lin Qianqian was the type who disliked being a burden. She would never allow him to carry her unless it was truly inconvenient for her to walk. That request was reasonable. All right, with Lin Qianqian in his arms. There was no opportunity to collect anything along the way. Therefore, they chose to walk along the boundary between the beach and the grass, which was not too strenuous. 2 hours later, they approached the camp. After all, carrying a girl weighing around 90 to 100 pounds for 2 continuous hours would have exhausted an ordinary person. And Lu Zhi was also slightly out of breath, with a faint flush on his cheeks. He gently set Lin Qianqian down. Can you walk back? Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, in the camp, Shen Bing was learning to weave hemp ropes with Ning Shu, while Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao were preparing food. In less than 2 days, Shen Bing had bonded well with the other girls and had become their confidant. At that moment, Ning Shu glanced at the sky. Realizing it was getting late and Lu Zhi and Qianqian had yet to return, and expressed her concern. Didn't Lu Zhi say he would be back by 2 o'clock? Why are they still not here? Jiang Yao suggested. Perhaps the path is difficult to traverse. I know Lu Zhi well. He is adept at managing time. Ning Shu pondered. Do you think something might have happened to them? Tang Xiaohua expressed her concern. Could there be danger? Ning Shu shook her head. I have faith in Lu Zhi's crisis management abilities. I am referring to a different situation. Jiang Yao instantly understood, shrugging. What could happen? Qianqian doesn't even like boys. Not all. Tang Xiaohua pondered. I recall that during school, there were more boys pursuing Qianqian than those chasing after me. Yet she consistently declined with politeness, keeping them at arm's length. However, since arriving on the island, I have not witnessed Qianqian display such an attitude towards Lu Zhi. Ning Shu nodded. Indeed, when she is with Lu Zhi, she seems to transform into a typical young woman. Shen Bing, having listened to the girls, chuckled. Allow me to clarify. From a psychological perspective, this falls under dual orientation. Most syndromes exhibit a manifest attraction towards the opposite sex while demonstrating a latent attraction towards the same sex, appearing no different from ordinary individuals until certain situations trigger these inclinations. Qianqian, however, is quite the opposite. She shows a manifest attraction towards the same sex and a latent attraction towards the opposite. During their time on the deserted island, having interacted with Lu Zhi frequently, she began to recognize his admirable qualities, and thus her latent attraction naturally surfaced. Ning Shu gasped. Goodness, Bing Jie, you possess such knowledge? As a guardian of the people, I have studied psychology and possess a modicum of understanding. Tang Xiaohua frowned. So, you're suggesting that Qianqian is the most perilous? Jiang Yao reflected. Do you recall her mentioning wanting Lu Zhi to help her change some peculiar hobbies? Ning Shu voiced her concern. Might they have truly engaged in something indescribable? What are you thinking? Shen Bing laughed. I believe neither Lu Zhi nor Qianqian are the type to act recklessly. As their friends, you should know them better. Taking Shen Bing's words into consideration, Ning Shu nodded. That is indeed a fair point. Tang Xiaohua contemplated further and inquired. If, hypothetically, something did occur, could we discern it through certain details? Certainly. Shen Bing replied confidently with a smile. I am a professional in this matter. Ning Shu asked. Then, Bing Jie, could you enlighten us? Well, you're no longer children, so it wouldn't hurt to discuss this. Shen Bing thought it best to seize this opportunity to teach the girls the art of discerning character. You might observe from several aspects. First, this sort of situation tends to be more taxing on boys than on girls. Look for signs of excessive sweating or slight breathlessness. Typically, events occurring within 20 minutes will manifest in some way, as it is challenging to conceal completely. For instance, a tank top clinging to the skin or slightly disheveled hair, among other signs. Second, observe if either individual appears shy or flushed, even if the event has passed, upon closely watching the two when they gaze at one another. You may notice them blushing, and a sense of heavy contemplation may linger. A girl like Qianqian, who does not conceal her emotions, is easier to discern. Third, pay attention to their walking posture. This is evident in the girls. Typically, Those who have not experienced it before will undoubtedly feel some discomfort after their first time. At this point, Shun Bing casually adjusted her posture, observing her walk, which was noticeably different than usual, her legs tightly pressed together. Moving at a slow pace indicated that she couldn't run. Upon hearing this, the three girls were taken aback. Sister Bing, you are truly remarkable to understand this. Shun Bing smiled lightly. Do not forget, I deal with criminals daily. Observing people is my expertise. Just after she spoke, Lu Zhe and Lin Qianqian returned from the distance. In Chapter 85, Shun Bing's insights became apparent as she exclaimed, Coconut, hurry and chop one, under the gaze of the girls. Lu Zhe returned to the camp and immediately grabbed a coconut, swiftly cracking it open. His shirt was drenched in sweat, clearly indicating he had recently engaged in some physically demanding activity. In contrast, Lin Qianqian's cheeks were flushed, as if she harbored some secret thoughts. Comparatively, the physically stronger Lu Zhe appeared more fatigued, while the delicate Lin Qianqian seemed less exhausted. After Lu Zhe finished chopping the coconut, he offered it to Lin Qianqian, saying, Here, have a drink. Blushing, Lin Qianqian shook her head and softly replied, You worked hard. You should drink first. The three girls widened their eyes in disbelief. And even Shun Bing was momentarily stunned. A man sweating, a woman blushing, mutual concern, and expressions that were not entirely natural, all perfectly aligned with every point Sister Bing had mentioned. Ladies, is there any more evident proof than this? Ning Shu's voice trembled. Lu Zhe approached and asked, Hey, what are you discussing? Ning Shu adjusted her tone. Lu Zhe, what were you and Qianqian up to? Of course, we were searching for fresh water. Did you find any? Lu Zhe shook his head. No, we didn't even reach the other side of the island. Jiang Yao, with red eyes, lamented, Of course, we couldn't find any. All our energy was spent on other matters. What do you mean? Tang Xiaohua, with flushed cheeks, inquired. Let's be honest, Lu Zhe and Qianqian, did you do anything? Lin Qianqian immediately recalled the moment when Lu Zhe helped extract the venom from her, causing her face to redden further, her legs to tighten, and her expression to become even more flustered. And no, then why does Lu Zhe look a bit tired? He replied, It's a long walk. Wouldn't you feel exhausted? And why does Qianqian seem less fatigued? Lu Zhe remembered that Lin Qianqian wished to keep that matter private, so he casually remarked, She has good stamina. Is that not enough? Tang Xiaohua questioned. Qianqian has better stamina than you? Ning Shu, gathering her emotions, said, I saw you both returning from the beach. Didn't you pick anything up? In truth, they had encountered some usable supplies along the way, but holding on to Lin Qianqian, they had not gathered anything. Lu Zhe felt that since he promised Qianqian to keep it a secret, he should adhere to that. We didn't see anything useful. Something fell off too far off. Tang Xiaohua suddenly burst into tears. You two, you really went into the thicket, didn't you? What? Went into the thicket? Indeed, it appears so. Look, Qianqian's face has turned even redder. Lu Zhe finally comprehended what they meant. Dear sisters, your imaginations are truly boundless. I believe Shun Bing approached, thinking that exceptions exist in all matters. Even if Lu Zhe and Qianqian fit every scenario, there could still be unforeseen circumstances. Wait, what is this? She extended her slender finger and plucked a long strand of hair from Lu Zhe's neck. Among all the girls, only Qianqian possessed such lengthy locks. It seems you truly need to clarify this. Sure enough, they have ventured into the thicket. He doesn't even accompany me. Jiang Yao began to sob softly. Lu Zhe managed a wry smile. This misunderstanding seems rather substantial. At that moment, Lin Qianqian felt that withholding the truth would ultimately subject Lu Zhe to undue blame. Gritting her teeth, she declared, You are indeed mistaken. It was Lu Zhe who carried me back. Carried you back? Why on earth? I, Lin Qianqian, blushed. I was stung. Tang Xiaohua looked bewildered. Stung by whom? By Lu Zhe? No, it was a scorpion. Upon hearing this, several girls grew tense simultaneously. When faced with a crisis, they were genuinely concerned for their companion. Qianqian, where were you stung? Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. What is there to be shy about? We are all girls here. Come on, speak up. Oh dear, she already mentioned where. Shun Bing said, Come, let us see. If you are truly poisoned, it could be perilous. Of course, their concern for their companion was one aspect. They also wished to verify whether Qianqian was lying. Seeing that everyone was insistent, Lin Qianqian could only nod helplessly. Ning Shu handed the water gun that Tang Xiaohua had picked up to Lu Zhe. You go play over there for a while, and do not look this way. Then she glared and added, If this turns out to be unfounded, humph. Huh. Meanwhile, Chan experienced yet another episode of social embarrassment. With tears drawn on her face, she gazed at the blue sky and ocean, allowing her friends to scrutinize her. This feeling would be indelibly etched in her memory. My goodness, I really was stung. Chan, does it hurt? Have you treated it? Do not worry. It seems not too severe. Rest assured, the sting is not very serious. Furthermore, Shin Bing let out a sigh of relief. Luja and Chan have not done anything inappropriate. Bingjia, how do you know? Shin Bing lowered her voice and whispered. Chan is a virgin. How can you tell? Look here. A 2-minute scholarly explanation broadened the girl's knowledge. You understand this too? Bingjia. You are quite the expert. Not really. It's just due to work. Work? The girls looked even more puzzled, casting her strange glances. Shin Bing offered a wry smile and shrugged, saying, you would never guess where female drug traffickers conceal their contraband. Certain locations are not suitable for male inspections. Thus, it falls upon female officers like us to investigate. With experience, one inevitably becomes more adept at understanding these situations. During our initial encounter, we were quite oblivious. Curiously, Shin Bing inquired, whom else have you examined? Recalling the scene when Shin Bing was unconscious and everyone was searching for maggots, the girls exchanged awkward smiles. Just ourselves, really? The mirror. We looked into the mirror. Have you ever gazed into a mirror? Shin Bing teased. Naturally, curiosity abounds. Upon learning that Lin Qian and Lu Zhe had not engaged in anything untoward, the girls felt a sense of relief, although they remained concerned for Qian's condition. Where was Qian stung? In the jungle. What color was the scorpion? Black with a red stinger. Shin Bing exhaled. Rest assured, this is a Malaysian rainforest scorpion. Though venomous, its toxicity is not particularly severe. Lin Qian felt a bit puzzled, as it seemed to contradict what Lu Zhe had said. After pondering for a moment, she speculated that perhaps he had extracted the venom, resulting in differing pathological manifestations at the sting site. Shin Bing examined the sting area closely. No worries. Just refrain from strenuous activities for a couple of days, and you'll recover swiftly. Can I resume my activities? Yes. Lin Qian felt embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed, as if she were nearing the end of her life. I'm sorry, Lu Zhe, Qian, we misjudged you. It's merely that your behavior at that time bore an uncanny resemblance to what I's sister described. Indeed, I's sister, are you not a professional? Shin Bing sheepishly rubbed her forehead. Truth be told, even seasoned hunters can misjudge at times. Lu Zhe feigned displeasure. Squad leader, others may misjudge, but you should not have. And why shouldn't I? Have you forgotten when you asked me to scratch your back and were misunderstood? Stop. This time it's all my fault. You may punish me however you wish, but let us not revisit that dark history. All right, let us cease this self-recrimination. From now on, we must discern matters more carefully and refrain from casting doubt upon our companions. Let us unite and face challenges together, shall we? Shin Bing's words always carried an aura of positivity, and the girls nodded in agreement. By the way, Lu Zhe, did you discover anything during the jungle exploration? Lu Zhe pondered. We traversed quite a distance along the hillside, but still did not reach the other side of the island. Along the way, we encountered several dried-up streams, yet found no usable water sources. The streams have dried up? Shin Bing mused. Could it be that this island has not seen rain for months? Lu Zhe reflected, examining the moss growth. It appears the streams have been dry for nearly 2 months. Chapter 86. A New Survival Plan. An island bereft of rain for 2 months illustrates the dire scarcity of freshwater resources. Lu Zhe then inquired, by the way, how many coconuts have we consumed in the past few days? Ning Shu replied, we have nearly exhausted the coconuts we gathered earlier. The later ones are down to about 1/3, while the rest are out of our reach. Lu Zhe nodded, observing, at this rate of consumption, we shall deplete the coconuts in this vicinity within a week. Ning Shu inquired, where else can we find abundant coconut trees? Lu Zhe shook his head. Relying solely on coconuts is not a viable solution. Even if we were to utilize every coconut on the island, it would not last us more than a few months. Shin Bing assented, adding, the water content in each coconut is rather scant. Some even contain no water at all or are spoiled and utterly undrinkable. Ning Su remarquet, moreover, consuming coconut water exclusively could lead to health issues. Tang Xiao concurred emphatically. Indeed, after days of drinking coconut water, the mere scent of it makes me feel nauseous. Jiang Yao chimed in, I feel the same. I am on the verge of transforming into a coconut spirit. Luja understood the sentiments of the girls. He too felt the same. Regardless of the circumstances, coconuts could never wholly substitute for fresh water. Furthermore, we must cultivate and clear land. It is imperative to locate a sustainable source of fresh water. Shinbing posed a question. Luja, what are your plans moving forward? We shall venture deep into the jungle in search of water sources. Ningshu interjected. Are you implying that today does not count as truly entering the jungle? Not at all, Luja replied, shaking his head. Today, Qian and I traversed the mountainside solely to locate a stream, but given the current state of affairs, it appears that the streams have run dry. Continuing in this manner, we are unlikely to find fresh water. Shinbing asked, is it certain that we will find it once we enter the jungle? Luja pondered for a moment. I cannot guarantee that we will find it, but we will at least have more options. We can devise a plan to ascend to the highest point of the island, from where we can survey the entire area. If there are any lakes or rivers, we shall see them. Additionally, we can search deeper within the island for groundwater. Groundwater? Shinbing questioned, somewhat perplexed. Even if there's groundwater on an island, would it be fresh water? Indeed, Luja affirmed confidently. Have you ever heard of the term freshwater lens? Shinbing contemplated. I believe I have encountered it somewhere. The freshwater lens, also known as the Geiben-Herzberg lens, is a unique geological formation found on coral islands. Jiang Yao remarked. I think we covered it in high school, but I have forgotten much of my high school knowledge since entering university. Ningshu nodded in agreement. Me too. Could you elaborate? On coral islands, there are areas that are thicker in the middle and thinner around the edges, where tiny coral cavities create a filtration layer that stores rainwater, allowing fresh water to float atop the seawater without mixing. This geological phenomenon resembles a convex lens buried underground. Hence the name freshwater lens. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, I remember now. Our nation's artificial island, Yongshu Island, drilled numerous wells during its development, and over a third of them yielded fresh water. Scientists discovered that this phenomenon was indeed due to the lens effect. Exactly. Luja nodded. This volcanic island is even larger than Yongshu Island. It should possess similar geological structures. Ningshu marveled. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable about geography, Luja. However, Jiang Yao felt some concern. According to Qian, only 1/3 of the wells had yielded fresh water. Thus, this endeavor seems to rely on sheer luck. Of course, the prolonged drought or volcanic geological formations could lead to deep excavations yielding nothing. Luja candidly remarked. Yet, doing nothing guarantees a zero chance. Shinbing nodded in agreement. It seems imperative to venture into the jungle. When do you think we should depart? Luja pondered briefly. We must at least wait until your leg injury and Qian's sting have healed. Ningshu inquired. So, are we all going into the jungle together? Shouldn't someone stay behind to guard the camp? Luja nodded. Within a week, we will have consumed all the coconuts here, necessitating a move. Rather than that, it would be more prudent to enter the jungle together and establish a camp near a sustainable freshwater source, thus avoiding the need to return and inform those left behind. Ningshu smiled. Exploring the jungle together sounds quite exciting, doesn't it? Lin Qian added, however, if we camp in the jungle, our trip to the seaside will become inconvenient. Jiang Yao also remarked, we won't be able to collect sea treasures or pry open oysters. Tang Xiaohua felt a pang of sadness, and the beautiful campsite we adorned in just one night will be sacrificed. There must be some trade-offs. For us now, nothing is more vital than a sustainable source of fresh water. The girls exchanged glances, and though a sense of regret lingered, they understood that Luja's judgment was likely the most prudent. Luja contemplated further and added, nonetheless, there is no need for excessive worry. Perhaps once we find fresh water, we will discover it is not far from the seaside, allowing us to still gather treasures daily. Shinbing asked, if all 6 of us enter the jungle, we will need to prepare many supplies, won't we? Luja considered for a moment and nodded. Let me outline a few essentials. First, each person should prepare at least 5 bottles of fresh water, along with ample food, so that we do not expend excessive energy searching for sustenance in the early stages of our jungle expedition. Second, proper protection is essential. The jungle harbors far more insects than the seaside. Each pair should have a bottle of insect repellent. Third, sleeping directly on the ground in the tropical jungle is quite perilous, so we should gather extra ropes to create hammocks while camping. Shinbing nodded. We can substitute coconut water for fresh water. As for food, our current reserves should suffice. It seems the primary concern is ropes. Ning Shu and the others have taught me how to weave ropes from banana fibers. During our recovery, we should focus on crafting more ropes. The girls all expressed their agreement. All right, let us finalize the plan this way. For now, we shall not expend energy on maintaining the shelter. Instead, let us enhance the diversity of our fresh water and food supplies in preparation for our jungle exploration. Luja glanced at his watch. It's getting late. Let us have something to eat and retire early. Tomorrow, we will commence preparations for our journey into the mountains. That night, they turned in early, and the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, Luja was startled to find Tang Xiaohua smiling brightly at him. Dear sister, what are you doing? Isn't it said that when a boy opens his eyes in the morning, the first thing he hopes to see is his lovely girlfriend gazing at him tenderly? Today, I am your duty-bound girlfriend. Luja ruffled his tousled hair, offering a wry smile. But you can't scare me like that. It's utterly devoid of romance. Tang Xiaohua initially wanted to retort, but after a moment's hesitation, she relinquished her annoyance. I've made up my mind. Today, I shall be the most obedient and considerate girlfriend. So no matter what you say, I won't get upset. With that, she presented a carefully prepared breakfast before him. Chapter 87. Do not disturb the perfect flavor of the adorable rabbit. It was indeed a rare occasion for Guerrer to be so thoughtful, and Luja was genuinely surprised. Unwrapping the leaves, he discovered 2 sea snails, a few sprigs of fish mint, half a bottle of coconut kelp fish soup, and a slice of grilled fish. Though the quantity was modest, the cooking was impeccable, and the arrangement was quite artful. There's protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins, he mused, picking up a sea snail. You've even removed the shell and innards. How considerate. Tang Xiaohua beamed. Aren't you going to praise me? Hey, did you make this morning? He tossed it into his mouth and chewed. Not bad. Tang Xiaohua's expression fell. Is that it? Luja thought to himself that it wasn't easy for the young lady to prepare breakfast so early, and the flavor was quite good. A little praise wouldn't hurt. You know, the initial taste is quite pleasant, and after a few chews, the flavor really comes out. Upon further savoring, wow, it's delicious, truly delightful. Pursing her lips. You should pay attention to who made it. Luja flicked his fingers, glancing around. Hey, where is everyone? You mentioned needing a lot of ropes, right? The class leader and Bing Jia went to gather banana fibers. As your duty-bound girlfriend today, I stayed here to wait for you to wake up. Is that so? Tang Xiaohua's breakfast warmed Luja's heart, and he quickly finished it. Seeing him enjoy the meal, Tang Xiaohua felt satisfied. I've decided, wherever you go today, I shall follow. I promise I will be good and won't cause any trouble. Luja pointed at Xiaohua. No problem. As long as we don't go into the water, we can go anywhere. Luja pondered for a moment. We need to secure some fresh water first. Coconuts again? Coconuts are easy, but we should find other sources of fresh water. In Luja's view, not only would this regulate the taste of fresh water, but obtaining additional sources could also yield potential points. Where shall we go? Grab a bottle and follow me. All right. Today, Tang Xiaohua's performance astonished Luja, as if she had suddenly transformed from a capricious young lady into a caring girlfriend. There's promise in this. Luja led her to the bamboo grove. In addition to coconuts, some bamboo also contained fresh water. We need to identify these bamboo stalks and extract the water from their cores. I know. I've seen it on Douyin. Some of them can even produce red wine. That was something preordained. How utterly tedious. Luja picked up a stick and gently tapped on a bamboo joint, producing a rhythmic sound. Listen to this sound. It is hollow. He then struck another. This one, too, is empty. Perhaps the dry season has lingered too long. After tapping around 30 joints, finally, one bamboo produced a distinct thud. This is the one. Are you ready with the bottle? Absolutely. Luja extracted a nail and punctured a hole at the top of the bamboo joint, then at the bottom, and a stream of clear bamboo water flowed forth. Wow, it truly is bamboo water. Do give a taste. Tang Xiaohua took a sip. It was as refreshing as pure water, with a delicate, glutinous aroma that surpassed even coconut water. This section yielded half a bottle of bamboo water. Let us continue searching. The duo scoured an entire bamboo grove, managing to collect only 5 bottles of bamboo sap. Yet it was still a commendable haul. Just then, while Luja leaned against a somewhat withered bamboo, a revelation occurred in his mind. New protein source discovered. Bamboo worms. Potential point 1. Astonishingly, this bamboo housed bamboo worms. These larvae of bamboo bees resided within the joints, plump and white, rich in protein and amino acids, boasting nutritional value 5 times that of beef. Although consuming insects might be somewhat off-putting, such a rarity was too valuable to overlook. It was rumored to be a delicacy in certain regions, and must be procured. Luja seized an axe and swiftly cleaved a notch into the bamboo. With a crack, the bamboo snapped, crashing down onto another. Despite the ragged break, that was not the objective, was it? Tang Xiao was stared in astonishment. Wow, Luja, do you have a grudge against this bamboo? There's something precious inside. Hearing the word precious, Tang Xiao hurried over to take a look, only to yelp in horror. What is precious? That is clearly maggots. Technically, calling them maggots wasn't incorrect. In some places, they refer to this as bamboo maggots. Do you know their purpose? Tang Xiao was suddenly realized. For fishing, they must be for fishing. How could such a fine bait be overlooked? Luja began to collect the bamboo worms one by one. To be honest, we're going to eat these. They can be fried or grilled, and if conditions permit. Even eaten. Care for taste? Tang Xiao would turn pale. Xiaozha, we're not lacking food, are we? Indeed, they currently had ample provisions. So why would we resort to eating these things? On a deserted island, ensuring a diverse food supply was crucial for comprehensive nutrition, aiding in the resistance against ailments. Tang Xiao covered her mouth. No way. Fear not. While these could be consumed raw, with fire at our disposal, it would be far better to roast them. Luja gathered over 30 bamboo worms into a bottle. Just then, the bamboo's fracture seemed to disturb the local inhabitants. A bamboo rat cautiously peeked out. Luja's heart stirred with intrigue. Last time, one escaped, but this time, I shall not grant you the opportunity. As the bamboo rat was too close to Luja, no sophisticated hunting technique could surpass a decisive kick. Holding a bamboo worm bottle in his hand, Luja delivered a swift kick to the creature, sending it soaring through the air until it collided with a tree, falling to the ground, lifeless. This impact would be unbearable for even an ordinary man's bamboo rat, let alone Luja, whose strength far exceeded that of the average person. Tang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Luja, did you just kill a bunny? This is a bamboo rat? You actually killed a bunny? She reiterated. While in the wild, we must strive to ensure a diverse food supply. Suddenly, her delicate brow furrowed in indignation. But bunnies are so adorable. How could you bear to turn it into spicy rabbit head, dry-fried rabbit meat, or rabbit hot pot? Alas, we lack the means. For now, we can only roast it. However, the smoky flavor would ruin the inherent deliciousness of the cute bunny. Luja nearly wrenched his back. Gwr, can you please think rationally? Furthermore, this creature is called a bamboo rat. Only those with long ears are termed rabbits. Are you certain? Luja approached to inspect it closely. Absolutely. Tang Xiao glanced and shrugged. Then it matters not. What shall we do next? Today, we have gathered bamboo water and caught some game. Now I need to procure some salt. We don't seem to be lacking in salt, Luja replied. Eating fish, shrimp, crabs, and seaweed by the seaside can generally replenish the body's salt requirements. However, once we venture into the jungle, sourcing salt will become a challenge. Thus, before we enter the jungle, we must prepare an ample supply of edible salt. Chapter 88. The Declaration of a Skilled Individual. I know how to make salt too. Tang Xiao said with a proud smile. Then enlighten me. Boil seawater, then add fresh water, separating magnesium chloride, and such based on varying solubility. Once the remaining water is evaporated, it becomes table salt. Luja chuckled. I didn't expect you retain some of your high school chemistry knowledge. Tang Xiao giggled. I learned this on Douyin. Luja shook his head. What Douyin teaches is not always scientific. While this method is theoretically sound, practical implementation poses significant challenges, as it requires precise temperatures to crystallize salt. The resulting sea salt crystals would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also lack sufficient purity. Do you have a better method? Of course. Come, let us search. Luja wandered along the shoreline, discovering some stones and noticing crystals nestled within the crevices. The ancient method of salt production necessitates salt pans, wherein seawater is evaporated in the sun, repeatedly introducing more seawater to increase concentration, ultimately forming brine. I have heard of that, but isn't it more troublesome? Look, these shallow depressions in the rocks are repeatedly filled with seawater, evaporating to form brine. Through the natural processes of wind and sunlight, alternating day and night, crystallization occurs organically. In a certain sense, Each crevice in the stone resembles a small natural salt flat, with the crystals formed being coarse salt. Indeed, ancient salt production methods were refined based on this principle. As he spoke, Luja picked up a crystal from the crevice. This piece of salt is far closer to table salt than that produced through boiling methods. It can even be paired directly with ingredients. Isn't this method more convenient and simpler? Is it really that easy? Tang Xiao pointed at the salt. But it looks a bit dirty. Never mind. If you find it unsightly, we can purify it using some knowledge from middle school. Though it requires a bit of fresh water. I know. Let's use coconut water for purification. Distilled water would be best. The sugar in coconut water could make the salt taste bitter if boiled down. We can use the water from the bamboo core as a last resort. But we still lack filter paper. Tang Xiao frowned, I understand. Turning around, she fiddled for a while and produced a small yellow bra. Luja took it, examined it, and found it still warm. Indeed, please don't laugh at me. Not at all. I think there are advantages to small sizes. At least they don't bounce around while exercising. Let us not discuss this. Since we have main tools, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Using a soda can and bamboo core water to dissolve the salt, they soon purified a bottle of pure white salt. Tang Xiao would dip a piece of python meat into the salt and tasted it. Not bad. It even has a hint of glutinous rice aroma. The bamboo water added more complexity to the flavor of the salt. Haha, I've learned something new. Let us head back. It's almost noon, and we can roast the bamboo rat for lunch. Yay! Tang Xiao linked her arm with Lu Zhe's. On the way back, she suddenly asked Xiao Zhe, "Do you think I was good today?" "Quite good." She bit her lip. "Do you like the current me?" This question, frankly speaking, Tang Xiao was indeed less troublesome today and considerably more obedient than usual. Yet Lu Zhe felt something was amiss. After pondering for a long while, he replied earnestly, "To be honest, I still prefer the original Tang Xiao, the one who could be a bit troublesome." Tang Xiao was taken aback. "Why? Don't you dislike me like that?" Lu Zhe gazed at the distant clouds and sighed. "Truth be told, sometimes it can be quite bothersome, but at crucial moments, you manage to control your temper and contribute to the team. I believe that is the authentic you. Though a bit troublesome, you possess a genuine and endearing side. In comparison, I prefer that version of you." Time seemed to freeze. Lu Zhe noticed that Tang Xiao had halted in her tracks. Turning around, he saw her face, adorned with tears. "Stupid Lu Zhe, I made such a significant decision today, wanting to show my best behavior on the day I become your girlfriend, and yet you." Lu Zhe was taken aback, pondering silently. "Did I say something wrong?" Tang Xiao approached, raising her small fist as if to strike, but after a moment of hesitation, her hand ultimately did not descend. Suddenly, she lunged into Lu Zhe's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Zhe felt her hold tighten around him, making it difficult to breathe. "I'm envious of how kind you are to other girls. I am willful. I simply crave your affection and tenderness. I'm so afraid, always worried that you might dislike me. Yet I cannot help but engage in actions that would provoke your disdain. I dread the thought of performing poorly today and you no longer wishing for me to be your standby girlfriend." Tang Xiao wept, her tears resembling blossoming pear flowers, as if the emotions she had suppressed for days finally found release in that moment. Lu Zhe wanted to allow her to cry for a while, but her grip was unbearably tight, especially since he was not wearing a small chest binder. The sensation of their bodies pressed together was quite pleasant, though it became awkward when his younger brother refused to cooperate. He gently patted Tang Xiao's back and said, "My dear, could you perhaps loosen your hold? I feel as though I might be suffocated." Tang Xiao sniffled and released him, saying, "Xiaozhe, to be honest, after all the strange things I said today, you don't want me to be your standby girlfriend anymore, do you?" "Of course not, I can assure you," Lu Zhe replied, bending down earnestly, extending 3 fingers, and gazing at her with profound sincerity. "From this day forward, every Thursday in my life belongs solely to you." Tang Xiao. Initially touched, Tang Xiao began to sense something amiss. As she contemplated a retort, she couldn't help but laugh at Lu Zhe's solemn demeanor, inadvertently blowing a large bubble from her nose. The atmosphere shifted awkwardly. Such shameless words delivered with such earnestness. Lu Zhe nodded. "See, this is the Tang Xiao I know." Wiping her tears, she declared, "I want to bite you, leaving my mark on you." Et Lu Zhe fled in jest. Their playful banter continued as they returned to the campsite, and Tang Xiao's spirits had nearly returned to normal. Shen Bing and the others had gathered a substantial amount of banana hemp leaves and were soaking them in seawater. preparing to make ropes. You're back. Did you catch anything good? We caught a rabbit. Fool, it's clearly a bamboo rat. Wow, that's impressive. Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Jiang Yao gazed at the bamboo rat. This fellow certainly looks delectable. And don't forget the bamboo worms. Let's skip that. Initially, they thought all the girls would refuse, but unexpectedly, Ning Shu's face brightened. Bamboo bees. With chili peppers, honey, and salt, it's simply divine. What a pity we have no chili. Who says we don't? Ning Shu cheerfully produced a handful of sharp red items. Tada! Chili peppers. You truly found wild chili peppers in the jungle. Tang Xiaowa gasped in astonishment. How peculiar! How could there be chili peppers in this place? Indeed, it sounded quite strange. Lu Zhi picked it up and squeezed it, remarking, speaking of which, this is Southeast Asia. The origin of the Thai pepper is indeed nearby. Chapter 89. 4 days later, we begin to enter the jungle. The native home of Thai peppers is Thailand. Malaysia and Indonesia also produce this vibrant red chili pepper in abundance, exporting it worldwide. It is quite plausible that seabirds transported it to this island, and due to the favorable climate and soil, it took root and flourished here. Ultimately, it was discovered by Ning Shu, the foodie, while foraging for banana fibers. Lu Zhi has effortlessly acquired another potential point. With bamboo rats, bamboo bees, and now salt, chili peppers, oyster sauce, and honey, one can only imagine the culinary delights that await. Tang Xiaowa exclaimed with deep emotion. With the addition of chili peppers, we can finally do justice to our beloved rabbit, allowing it to showcase its most splendid side. This is a bamboo rat. Soon, the plump bamboo rat began to exude oil, and even the smoke that wafted up was tinged with an irresistible aroma. The oil from the bamboo rat, when spread over bamboo worms and grilled, sprinkled with salt and chili, transformed into yet another delectable dish. Jiang Yao inhaled deeply. I never expected that we, stranded on this deserted island, would finally enjoy a feast. Ning Shu chopped a pile of chili fragments, swallowing hard. Lu Zhi wanted extra spicy, intensely hot. Outrageously spicy. Then she exclaimed in a Sichuan dialect, I've been craving this for so long. It's going to be delightful. Shen Bing, curious, remarked, I didn't realize you were still a Sichuan girl. Xiaoning? Ning Shu chuckled. That's where my roots are. Lin Qianqian timidly added, I prefer less spice. But I want more honey. Lu Zhi replied, No, you were stung by a scorpion. It's best you avoid spicy food. Lin Qianqian blushed, feeling a bit aggrieved. Shen Bing chimed in, as long as it's normal for me. Jiang Yao said, I'll also have less spice, a bit less salt, and regular honey. Just don't overcook it. Lu Zhi pondered, why do I suddenly feel like I've become the owner of a barbecue shop? Jiang Yao laughed heartily. In the future, the class monitor can run a recycling station, and you, Xiao Zhe, can operate a barbecue stall. Tang Xiaowa gleefully exclaimed, Let's all go out for a feast, haha. Lu Zhi nonchalantly replied, Sure. As the proprietors, eat as you please. Lu Zhi, you're taking advantage of us. The group laughed together, momentarily forgetting the fears and confusions of being stranded on a deserted island for days. Lu Zhi savored the grilled meat while listening to the girls' laughter, gazing at the endless ocean and relishing a long-lost sense of tranquility. However, upon closing his eyes, his mind was filled with thoughts of fresh water. Yes, it seems fine now, but once their reserves are depleted before they find a sustainable freshwater source, troubles would arise. Being prepared for the future is never a bad thing. After finishing their meal, everyone needed to continue working to prepare for their journey into the mountains. Thus, 4 days passed. After 4 days of preparation, Jiang Yao's menstruation had ended. Tang Xiaowa was about to finish hers, and Shen Bing's leg injury had healed. The stitches were removed, and her leg was wrapped in bandages made from dry cloth, allowing her to move freely. The coconuts have been fully harvested, and the reserve of coconut water has essentially met the requirements for venturing into the mountains. During this time, Lu Zhi taught them how to weave hammocks using ropes. By pulling a long rope up into the trees and tying short ropes at intervals of 10 along it, they could cross and knot the short ropes together to form a hammock in just 2 hours, an undertaking both simple and easy to learn. On June 25th, the 16th day following the plane crash and the 8th day since arriving at the volcanic island, they prepared 6 hammocks, 30 meters of long rope, 30 bottles of coconut water, and 3 bottles of mosquito-repellent herbal medicine. Furthermore, Lu Zhi provided each person with a handy bamboo pole, which could be used to fend off intruders in the jungle or serve as a walking stick when fatigue set in. It was also essential to avoid high heels in the jungle. Tang Xiaowa and Wan Bing could only wear salvage flip-flops, which they wrapped around their feet and lower legs with strips of cloth soaked in mosquito repellent, protecting against bites while securing the flip-flop soles to their feet. Finally, Liu Zhi transformed Shenbing's pull rod bag into a treasure chest, storing peculiar items collected from the beach within it. He then fashioned a backpack from ropes, which he carried on his back. The remaining supplies were distributed into makeshift military packs crafted from old clothes and fabrics, ensuring an even distribution among everyone. With all preparations in place, they were ready to venture into the jungle. Liu Zhi declared, "I will lead the way," followed by the class leader, Qian, Gur, and Yao Yao. "We will secure ourselves with a rope attached to our clothing or belt buckle, so if anyone slips, they can easily grab hold." Shen Bing replied, "I'll be at the rear." "Bingjia, your position is crucial." Shen Bing gestured confidently. "Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on the rope behind us." Tang Xiao questioned, "Why do we need to leave a length of rope behind?" Ning Shu interjected, "To check if it remains straight, ensuring we don't veer off course in the jungle." Lin Qian exclaimed in surprise, "The class leader knows this? Haha, it's something Uncle Bei taught us. All right, everyone, stay close. Let us begin our journey into the jungle." Liu Zhi used a stone knife to clear the thorny underbrush ahead as they proceeded deeper into the verdant wilderness. The jungle of the island was profound and expansive, filled with the incessant sounds of insects and birds. Yet their dense surroundings made it difficult to catch sight of these creatures. However, Liu Zhi did discover wild chicken feathers, which filled him with delight. If he could capture a few, they could be domesticated, providing a future bounty of fresh eggs and meat. The flavor and nutritional value of wild chicken eggs far exceeded that of domestic ones. By midday, they had penetrated deep into the jungle, yet regrettably, they had still not located any fresh water. Liu Zhi climbed a tree to survey the terrain before descending. Ahead lay a towering cliff, roughly estimated to be 300 meters high. To gain a comprehensive view of the island, they would need to ascend that cliff. Upon finishing his words, he noticed several girls were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. It dawned on him that everyone was quite fatigued. Liu Zhi glanced around, although the forest was dense. A few rays of sunlight managed to filter through, creating a perfect spot to rest. He checked his watch. It was now midday. "Let us set up camp here and rest for 2 hours before we continue our journey," he declared. Cheers erupted from the girls. "Hooray! We are exhausted. Let's take a break. Let us set up a hammock." One exclaimed. "I need to use the restroom," reminded Shen Bing. "Be cautious, and remember," Ning Shu added, "do not stray from this place." "Going to the restroom requires 2 people to go together," Lin Qian stated. "Even when going to the restroom, you must not venture more than 10 meters from the campsite," Jiang Yao cautioned. "And be wary of snakes and insects in the grass." "Oh, do not worry, Sister Bing and Liu Zhi. You have warned us several times already." Liu Zhi nodded reassuringly. "Go ahead. I will set up the hammock." Just then, something sprang from the underbrush, causing several girls to scream, and Liu Zhi quickly made a shushing gesture. He crept closer, and with a swift motion, he captured a snake adorned with black and white rings. "Ah, snake!" they exclaimed. "Thank goodness we didn't step on it." Liu Zhi held the snake by its neck, allowing its tail to coil around his forearm. "Fear not, this is a non-venomous white-ringed snake. Today, our lunch has just become more plentiful." Chapter 90. The strange object in the canopy after their first encounter, consuming a cobra and then a Burmese python. The girls seemed to exhibit less fear towards serpents. "Oh, it turns out to be a harmless little snake. May I touch it?" Tang Xiaohua inquired with curiosity. "Of course." Liu Zhi straightened the snake's body. "Everyone can have a feel." Tang Xiaohua extended her finger and poked the snake's belly. With each poke, the snake wriggled uncomfortably. "Oh, that feels quite peculiar." Ning Shu approached and grasped the snake's body, exclaiming, "Wow, it's rather thick and still moving. This is exhilarating." Lin Qian shook her head. "I still cannot muster the courage." Jiang Yao chuckled. "What is there to fear? Watch me." With that, she slipped her small, cool hand into Liu Zhi's shirt. Liu Zhi sighed. "Yao Yao, remove your hand. I meant for you to touch the snake." Jiang Yao shrugged dismissively, not interested. Shen Bing laughed. "I think I'll pass. I've been taught how to handle snakes at the police academy." "Then you shall handle it," Liu Zhi replied. Shen Bing looked at the squirming serpent and shivered slightly. Chuckling, "I am more adept at starting fires. Speaking of which, this creature must be cooked before consumption, right?" Liu Zhi shrugged nonchalantly. "That works. You can start the fire while I handle the snake." The rest can set up the hammocks. Shinbing leaned closer to Jiang Yao. Hey, darling. Didn't you say starting a fire with a condom is easy? Do you have one? Let me borrow it. Jiang Yao produced a condom here. Shinbing took it and suddenly realized a new dilemma. We need to fill this with water to start a fire, right? Indeed. Previously we filled it with seawater. Shinbing straightened her back and glanced around. Ah, but this is quite far from the seaside. What shall we do? Should we use the water we have? No, that won't do. Fresh water is already scarce. How can we waste it here? We can just refill the bottle after we've made a fire. Jiang Yao, clutching her backpack in trepidation, nodded cautiously. That's fine, but please don't use mine. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Shinbing imagined the water from the pouch being poured back into the bottle and felt an unsettling sensation wash over her. What if Lu Jia had used it with some girl? That would be mortifying. What to do? After all, she had taken the initiative to start the fire. It would be too embarrassing if Lu Jia managed the snake, while she couldn't even conjure a spark. She was a policewoman, after all. She couldn't let down the guardians of the people. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I've seen this tactic used in some survival shows. Hey, Yao Yao, do you need to use the restroom? Jiang Yao shook her head. I just went. Wait, Sister Bing, you're not, sure? She lowered her voice. There's no other choice. Then she gestured to the few girls nearby. What about them? They've gone too. Shinbing hesitated. Did that mean she had to resort to using her own? Oh well, for survival, this is a small price to pay. She noticed no one was paying attention, turned behind a tree, and unbuckled her belt. What am I doing? Whatever, this is for survival. It was indeed more cumbersome for girls to do such things. But Shinbing possessed a stronger resolve and an indomitable will. Soon, she produced a slightly yellowish water pouch. Jiang Yao gasped. Sister Bing, you can't be serious. Shoo, don't tell anyone else. All right, but you will be responsible for this from now on. Fine, fine. Shinbing found a spot where sunlight streamed through and began to kindle a fire. Though the light was somewhat dim, she managed to ignite the tinder. This demonstrated that urine combined with a round pouch could indeed serve as a means to start a fire in the wild. The fire blazed to life. And Lu Jia had also finished processing the snake. This time, Lu Jia fashioned bamboo skewers, threading pieces of meat onto them and placing them over the fire, sprinkling salt and chili flakes. This divine method of cooking garnered unanimous praise from all the girls. A few of them reclined on hammocks, dangling their feet. Relishing the spicy snake skewers while engaging in cheerful conversation, their spirits elevated. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a while, they packed their belongings and prepared to continue their journey. Lu Jia resumed their trek along the initial route he had assessed, but thorns and vines became increasingly dense. What should have been a 2 to 3 kilometer walk took them 4 to 5 hours. They only reached the foot of the mountain by afternoon. Due to the steep terrain, they had circled around for quite some time without finding a suitable climbing point. As dusk approached, Lu Jia suggested they set up camp right there, igniting a campfire before sunset and searching for a climbing point the following day. Listening to the eerie howls of unknown creatures in the jungle sends chills racing down one's spine. It goes without saying that this night is fraught with peril, and it is imperative that someone keeps watch, and not just one person. Eventually, a consensus was reached. From 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., Ning Shu and Tang Xiao will stand guard. From 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., Shun Bing and Jiang Yao would take over. And from 2 a.m. until dawn, Lu Jia and Lin Qianqian would keep vigil. However, as midnight approached, they encountered something truly terrifying. At 1 a.m., while Shun Bing and Jiang Yao were roasting marshmallows and chatting, they suddenly spotted something unusual. Shun Bing, look over there. The silvery moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting shadows upon the treetops, and amidst the dimness, a figure appeared to be lurking in the shadows of the trees. Not only Jiang Yao, but even Shinbing felt a cold sweat break out. What on earth is that? The others were roused from their slumber. Lu Jia inquired, what is going on? Is there someone there? Jiang Yao exclaimed. In these remote mountains, how could it be anyone? Surely, we are not imagining things. Where is it? Simultaneously, Jiang Yao and Shun Bing pointed skyward, and everyone turned their gaze in that direction. Clinging to the trunk of a tree was a shadowy figure, its arms swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a ghostly apparition, sending shivers down their spines. It's a ghost. Several girls shrieked in terror, drawing closer to Lu Jia. Though he found the situation strange, Lu Jia, a staunch materialist, was skeptical of encountering supernatural phenomena at such an hour. What on earth could this be? Could it be a corpse? Shenbing pondered aloud. It looks like a puppet. See how it sways in the wind. Lu Zhi focused intently, and indeed, as Shenbing had observed, the figure's body appeared lightweight, swaying with the gentle gusts. Yet, as he glanced upward, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhi calmly stated, "Perhaps this is indeed a corpse. Is that really possible?" The girls gasped in horror. "Should we leave this place immediately?" "Yes, the longer I look at it, the more uncomfortable I feel. This is dreadful. I'll surely have nightmares." Lu Zhi considered the situation. "For now, we cannot leave. We have an important task ahead." "What do you intend to do?" Shenbing asked nervously. "Bring it down. We need to see what it truly is and if there are any useful supplies on it." The 5 young women were taken aback. "Lu Zhi, remain calm. We are not short on supplies. We have everything we need. There is no need to disturb corpse." Chapter 91. It turns out to be a corpse. There was no alternative. Lu Zhi gazed at the shadow concealed among the trees, his expression grave. What if it possesses vital resources? Besides, until we ascertain the truth of the matter, I doubt I can sleep soundly. Tang Xiao would tremble. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. Some matters unfold in such a manner that, when one is oblivious to their causal origins, an overwhelming sense of dread ensues. However, upon achieving clarity, one often finds solace within. "Fear not, for I shall take charge." The girls exchanged glances, a mixture of concern and acknowledgement of Lu Zhi's reasoning evident in their expressions. Indeed, the greater the mystery, the more terrifying the associations it conjures. Yet, understanding its nature may alleviate such fears. Jiang Yao voiced her apprehension. "That high? Surely we do not need to climb up. Indeed, we must ascend, but rest assured, this tree is quite sturdy." He extracted a fire stick from the woodpile, likely to burn for a few minutes. Approaching the tree, he bit down on it. To ensure safety, Lu Zhi allocated 15 potential points to strength and another 15 to stamina. This augmentation significantly enhanced his power, endurance, and recovery capabilities, coupled with his already commendable agility. He felt confident in conquering the tree. Upon reaching the base, he grasped firmly, his formidable strength allowing his fingertips to dig into the bark. With a powerful leap, he ascended with the grace of a seasoned free climber, effortlessly reaching the branches. Shenbing marveled, "Incredible." Ning Shu inquired, "Yao Yao, does he possess such skills?" Jiang Yao shook her head. "I too am quite surprised." Suddenly, Shenbing remembered, "Ladies, let us stretch out a hammock. Should he fall, we can catch him." "Absolutely. Ensure to hold the hammock securely. Do not grip the netting." "Understood." Meanwhile, Lu Zhi, having climbed approximately 15 meters high, finally beheld the object of his quest. Despite his mental preparation, he found himself on the verge of nausea. It was a corpse, a veritable dead body. The skin, dark and mummified, clung tightly to the skeletal frame, with white teeth exposed, appearing ghastly in the flickering firelight. What manner of individual could meet their end in such a place? What had led to their demise? This mystery must be unraveled. Lu Zhi exhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions, and began to scrutinize the scene. The flesh on the skeleton had largely desiccated or been consumed by insects and birds, revealing extensive areas of bare bone. Subsequently, Lu Zhi noticed a small hole in the forehead. Gunshot? This could very well be the cause of death. Clad in tattered uniform, the figure bore a dilapidated pack, the original hue obscured. Many areas of the body were encased in resin, preserving parts from weathering or decay. For instance, the shoulder, illuminated by the firelight. Lu Zhi discerned a sun flag sewn onto the fabric beneath the resinous covering. Enlightenment dawned upon him. To think he was a Japanese soldier. Further inspection revealed a rusted long rifle slung across his shoulder, with a military pack strapped to his back. The pack was smeared with a viscous resin, stirring a thought within Lu Zhi. Under the protection of resin, there might indeed be something preserved. However, it is inconvenient to inspect it up there. It would be best to bring it down to the ground. Lu Zhi inquired, "What is that?" "It's a ghost." "What? A ghost? A real ghost?" "Lu Zhi, are you joking?" "Enough nonsense. Quickly move aside. Don't let it fall on you." Shenbing and the 4 girls hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Lu Zhi grasped a branch and kicked at the corpse with a decisive force. With a crashing sound, only the lower half fell down. "No waities. A few more kicks should do." The upper half, along with its wrappings and a piece of tree bark, tumbled down as well. Stop talking nonsense. I'm coming down. Luja descended along the trunk. What on earth is this? I told you it's a ghost. Shunbing, being the bravest among them, illuminated the area with a torch. Indeed, it was a ghost. She carefully discerned further. It was highly likely a Japanese paratrooper or pilot who fought against American forces in the Pacific during World War II, perhaps having fallen here after his aircraft was shot down. Luja pointed to a small hole in its forehead. This is a bullet hole, indicating he was shot dead by a black gun before he fell, suspended by his parachute in the tree. Well done. Upon hearing it was a ghost, the girls displayed their distaste. However, after understanding its identity, they became less fearful. Tang Xiao rolled up her sleeves and kicked the skull, exclaiming, "Bad guy." She quickly regretted it, having forgotten she was only wearing flimsy slippers. The impact on her toe nearly brought her to tears. Let us see what else there is. Luja picked up a long gun. The barrel was covered in rust, and the stock was severely decayed, reduced to mere remnants. Ningshu remarked, this must be the legendary Type 38 rifle. Indeed, Shinbing took the gun, pulled the bolt, but it was completely rusted shut. She continued, this should be from the early days of American involvement in the war in 1942. After 1942, Japanese paratroopers switched to the Type 2 folding rifle. It's a pity it's too corroded to be of use. Otherwise, it would be extremely beneficial for us. Your knowledge is vast. Ningshu praised, then added, hurry. Let us see if there's anything else. Luja searched the body and found a Type 94 Nambu pistol at the waist, along with a paratrooper knife. Likewise, the pistol showed severe corrosion and rust due to lack of maintenance, rendering it unusable. However, the paratrooper knife proved to be quite useful. Although the plastic handle had become brittle, the blade was protected by a sheath and exhibited minimal rust, evidently crafted from high-quality steel, remaining exceptionally sharp even without sharpening. Wrapping the handle with cloth would serve for now, and later, a wooden handle could be fashioned. Subsequently, he discovered a Type 30 bayonet at its lower back. The Type 30 bayonet is entirely different from the contemporary triangular bayonet. When affixed to the Type 38 rifle, it serves as a military bayonet, but when detached, it becomes a formidable long knife. The total length is approximately 50 centimeters, with the blade measuring around 37 centimeters and a handle about 12 to 13 centimeters. Additionally, it is equipped with a handguard, a latch, and a protective sheath. Although it has developed some rust, a bit of polishing would render it entirely usable. Luja wielded the knife with ease. For him, it was an exceptional piece of survival gear. Furthermore, it bore an ammunition box, though the bullets had succumbed to moisture and were rendered ineffective. Two grenade-like items, resembling melon seeds, were likely no longer functional either. Luja carefully set them aside to avoid any accidental detonation. Next, he examined the package behind him. Each paratrooper was equipped with a complete set of marching gear, which was precisely what Luja was seeking. The first item that caught his eye was an 18-style steel helmet, notably thick and devoid of ventilation holes to retain its strength and functionality. Perhaps due to the climate, the enemy had only worn military caps during their descent, neglecting to don helmets. Now, the helmet was coated in resin, which had shielded it from corrosion, much to Luja's delight. Friends, we have struck gold. Chapter 92. The girl who whips corpses. The helmet was indeed commendable. It could serve as a cooking pot, although it was rather grimy with resin, making it difficult to clean. A little hot water and a blade would suffice, followed by repeated scrubbing with palm fibers. Once cleaned, its utility would be substantial. Roughly estimating, this steel helmet could boil around 34 servings of water, making it quite suitable for cooking fish soup. In fact, during the Southeast Asian campaigns, both Japanese and American soldiers frequently utilized their helmets for cooking, but later switched to the more ventilated 90-style helmets due to the discomfort of the earlier models, thereby losing that functionality. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Luja soon discovered another treasure, an engineer's shovel. In essence, it was a smaller version of short spade, albeit not of the multifunctional variety. Nevertheless, Luja believed that the simpler the design, the less likely it was to break, enhancing its practicality. The short handle of the steel shovel had decayed and broken, but the shovel itself was in perfect condition. With a sturdy stick to secure in place, it could be put back to use. Upon further rummaging, he stumbled upon more valuable finds. A 92-style lunchbox made of aluminum, with a maximum capacity of 25, which contained an inner compartment suitable for holding vegetables or soup. It even had a hanging handle, allowing it to be suspended over a fire for cooking. This item had accumulated minimal resin and could be cleaned and utilized, so he decided to keep it. Finally, there were 2 military water bottles. One had been punctured by a bullet and was unusable, while the other remained intact, surprisingly containing water. However, Luja lacked the courage to drink the nearly century-old fresh water. He disposed of it, realizing it would require thorough cleaning before it could be employed again. Ning Shu indignantly remarked, "What beasts! Even their water bottles come in pairs. Moreover, there lay tattered bedding, gas masks, spare leather shoes, lighters, flashlights, parachute ropes, toiletries, and rusted bullets." However, these items had decayed so severely over time that only their outlines could be discerned. Not to mention their usability, some were too fragile to even lift. Can you imagine just one enemy soldier possessed such an array of individual equipment? Although Luja had obtained a substantial amount of supplies and a full 10 points of potential from these items, he felt a heaviness in his heart. Ning Shu gazed upon these remnants, tears welling in her eyes. No wonder both my great-grandfathers perished at the hands of the enemy. The disparity in equipment is simply staggering. Lin Qianqian inquired, "Squad leader, were both great-grandfather soldiers?" Ning Shu sniffled and nodded, a profound sadness enveloping her. "My great-grandfather recounted that they shared a single bowl among several men, never fully satisfied after each meal, each armed with only a few bullets. Charging into battle heedlessly, 2 of my great-grandfathers lost their lives, while he himself was left with a severed arm, his scalp torn, yet still pressing forward, collapsing only to be rescued by his comrades." Shen Bing reflected deeply. Back in the day, 300,000 Sichuan soldiers fought valiantly, their numbers immense, their sacrifices unparalleled across the nation. During the War of Resistance, the entire populace bled for their homeland. It was undoubtedly the Sichuan army that bore the brunt of the bloodshed. I had no idea that little Ning was a descendant of such heroes. My apologies. The girls were moved and saddened, and even Shen Bing felt a stirring in his heart. Well then, there are only so many useful items left. What shall we do with this skeleton? Leave it out to frighten us? Bury it? Though it belonged to the Japanese army in the Pacific, who knows if it ever set foot in our homeland? Even if it didn't, it is still of the same ilk as those who did. Why should it rest in peace? The soldiers of that era were nothing but villains. Tang Xiaoguo rolled up her sleeves. "Squad leader, let us avenge our 3 grandfathers." Ning Shu was taken aback. How shall we take our revenge? Normally timid, even the sight of a plump insect could send Tang Xiaoguo into tears. Yet when her temper flared, be it a cobra or a shark, she would confront it with vigor. Furrowing her brows, she brought her foot down upon the tibia. The bone, long exposed to the elements, had become brittle and fragile. With her stomp, it shattered into pieces. Jiang Yao picked up a stick. "Well done, or I shall join you." With that, she struck the sternum. The sound of splintering echoed as several ribs broke. Lin Qianqian seized a branch. "Count me in, squad leader. Let us do this together." Wiping away her tears, Ning Shu summoned her resolve. All right. Beneath the pale moonlight, amidst the tranquil forest, 4 exquisite young women wielded their branches like weapons, mercilessly striking the terrifying skeleton. Had one not experienced it firsthand, would they believe such a scene? Yet having lived it, everything felt entirely justified. Remembering the national humiliation, their hatred transformed into courage, rendering them fearless. As Luja observed the bones nearing obliteration, he interjected, "Hey, could you leave me a bit? I haven't had my turn yet. It's turning to dust. Here the revised version. Here the skull for you," exclaimed Luja. Just as he was about to step on it, Shen Bing crushed it underfoot, declaring, "I wanted to." With that, Luja realized there was nothing left to trample, saying, "Well, since we can't stomp on it anymore, let us keep it simple." He sighed, relieving himself upon the shattered bones before shaking himself clean and turning away, choosing to conceal his merits and fame. Soon enough, he mused, this pile of bones would be completely eroded, weathered, and transformed into soil, no longer capable of frightening anyone. Luja gathered all the useful equipment. This haul was immense. Had they secured these items from the outset, the difficulty of survival would have plummeted by a staggering 90%. Glancing at the time, it was 11:30 at night. There was still ample time before dawn, so he decided to continue sleeping. Earlier, the surge of adrenaline had caused the girls to forget their fears, but now, in the stillness, a sense of trepidation returned. Jiang Yao voiced her concern. Do you think this skull might transform into a ghost to haunt us? Yao Yao, stop scaring everyone. Lu Zhe chuckled, envisioning the girls flailing at the corpse. Are you certain it would dare to return? Shen Bing added, exactly. The bones have been scattered. If it did come back, we'd send it fleeing in terror. Ning Shu praised, well said. Yet, despite their bravado, as the clock struck 10, the girls huddled closer together around the fire, discussing everything from Brightsword to 800, and then to my regiment. The more they chatted, the more spirited they became, leaving them utterly unable to sleep. Consequently, the four girls remained awake from the depths of night until dawn, while Lu Zhe and Shen Bing peacefully slumbered. In the morning, Lu Zhe woke from his hammock and checked the time, 6:50 a.m. It was June 26th, the 17th day stranded on this deserted island. This day would involve continuing the search for fresh water and a route to the Mountain S summit. However, the current situation appeared bleak. Their packs had grown heavier, and the lack of proper rest had slowed their pace significantly. After walking along the base of the mountain for the entire morning without finding a way up, they noticed their fresh water dwindling and their stamina waning. Lu Zhe resolved to alter their strategy. Chapter 93. A new temporary camp. He surveyed the terrain and found a relatively flat area, intending to let everyone rest for a while. Upon hearing the word rest, the girls nearly collapsed onto the grass. Observing their exhaustion, Lu Zhe understood that carrying such heavy loads while searching was proving too inefficient. He looked around the surroundings and said, let us set up camp here, build a shelter, and take some time to recuperate. Shen Bing questioned, aren't we going to find a way up the mountain? Lu Zhe replied, of course we will, but searching aimlessly is not cost-effective. It would be better to establish our camp here. We can leave supplies behind, and 2 or 3 people can venture out light to find the way up, while the rest can rest or excavate at the camp. Here, the geological features conform to those of a freshwater lens. Let us see if we can unearth groundwater. Hearing Lu Zhe's suggestion to set up camp here, Tang Xiaohua felt a twinge of fear. What if we encounter a ghost in the middle of the night? That frightens me. Lu Zhe nodded. That would be ideal. We might even examine if the ghost possesses any survival resources or if its very being could serve some purpose. Ning Shu inquired, what could that possibly be? Perhaps grinding grain? We have no money. Surprisingly, Shen Bing pondered for a moment and remarked, I have heard from colleagues that some villages that thrived on tomb raiding, after pilfering treasures from the tombs, would carry back the mummified corpses. Can you guess for what? Jiang Yao contemplated. To sell to archaeological teams for research? How could they have such awareness? Tang Xiaohua asked, what purpose then? Shen Bing lowered her voice. They would stake them into the ground, using them as scarecrows to frighten birds. It is said to be remarkably effective. Huh? The girl's eyes widened in terror. Lu Zhe slapped his thigh. So, last night we squandered an essential survival resource. Please stop talking about it. Indeed, my skin is crawling. Nevertheless, Shen Bing also carefully surveyed the surroundings. There are many banana plants here. Perhaps there truly is groundwater. The other girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With a consensus reached, Shen Bing asked, so, Lu Zhe, where shall we begin digging the well? Lu Zhe contemplated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not rush into digging. First, we shall take a brief respite and address the immediate issues. I propose we split into 2 groups. One group will remain here to clear the weeds, set up hammocks, and prepare a fire, while the other group will search the vicinity for any usable freshwater. After some discussion, it was decided that the group tasked with the camp would include Shen Bing, Jiang Yao, Lin Qianqian, and Tang Xiaohua, while Lu Zhe and Ning Shu would seek freshwater and a path up the mountain. Having relieved themselves of their heavy burdens, Lu Zhe and Ning Shu felt considerably lighter. They scoured the vicinity of the camp, but only discovered some wild vegetables. Next, they ventured into the bamboo grove in search of freshwater, and after 2 hours of searching a vast area, they managed to collect only 3 bottles of bamboo shoot water. Ning Shu lamented, I never expected freshwater to be so elusive in the mountains. Must we return to the beach to crack open coconuts? That would be far too laborious. There are indeed methods to obtain freshwater, albeit slightly wasteful. Wasteful? Ning Shu was somewhat perplexed. Lu Zhe approached a banana tree, drew his survival knife, and began to slice into the base of the banana plant, angling the blade at 45 degrees and encircling it. Before long, he had severed the entire tree. Why would you cut down such a fine specimen? Look here. Lu Zhi pointed to the broken end of the rhizome, forming a bowl-shaped indentation, and remarked, "The banana leaves require a substantial amount of moisture, which the roots draw from the ground to nourish the stem and foliage." Ning Shu, realizing the implication, responded, "I see. The rhizome is oblivious to the fact that the upper part has perished and continues to foolishly channel water upwards. Soon, fresh water will accumulate here. I'm not quite sure how to assess this, but indeed, that is the principle." Ning Shu sighed, "Yet, to acquire this bowl of fresh water, an entire banana plant must be sacrificed. It does seem rather wasteful." Lu Zhi nodded in agreement. "However, there is no alternative. Our lives take precedence. Besides, there are numerous banana trees here, so a bit of waste is inconsequential." He proceeded to cut down a dozen more banana trees, stating by nightfall, "We shall return for the water." Suddenly, Lu Zhi furrowed his brow. "That's odd. What's the matter?" He examined the cut end of the banana leaves. "Where have all the fruits gone? The Haven tea simply failed to grow, have they? Look here, the stem shows clear signs of having been plucked." Ning Shu surveyed the surroundings. Could there be monkeys in this forest? "I'm unsure. It could also be some species of bear. We must exercise caution," Ning Shu replied, her expression turning serious. After walking a bit further, they stumbled upon another plant, a lemon tree, rising 3 meters from the edge of a low cliff. The wild lemon tree bore hundreds of yellow lemons. Perhaps due to their excessive tartness, they had not attracted much attention from animals, with some having fallen and rotted on the ground. "Wow, what incredible luck. We found another type of fruit." Ning Shu eagerly plucked one and took a bite, instantly closing her eyes from the overwhelming sourness. Observing her predicament, Lu Zhi sighed, "You don't seem particularly wise. I am merely emulating Shinon, tasting a plethora of plants for the benefit of others." "Oh dear, how sour." She continued, "This fruit, when steeped in honeyed water, can replenish vitamins, and the leaves make for a delightful tea. Alas, we currently lack sufficient fresh water. It would pair nicely with fish and meat. Let us gather some to take back. The fire should be lit by now." Ning Shu collected the scattered lemons from the ground, filling a plastic bag to the brim. As she put it, they would otherwise rot here, and perhaps they could be useful upon returning. This venture could be deemed a fruitful success. Upon returning to the campsite, the 3 girls had nearly cleared the wild grass. However, they discovered Shen Bing attempting to start a fire using a rudimentary bow drill. Lu Zhi, puzzled, asked Sister Bing, "What's going on?" "Isn't their simpler method?" With an apologetic smile, Shen Bing replied, "That one broke." "Broke? How did that happen?" Shen Bing handed over the bow, revealing a large tear. With a resigned sigh, she explained, "I was being quite careful, yet it still broke. This is my fault." Lu Zhi gently tugged at it, noticing that the rubber had lost its elasticity and become quite brittle, clearly long overdue for failure. He chuckled nonchalantly, "It's no wonder you feel that way. This is not something that can be reused. With each use, its elasticity and resilience diminish a little, and it's bound to wear out." Then he sensed something amiss. What's that smell?" "It's nothing," Shen Bing replied awkwardly, her face flushed as she reached for it. "Then let's just discard it. Or perhaps I could start a fire." "No need for that. I will handle the fire. I assure you, we'll have a blaze by nightfall." Lu Zhi thought that since she had made such a suggestion, it would be best to let her do it. After all, teamwork requires mutual trust, doesn't it? Moreover, if she could ignite a fire, it would certainly ease his burden. Jiang Yao inquired, "Have you found fresh water?" "Yes, just a little." Lu Zhi set down his backpack and produced 3 bottles of water, a bunch of wild vegetables, and a large sack of lemons. "What are we doing with all these lemons?" Ning Shu asked. "I don't know, but what if they prove useful?" Lu Zhi pondered, "We still have ample provisions. Let us fill our stomachs first. I'll go chop some bamboo, and after we finish our meal, we can construct a shelter."